Okay, we is streaming a minute early, but I'm totally unprepared, and I mean really unprepared. You might think I say that all the time, but I really mean it this time. Of course, I always do, right? Okay, let's see if we can get that call started. That could help. Maybe. Thank God. Oh, can you hear me, son?
Yes.
Okay, and we don't seem to be
Yes.
experiencing what we were experiencing the other day, at least not yet. But I honestly, when I went over it with some technical advisors, they both agreed that they think that somebody jacked the call that day and was just fucking with us. In other words, they're always jacking it in the sense they always get on the call, but the uninvited other that is always on the call, which they work in shifts, no doubt, or it may be one single person each and every time. Who knows? But at any rate, so they were doing something by basically riding on my energy in the same way that. Well, I'll explain it later. It's I'll explain that later. So I'm totally unfucking prepared. Call everybody you can and occupy the hour.
Will do. All right.
And you said to
So
remind you to tell you, of course, you can wait till I come on again so I can express proper outrage. Some poor Asian woman was beaten to death, and other things you wanted to bring up, of course. And
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'll hang
Um,
out and wait to see if somebody comes on besides yourself, and prayerfully they do.
yeah,
Um,
what happened was I was watching something that's about like all these cases of when certain things go wrong, basically. It was like when bars go wrong or something.
uh,
And I guess what happened was these two women in California had beaten this Asian woman to death, and they had only gotten they only got 6 years. And I'm like, how the fuck do you only get 6 years for doing that? That doesn't make sense.
right? No, of course not.
If you beat somebody to death, you should at least be facing 25 years. So, I mean, that just pretty much illustrated the level of racism that is still extant in our system. And I always have to point that out because there are people who still to this day still think, oh, everything's fine now. Hey, you got it good. You got it too good.
Yeah, no, it's awful. Yeah, no, believe me, you're preaching to the converted here. I'm missing half of what you say, and we can go over it again later when I have more of an attention span. But at that time, we'll probably have more people with us. Oh, my nose. And
Yo,
oh, is there someone besides?
Yes,
yes,
Sammy
Sammy.
Romero.
Oh, thank
Hey, how you
God.
doing?
Thank God. You have no idea how glad I am that you're here. Jameson is wonderful. God bless him. But, when he's just alone, it's hard. and, love you dearly. And thank you so much for saving our ass. So the situation is, of course, as usual, but worse than usual. Not prepared at all. So if the two of you can hold the stage while I basically tuck in the edges of my sheets and everything else, and kind of get my office ready, so to speak. Then I'll join you all soon enough. And until then, hopefully you two men can handle this. I know you can.
Yep.
And wonderful. And again,
Right,
hugs and my
no
eternal
problem.
love and gratitude. And thank you so much for that. A quarter of $100 the other day. Always life saving.
Oh, no,
Every amount.
oh, no problem, Doug. No problem. I do what I can. You know that. I won't be able to be here as much as long as I can, but I'll let you guys know when I have to step out. Okay.
Understood. Understood. Thank you. Just thank you for being here at all. Believe me.
Hmm.
And so let me go mute now, and these two gentlemen will handle it, and I'll take care of things around the office, so to speak. And come on gradually as the hour progresses. Thank God for these men. All right.
Right.
Going mute.
So, how have things been going in your side of the town?
Well, JMO, I was, a lot of things been going on with the company that I work with, and um, the company that I work with got bought out, and I'm actually dealing with Australians right now, Qantas Airlines, of all people.
Interesting.
Have you heard of Qantas Airlines?
Nope.
Qantas? Okay, good, because I don't really care either. Um, no, it's just when you enter a new work environment, and I'm from a different company. And people don't know that. I guess my company got bought out, right?
Yeah.
Um, they look at the reason why I'm even at this particular place is because the particular training that I have, they don't have nobody that I guess everybody either quit or they just don't have the manpower, like anywhere. So I'm here. I go in this place, and you know, I I forget that people, not that people don't take their job seriously. It's just when someone new walks in, everybody just looks at you, and I just proceed to work. Like I hit the ground running, and I'm working, and I'm just that way because it's just that's how I work.
Yeah.
Um, Dealing with the airline that I deal with, uh, not that I don't like doing small talk with them, but because they're some of them are very robotic agents. No offense,
Yeah.
Doug. Not that he is, but um, you kind of I just work, so it's cool and everything, but with these Australians, it's a little it's something to get used to because of their accent, but other than that, people, just walking in and people looking at you like, who the hell are you? And sometimes you just got to ignore people not realizing that a job's a job, and nobody cares.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I want to ask, has this been happening with other airlines as well? I mean, is this because this is very concerning, actually?
Yes, it is. I've talked to the airlines there, and the industry is all out of whack. Um, Usually, most airlines they work alongside freight forwarders that handle their cargo. Some of them don't have directly, because airlines are like they're gonna make profit not just with the passengers but with
Yeah.
cargo. They're like
Yeah.
they're just giant trucks in the sky. Mm, excuse me. But it's been happening like that. It's the coronavirus, and with everything that's going on with the geopolitics. This is why I'm always interested what Doug had to say about geopolitics because it affects me directly. Um, Companies are either buying each other out or closing shop, which is concerning because you know eventually we're gonna have to. People are gonna logistics. People are gonna start sending stuff or receiving stuff, and when the floodgates open, it's gonna go to shit. And this is why I do encourage not illegals, but this country has to figure out as far as the workforce,
Yeah.
especially with the illegals that do want to work and just want to
Well,
just
I think we have to do away with the whole idea of illegals altogether.
right,
First
because
off,
it's stupid because it's like people want to work, and the people that have the privilege of quote unquote working, they don't want to do it. They don't want to do it. And it's gone to shit. And I don't mean to be a downer, but it's when we do have to, because we don't make nothing here. All we are is a big distribution hub. Um,
yeah,
it's
more or
gonna hit
less.
the fan. You even see it at stores where shit's not stocked in correctly because people, the non-mandated people don't want to work. They don't. And it doesn't work that way. You can't be calling people illegals and they're still in our jobs, but you guys don't want to work. You know?
Yeah, yeah, and the thing is, with so many people who want to fly and not enough planes in the air and things like that,
Hmm.
I cringe to think how many disasters are going to come out of this. And airline disasters are horrendous. I
Well,
don't. I mean,
well, the thing about it is they like certain airlines finally decide to bring back booze. People want to get drunk on the airlines. Which
are
is
you
hilarious.
serious?
Which is hilarious. People want their booze. Like I want to get my ass drunk while I'm flying. Thousands of feet in the sky, which is to me is hilarious because like hey, whatever gets you off and whatever however you want to experience being in the air. But um I believe Southwest started that and a couple other airlines. But it is what it is. People want to go back to being quote unquote normal so bad, or pre-COVID, they want to go back, and it's like, you guys can't go back. We can't. We have to
It's oh
adjust.
yeah, yeah, exactly. We need to come up with something new. We need to evolve. We need to, going backwards is regress. We need progress.
Right.
And
And
this is something that America is having a very hard time grappling with.
correct. We can't. They just want to go back to pre-COVID, and it's almost like you guys are insane, you know, because it's not the same no more. And what's been going on with this whole industry is that airlines are scrambling to um, they're trying to fast track everything, and it's been biting them in the ass because the COVID cases explode, uh, and there's no manpower, and if there is, there's no experience. So it's one of those things where everything is up in the air, and I take it with a grain of salt, but it's almost like I don't even worry about it anymore, because if shit's gonna hit the fan, it's gonna hit the fan.
Oh yes, I agree with you 100%. And the thing is, we can only all we can do is at least prepare our listeners, for what to expect. Because I would say that, of all people that I've ever listened to, Douglas Dietrich is the one who has been literally right on the money. Nobody
Right.
else.
No, and it's true. I remember late 2018 and 2019, he was talking about COVID, um, especially with this bioweapon. But like, even like, for example, I was driving back from where Penny Bradley's at. I have family not too far away from there, and some asshole, of course, it has to be in Bakersfield. Um, some asshole has his whole truck with a bunch of Trump stickers on there. And I'm talking like, this guy's an advertisement for Trump. But it's like, man, how pathetic your life is that you have to walk around in your vehicle promoting Trump, 6 years after he ran. And people are just they don't want to progress. They just want to stay in the past. And it's one of the things that I thought about it when Doug talked about, people, uh, the losers always tell uh, the story because they're never over it. It's like a guy not. It's like an ex-boyfriend not getting over his ex. Like, the reason you lost her and the reason you keep bringing her up is because you lost her. And when it comes to the Trump cultists, it's like, you can't say "Make America Great Again" because it went to shit. So it's almost like, can you change your narrative at least? Can there be something else rather than "Make America Great Again"? Because first of all, it's not even original, but two, it's lame.
It
And
is. It is because it was never great for everyone.
so you're looking at people. It's like going back 6 years ago, you know, to whatever the hell's going on, like in a sporting event. Like, what the hell are you talking about? That's done, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's also scary because those are the people who are carrying like guns and shit, and they just wanna they're just willing to go trigger happy because of their whatever how do I say it, whatever issues that they have, you know,
Right. And
because
I figured that because this person wasn't even. It's like he was just riding around trying to get a reaction out of somebody, but it's like, how pathetic are you, man? Like, it's not even it's not even it's a waste of time just even thinking about you. But you know, there's a reason why there's people like that in the world, to remind you how how sane you are. Because you have nothing going on. You know, it,
yes.
it's just what it is, and it's just America. Um, it's interesting that when you guys, I heard you guys saying about interesting times, and it is what it is. A lot of my Asian colleagues that I work with say that it is interesting times because they are interesting in the aspect that right now, even if we don't we try not to have chaos, but I compare to Trump, where Trump always made things worse, in a sense that, for example, he would say something like, well, maybe I will bomb, Syria, something stupid like that coming from the president. People take it at face value, where at least Biden, as dinosaur, senile as he looks, he at least has, there's a standard that at least goes by not, freaking out and throwing off the stock market. And,
Yes.
there's already chaos as it is. But, in a sense, I sometimes do wish Trump was there to see what he would say about Russia. But more likely than him, you probably would ignore it and say, Putin is he's just there to help, his fellow Russians, something like that. Trump would try to spin. And
actually, he has done that.
Right.
Based on what they say in the media, he has said that he supports Russia, and what he's doing basically is digging himself deeper into a hole, because what he's doing is he's isolating himself from the American population and letting us know who is paying him.
Right.
He's letting us know who the big contributors to the Republican Party really are.
Well, I think that you're awfully, how would I say that, optimistic in terms of, unfortunately, to his base. I take it we're talking about Trump and his recent statement about how brilliant Putin is, which of course is asinine, but on so many levels. But just got back. What I want to thank is these wonderful people in the chat room, of course, who are with us right now. The wonderful lady Me, who has that picture of pie. I'm not quite sure what kind of pie that is, but she can tell us. And CK and James Forsyth. They're all here. CK gave us 3 purple hearts, and so to CK, love you dearly, honey. And I think that's very symbolic. James Forsyth has the sun, and I found out more about James Forsyth from Peter Moon. He's been through the ringer, to say the least. And of course, Me is our lovely lady Diane. So love you dearly, honey. Don't worry so much about the truckers in Canada. I'll be forced to go over that tonight to a degree. But one of the things that you bring up, I'll cover briefly later. But both of you are doing a good job by bringing it up and covering it from your angle as well. There's the logic of what it should be. Obviously, this man should be digging himself into a very deep hole by what he's saying, Donald Trump, but that's not the case at all. He's just cementing himself with his base. So his base is as much on the side of the Russians as he is. That's the problem. So
that is the problem.
So we're facing
and the
insurgency.
The problem is that the whatever federal government we have that left isn't doing anything about him, because he should have been literally assassinated ages ago.
Well, at the very least, tried for treason and executed. It would be the normal procedure. But we're so far from the norm in this day and age that it'll take a major civil war to get things back onto some kind of. Yeah.
Well, we do have another civil war coming,
yes.
And it's interesting. I was looking at the Hopi prophecies, and they said that there would be a second uprising of the blacks in America.
It's so interesting you bring that up. That is incredible that you bring that up. What made you start looking at the Hopi prophecies all of a sudden?
I don't know what. I just happened to see it. Like, I just happened to see some video and I just clicked it, and I was just like, I don't know why I clicked it. It just happened. It's synchronicity, I guess.
Right. Okay, so Sammy Romero says he's got to go. Call back later on. Thank you, Sammy. God bless you. We love you dearly. Hugs. There's our wonderful brother, Sammy. And there goes, unfortunately, a foil for you. So I'm going to have to leave you to labor on your own. I do remind everyone that we need to click the upvotes because we get assaulted as soon as we open transmission by all of the bots that are dispatched to make certain that we don't circulate. In other words, the idiots at YouTube operate on a popularity contest basis, and so they will not, allow our video to show up on searches unless we get past all of the downvotes, which assail us as soon as we open transmission. And these bots are filtered out eventually, rather quickly actually, by YouTube, but it's certainly not enough. It does its damage, and it prevents the video from being distributed. So in order to assure that it gets a wider distribution, that you have to slam as many upvotes as you can, and that means from every IP address you've got, you know, your iPad, your cell phone, your PC, whatever's got a different IP address, slam an upvote, and that's the only thing that helps dig us out of this hole as soon as we open transmission. So we do face organized suppression, and I am, after all, a public informant, and this is real. This is not like an indulgence. So it's therapy for me, yes, but at the same time, obviously, what you're hearing here is what you never hear anywhere else. So I did have to spend a lot of time preparing for tonight, in the sense that once the invasion started on President's Day, while I was over at the Estates with my son and all the barbecues and all the rest of that, I had to force myself to review a lot of incoming information from Eastern Europe. So obviously, by the time I got here, between the parties and that, it's just, I'm just not here right now. It'll take a while. So in the interim, our man Jameson is here, and he'll do his best. And by God, see if you can bring anyone.
Yes,
try Penny
yes.
Bradley, Amanda Ute, Penny
Definitely.
Bradley. Pac-Man Morales, Brandon
I tried
Young.
Andy. I tried him as well.
Yeah.
Let me try him again.
I'll stay
all
with
right,
you
let me.
while you're doing this. Yeah.
Yes.
And but of course, I'm staying with you while you're doing this. But
All right.
we do have to
Yeah,
learn
yeah,
to
yeah.
multitask, learn to talk while
Yes,
you're doing
yes.
it.
Well, all right. So with the Hopi prophecies, they basically say that the All right. So each race is attributed to like one of the four classical elements.
Oh, good.
Black.
What are the elements, and which race gets which?
Okay,
Because
blacks
there's
are
like 5 colors, or they got 4.
four.
Oh, okay. Well, Chinese got 5 elements, so there's actually 5, right? The brown, black, yellow, white, and red, right?
Yeah. Well,
Which
the
color
Hopi
lost out in
Indians.
this one? Which color lost out with Hopi?
I guess the brown were conflated.
They count
They,
brown
they,
as their own, maybe.
they count the brown as the east
Okay. All right.
because they do everything based on the cardinal directions.
Okay.
So like so the east is air, and from the east we get the teachings of how to breathe, like meditations and whatnot. You see this in both India and China. So the brown peoples, yellow peoples, it's sort of like this. They put them together like that. The whites, of course, have fire. They're of the north. They have the fire element. In everything they create, uses fire or electricity in some form. The blacks have water, which is supposed to be one of the most powerful elements, according to them. I would like to see some of that power in my lifetime. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem that way. But yeah. And who else was there?
Not to
Oh
mention,
my
most
God.
blacks don't like to swim, but
Yeah, and the American Indians, they are the earth. They are the keepers of the earth. Yeah. So basically, what happened was the four cardinal directions were supposed to come together, but what happened was due to America and its racism and its desire to
exterminate the
exterminate
original
them,
inhabitants.
and
Yeah.
not only exterminate them, but not include them in the Council of Nations. They pretty much more or less fucked us all.
Yeah.
And so now they did say that supposedly each cardinal in each area there are tablets. there are 2 tablets each for each element. And I found that interesting because I'm like, whoa, where the hell did the tablets come from? I'm
Yeah,
like,
because that
okay,
sounds
so
almost like what the Mormons said. Very interesting. Go on. Yeah.
yeah, it's very interesting. I'm guessing that the 2 tablets, one would be male and female. I don't know. I'm just intuiting this.
Okay.
But supposedly, if the tablets, if a tablet were to break, supposedly this would cause extreme calamity. So I found that intriguing, you know. But that was because I was in one of my darker moods, and you know,
Yes.
we can glean what we can from that. Um, yeah, I'm not even gonna go there. But basically, it seems like we're going through we passed through what was called like an animal process, you know, the animal phase, and this was like the third phase supposedly. And now the animal phase reminds me of a lot of what you were talking about with the bicameral mind.
Yes. The
and
unconscious
and
phase, the pre-consciousness. Yes.
yes, the phase of preconsciousness, and we're entering a phase of right now we're entering a phase of which is supposed to be the phase of the human, the fourth phase. And now the phase of the human is supposed to be there's supposed to be a lot of things that we'll just say it's probably going to be like manga or some shit, you know. That's how I imagine it, like shooting fireballs and, you know, all this other crazy stuff that you know that we like to enjoy in our imaginations and whatnot. Who knows, we might have those things unlocked
So, by
for
the
all
way,
we know.
I think you're doing great. You're on a roll. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go mute again. I am going to, believe it or not, I had to, order a pizza made for me because I had no time to heat up my Meals on Wheels or have a meal. So I'll be eating that while you speak, but I gotta go get
Gotcha.
it from the kitchen first. And so, in the meantime, let me grab that, and I have my tea. I've got my other refreshments available, and with that, we have Jameson Reese. Listen to this man. He's speaking Hopi prophecies, and I think it's wonderful that he started to investigate those, and I think it's profoundly synchronous with what I have to say tonight, because, of course, I'll be building on not only Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but the fact that this happened in the week of the Internment Remembrance Day and the President's Day weekend. All of this is profound. And by the way, Our Lady Diane sends me some wonderful links. Second Coming of Saturn, Part 33, Return of the Titans. So that should be interesting. I'll take a look at that later. And thank you, honey. And so we're going to leave Jameson with our listeners. You're in good hands. Well, as best as we can bring you.
Yes.
Prayerfully, they'll deliver you into a new phase of consciousness with what he's articulating. All right, then. Thank you, my
Yes.
son. I will go mute.
All right. So there are many prophecies that have came true, such as the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, which was described as a dropping a gourd of ashes. There were, I mean, we'll just say that there's many prophecies where like there are like there were like bugs flying in the sky. These are literally planes, aircraft, things like that. You know, all these things were pretty much prophesized. Their view of their view of time is one of cycles. It's cyclical. So basically, we're going through another cycle. I don't know how long these cycles really are, but it seems like the choices that we make are what determines how rough the transition is. And so we're due for what's called the third shaking. And the third shaking is because humankind's bigotry got the better of it, and it decided rather than trying to, how do we say, rather than trying to reconcile our differences and learn from one another, we decided, oh, my race is better than your race, and all that shit. And well, we're going to have hell to pay for it. And this is going to cause a lot of upheavals as far as the Earth is concerned itself. And we already have a lot of disasters going on a ongoing and daily basis. Recently, for example, in Brazil, there's a city called Petropolis that was completely, it got hit with massive flooding, landslides, hundreds are dead, of course, as a result. And that was as of like a day ago or so. I mean, we have more or less fucked ourselves with the environment. A perfect example of that would be in recent news. There was a freighter that was carrying like BMWs, Rolls Royce. I don't know, some I can't remember what car company exactly, but it was just Mercedes Benzes and shit like that, basically. And the supposedly they had to evacuate it. The entire ship caught fire, and they were able to get all the crew aboard. And everyone's talking about the amount of money and the cost of the cars and the vehicles. Nobody is bringing up what ecological impact a fucking gigantic ship full of cars running on diesel or oil, whatever, is going to have on the environment. I noticed that. So this is a perfect example of how do we say, as human beings, as a species, it seems we don't have our priorities as straight as they ought to be. And this is echoed in the prophecy, because it seems like we are due for some rough shit because of this. And again, as I said before, all this stuff is preventable usually. Literally all this stuff is preventable. The sort of racism, the sort of fear of things changing, the desire for things to stay the same as they always was, well, why not experiment? Why fear change? Why not, embrace something new and see where it leads you? And of course, I'm the last person who should be saying this, because I'm someone who has my own issues of fear to deal with as well. So I'm more or less an example of what's wrong with the world. I don't know if that's I don't know how to put that. What I'll say is, I say that because, the fear of change, the fear of doing something different, what happens at some point is one starts to get really hateful, one starts to get really dark, one starts to get really angry and angry and angry. And that anger is from all that stagnant energy being built up. That's from not trying to move forward, That's from not trying to move forward. And we have the opportunity to move forward where we can make a society that has equity for everyone, that has equity for people across all ethnicities, all races, and that has equity for people of all genders. And rather than progressing forward, they want to roll everything back. A small minority. Now, this is a small minority of the country. I mean, they're not that small minority. Maybe 40% of the country. They want to roll everything back, rather than, embrace something that could be much better than what it already is. And in doing so, that 40%, that minority, is literally running our freaking country into the dustbin. They're running, and this is happening all around the world. These small percentages of people who just don't want to change, who hold all the power, are just pretty much fucking things up all across the globe. And we are all going to suffer for it. Of course, I'm going to, of course, ask y'all to sort of bear with me because I'm a little bit, altered, to say the least. But, that's when is that not the case? Now we can look at what was going on. Putin pretty much wound up doing what I anticipated he was going to do, because, as I said before, he didn't have a choice but to invade. He literally put his foot in his mouth when he, by even threatening, and he knows he can't, look weak. So this is going to cause a very interesting spiral into what will eventually be a prelude to the Third World War. Of course, we have, the thing most people don't realize is that war is also a necessary evil. It's a part of the human race. It's one of the agents of change. It is one of the agents of change that is much needed to allow us to push forward and reshape society, reshape technology, reshape how we treat one another. It changes everything. During the last World War, we learned of the secrets of the atom. We learned of the secrets of, quantum physics, particle physics. Things, we left the chemical age into the quantum age. And that was all those who died in that war and those wars prior, those were the blood sacrifices for knowledge and advancement. And this is sort of how the human race seems to be how the human race seems to grow and evolve. I'm not glorifying war. I'm not glorifying violence, but this is just the sort of beast that we are. Of course, I myself, I can only look at these things from a detached perspective, because I'm someone who survives like that. So what I can do is I can take a look at what is actually happening in Russia.
So for those of you who don't know yet, basically I haven't eaten all day because I was partying otherwise, and then basically this morning spent all the time reviewing a bunch of incoming news from Eastern Europe, though of course I do encourage our man Jameson to see what he finds on the internet and at least set up a kind of, what would you call it, context, and I will come in with full analysis later. In the interim, at the top of the hour, of course, Peter Moon, as well as Jojo Mikolajczyk will be coming on. And so, Jameson, you can just call both of them at that time. So you can bring us up to that point, I'm sure. In the meantime, I just don't want people to hear me chewing. And while I get this pizza down my gullet. And so there we have it. It's all yours again, Jameson. Anything you want to tell me before I go mute?
No, I would. Well, what I want to ask you, I would probably. It's probably going to sound weird, and I'm not sure you really want to hear.
Let me eat first. Let's do that. Yeah. Good plan. So let me finish this in the interim. You're in good hands with Jameson. Everybody, you listen to this man. Peter and Jojo will be joining us soon enough. Okay, thank you so much.
All right. So Ukraine's, let me just look at the AP to see what I can find. We can look at, all right, Russia State TV paints Moscow as a savior of Eastern Ukraine. As the West sounded the alarm about the Kremlin ordering troops into Eastern Ukraine and decried it as an invasion, Russian state media painted a completely different picture of Moscow coming to the rescue
to the rescue of war-torn areas tormented by Ukraine's aggression and bringing them peace. What a crock of shit. These are probably areas that the rebels have occupied, and the fanfare came hours after Vladimir Putin announced Russia's recognition of the separatist areas in eastern Ukraine as independent states and ordered its troops to maintain peace in territory where Russia-backed rebels have been fighting Kyiv's forces since 2014, a conflict that has killed over 14,000 people. God damn. This shit's been going on for a very long time. So basically, that is an invasion, more or less, because it wasn't these so-called areas, these separatist areas, Ukraine still sees them as a part of their nation. TV presenters hailed the historic day and professed the end of suffering for the residents of the breakaway regions. You paid with your blood for these 8 years of torment and anticipation, anchor Olga Skabayeva told residents of the areas known as Donbass during a popular political talk show Tuesday morning on Russia One State TV. Wow, is everything... I wonder if all their channels are state TV. That would fucking suck. TV pundit Vladimir Solyev echoed those sentiments in his morning show on the state, Vesti FM radio. We will ensure their safety, he declared. It's now dangerous to fight with them because one will now have to fight with the Russian army. Oh boy, I mean, you just lob some vodka grenades their way and see what happens. Well, world leaders on Wednesday were waiting to see if Putin would cast the die to order troops deeper into Ukraine. They worked to maintain a united stance and vowed to impose tougher sanctions in the event of a full-fledged invasion. Putin, he does not look too happy in this photograph. He looks like he's pondering to himself, what the fuck did I just do? One can only hope, but he might be too gone to even realize that. Fears of an imminent offensive were further heightened late Wednesday when the Kremlin said rebel leaders in the eastern Ukraine have asked Russia for military assistance to help fend off Ukrainian aggression, with Russian lawmakers having authorized Putin to use military force outside the country, and Ukraine surrounded on 3 sides by more than 150,000 troops. The rumble of tanks did not appear far off. Ukraine, after weeks of trying to project calm, imposed a nationwide state of emergency. President Volodymyr Zelensky made a passionate plea for peace, telling Russians that Ukraine is not an enemy. Wow, did he seriously make a plea for peace? Maybe he should have just told Putin to go fuck himself, which would have been a more diplomatic way to do it, to do things. Because if you show weakness with Vladimir Putin, he's going to just take it as an invitation for him to violate you. Here are things to know about the conflict over Ukraine and the security crisis in Eastern Europe. Russia evacuated its embassy in Kyiv and marked Defender of Fatherland Day, a holiday high in national symbolism. Along the Kremlin wall, soldiers put red carnations on the tomb of an unknown soldier, while Putin honored the memory of the ones who died in past wars. Putin whipped up Russian nationalism on Monday with a fiery speech indicating that Ukraine historically had no cause for being. God damn. He said during Wednesday's commemorative commemoration that Russia would continue to strengthen and modernize its army, navy, striving to increase their effectiveness so they are fitted out with the most cutting-edge equipment. Speaking Russian, Zelensky gave an emotional address early Thursday in which he rejected Moscow's claims that his country poses a threat to Russia and lamented that a Russian invasion would cost tens of thousands of lives. People of Ukraine and the government of Ukraine want peace, he said in Russian. But if we come under attack that threatens our freedom and the lives of people, we will fight back. Zelensky said he asked for a call with Putin late Wednesday, but the Kremlin didn't respond. Yes, Putin doesn't seem like the kind of guy who would take no for an answer. Donald Trump, all those guys, Bolsonaro, they all have that racist, that rapist mentality. Well, rapist and racist mentality. There we go. They don't take no for an answer. Zelensky said early Wednesday, Ukraine imposed a nationwide state of emergency, which allows authorities to impose restrictions on movements, block rallies, and ban political parties and organizations. Kyiv reported heavy shelling on the front line of eastern Ukraine, where Russia-backed rebels have held territory since 2014. The Ukrainian military said Wednesday one of its soldiers was killed and 6 more were wounded. Separatist officials reported several explosions on their territory and 3 civilian deaths. The Pentagon said the Russian force arrayed along Ukraine's borders is an advanced state of readiness. They are ready to go right now, and that should be the way that Mr. Putin wants to go, Press Secretary John Kirby said. So, yeah, this is happening. It's just happening very slowly.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, not that slow, but at any rate, I'm glad that you're bringing up some context.
Yes.
In terms of everything else that's going on, there's is there anything else going on in Asia, Latin America, Africa, anything like that comes to mind?
Well, we had the what do you call it? There was the destruction of that city in Brazil.
I had no idea. Tell me about this.
It is called Petropolis. Yes, Petropolis.
Oh, so that's what this gentleman was talking about in the live stream. By the way, I want to thank Koku Luz or Kocho Luz. I don't know how to pronounce that. Let us know. Kocho Luz says howdy to Vicky Johnson, and he said, "Please enjoy the mighty tasty bites. Buen provecho." Thank you so much. That's so cute. That's adorable. And Vicky Johnson says, "Cello all," with little emojis, and love you dearly, honey. So with that going down, our man Jameson will follow up on Petropolis. And in the meantime, I'm mute because I don't want you to hear me just gorging on this pizza. It's I'm sorry, it just doesn't sound good. So I will, as I said, even with the partying that went on the last few days and all the blood that I got over the past few months, enough to, with the latest blood test, come out resolved on the issue of iron insufficiency, at least for the moment. They don't understand this is transitional and dependent on my blood feeding. We had one individual, I don't remember his name, he's welcome back. He was in the chat room and speaking quite a bit, but I didn't have the privilege of noticing him until he announced he was leaving. And I can look him up, but he was saying that he had iron insufficiency as well. Of course, since you're a baseline human, presumably, that means that you need to talk to your doctor about getting a colonoscopy, which, of course, I did not, I would never recommend that to anyone. I think it's a big scam and a ripoff. But in your case, consult your doctor. It might well be needed. What's
the correlation here? Basically, does colon cancer cause iron deficiencies?
No. The colonoscopy would mean that he's probably got an internal bleed.
Okay. I was about to say, oh, all right.
Yeah,
Internal
like, you
bleed.
know, a lot of people are sensitive to aspirin. They wind up destroying the lining of their stomach by taking too much aspirin, shit like that. And so, you know, like I said, when you know, as I do, that the colonoscopies 95% of the time they find nothing, then, you know, you can play Russian roulette at those odds. There's no point in your fucking getting one. But if you've got something which is obviously indicative of a potential for an internal bleed, then yes, you should have one. I was never going to get one. I had resolved I wasn't going to get one all my life. And but then when I, you know, was attacked and on a, you know, before April Fool's Day, and turned myself into the hospital on April Fool's Day, I was convinced at that point, because my bowel movements were black. That means I was digesting my own blood at that point. Yes, I was open to a colonoscopy. And we got one, and it was like nothing. It was nothing. In other
Okay,
words, nothing
so
was found. But you
so in
know,
other
but
words,
I'm not your baseline human. So go on. I'm sorry.
so when it reaches a point where my shit is black, I think by that time I will probably be knocking on death's door because I am
You'd be surprised.
because I am baseline human, and I will say my body's not as strong as people think it is.
Well, you'd be surprised. Honestly, this happens to a lot of people several times in their lives, because they have internal bleeds that repeat, you know, repetitive ulcers, etc. There's different things that happen to people that cause this. So it's nothing to be like too alarmed at. And oftentimes, by the time it gets to that point, by the time it's visible in your stool, then usually are often, or shall we say, often enough, then the internal bleeding has resolved at that point. And your body's just processing it out, or, you know, but don't ever count on that. If you've got black stool, then you take that as you're bleeding right now. And
If I have
in.
black stool, I have to take it as liver failure, because
Not
I
quite
have
sure.
to.
I'm not quite sure that's like indicative.
Well, they say that they say that could happen as well. With
Okay.
when you're losing liver function,
Okay.
your stool can become black. Like,
Ooh, that's
yeah,
bad. That's bad. Yeah.
yeah,
And
that,
but if you have something like cancer, then anyhow, we shouldn't be talking about this. I'm eating, but not like I said
wait.
before. I can handle all this. It's just I don't prefer talking about it while, you know.
Oh, I see. You didn't strike me as one of those kind of people who would be sensitive to eating.
No, I mean, I'm not in any normal sense, but it's like, you know,
Oh,
it's
I
like
see.
no
Yeah.
point.
You want to enjoy your pizza? Enjoy your pizza, man. I get it. I get it.
Okay, so in the meantime, okay, so getting some new income. So Mr. Moon says I'm going to be 15 to 20 minutes late. Jojo will hold the stage till I arrive. So wonderful. You have Jojo's contact, and you can bring her on at the top of the hour. Then, okay?
Yes.
I'm going to go mute till
I will
then.
do
It's
that.
yours. Thank you. Okay.
All right. So this is what happened in Brazil, Petropolis. Deadly landslides were wreaking havoc. I actually saw a video of these people like working in. They were like in a factory, and there was like water everywhere. And then the center of the room starts to fall inwards, and then the whole thing just collapses. I'm fairly certain those people did not make it. But that, you know, whoever got that footage, it's pretty incredible how they were able to get that footage to begin with. The city, which is located in the mountains north of Rio de Janeiro, was hit by torrential rainfall. Houses in the hillside, neighborhoods were destroyed, and cars swept away as floodwaters raced through city streets. Search and rescue teams are combing mud for survivors. Brazil's National Civil Defense said that 24 people have been rescued alive by Wednesday night local time. Video shared on social media showed extensive damage and vehicles floating in the streets. Yeah, the videos are horrific. That's all I can say. The situation is almost like war. I would say it's worse than war, but this is what they're saying. Cars hanging from poles, cars overturned, lots of mud and water still. Rio de Janeiro Governor Claudio Castro told journalists. The thing about war is the destruction of war is very controlled compared to what nature does. It's very, even as destructive as we can possibly get with nuclear bombs and whatnot, it's still very controlled, contained. Whereas when nature wreaks havoc, it's beyond war. So I honestly think that war is I would say they need to give nature a lot more credit than that. With more than 30 people reported missing, he said the search and rescue efforts would continue nonstop. Residents here are holding out hope that their loved ones can be found, but it's a complicated situation with so much mud and rubble to clear. That mud will not only drown you, but it will crush you. So, I mean, you don't want to be stuck in mud. You can see how the mudslide came crashing down through the hillside neighborhood, wiping out everything in its path, creating a valley of mud, rubble, and mangled wires. When we arrived, there was a family in a flood of tears with a shovel in hand trying to find where their loved one was. When we arrived, this is a city in trauma. Residents are trying to organize themselves to work on the rescue effort, along with firefighters. And the person says she spoke to a community leader called Paulo, who said that his priority was to find his son, who was buried in the landslide. Petropolis is a popular tourist destination in the hills above Rio de Janeiro. Why the hell would a tourist want to go to Brazil in the first place? But I don't know. Maybe that's the cynic in me asking that question, which used to be a summer getaway for Brazil's monarchs in the 19th century. But after a month's worth of rain fell on the city in just 3 hours, holy shit, the heaviest rainfall since 1932, according to Governor Castro. Much of its regal charm lay in ruins, with homes destroyed with the flooding. Wow. In one of the worst hit neighborhoods, up to 80 houses were hit by landslides. The water came very fast with great force. My loss was 100%. Our life was already tough with the pandemic, and tragedy still comes. This is from a shopkeeper. Around 300 people are being housed in schools and shelters, and charities are calling for donations of mattresses, food, clothing, and face masks. I found a girl who was buried alive, Wendell Pio Lorenco, a 24-year-old resident, told the news agency while heading to a local church in search of shelter. The death toll, from what I gather, seems to be like in the hundreds, or at least over like 120 or something. It's really, 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 I would not want to be there. That's just a shitty, and nothing against Brazil, it's just horrible that, that kind of stuff, that kind of climatological impact happens. And this usually happens to people who are poor, or people of color mostly, so it's really fucked up. And, here's a article that really just emphasizes that: a perfect storm in the weather of extremes in deep inequality, according to the BBC. Basically, basically these people, they're pretty much, because they don't have money, because they are like, because of the racial inequality that forces them to live on the fringes, they are in death's way all the time. And that is no way for anyone to live. And this is something that the privileged of the United States don't seem to understand until they are born and reincarnate. Okay. I'd like to welcome Aaron Tice to the call.
Hey everybody. How's everyone tonight?
Oh, good to hear you. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, thanks. My as Douglas would say, my house husband duties took a little bit longer than expected.
Yeah, yeah. So what's been going on with yourself?
Today was a kind of a big errand day. We went to the zoo, the boy and I. That was fun.
Wonderful.
Yeah, he loves the sea lion exhibit and feeding the giraffes, and they have otters and bears, and they seem pretty well cared for as well. And they're usually rescues, so that's always a fun morning. And
Delightful. Which
Yeah.
which city zoo is this again?
so the zoo in Columbia, South Carolina, is our favorite, and it's well manicured. It's really gorgeous,
Wow.
and it's a very friendly place too. So he just we could literally go there 5 days a week, and he'll just run around from animal to animal.
Delightful. And what's the mask policy like down there in South Carolina at a place like a zoo? Is there one?
There, no. The buildings, they actually closed down the restaurants because of COVID. So there's really not much food going on,
Okay.
and everything's outside. So they really don't enforce anything. At the zoo, it's kind of optional. There are local businesses that require a mask, and they recommend masks for nearly everybody, but not a lot of mask wearing down here
Right. By the way,
in general.
yes. Oh, yeah. Pardon me for interrupting. Don't forget to bring on JoJo Jameson. When you can. Is he there with us?
She's on.
Oh, she's on. Oh my God.
Hey, guys.
Let me introduce the two of you. I don't believe the two of you have met, so to speak. Jojo, darling, this is Mr. Aaron Tice, and wonderful individual, as are you yourself, of course. And Aaron Tice, this is the lovely Jojo Mikolejic of Ascension Together. And so she works with a kind of so you would call it kind of, what would you call it? Kind of like life coaching, honey, or how do you want it referenced?
Yeah. Aaron, it's been great tuning in and hearing you the past couple weeks.
Thanks.
As our
Same.
dear
Yeah,
brother
I
Sal is on respite.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Both of you are so wonderful. And Aaron, by all means, I'll give you a chance to respond. Yes. I'm so sorry. So, Aaron, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's I go way back with Peter, and I know you and Peter are close, and that's awesome. Peter's a great networker. He seems to bring awesome people together, which is quite a gift.
Yes. Yes.
I agree.
Yes, that's right. And though I was under the impression, maybe I'm wrong on this, that Jojo, that Peter and yourself didn't necessarily know each other that long. It's only been a few months, maybe, or maybe you started reading his books a few years ago, but you met him only personally a few months ago, right? Something like that. Is that the case?
Correct. Okay. Yeah, and it was a
wow.
complete synchronicity too. A friend of mine, Patrick, had introduced me to Peter's books about 6 years ago, and my friend Alan Steinfeld was having a book release in Manhattan in November, and Alan and I had talked about books and had shared books, and he was aware that Peter Moon and the Transylvania series was my kind of, I guess, favorite of all the books we were kind of engaging with and sharing. And Alan asked me if I wanted to come up to his book release in Manhattan, and it worked out that I had the couple days that I could do that. And wouldn't you know, Alan calls me from across the room and points at this tall man, and he says, "Do you know who this is?" And I had not. And he said, "This is Peter Moon." And my jaw kind of just dropped. And Peter, the way Peter is, he just gets right into it. He's talking about the antenna project to me in Romania, and he sees that I'm fluent in all the context and the several books between him and Radu, and we had a nice quick chat, and then the event started. He gave me the Roswell Deception, and I was working on my own book at the time, and I followed up with an email out to Peter and just said it was really nice to meet you, and I'd be honored if you'd read my manuscript and let me know what you think. And that's kind of how it started. I ended up going back out there a couple weeks later to collaborate with Alan for something, and I made the time to have lunch with Peter, and it kind of just took off from there.
That's wonderful.
Awesome.
Yeah, incredible. And how did you meet Peter, Aaron? You can share that story with us.
Quick question, Jojo. Is Alan the one? I think he lives in Woodstock. Is that the same Alan?
He
Alan
looks like he lives in
Steinfeld.
Woodstock. Before she
He
answers,
could've
I'll just
been,
say
he
that.
could've
Yeah.
been, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Go
it's,
on. I couldn't resist. Come on. And
It's
also for our
interesting
listeners,
because-
honey, disambiguate Alan Steinfeld from Seinfeld. Okay, there we are.
Yeah. It's interesting though, because Alan's first book is on acupuncture, and you'd have no idea because it's not really spoken about in his stuff right now. But the book,
I wouldn't know that.
yeah, the book for November was Making Contact.
Okay.
Right.
So,
And that
let me
involves
see.
Deepak Chopra somehow, but right?
It does, and I know how much you love him.
Actually, believe it or not, I've got nothing against him personally. It's just there's certain people that you find kind of grating, and he himself has been victimized in some ways when it came to things like that horrible Thrive quote unquote documentary where they victimized everybody who partook in that, and he was one of those people who wasn't told what that was going to be about, and so we can go over the story of that some other time if people are looking for some morbid entertainment. But in the interim, yes, I'm sorry, so go on, Aaron. You had other questions you were asking this young lady.
I was just going to say how I met Peter, because you had asked.
Yeah.
So as I was exiting the cult I was raised in, a friend of mine, who's still a very dear, dear friend, we talk nearly every day, he sent me a YouTube video of this author, Peter Moon. I'd never heard of him. And I think the interview was on Montauk Book of the Living, and that's when he discusses the virgin birth, the parthenogenesis.
Yeah.
And I was kind of dumbfounded because nobody else talks about that. And so I pretty much bought all of his books, read them all within like 2 or 3 weeks,
Wow.
and then emailed my friend who knew Peter from back in Long Island many years ago. He had gone to the little get-togethers Peter's referenced that he met David Anderson at, the Montauk Nights.
Yeah.
And so I emailed Peter with my friend as a reference. We set up a meeting 9 or 10 years ago, and we became friends and fast friends ever since. I've stayed at his house, he's stayed at mine, and we talk as often as we can. And so that's how I met Peter.
Incredible. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. And so does that kind of resonate, Jojo? Any questions you have to ask? I'll tell you something about our man Aaron. It was, as I said before, he had a past career in sales. And one of the things that I was emphasizing was that usually when it comes to business, it's statistically the most intelligent and attractive people get into sales. But at the same time, that's the most high pressure aspect of business. That is the part of business where all of the stress is at. And I couldn't even imagine that stress on a day-to-day level with the idea of the quotas that one is trying to meet, the pressure to make sales. It kills people, and I certainly wouldn't survive it, but this man did that for 20 years. And thank the gods of my ancestors, he has the wisdom to now take the path of a house husband, which my father pioneered. My father used to tell people that when he was retired from he was basically unemployable due to post-traumatic stress disorder, and I would imagine Aaron's in the same boat. after a career in sales. But in my case, my father would tell people, and this was, of course, back in the 60s and 70s, that he was a house husband. And so he kind of, how would we say it? Blazed the trail. He blazed the trail for our man Aaron Tice. And there we have that.
It's funny because, the real... some people kind of warm up to it and they like the idea, and others are like, are you serious? Like, you're the wife? And I really don't see the issue with it at all. I think if there's a role that needs to be filled, whoever needs to fill it should do it. And I have no problem with it, but I can see how, like, the real ego-based masculine type men would feel affronted by it, I suppose. I don't know. It's an interesting talk either way.
Yeah, and I think it's ridiculous if anyone feels somehow put off by that. It's obviously absurd, they're whatever problems they're dealing with are certainly their own. But when it comes to what you're doing, believe me, what you're doing is for the betterment of all mankind. There's nothing that anyone can do that's more important than parenting. Oh my God!
Right.
And
it's the next generation, and I don't know. I'm really grateful for the time. A lot of dads don't get to do it, so I'm really super grateful for the time. It's very special.
It's so true. So many fathers don't have that opportunity. So Jojo, when it comes to your raising children, this is going to be a stupid question on my part. Is this the first child you've raised?
It is, and the first diaper I ever changed. I didn't have many opportunities to babysit. People weren't asking me to babysit.
Oh my God! Oh, that's so funny.
Right?
Yeah.
Because I was a little preoccupied,
right,
and not fit to play with children. So, first diaper, first everything. Because my mom had passed of an overdose, I didn't have that mother figure to help out.
Right.
I'm over an hour away from family, and we really, my husband and I just did it ourselves. And Alana was colic the first 3 months. My God bless everybody who lives through that.
It's hard. Yeah, it's really.
It was so hard.
It's really hard.
And then we were like one and done. Never again.
Yeah,
after surviving. But you know what, Aaron, my oldest brother in San Francisco did the house husband thing, and He had a beautiful experience. He's very handy. He built out an addition in the house during this time because his wife practiced yoga. She's like a biochemical engineer. He created this like she shed in the back of their property, which in San Francisco, it's not a lot of space. It's more of a long rectangular than a wide yard, right? So she had this she shed, insulated, skylight, the whole thing he rigged up, electricity. It was phenomenal. And he really just leaned into that whole experience, and him and his son have just such a beautiful relationship today. He'll be 12 in March.
Wow. Yeah, I'm not handy. I can't build, so I'm jealous of that. But the bonding. I remember in New York they added extra weeks for the male, where you get paid a few $100s a week to stay home and bond with your child. But in New York that doesn't pay the bills, and you can't take 6-7 weeks off in a sales career. It's just not going to happen. And so had we not drastically changed direction, I wouldn't have had that opportunity. And we've gotten to bond and hang out, and we're super tight now. And, it wouldn't have happened otherwise. So it is something to be very grateful for, to observe the minute by minute changes in a young person as they develop. It's very special.
Yeah. I actually chose to stay home and leave. I was working for a private investigation company, and when Alana was born, we made the decision that I would stay home and nurse, and I did that for a long time. And
good for you.
Yeah. and then it was time for preschool and for me to go back to college and finish my master's. But I so grateful, same thing, like that quality time in the formative years and the milestones, and to be a witness to a person's yearly changes and first, you know, their first walk, their first song, their first, when they can swing by themselves, all those beautiful, precious moments. I was there and I was 100% present. And in addition, because I'm sober, right, which was even more empowering for me because my birth mother was not. I don't have any of those memories. And I thought I was completely healed from that trauma. I did a lot of therapy. And then one night I was rocking Alana on the rocking chair nursing, and I was just hit with these waves of melancholy and just started sobbing at the thought that she missed out on all of this, you know, with me.
Yeah. It's hard to fathom.
Yeah. You know, and we say by choice, but with addiction, it's not. It's really not. And I can say that having been through it. When you're in that cycle, it is a mental obsession. It's a physical compulsion. You know, it's really mind, body, spirit. And I call it the God-shaped hole in the soul that we're filling.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I had a little bit more healing to do in those areas, and I did. I actually found the most relief. The end parts of that healing had to do with breath work. And I had all this residual stuff just still stuck in my body, just, you know, dense energy. And the breath work really allowed me to heal more, find peace and acceptance, also identifying as someone, you know, who had addiction as a thorn in my side for a long time. And then finally, the forgiveness work I practiced, miracle-minded forgiveness, was kind of like, that was it. That was the salve that wounded, that healed the wounds. And, you know, by the grace of God, they just have dissolved. And
That's
infinite
great.
compassion for her. Yeah.
What I love what Douglas said, the 3 things to say to someone who's moving on to the next life. I forgive you, I'm sorry, and I love you. And one thing I notice is you heal through your child because you correct the wrongs of your parents. So it's almost like you have to forgive yourself for your parents' insufficiencies, and you heal them by doing better if you can.
Yeah.
And
well,
it's
and
really
they say,
interesting.
Yeah, when a parent is abusive or neglectful or makes a child feel insecure, if a parent is mean, the child doesn't hate the parent. The child learns to hate themselves because what's wrong
That makes
with
sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
me? Right. And that's what I use in my private practice, is called the fractured selves, where little by little our spirit kind of gets crushed and diminished, and we have all these fractured selves that when we are in a holistic healing, they start to pull back together to make that whole person again.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Go on.
You know what? I wanted to follow up with you guys because last week when we were going into some memories, my life is full of synchronicities as Peter's, and the morning after the transmission last Wednesday night, so Thursday morning, there was a message on Peter and my picture that I had posted from Montauk, and it was the man that my mother was dating when I told you, Douglas, that I was stuck in a bathtub to hide me away, and that there was fighting outside of my house, and you know, I was fully dressed in this dry bathtub and locked in the bathtub, in the bathroom, and it was him out of nowhere on Facebook, and I actually took a screenshot because I wanted to read to you what he had wrote, and it was just so wild. But he said, "Is that you, Alan?" Asking if Peter's my dad, right?
Right.
Right. Been long, so I'm not sure, but if so, or wherever you are, Mr. Allen, I love you and will forever hold you dear. Thank you for not killing me back in my adolescence.
Wow.
And this is the morning after that transmission when I kind of went back down memory lane and brought that out for you guys. That was the younger boyfriend that introduced my mom to cocaine that ultimately separated her and my dad.
Right. Oh my God.
Isn't that wild?
It is. It is. It's it's incredible. Now, forgive me, of course, because this is a large cast of characters, and it takes a while for me to remember the dramatis personae, as they would say in an act in live theater. So when it comes to this individual, the kind of image that I had when you were originally talking about this was that it was your biological father who was coming to confront your mother about custody or something when she locked you in the bathroom and told you to stay in the tub, and she was scuffling with your biological father. So that wasn't, it was this guy instead or something?
It was, but it was a threesome because the new boyfriend was also out there. And that's what the physical fight was outside, was my father and the new boyfriend.
Okay, got it.
And the new boyfriend, to make the drama even more wild, was the age of my oldest brother, who was about 12, 13 years younger than my mom.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Your oldest brother was 12 or 13 years younger than your mom, and so she had him when she was about 12 or 13, is what you're saying, right?
Oh, geez, now that you say that. So she was, she had to be 17 years older than the new boyfriend. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Sorry.
No.
My math is not strong.
No worries. I'm the same way. It's this isn't a graded exercise.
Yeah.
That's the
So that's why he said thank you for not killing me in my adolescence.
Oh my God.
To my dad.
I mean, this is profound, and so. And by the way, just out of curiosity, this Mr. Steinfeld. So you've known him for a while. Do you have any idea how old he might be? He looks like he was around when planet Earth was created or something.
I don't. But he was my remote viewing teacher, and I had also just seen him pop up here and there through Portal of Ascension, where they do webinars and conferences and stuff. You know, via COVID, I was plugging into anything I could online to try to keep consciousness high and expand and connect with people. And I don't, but you know what? He has interviewed so many people that he got to interview legends that are dead now, like Dr. David Hawkins, Power versus Force, The Map of Consciousness Explained, who's one of my favorite practitioners, and Dr. Kiyomoto, who did the research on water and memory is held in water and how our energy and vibration will literally change the shape of water under a microscope.
Yes.
So if we're sending water,
he was awesome.
Yeah. So Alan he's up there, Douglas. I don't know.
Right. Fabulous. I mean, that's really impressive, and I'm just so glad that you've had this opportunity to work with him, and Aaron too has worked with Red Elk, which is, as I told him, how privileged he was with that. And I don't know, were you familiar with Red Elk, or have you heard of him?
No, not until the transmission a week or two ago.
Okay. Right. And so, Aaron, when you had that photograph taken of yourself and Red Elk in front of one of the mounds, obviously, when you visited those with Red Elk, what was your experience like?
It was a whirlwind of a week. I've had some really awesome bosses, and I went to the boss and I said, "Hey, I need permission to go away for a week. I'm going in a couple of days." He goes, "Well, I feel like you're telling me you're going." I go, "Yeah, kind of, but I need your permission." He goes, "Of course." He goes, "But did you tell Marissa yet? You know, my wife." And I go, "No." He goes, "Good luck with that." So we went. You know, I went basically with just a few days' notice and spent 8 or 9 days with Red Elk in his hometown, and we would just drive around and talk. And he took us through some exercises and all the things we would ask about, and he showed us the secret pyramids, because there's a lot of them in the hills of Washington. It's rather deserted, and nobody really pays attention to them. So there's a lot of underground military bases. So it was really quite an intense time.
Right, I can imagine. So Peter Moon has joined us, and we've just had Aaron Tice and the lovely Jojo Mikhailovic going through a wonderful discussion about many things in life. And we were talking about, of course, Mr. Steinfeld, who I asked her to disambiguate from the other New York City character by the name of Seinfeld, so our listeners wouldn't get confused. And, obviously you met Mr. Steinfeld as well, Peter. And so I was asking Jojo about what she thought his age might be, because, of course, he does look like he's been around a long while. So I do believe he's
about my age, more or less.
Really?
Or less.
Yeah, I think more.
I will say, Douglas, though, he has one of the youngest, vibrant energies that I have been around.
Oh, I can see that too.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, I can see that too. And
Jojo, I did hear the last part of what Jojo was saying, and yes, Alan is, he's been on the pulse of so much, and he, from, I guess, the abductee stuff to Andy Warhol. I mean, anybody who was anybody that came through New York, he would interview, including Deepak Chopra, and that's not how I met him. I met him through my former girlfriend, who knew him, and he was has, I guess, what you call a professional association with Deepak Chopra, to the degree that he's interviewed him for New York Alternative. And I first actually met Alan a long, long time ago, before I actually met him through my girlfriend, because there was some lady from the Ramtha School who was interested in doing Montauk the movie or something like this, or talking to me about it. And I went and met them in the city. And nothing came of that. Nor did I really want anything to come of it. But it was, it was what it was. It was a nice meeting at one of my favorite restaurants. What is it called? Caravan of Dreams. It's a health food restaurant.
It would have to be, yeah. Yeah, the dream would be that the food might actually taste good. Health food is just...
It depends what you get. I took Paula there a couple of times. I think it wasn't her favorite place, but
yeah, they call it health food because you got to be in peak physical condition to choke it down. But go on.
Well, but in any case, Alan, he had interviewed Deepak Chopra, and it was Deepak Chopra's interest in David Anderson that resulted in me getting the patent, because Deepak Chopra, they were trying to get him interested in the World Genesis Foundation. And there is a loose connection there with Alan, because Alan, of course, was familiar with my trips to Romania. He was friends with one of the girls from Romania who came, who was with me at Choclavina Cave the first time, and she moved to the city. on a basketball. She was in the city, I think, on a basketball scholarship at one point, and then she hooked up with this really famous photographer who I don't even remember his name, but she got kind of weird.
I mean, what does that mean coming from Peter Moon?
Well, let me put it this way. She said, "Oh, Paula, you want, she's not going to have any friends when she moves here," and the woman wouldn't even return Paula's calls. Paula had no friends outside of me, right. And she hoped she'd have a Romanian friend, and the woman just, kind of, yeah.
That's so bizarre. That is bizarre. Yeah, that is odd.
It was bizarre because this woman was so sweet and so supportive of our trip. She went on the trip. And there were some. Yeah, it's just like she got involved with this guy who's very rich, very famous, and he's exploiting nature by taking these nature photographs. He's heralded all over the world, and it's like, okay, go out, go get some real nature. Quit taking photographs of it, But it's just like and he was so I guess what you'd call rarefied and elite and all this, and I don't know. I don't think this guy was good for her. I know he wasn't good for her because she was struggling with it. Although I think she kind of fell into his whatever. So to speak. He was whatever. So the way I met her was she had I guess what you call it, a swastika on her chest or something, or it was sort of a vestige of a swastika, and she said that the kids used to tease her in high school, call her a Nazi or something, and then I started telling her that was the symbol for Zelmoxis. So she ended up going on the trip with us, where we ended up going to Chocobina Cave. She was very sweet to me.
She was born with this symbol, or was this a scar, or she was just born with like a birthmark?
It was kind of vague, and I think it was less than it was, and it was kind of, I think it just appeared, and I explained it to her. She's very interested, and then I think the last time I talked to her on the phone, I brought it up. She kind of, oh no, she's just like, she was kind of in denial of the esoteric aspects of it, but it's okay. She's. Maybe I'll run into her again someday. She was one hell of a basketball player, though. God, yeah, she was good.
No, that's all incredible. I mean, of course, it's one of those things that I could see how that could become a cross to bear if someone was born with a birthmark like that.
But I don't think it was so strong that I think it had been stronger. It wasn't.
Okay.
But in any case, Alan's the creature we're talking about here, and Alan had. Deepak Chopra was very interested when he found out what was going on in India, and so he was kind of like being set up to liaise or help the World Genesis Foundation, but he was a complete asshole.
Yeah,
Deepak Chopra, and he's real short. Not that there's anything wrong with that. And so anyway, David had this lady in India release the patent to me. It went to me, Alan Steinfeld. A few other people. I don't remember them all. Of course, I'm the only one that did anything with it, as far as promoting it or commenting on it, writing on it. The only one. It's like people might think I have a special relationship with David Anderson, and I do, but it's only developed because I report on it, I write on it, and I expound upon it, and I end up at Chocobina Cave. So it's kind of interesting. But anyway, Alan, what I did for Alan is this event that David was supposed to be at, David Anderson, meet with me and Preston, that Carrie Cassidy had sponsored, and it ended up with Hoagland, Sean David Morton, and Wilcock. And what do these people have to do with time travel? Nothing.
No.
So, and I, Preston, she paid, had Preston come out. She didn't pay for me to come out, which pissed off my friend Joan. Joan was so pissed, who I talked about the other night, and I talked to her since. I told her I talked about her movie, and she laughed. She was not upset. She might be listening. She does listen to you.
Oh, great. Hey,
and she's driving.
Kiss to her.
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah. And so anyway, she had he got me on the phone during the event and put her on the phone with me so we could meet. So she was, that kind of placated her. And Crystal River was there too. That's how Crystal River came all the way to LA to see me in the event, but I wasn't there. I guess they promoted me, but I was not given a ticket to go out to the event. So Preston was, and Alan, and of course Alan, and then Alan and Joan and I met together at the book fair. At the book fair, we all got together with Trish McKinnon, who's going to be at that event. Trish McKinnon, yes. So anyway, Alan has been, supportive. He's and as they say, he knows everybody. So it's like when I saw him, I gave him your book. Oh, thank you so much. I want to give you my book. So he gave me his book, which he was there to promote. And then he said, how's Joan? He wanted to know all about Joan. Oh, yeah. I said, that's so good. He was so, I guess, impressed or happy that I had become so close to her, and he had introduced us. And he says, I have somebody who wants to meet you. And that was JoJo. Wow. Hopefully someday Joan and JoJo will meet. They kind of got two Joes in their name, Joan and JoJo. So they would, and they're both.
And Patrick Balsley is the connection between Joan and JoJo and Peter Moon, because Patrick is who introduced me to the Transylvania Sunrise series.
Yes, and Patrick's going to be getting a book. JoJo purchased some of books to send out to people of your book, Douglas.
Wonderful, bless you.
And one of them is to, if I recall, no, not to David, but
Patrick.
Not to Patrick. Oh yeah, here it is, Patrick, in North Carolina. Yeah. Yep. So that's she's supporting you beyond her donations, Douglas.
Yes, understood, darling, and forever indebted. So do my best to pay you back, to balance things out as well as I can. And
you do enough twice a week and beyond, Douglas. That's
Thank
just,
you.
My thanks to you.
You're really too gracious. Thank you so much. And by the way, in acknowledgement to some of these other wonderful people in the chat room, I want to say shout out to Sarah Thomas, who sends us these 3 pulsating pink hearts. So love you, honey. And Gabrielle Ruth says she was listening to some of the Hopi prophecy that our friend Jameson Reese has just recently discovered and was relating aspects thereof. I thought that was very synchronous because of what I was dealing with. But at any rate, bringing us back to the topic at hand, obviously JoJo is doing her best to support, and shout out as well to Vicki Johnson, who says thank you, DDD. And when it comes to Peter Moon, he's been also kind of really warming up to the idea of JoJo becoming kind of a life coach for yourself in a way. I mean, you're helping her with the breathing, right? And in return, she's kind of guiding you along.
It's not like we are in return. We just flow together. I mean, it's not like, teach me the breathing and I'll help you with this. It's not like that. It's much too natural.
Understood. Yeah.
And yeah, so it's like dovetailing really well. And I will tell you the big secret of the delay tonight, why I was delayed.
Yeah.
I was talking to JoJo a little bit about this the other night. I put 2 pieces of molding on. And the glue was kind of coming out of the tube. It's this special glue, and I got to put the, I cut the pieces. I did it very fast and efficiently, but it's just, so it was really good. Hopefully that they will hold, because the pieces of molding, they bend. So I glue them down, and then I put boxes of books to make them stick. You stick there for 24 hours, and I should be over the hump with these things, and it'll be. I'm getting close to finishing that project, which I haven't been able to even touch lately. And so that was why I was late, and I did them. I got them done. Hopefully they'll be fine in the morning, and I have furniture coming tomorrow, which is very exciting. Takes over 2 months to get the furniture made and delivered.
Oh yeah, Peter. How about some finishing nails if the molding pops? No.
Oh, but you see, that's a great idea. I actually had special nails with a brad nailer, but the problem is you have to have something to nail them into. And
Gotcha.
that's tricky because you have to have the right angle. It's going from what's called a quarter round to a piece of flooring. Now it's you're gonna end up making holes and making a bigger mess if you do that. So that's unfortunate. I can only use glue. I have no choice. So it's just the way it is. But it is all is well, and there will be more. So a lot of stuff going on in the heavens, a lot of gyrations, Venus and Mars in Capricorn, coming to Pluto in March 5th or 6th, depending on where you live. And it's a lot of action, a lot of healing in love and romance. Pluto is on my sun, transiting my sun, so I'm undergoing huge transformations in my life. One of which is symbolized by JoJo coming on to help me with my, social media and whatnot, and we've begun, but it's a trickle. It's a trickle, but so be it. Gives me little suggestions to change positioning on my website, which I did. It's a start.
Peter, and not to interrupt, but my Pluto is in Capricorn.
I mean, natally.
Yes,
everybody's Pluto in Capricorn right now, but you said natally. I can.
Yes, correct.
I will.
Just because you are the goat, you are Capricorn, so I thought that was a nice wink to you.
I like that. Yes.
Well, let me see here. I have your chart. I can put your chart in front of me, and let me see here. I'm gonna verify that and acknowledge that. Pluto, I do not see.
You're right. Mine is Libra.
Pluto Capricorn.
Yes, I was looking at today's chart for the whole world. You're right. Mine is in Libra.
Yes, I can't even find your Pluto. it's here somewhere. Let me see here.
So do you have like some software program like a professional astrologer?
She sent me her chart.
Oh,
and
okay.
Why? Oh, no, that's not it. This is really weird. Why am I not seeing it? I swear, I do not.
So it says Pluto in Libra for me in the 11th house.
I see the 11th house. I guess you could call that planet Pluto. 27 degrees, Pluto in Libra. Yeah, so your Pluto would be very close to either my Saturn or Neptune in my second house of resources. So you have a...
And 27 is also that number that appears at every significant date I have. My mom's death date, my birth date, my child's date, the age I got pregnant, everything happens with 27. That's significant in my life.
Well, my Saturn is 26 degrees of Libra, my natal Saturn. So that is, that's called synastry when you compare the charts, and it would be in my second house of resources, which is basically finances. Taurus is the natural second house of the zodiac, Aries being the first. And the as far as where it is in your house, as you said, the 11th house, that's correct. So my Saturn would be in your 11th house. And but Saturn and Pluto are very powerful planets. And when they're conjunct, it's better than them fighting each other. Pluto conjunct Saturn aspects, it's powerful. Let me see here.
And in the interim, so Jojo, Peter Moon has been teaching you some of his breathing techniques, right? You seem to be into this breathing, and I think Aaron has that same experience.
Very little.
Okay.
I mean,
yeah, it started in the dark room. I mean, I've been into it now, December, almost going into the 4th month, and starting with just breathing and sitting, and then standing and breathing, and then joint manipulation and breathing, and then kind of freestyle and breathing. And then when we went to Montauk, he showed me a little bit more, but it's very beneficial in where I can feel heat in my hands. I can feel tingles all over my body. I never played with this type of life force energy before.
Right.
When you do feel those tinglings, that's when you want to go to the wall.
Okay.
You want to go to the wall or a tree and circulate energy through up your spine, into your arms, into the tree or wall, down the tree or wall, into the ground, up through your feet. And this is how to ground. That's like
So
the first time.
I'm not supposed to levitate, Peter.
No. It's like the first time I met Joan. She had just been doing some heavy duty, session on somebody, and right there in the restaurant, I put her up against the wall, and I guess it had to ground her because she was like flying all over the place, deep into somebody's psyche. It helped. It's very, very, very grounding and very good, because this stuff is like, it's very serious. It's like you don't want to be screwing around. In fact, I have when I put my course together, and I don't know if it'll be might probably be the intermediate course, I have this long diatribe from somebody I got off the internet, somebody who was just really super advanced in Qigong. He was a natural, and he's talking about all of his history. I think he was Asian, and this happened in Asia, but he spoke English. I don't know. And he was cooking. He was going places. He was healing places, and he was, he sounded like, if you take this stuff at face value and you say that he's really telling the truth, he could have been. It could all be a bunch of fakery, because he's saying how talented he was. He was rather remarkably talented, if you believe him. I don't know whether to believe him or not, but I'll take him at face value. He's having all of these incredible experiences, healing people, and ungrounded, and then it just keeps getting weirder and weirder for him. And I'm saying, like, this guy's not grounded. I'm seeing I'm astounded by his ability, or what he's saying is his ability. And then slowly his world comes crashing down on him, and he begins to blame the Qigong, and he gets either, I don't remember that well, but either gets possessed or something like possession, and then he turns to Jesus. And so it's basically, the whole article is an advertisement for Jesus. And it could have happened two ways. It could have happened if this stuff really happened exactly like he said it did. He got over his head, he got possessed, and then he found himself in Jesus, and Qigong is the devil. Or it could be an entire, public relations maneuver. And I could be either one. I don't really know. But in either case, what he says about getting ungrounded is certainly, there is an individual who, I wouldn't say he was powerful in that regard, but he got involved in every secret society you can name in, from witches' covens to masonry to Rosicrucians to OTO, and his name is Schnebling. I forget his first name. I think it's Michael, but it may not be Schnebling. And Schnebling, and people would like attack him and say, "Oh, you couldn't be in this society. You couldn't be in all these." No. And he knows too much to not have been in these different societies. He knows too much. Not that he knows a lot, but he just, and then he polarized and became a born again Christian. And now I think he dresses like a rabbi or something, and he's got a beard, and he's like, it's just like really weird. He was like, and I know he was getting rear-ended by Michael Bertiel. Michael Bertiel is a magical practitioner who's mentioned in Kenneth Grant's books, and he's he's regarded with a certain amount of reverence for, because he went down to Haiti and whatnot. Berthiaud is a French name, and he was in Chicago, and apparently
Schnoebelen. Was that? Yeah.
I think I introduced you to him, didn't I, Aaron?
No, you sent me a video, but I had read his books years before. He does know way too much to not be in those circles, but he's an odd character. But he did talk about the one interesting thing he said. He said he did a ceremony in his garage with a buddy, and I think he was in a Lucifer worshiping group at the time, and I think it was he summoned the abyss, corrosion or something, and his buddy got swallowed up into the floor in the garage, and he never saw him again. So corrosion, something like that.
Yeah, well, corrosion, that's the entity
the guardian of the
that
abyss.
Crowley came across in his work with who was that? Victor Newberg, and one of my former Scientology colleagues that I had once run into in the city, just ran right into him in the city. It was weird because we hadn't seen each other since we'd been out. And this was right about the time I was discovering Aleister Crowley and the L. Ron Hubbard connection. It was right when, in fact, it was right at that time period, because I worked in this office that wasn't far from the Forbidden Planet, the science fiction store. And that's where I found the L. Ron Hubbard book. And then I ran into this guy, and he shared his stories with me and what happened. He suffered a lot of, I guess, abuse. And he said that we're talking later about the Aleister Crowley stuff. He says, "Oh yeah, I read the Aleister Crowley, and then I found that, when he sacrificed his son, I just couldn't read it anymore." Of course, sacrificed his son. The son he sacrificed was Victor Newberg, and it's, I don't think he really sacrificed him. He certainly sodomized him and abused him. But there was this report that Crowley. I mean, it's like so much about Crowley gets exaggerated. And I guess,
I've never found evidence of that, though. It's hard to find evidence.
It's like he polarized against Crowley when he read this, because he had a son.
Yeah.
And he had a son, and of course, that particular son, I've told this story, when he brought his kid over to our house once when we were like about 6 months into our new house in Westbury, and it was still, I guess, had a lot of, it was kind of gutted in a lot of ways, and halfway done. And my wife's studio was intact. And the kid comes in the house. He must have been about 3 or something. He comes in the house. I've never seen a kid. He just runs. He starts running to the front door. He starts running to my wife's easel, or drawing. It was not drawing board. It was like a very large, high-end drawing board, and there was these what do you call it? Stacks that you pull drawers out in. It's like on wheels. He goes running to that thing, just like it's a 50-yard dash. He's running to that, and I say, "Oh boy, what's this? I know what this kid's doing." And he's running to the top drawer. He pulls out the top drawer and goes right for the razor blades. And how could a kid know to go to the most dangerous place in the house? And I saw this happening. I ran with him. I knew what he was going to do.
Oh, shit!
If he did that, his parents would have just let him go. Not that they knew what the hell he was doing. I didn't understand his behavior. But it was just, I never forgot that. And it's like, this is.
Well, that's supernatural. That's truly supernatural. I mean, this is like just he's what you call a demoniac. He's being guided by other infernal forces to go right for that area. And you sensed that, which tells us quite a bit about your sensitivity. That's impressive. And Thank you for sharing that. Go on.
Because
what happened after that? I want to hear what. So you caught up with him, I presume, and tackled him, or?
Well, I didn't have to tackle him. I just grabbed him. It's like, there was no harm done, but I explained what happened, and I've told that story from time to time because it was just like, somebody takes off like that. What in the hell is going on? And that's very. I've seen kids that are just like, frenetic like that. Not very often, and I've watched kids like my daughter would never act like that. It just, she'd walk in and she's a little kid, but she'd act, I guess polite and reserved, and it was just weird. But anyway, the point is that the father had an aversion to Aleister Crowley. It was like, it's like, and I was like, and I had a very good friend from Scientology, really loved him like a brother. I still do. I haven't been in touch with him. We used to play football together. But I sent him a book on 8 lectures of yoga by Aleister Crowley. He just thought it just made absolutely no sense to him. So I learned that I had an ability to read Crowley and get something out of it, whatever I got out of it. I could engage the materials. And what happened with all of that reading, of course, I didn't go on to think I was Aleister Crowley, like some people do. I manifested Preston Nichols, who told me about his connection with Aleister Crowley, never claiming to be Crowley, claiming to be one of the Wilson brothers who were friends of Crowley's father.
And what were you going to say, Aaron? You had something to add to this.
I thought it was interesting with Crowley with the yoga. He was a mountaineer and an alpinist and very physically talented, and he pushed yoga to the nth degree. And then by the time he got to the top of the yoga mountain, he dismissed it and said there's way easier ways to get yourself into position. Like he was doing it for a purpose, for magical purposes. And then he completely dismissed yoga and felt it was a lot of wasted time. But that's what I remember taking away from Crowley's yoga.
I think one of the most brilliant things I read from him is he says, yoga means union. And the opposite of union is sin. It's disunion. Sin is disunion. He simplified things like that. Yoga means union. What is it union? Obviously, it's union with the creative force. And he went through, and there's so many schools of yoga. And he, Crowley he patrolled areas that he's like Captain Kirk. He goes where no man has dared go before. And except maybe people have gone there, but it's not too clear. So he explored a lot of unknown pathways of human consciousness, and he certainly was no model of behavior,
to say the least.
He was an initiator, and I think, I said this to one of the guy who worked with L. Ron Hubbard. He was like the caretaker at the ranch in Creston, near San Luis Obispo in California, during Hubbard's final years. And I had explained that Hubbard was like a mirror. If you mirrored something at him, he would mirror back to you. Like, so if you were afraid of him or you thought he was an asshole, you get that back. Right. If you understood him, believed in him, and I don't mean believe in him like a God or a Jesus or something, but you saw where he was at, you get that back from him. You get a vibe back from him. And he was like a magical mirror. And I said this I wrote to this guy, and he says, boy, you're spot on. You nailed it. He knew exactly. He was around Hubbard a lot in his final years. He says, yeah, boy, exactly. That's exactly what would happen. If you went there with a Weasley attitude, you'd get back, what you were putting out. And Crowley was, of course, the same way. It's like you could go to him and, end up with your tail between your legs and upside down. Or if you were like truly an initiate that needed XYZ, he'd probably give it to you if he had it. My Qigong teacher was the same way. If somebody was ready to know something and they asked him, they get it.
Well, in
I
terms
think all,
of
all good teachers.
yeah, well, in terms of Aleister Crowley, however, there's this added dimension where he very much was someone who's a lot like Daniel Arola in the sense that he really grooved off triggering people, and he was one of these individuals who he was responsible for much of the aversion that people have to him, because that was part of what he fed off of. I know Aquino was very much the same way. Basically, with Aleister Crowley, you're talking about somebody who just kind of fed off people being afraid of him and just being repulsed by him in many cases. So this is why when he had one of his fellow mountain climbers die on one of those mountain expeditions, and when he was the only one to return, he told the Sherpas he had eaten all of his fellow expeditionary adventurers, and they took that at face value, and so it spread that he was a cannibal. Whether or not he ever did this, or just took advantage of their falling off the side of a cliff, or maybe he pushed them, for all we know, he tried to make himself look as evil as possible. So you're talking about somebody who thrived off that, or rather reveled in it, would be the better
He had a
way.
restaurant, Did you know that he had a restaurant at one point?
You wouldn't surprise me. No,
He had a restaurant, and it served, I guess, exotic dishes from foreign lands.
Well, there you go. Yeah.
And nobody liked to eat there. Nobody wanted to eat there because they were always highly suspicious of
yes,
food.
the room. That's right. Of course they would be. And so his opening that restaurant was simply for that purpose. That's what, the only people who would go there would be people hoping there was human meat in the dish.
Well, I wasn't necessarily referring to human meat, excrement and that sort of thing.
Okay, that sort of thing as well. Who knows? There's that. But the only reason people thought like that is because of what he had promoted about himself. It's kind of like he paid the price for that, of course. What was a thrill in one sense to him, and what he reveled in was then also a tremendous burden. It was a real cross to bear, and so that's Aquino was living like that too. And by the way, so just to bring Jojo back into the conversation, Jojo, I take it that Aleister Crowley was, of course, he seems to be like, I remember this one woman who worked at the metaphysical bookstore, Fields Books, in San Francisco, which was like a legacy bookstore, actually historical, and painted ceilings and all. It was just an investment of many years, and God knows I put my share of money into that pit, and just by purchasing many books constantly. And but one of the ladies who worked there, she was saying, when some young guy came in, and in this case it was some young Asian Indian guy, and was looking for books on Crowley, and then when he left, she said, it seems like every young boy goes through some phase in their life when they're trying to find out everything they can about Aleister Crowley. And I take it, of course, you never had such a phase and were never very familiar with this character, or am I wrong on that?
Yeah, it never appealed to me, really. I was actually introduced to the name through The Secret Parchment, which was fourth or fifth Peter, you can correct me, book of the Transylvania Sunrise series. So I did look a little into him when I came across the name, but it doesn't entice me because I'm familiar with those realms. It doesn't serve me.
Thank you.
I tap into power and flow without the dense energies or vibrations. I don't have to invoke any lower entities, and thank God I do pretty well for myself just through the heart chakra and breathing. But I will mention that I feel like people who don't nurture or are aware of the shadow in themselves they can almost go to the other end of the spectrum and really indulge because they're so unaware of that part of themselves. They haven't explored it.
Thank you.
So it's like a segue into learning about themselves, which they do through Aleister Crowley or the Church of Satan, or, you know, all these different types of pathways to really investigating yourself and your own shadow.
The major rap that people will bring up about Crowley, particularly females, is they'll say, "Oh, what is he doing with females? It's like, you know, the female is used as a, you know, like a Tesla to drive from here to there. It's like it's considered very usury of females."
Yeah,
is the
exploitive.
Of the people have on it, and of course that's for somebody who's, you know, carrying out the magic or whatnot. In the case of the Montauk stuff, we're talking about the 11th degree, which isn't exploiting females at all. It's exploiting males. Males exploiting males, and in driving magic through, you know, homosexuality, or the, I guess what you call the emulation of homosexuality, if you want to make it as user-friendly as possible.
Well, let's put it this way. This is why he's unattractive to females in general. Now, granted, when he was alive, he had a bevy of females. The term is spelled B-E-V-E-Y or B-E-V-Y, I believe. And in other words, a constant harem of groupies. And this was because, as I've often said, the way to understand him, or one way to get a good grip on him if you're not familiar with this sort of thing, is that he was one of the world's first heavy metal rock stars, basically. So you've got this individual who's grooving off that, and of course attracts a lot of females in that regard. But other than that, that this, you know, once the guy's dead and gone, he really is not attractive to females at all. It's basically a male trip, because either way, it's men exploiting something. They're exploiting females, they're exploiting each other. This is a very typical male trip, is to...
Well, it is. And he's, and he was said to be able to have this great magnetism, sexual magnetism, although it's kind of hard to imagine that. But a couple more things. See, one of the problems with people studying Crowley is their revulsion to him. They have a revulsion, and they miss the forest from the trees.
Understood. And well, Peter,
just a second.
Sure.
This is Terrell. I'll be right back.
Oh yeah, take your time. No worries.
Hi, Terrell.
Yeah, and don't forget to go mute. In the meantime, so Aaron and Jojo, now that we're here without adult supervision, so to speak, we can go in different directions, and you take it anywhere you wish. I certainly don't know how we got lost.
Excuse me. I think he flipped his button by mistake. It was important for me to talk to him.
Oh, of course.
But I don't know if he's calling. I think he made a mistake. Excuse me for that interruption.
No worries. Yeah.
The one thing about Crowley is that people will be understandably revolted by him, mm-hmm. and they'll miss the forest from the trees. One aspect of his magical nature mm-hmm. is that he was like a Rolodex card or a roulette wheel of a constant revolving sexual machine. Like if you can imagine evolution over billions and millions of years, and it's trying to get the right combination, trying all these, what do they call them, permutations, radical gene. It's like a part of his personality or his characteristic as a magician was creating all this. So it's like he, there was a story of him coming in to meet this woman and her daughter, and he immediately starts making love to the daughter. It's not like, hello, how are you? He probably did it to the mother too. In other words, it's just like this sexual, and it's, of course, obviously he's not having children with all these women, but that's part of the magical nature of, okay, this one, 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 this one. And of course, there's a great impracticality to that and a lot of chaos But what the idea is, it's like up. You know, it's like if some football coach were to go through every high school in the country, real fast and quick, he'd have a much better pick than if he just relied on scouts in certain locations. So it's kind of like that's the mentality. Now, it might not really have any pragmatic value to the average person, but that's how an aspect of what he's doing, trying to emulate the messianic gene or anti-messianic gene or whatever the hell he is. But that's one way to look at him. That is, most people are not going to look at him and they're not going to see, they just see the evil context to him. And there's many aspects to him like that are hard for people to understand. Mm-hmm. But that's just a comment.
Well, if I could just drop one quick thought, and then I'm going to sign off. Peter, I think you nailed it with the union, because I look at Crowley as someone who really, despite the good or the bad, wanted people to live their path, and that's kind of do without wilt is the whole of the law. Yes. Under love, and really, if you take him away from that phrase, it's a very powerful phrase, and I don't know how any of you feel about Michael Tessarian, but his writing and lectures did help me a lot. And he wrote how, and this was a great mystery to me too, the scriptures, where it says the only thing you can't be forgiven for is sinning against the Holy Spirit. And that's taken really over the edge in different cults, but right. Tessarian brought out that if you look at the Greek, it's the holy breath of life, and Peter, you talk about breath being life. So in reality, that mistranslation of that scripture is sinning against yourself, which is not living your path. So when you break down all these different translations and get to the bottom of it, really, the biggest tragedy in life is people not walking their true path and doing what they're supposed to do, is kind of how I break it all down to the lowest common denominator.
Thank you.
I think so. Mm-hmm. I think you're quite right.
Yes, and go on, Aaron.
With that, I'm going to say good night to you all. I could stay up with you all night, but I have a lot of things to do in the morning, and if I stay up all night, they will not get done.
Yes. Well, we love you dearly, and hugs, and thank you so much. Our man Aaron Tice contributed $100 United States to myself, and I will give shout-outs to other people as well later in the night. In the meantime, Aaron, we love you dearly. Take care of your son, and share our love with your entire family, please. And,
I will, and thank you all, and you all enjoy your conversation, and thank you all as always, and I'll talk to you next time.
We look forward to it.
Good night, Aaron.
Yes.
Good night.
And so with that, getting back into, I'm not quite sure how we wound up with this kind of talk of Aleister Crowley. I'm not quite, I'm not enamored of him myself. So not because, of course, I'm as revolted as many other people are. It's simply I find him kind of boring. I mean, obviously, someone like myself who worked with Michael Aquino, I've had more than my share of exposure to this sort of thing, and it just, to me, it's old hat and really kind of retreaded territory. Though
it's retreaded territory for me too, because it's so long ago.
Of course.
And of course that, but he was, when I had discovered that Hubbard was so fascinated and liquid with Crowley, I had to study him because it answered the question. It answered so many questions.
Yes.
And it manifested, Preston Nichols and all of this weird stuff that became my career. Yeah. So it's like it's very foundational experience of, stepping through that. And there's some aspects of it that are worth studying from time to time because of the context that it gives you. But let me follow up on the thread so I can relieve this thread of what I was reading about.
By all
what the hell? I just had it in front of me. The Pluto synastry between Pluto. This is for you, Jojo. Saturn, Pluto, synastry. That means, so our Pluto and Saturn are right together in my second house and your 11th house. And of course, your 11th house is your hopes, dreams, and wishes. It's also groups, organizations, and friends. So Pluto, Saturn, synastry aspect can be heavy and serious and carries with it an awareness of status or power. What is the underlying motivation behind this relationship? Is the overall tone of the relationship destructive or productive? The right combination of people could accomplish so much here. And this is a famous Saturn-Pluto synastry example, Apple founders Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak. Jobs, Saturn, square Wozniak's Pluto. Now, of course, Wozniak was the technical guy who built the first Apple machines, and Jobs was the salesman executive. And of course, our synastry is not a square, but is a conjunction. So, maybe we could make the next Apple computer.
I think we're on our way, Peter.
Yes, that's beautiful.
I like how that sounds.
Yeah. That's brilliant.
Timothy Leary liked to say how Steve Jobs, he was in India. He was an acid head. He was an acid head. Bill Gates was an acid head. Yeah. He'd say that. That they took acid and they changed the world with computers.
Peter, can you give any insight to why the astrological world calls March 5th the day of miracles, a good luck day, and this is every year they call March 5th this?
Interesting.
No, I've not heard that.
Oh, okay.
I think March 5th is, I don't know if it's in Romania, it's Martisol. It's a day of fertility. Mm-hmm. Like it's fertility, March 1st. And then there's also Women's Day. I don't remember if that's in March. They have a Women's Day in Romania. And I don't know if it's March. Let me see. Women's Day. Looks like it's International Women's Day, a public holiday in Romania. March 8th. March 8th is Women's Day.
Oh.
So I better get some flowers for Paula. I better if I remember that, she's going to be impressed.
Yes.
If I forget it, it won't be a big deal. But if I remember it, she will be impressed because it's not something they celebrate in America.
That's right. So shall we say, it would behoove you to.
So many flowers in the kitchen right now, and I think I counted the balloons for her birthday. I mean, it's over floating with balloons. She got ballooned to death. Flowers and balloons, they're all over the kitchen. I think it was like 19 or something like that.
That's incredible. And that's adorable too. I'm just glad that she's got so many people who have been affectionate for her. And so in terms of your own birthday, Jojo, I'm so sorry. We've been talking all about astrology. When is yours again?
April 27th. So I'm a Taurus.
Okay, wonderful.
Same day as my mother's.
Same day as
Really?
Peter's mom.
All right.
And my moon and my rising is Scorpio. So they say Mars is also a Scorpio planet. Scorpio has Pluto and Mars, and then Venus is Taurus. So I'm very interested in the Venus-Mars conjunctions that have been happening.
Mars is the old ruler of Scorpio, the traditional ruler. And because they hadn't discovered Pluto yet. So they discover Pluto. And of course, when they discover Pluto, they say, God, this fits better in Scorpio. Mars is already the ruler of Aries. It's already the ruler of Aries. So it's the ruler of Aries. And so before there were two rulers. Mars had two jobs. He had Scorpio and he had Aries. Then when they discover Pluto, oh, this explains so much. The same thing happened with Uranus and Aquarius. The traditional ruler of Aquarius was Saturn, and it's still highly, it's the traditional ruler.
That's
but
right.
now it's Uranus, and then Neptune was the same thing happened with Neptune in Pisces. Neptune is the new ruler of Pisces, but the traditional ruler is Jupiter. So, and then the most interesting one, I think, is the only one left that has two rulers is Mercury. It's the ruler of Gemini, and Mercury is the ruler of Virgo. However, my friend Chelsea had taught me that the hidden ruler, or the proper ruler of Virgo, is the planet Vulcan, which is an unrecognized planet, which is inside the orbit of Mercury, I believe.
Yes, I was about to say that. I was about to bring that up. Go on.
Yeah, and she taught me about Vulcan. Now, of course, what is Mercury? Mercury is the mind. It's sharp, it's smart. Geminis are smart. They like to talk a lot too. And but the Virgo is the smartest sign of the zodiac. And if you're not a Virgo and you're smart, it's not a contradiction, because you could be Virgo and be dumb because of other planets and the other positions. And so, but Vulcan is even more mental than Mercury.
Yeah. Yes. And for those of you who don't know, the planet Vulcan has been spotted on telescopes a few times in the past, but even with today's technology, there's been no way to really confirm its existence. It's going to take a lot more research. Just some of these things are very hard to spot. No matter how advanced the technology is, you have to have your telescopes pointed in the right place at the right time. If you ever look into the background of the research that was conducted to discover the planet Pluto, it was just enormous amounts of man hours, a dedicated individual in particular who spent his time just poring over astronomical photographs until he was able to ascertain and confirm the existence of Pluto. So Vulcan is beyond Mercury and closer to the Sun, and it's speculated that it might be perhaps even a planetoid belt, like with every series of gaps we have between different types of planets in the solar systems, we usually have some kind of planetoid belt. So it used to be thought that Mercury was the moon of the sun, basically, because they used to think that Mercury had one face towards the sun at all times, which they've discovered is not the case. And they used to think, of course, that when you went further out past the terrestrial planets, they didn't know of any planetoid belts beyond that which is between Mars and Jupiter. But now we know that there's a planetoid belt between, of course, after Saturn and before Uranus and Neptune. So what separates those two supermassive gas giants from the supermassive ice giants, as they call them, is that other chirotic planetoid belt, and that's where, of course, they have the planetoids that they call the centroids, because Chiron is the largest of them, and Chiron is kind of a dwarf planet in and of itself, just like Ceres is the largest of the planetoids of the asteroid belt we're most familiar with. And Ceres is kind of a dwarf planet, and hopefully someday they'll be counting these planets as planets of their own. By the way, breaking news, Russia is launching its military assault. Putin has announced the Ukraine attack in a speech. And he claims an occupation of Ukraine is not in Russia's plans, but he's announcing military action against the Ukraine. So just breaking news there. And of course, tonight, unfortunately, I've been forced to dedicate the monologue to what's going on in Ukraine and, of course, how that impacts the world. So we have that to look forward to. But that, in a sense, was a blessing for me because it gives me more time to kind of get my head together to try and explain what I wanted to explain, which was basically geomorphology, and I'll get back to elements of global morphology on Sunday, hopefully, if we don't have a nuclear exchange or something. And, so let's all enjoy our company now while we have the opportunity with each other, and treasure what time we have. I don't think it's going to get that bad at all, but certainly we're in for what's going to turn into very likely a global war. Not necessarily nuclear exchanges at the strategic level, but somewhere along the line, probably some tactical nukes are going to get punted around. They were in the original Russian invasion of Ukraine, by the way, for those who don't know. So the Russians had no qualms in deploying them in theater. And that was back when we had a individual who, as I said, was quite the expert in that field. And I interviewed him on my old program, Revolution Radio. And he was this guy who's they lost his records in the military, and he was effectively homeless. And as soon as he was on my show, they rediscovered his records and put him on a military disability program. And after that, then he came on my show and just sabotaged everything by saying absolutely nothing and wasting everybody's time, because that was what he was under orders to do, or he'd get all his benefits revoked again. They'd lose his records again and all that shit. So it was just, these are how people are bought out in the military. Everybody's bought out because they're all reliant on military benefits and the military welfare check. So you can't trust any of them. They're completely bought and paid for. So with that being said, move on from there. But
isn't this the quintessential historical timeline, right? Congratulations, you survived a pandemic, and now we'll reward you with World War III.
Yeah. Yeah.
Disease, war, crisis. I mean, it's almost predictable now.
I guess
the patriarchal control freaks just have to keep us distracted.
Yeah, by the way, I agree with that completely in the sense. First off, Jojo, you're absolutely right. And let's go right for the jugular. Yes, it is the fucking patriarchy. I mean, look at these assholes. Putin personifies that. We brought that up last time. You've got this homophobic idiot who is on the verge of launching a fourth world war, because I've always argued the Cold War is historically going to ultimately be recognized as what was a third world war. And he's ready to launch a fourth, and the idiot was taking time to sit down and emphasize in front of his slave circuited media machine what he felt were the proper roles for gender. I mean, it was preposterous. This is a person whose priorities are obviously no longer rational, and yet it's his saying what he did really does put it into perspective for us. This is one of the reasons why he's invading Ukraine, is he honestly feels the West is has a homosexual agenda, and they're going to basically introduce this concept that you don't have to be a man or a woman, that you can be one or the other or neither or whatnot. And this to him is an existential threat. This to him is the threat to the human species. And so
ballistic Bupa is the threat.
Yes.
Let me just say something about that. Is that, because I mentioned this the other day, is that this was a big deal of the European Union in allowing Romania to become a part of the European Union. And the two issues were they had to accept homosexuality as a legitimate form of expression, I guess is what you would say. That wasn't their words. It would not be condemned, and they also had to accept not killing the Christmas pig. And the Romanians would relent on the homosexuality, but not on the Christmas pig. So they let let them keep killing the ritual killing of the Christmas pig. But the Romanians were, okay, they accepted homosexuality, although the church is very much against it.
Of course.
And also, what I would say, it's more, as they say, homosexuality is not big in Romania, unless it's being done by the higher echelon, whatever. But I don't know relationship between Putin and the Russian Orthodox Church. There's got to be some relationship there. There has to be. I don't know how much whether it's bad or whether it's good.
It's simply a propaganda relationship that they feed off each other. Just to put this into some perspective for you as quickly as possible, Vladimir Putin makes a big deal of having gone to church once in a while. I mean, but this is like, when you see any U.S. president going to church, it's not because of anything other than for show. They make sure all the cameras are there. They walk out with a Bible in their hands. This is like what Clinton did after the various sex scandals to show that he was contrite. And in terms of Putin, it's nothing like that. It's more like just basically along the lines of the Italian Godfather going to the Roman Catholic Church. It's just something that's done to show that you're basically upholding the cultural edifice. But in terms of what he does for the church, that's what's slave circuited the church to him. You talk about the patriarchy. The Russian Orthodox Church is just a shithole of beard-wearing assholes who want to maintain total control over the concept of what your life is. And, of course, they have no say in Russian culture because after communism, the overwhelming majority, and I mean everybody in Russia, is godless. Nobody's going to the Russian Orthodox churches any more than they did under communism, where the churches actually thrived more because they had an underground allure. Whereas now, since they're open and you can go without some kind of concern of repercussions, nobody goes. And so when they've done surveys and they've interviewed Russians, something like less than 5% of them have ever cracked open a Bible. None of them even know what's in it. So this is not a religious nation. But what the church gets out of Putin is they said, we want to make it legal that a man can beat and kill his wife. By the way, I'm not saying this facetiously or as some kind of casual stupid statement. This is literally what they have asked of Putin, and this is what he's given them. He's made it legal for a man to beat and kill his wife, and there will be no repercussions. They've demanded that a woman be considered property in Russia, and Vladimir Putin has instituted property laws concerning women. So all women are now property of their husbands, and they have no right to report to the police when they're beaten. And if they are, they'll be returned to the husband so he can punish them. So this was set up by the Russian Orthodox Church. Now, the good news is that the Exarchate in Constantinople, because what happened was that when the Turks conquered Byzantium, with the fall of Byzantium, of course, and I've gone into this in great depth before, this was obviously a pivotal occurrence in human history. So without going too deep into that right now, when the Turks conquered Byzantium, the world changed. But they obviously converted all of the major, that used to be the capital of Eastern Orthodoxy. So if they had any version of a papacy, it was back then. But when the Muslims conquered Byzantium, they allowed for a kind of very modest office of the Exarchate. So the Orthodox churches, the Eastern Rite liturgical churches, descended from the old Greek tradition. They don't have a pope, but they have a moderate equivalent in an Exarchate who sits in what was Byzantium, and Constantinople is now Istanbul. And what happened was that when given a choice between the Russians and the Ukrainians, and just so people understand this, you have various national Orthodox churches in the Eastern world. So you have the Syrian Orthodox, Ethiopian Orthodox, Romanian Orthodox, Bulgarian Orthodox, and it hasn't been recognized officially yet, but there is a Macedonian Orthodox Church. And some of these things can take hundreds of years to be officially recognized because churches, of course, have lifespans of thousands of years. But when it came to their recent decisions, they basically excommunicated the Russian Orthodox Church. So what happened was the exarchate in Byzantium had a choice between the Ukraine and Russia, and the exarchate in Constantinople chose Ukraine because Ukraine is actually much older than Russia. That was originally what was Russia, was Kievan Rus, which was capital in what is now the capital of Ukraine. So they took the ancient cradle of Slavic civilization and recognized it over that of Russia. And so the Russian church is now like its own cult, basically. That's the only thing it's got. It's like the mullahs in Iran, and so that's what you've got going on in Russia. It's just sick. So all of this needs to fall apart, and Putin's helping it fall apart by, kickstarting a global war. The reason I can say that so casually with such confidence is because, of course, I'll go into it in analysis tonight. It's basically it can't stop here at this point. The idiot thought he could stop it here just by it was like Jameson Rees said, he couldn't stop now. He'd been poised for so long he had to do something. So he thought maybe he could do this, which was just occupy those little insurgent areas and declare he's recognizing them. But let's not go into that right now. I can go into that tonight in monologue, and right now with Jojo in our company, we could speak of far more, shall we say, relevant things in terms of what's going on that matters in the more current sense of how we can appreciate the lives we have. And with that, how did we, not that I want to go back there at all, I'm afraid to ask the question because I don't want to go back there, but how did we get involved with Crowley in the first place? It was somebody was but then once that's answered, if there's no answer for that, that's fine too.
The thing that I don't remember how he got brought up, but the thing that really amused me the most about Crawley was the people that were associated with him, like Sammy Davis Jr.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
There's pictures of them together. I started to come across these pictures of just him with these, what I thought, wholesome faces of the time. And then these pictures pop up. And, as I started to look into Aquino, because of the transmissions, the people that had taken pictures with him. These pictures are documented for whatever reasons. It could have been like, hey, they met for the first time at a nightclub and took a picture. But it's the same with Jeffrey Epstein and pictures with Bill Clinton, or, it's documented evidence.
Yeah. Yeah. And by the way, honey, so when you say Sammy Davis Jr., what you're really talking about is the Magus Antons Andor LaVey, of course, and Michael Aquino. Crowley was dead by that point when Sammy Davis Jr., I think, sank to his nadir, where he decided he was going to sell his soul to Satan and shit because converting to Judaism didn't work for him, whatever he expected from that. I have no idea what he expected from that, but whatever he expected, he didn't get it. And then he said he was, going... after that, he went, shall we say, for Brand X. And when he went to Brand X, then you saw him hanging out with those guys, and it wasn't like he would deny it. At that point, he was very open about it. He was very open about being Satanist, and but like you said about Epstein, and what does that bring to mind? It was he was. That brought up something else to mind, and I just lost it. But that's okay.
Think of that. Sammy Davis Jr. said publicly many, many times that Dianetics saved his life.
That too. I guess he was trying everything. Holy shit.
Well, it said it saved his life. He didn't keep practicing it, but it saved his life when he had his car crash. I believe he got some therapy. He lost his eye, and
That's how he lost his eye.
Not from Dianetics. He got a car crash, I think, on the way back from Las Vegas, and I think he was recuperating at Sinatra's house, and I think that's where somehow he got involved with Dianetics. I had heard Frank Sinatra had a very maybe slight encounter with it. It was probably during that time period, and but it's like it relieved the trauma, and he figured out he could keep going with an eye patch, and then he just glass eye, and he was very successful as an entertainer, but he was also very addicted to alcohol and dope. Whereas Frank took his alcohol. I don't know if he took dope, but he was in much better control of it than Sammy was. And of course, but with reference to Crowley, it's very important to know the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, and Led Zeppelin, about every what's his name?
All those guys were into Crowley,
David Bowie, and they weren't, David Bowie didn't even know how to pronounce his name, so he was kind of decrying his. I saw a video. He was decrying his fascination with Crowley. They didn't really know what they were doing. Many of them. Mick Jagger produced films for Kenneth Anger and starred in some. They were campy, magical films. And of course, he did Sympathy for the Devil, the Stones. It's like, what the hell were they doing? The Beatles, Ringo Starr, used to, even recently, I say the last 10 or 20 years, he'd go on some talk show and he'd put up a V, vertical man. People, you must remember vertical man. Vertical man. People think of man. What is it? He's going up. He's going down, sideways. But why can't mankind go upward? Vertical man. And he puts the big V. You can read about vertical man in Crowley's book, Magic Theory and Practice. I like to say vertical man, like Ringo did. But they all studied that, and of course they were heavily laden with drugs, all of those rock stars.
No, well, just like Crowley was. But go on. All these people were obviously, they were into the dark arts, and it was a factor in their success. There's no denying that. I mean, this is what prompted a MK Ultra product, like who was that idiot who shot John Lennon? I forget his name, but
Mark David Chapman.
Yeah, there we are. Mark, I could never remember that. But of course, he had three
names. All the assassins or alleged assassins have three names: Lee Harvey Oswald, James Earl Ray, Sirhan Bashar Sirhan.
Yes.
You hear all three names.
Yes. Yeah, always. Yeah, they're never without the three names, and like I said, there's a certain
John Wilkes Booth.
Yes. And in terms of when it came to like what Jojo was saying earlier about seeing Sammy Davis Jr. carousing with these people, and again, for some reason that taunts me now. I'm trying to remember what it was that came to my mind. Again, it had something to do with my working with Aquino, and obviously, Jojo, I'm presuming you never heard of Aquino before my transmissions, right?
No, I had not.
Okay, you weren't missing anything. And
except some serious eyebrows.
Yes. Oh my God. Yeah, he certainly had them. And there's another guy who was much shorter than most people would realize. Just like he was probably about Deepak Chopra's size, and to tell you the truth. And so Lilith was pretty short too. It's these people, they grow in our imaginations, and we think of them as being much bigger than they actually are, simply because of their impact on people's lives. But
I feel like just from my clinical background and psychology. So what happens when whatever thousands of years ago, when they were going to change astrology to astronomy and alchemy to chemistry, and strip away our sovereignty, disempower our divinity, until it became a time where everyone's walking around and not even conscious of who we are as an I am presence. And the gap that had occurred with this separation now opened the gates of hell for people to find that divinity or power through these dark arts. Mm-hmm. If we had not been stripped away of the knowledge of who we are from the beginning, I don't know if it would have been as prevalent, because it was so disempowering. As humans, they're flopping around like fish, just trying to get a leg up, or, you know, compared, you know, their manhood, because they're short and they're swinging around dicks. Who has the most magic?
Yeah.
But I feel like this started very long ago when the powers that be just put a knee on our neck, right?
Yeah. Yes. I appreciate what you're saying. By the way, your birthday is just not the day before, but the day before Emperor Hirohito's birthday. So just so you know.
Oh,
yeah. So when you're reading
lovely.
Yes. So when you're reading when you're reading the Roswell Deception, that should bring that closer to home for you. And so when the American peace treaty with Japan went into effect, was the birthday Eve day, or the day before Hirohito's birthday, and the day after yours, the day after your own.
Wow.
Yeah. And by the way, you're only about 48 hours after Serbian Orthodox Easter, too. So Serbian Orthodox Easter is, the Sunday of April, usually on April 24th. And so then your birthday is right between Serbian Orthodox Easter and about, the 48 hours thereafter, and about 24 hours before Emperor Hirohito's birthday. So you're right there in this sacred space. And that's...
when's your birthday, Douglas? Do you share that?
Oh, yeah, I've shared that often enough.
October 20th.
Yeah, it's October 20th.
Okay.
Yeah, 10/20.
So you're a Libra.
Yeah.
Yeah, my child and my father are Libras, and I adore Libras.
Yes, that's why we get along so well.
That makes so much sense.
Yeah, and it makes so much sense for your child because, of course, I'm going to use the gender-neutral pronoun of "je," so I kind of prefer that to they and them. For those of you who are unfamiliar with it, the gender-neutral pronoun of "sie" and "ze," you'd think it was pronounced like that. It really isn't, because it's spelled "xe" or "xir" in place of he or she or his or her. And the X is actually pronounced as AZH, kind of like in the word azure. So it would be more like "je" or "je." And of course, this is like a lot for people to be, life's already hard enough, and to have to learn that, I can understand why a lot of people are just not down with it. But I'll refer to the lovely JoJo's ballistic boopas with these more gender-neutral pronouns, as opposed to they and their, because it just doesn't, I really don't like using that. And so she, being a Libra, is perfect. It makes perfect sense because she's balanced between both genders. Of course, I'm slurring the G, so that comes out sounding like she. That's not how I meant it to sound.
And that's the exact thing I wrote to the school in the first correspondence, is said, Alana may be tapping into this Libra
energy
persona, where it's really hard for Alana to pick between things. Everything has to be balanced. The friends all have to get along. Who do I serve first? These kind of internal conflicts in having to choose between, to divide anything. It has to be equal and just.
Yeah, yes, that's right. And of course, we're also the only inanimate object on the zodiacal spectrum.
That's right. Yeah.
I have a question, Douglas.
Uh-huh.
It's about this invasion of Ukraine.
Uh-huh.
As I look through the article here, it's kind of weird. Yeah, they're invading it, but they say they're not going to occupy it. They just want to stop the Ukrainians' military. But let me ask you this. If the United States wanted to, I guess, in other words, let me put it from this perspective.
Sure.
If I was Joe Biden and I wanted to stop this Russian attack, which it is, I would, based upon what I know, and you can clarify this because you will know more than I do, I would unleash drone attacks from hell on the Russian army. I wouldn't announce it. I wouldn't want the press to know about it. I would just do it. And my question would be, is that successful? Could the Russians see the drones? Could the Russians and could they just bomb the hell out of the Russians if I wanted to stop the attack? Drone technology, smart technology that maybe the Russians don't have to the extent the U.S. does. What's your comment on that?
Oh, I'd say that's quite realizable. That's doable, literally just like that. For those of you who don't know, the Russians, of course, are very dependent on Western technology, and a lot of the modern equipment, whether it's the tanks or whether it's the helicopters or their jets, I mean, a lot of this is chip technology. And where does that come from? Well, the Russians aren't producing any of it. It comes out of mostly South Korea and Taiwan in particular, which is, of course, one of the reasons China wants to invade Taiwan. Chips are the new oil. Really. And so the Russians basically have a very fragile military ecosystem, and it can be choked off quite easily. As a matter of fact, one of the ironies is the ignorance of people who, when you see a lot of people who are speaking against the war, saying that warmongers in America seem to be just salivating for another war, and this is so the defense contractors can make big money. They have no idea what the hell they're saying. They're talking out of their ass. It was the defense contractors who came to Biden begging him, don't do anything against Russia, please, because they are up to their ass in military contracts with fucking Russia, who they're selling all of their equipment to. So they can't honor those contracts if Biden is launching all these sanctions, and they're going to lose a lot of money. So this is where Putin's money goes, is into buying advanced weaponry from the United States. So there you have that. It's part of the insanity of the whole system setup. I mean, now America's just as vulnerable in its own way, which is incredibly stupid. And this is a case of social Darwinism all over again. It's their uniforms, their shoes, and so much of what they have at the basics level is manufactured in communist China. So a lot of that has had to change. You've got the world realigning itself, but nobody's really ready, and it would take years to rearrange supply chains so that people would be a bit more balanced out, with Russia getting more from China in exchange for its natural resources, and America getting more from other places than China, etc. But right now the world is very interlocked in vulnerability. So one of the big problems with the kind of war that will likely erupt based on what's happening now is the fact that all societies, to a good enough degree, or to a large enough degree where we're all going to feel it, we're all going to collapse to an extent, just based on our dependence on each other. So yeah, all that Biden needs to do is give the order, and just to give people an idea of how this can turn out. you had the Wagner Group, which has nothing to do with Germany, has to do with some Russian oligarch who happens to like Wagner as a musical thematic, and he named his mercenary group Wagner. He's like the Blackwater of Russia. And he had all kinds of Wagner mercenaries in Syria. And then what happened was that the way they would motivate the mercenaries was that they would get a cut in shares if they took over certain oil production sites in various parts of Syria and Iraq. And so they were attacking into the Kurdistan region, and the Americans had bases there at the time to help the Kurds fight off ISIS. And then this huge Russian mercenary army comes charging to try and conquer this oil productive facility in Kirkuk, or one of the regions of Kurdistan. And the Americans responded with drones, and the drones just annihilated the Russians. It was like 1,000 were killed within minutes. So yes, the Russians do not have this technology. They're very far behind, and so it's just a question of more or less the West is scared of no reason. What everyone is afraid of is that the Russians might have some nukes that are still working or something like that, and that would be enough to really ruin anybody's day. But it's not like full all-out nuclear exchange is really even possible. It never was.
Another question. Is I assume that Russia's military, if you're talking about ground troops, because this is what it seems to be about, primarily, with obviously explosions and stuff, are much superior to Ukraine's, correct?
Yeah, the Russians would be far superior to Ukraine's. Now, here's where the irony comes in, and it's just nothing short of tragedy. When Ukraine became independent with the collapse of the Soviet Union, again, you're talking about what is, in terms of land area, the largest nation in Europe. So they were automatically the largest nation in Europe, and because that was considered a vital strategic area, they had basically more nukes than you can imagine. They had the third largest nuclear arsenal in the world was in Ukraine. They had one of the largest fleets in the world. They had the Black Sea Fleet. So they had it all. They were effectively an overnight superpower. And in the heady confidence, the intoxication of feeling that communism was gone and that the world was free, they gave all their nukes back to Russia for a promise that Russia would leave them territorially intact and respect their sovereignty. They surrendered their fleet to Russia. So
that's pretty ridiculous.
It's beyond insane. Beyond insane. They gave everything to Russia for the promise that Russia would never attack them. And Russia has done nothing but attack them ever since, using the very ships and nukes. Because, as I said, nukes were deployed in the original invasion back in 2014.
What did they get from Russia for doing that?
They got promises that Russia would leave them alone.
Well, they'd leave them alone anyway if they had that stuff. It's like...
Yeah, that's the whole point. Yes, they should have just kept that, and Russia would have left them alone. But no, that's the insanity, the intoxication of the world the way it was after the collapse of the Soviet Union. They felt that they would become part of the West and enter NATO, and the West wouldn't have them. I mean, it's just nothing short of a tragedy.
So the West would never accept them into NATO?
It's not that the West wouldn't have, but the West just kept taking its time, and then by the time that the West was considering it, it was too late. The Russians were... You see, what NATO's conditions are this, that if you're involved in a war, you have to end the war before you're allowed into NATO. So the moment that Ukraine began to turn towards NATO and said, okay, now we'd like to enter, the Russians attacked. So then NATO couldn't accept them. You see what I'm saying? So then NATO said, well, at this point, you have to win your war with Russia, and then we'll let you in. And so at that point, they couldn't win. And so this is the insane.
That's stupid.
just the whole thing. Yes, you're left just weeping. So Jojo has entered a image into our text. Explosions heard across Ukraine after Vladimir Putin announces special military operation. Like, I'm tempted to make that joke Special Olympics, but it's just too vicious against people who are developmentally challenged. So, I mean, you're dealing with, on all sides, nobody was behaving sanely. But you don't understand why the Ukrainians did that was because the people who were running Ukraine at the time after the collapse of the Soviet Union were Communist Party apparatchiks and hacks. So these were people who were still part of the old nomenclatura, the old Communist Party. And so they were just like, in other words, the Ukrainian people had no choice in this. They were never consulted. It was the Communist Party hacks that were running Ukraine at the time of the collapse of the Soviet Union that pulled all this shit. And therefore, the Ukrainian people then found themselves naked and defenseless. So over the years, they've been building up a military while under constant attack. The miracle is that they haven't been overrun. But then again, you're talking about they have a population that's equal to that of France. So you're talking about, or rather Spain. They have a land area that is larger than France in Europe, and they have a population that is equal to that of Spain. So it's not like Russia was invading a place like Syria, which was devastated by years of civil war and had a much smaller population. It's not like Russia in Georgia and these other places. I'll describe the parallels later tonight in monologue. But yeah, basically Russia's had a hard time of it with Ukraine. They haven't been able to take it, and so now Putin wants to accomplish this before he dies or something. And with Xi Jinping, it's kind of like that same kind of mania. They're presidents for life, and yet they seem to understand that they're not going to live forever. So they want to get this done as soon as possible, and either that or take the world down with them. They really don't care. That much is obvious. So there you have that. We're now truly dealing with madmen. There's no other word for it. When you think about everything they do, none of it is logical, and they only trip themselves up. But so in terms of what Biden is doing, I still feel he's very much a wimp, but it would have been problematic no matter what, and hopefully the West can get its act together. As I'll bring up in monologue tonight, the good news is at least United Germany has axed Nord Stream 2. So that, by the way, that is, the Germans have just condemned hundreds, if not thousands, of Germans to death by doing that. This winter, I can guarantee you, tens of thousands of Germans will die. More than likely, it will be the Syrian immigrants and the Islamic refugees who might not be living in places where the heat will be that accessible. But there's going to be no gas heating German homes this winter, and it's going to be a killer winter. And all of that gas was going to come from Russia, and the Germans have cut that off. But if it makes Americans feel any better, you're going to have tens of thousands die here too, and that'll just be because of the gas. No one's going to be able to afford gas to run generators in hospitals where there's going to be overflowing COVID cases. Nobody's going to have the gas to run ambulances or fire engines to respond to emergencies that are going to happen in the United States, because whatever you're looking at with the gas now, that's going to increase by 2-3 times in terms of price. It's people aren't going to be able to go to work because they won't be able to pay for the gas. That, and the rents are going up for people who don't have rent control. I mean, I of course have rent control in San Francisco because of my own situation. Not everybody in San Francisco has that, but I'm in a situation where I do. But so this war, it's going to kill people on the home fronts, no matter where you are. This is why you had the president of Kenya stand up and shout the Russians down. because he's well aware that people are going to die in Kenya too because of what's going on. So I'll go a bit into that later, what he had to say. But definitely the world as we know it is changing, and it'll be a hard time, and hopefully we'll come out better at the other end. I'll try and maintain as optimistic a stance on this as possible throughout monologue tonight to let people know that we've just got to understand that you can't, shall we say, give in to feelings of despair. And I'm just so glad for Paula that she's out of Romania right now. Obviously, they're on the front lines, and it'll be interesting to see how they respond.
Well, I will say something about Romania. In fact, I think the two of us might be better off in Romania, save for survival. I mean, right. We'll make a better living here. But I'm talking with the quality of the nature and the food. This is what I have to say about Romania. And Romania joined NATO right after the discovery in the Bucegi Mountains as written by Radu Sinamar. It was unmistakable date coincidence. Wow. So if this is what he says it is, well, it's obvious. It's America is going to protect Romania at all costs. It's a member of NATO. Romania will be fiercely defended by at least three sources. There would be Romania itself. It's not an unformidable army. The United States has bases on there, and all of NATO, and the Solomonari themselves. That they're going to protect that area. And Putin has made comments. Romania will be taken far more seriously from the Ukraine than the Ukraine, if only, and it borders the Ukraine, by the way. Yes. And so, but that's really crossing the line, because they're going to be extended by taking that. So I wouldn't expect Romania. Of course, Romania is very much interested in what's going on in the Ukraine because it's so close to them, right, bordering the northern part of Romania. Yes. But I don't think, I think they will be protected fiercely.
I agree. Yes, no, I mean, they've always been very protected, and they have different factors that help them out. So certainly, I can see why you would say that Paula and yourself might be better off there than here right now.
I don't. Well, but it's because of, I contemplated, and I even told her. I said, if I ever had children, I would want them to grow up a significant amount of time in Transylvania, because of the purity of the food, the air, the energy. Because when you see what's going on in America, in fact, I spoke to a neighbor of mine who told me that she knows so many of her friends who have kids in their 30s, even up to 50, and they're not making it in life. In other words, you can understand somebody in their 20s or even early 30s, quote unquote, living in their parents' basement. Or,
yes, my favorite term. Right.
Well, or not exactly that, but in situations, she said, where they, you talked about people making six figures, living 4 to 6 in a house, and paying, the exorbitant rents in San Francisco while using the Google campus for their life. And she was talking about kids in Long Island where the rents aren't as exorbitant, living 4, 5, 6 to a house, and I'm not talking about a big house, and not making it, and then also having these lifestyles where they pay their phone before they pay the rent, they order Uber out, or order Uber in rather, and eat, too much. In other words, they're spending money. They don't cook. I mean, if you're eating out every night, it's gonna
believe me.
eat up
Let me
your
put
food
this.
budget.
Yeah, let me put this into some context for people. There was this one poor son of a bitch I knew who was, as I said, when I was working with the Department of Defense and trying to, ultimately my dream was to transfer into a think tank. I mean, this is old hat for old listeners by now. They know what my dream was at that time. And I was really into the geek trip of wargaming. And I'm not talking about like you would see in the stupid movie War Games. I have as much contempt for that film. And believe it or not, there was actually a sequel to that film. But just so people know, that has nothing to do with what I was imagining based on what I knew, which was men like Herman Kahn, who were using basically board gaming to strategically simulate, in other words, try to game out various conflicts that they felt had potential to occur. And these were like oftentimes limited to unlimited nuclear exchanges, all kinds of various different scenarios. This was the kind of bizarre world I had wanted to get into. So I was very fascinated with the historical and military wargaming. And then, of course, you meet hobbyists. You meet people who do this as an avocation. And these were people who like just took themselves into producing miniatures and the like of Civil War ironclads or the like. So I knew this one poor dope, just an example of what can happen with somebody in that arena who became addicted to gaming, and through him I acquired a number of beautiful miniatures that were just painted by someone who, along with his father, took the time to do just that. But this individual was trying to start a company in which he was producing Civil War ironclad miniatures of these Civil War ships that were very futuristic for their time and still fascinating in the kind of hull compartments, the shapes of their hulls that developed, etc. He called it Bay Area Yards, and I don't remember his name, but he was living with a bunch of other guys, and they were all living together in the same home. And because they were supposed to do research for me and dig up a bunch of these old war games that I was looking for that the U.S. government had released after they had redacted all of the, the secret parts, the stuff that was considered classified, they just, like good capitalists, released them onto the public for sale so that hobbyists could game them out. The company that was primarily responsible for that was SPI, or Simulations Publications Incorporated, run by a man who I considered a hero, James Dunnigan, or someone I looked up to and wanted to emulate, until, I met him personally and found out all about him and realized all of this was just, a scam he was running, like all of them were with the think tank, where they were just using the taxpayer for everything, telling them about the boundless Soviet threat that they all knew wasn't a threat at all, that the Soviet Union, everybody knew, was on the verge of collapse, and this was back in the 80s. But when it came to the games I was looking for, these guys were supposed to look for them for me online, because I was still very much stuck in the 20th century and knew very little about using a computer, was not comfortable using one, and all my experiences with trying to learn, people giving me their hand-me-downs, it was all just horrible experiences. It was never a positive, and it was always just resulted in more junk accumulating around the house, bits and pieces of computers that were worthless by the time I got them. But so these guys I was paying to find things for me, and they had gotten into their own hole they had dug, where anyhow, like typically a bunch of loner losers, there was no females around them, of course. They were just living a gamer's world where they were like living with their cats, and so the place just stank. Just the moment the door opened, and the stench of the cat urine would overwhelm you. But they were expending the man's inheritance. He inherited the home, he had inherited a bunch of money from his parents, and he had started this stupid business that was never going to sell anything because it's too limited a venue that anyone would be interested in. And it was kind of like the guy I had as a guest on my program a few times, named Keith Johansson, who was producing these beautiful miniatures he had a professional sculptor work on for his Japanese spacecraft kind of military campaign, because the Japanese had been projecting a kind of war in space on television, and they called it Battleship Yamato was the name of that whole franchise. And he based this miniatures line off that. It was a real seller while that series was showing on American television. But then, of course, after that, it died off because there was no television series advertising the product, in effect. So these things have these limited runs that these men, I guess, all thought was going to be around forever. And they just, whereas I had always looked at these things as kind of a form of archaeology, these people had banked their futures on it. And so this one idiot lost all his money, but a lot of his money was spent ordering pizzas every night. So, I mean, the time that I was dealing with him, they would have pizzas come to the door, and they're ordering pizzas for basically 3 to 4 guys living in the house. And so that's like, these are large pizzas. So you're talking about just $100 right there every night that these guys were expending. And so it wasn't long before he was forced to sell his home and move into someone else's as a renter, because they expended all of their inheritance and his business wasn't making any money. It was just pathetic. It was wretched. It was just, that is like, well, there you go, predictable. And so there you go. Hopefully that puts some context into what you're talking about. There's no way you can last when you're ordering out. Yeah, when you're ordering Uber, when you're ordering the meals coming to your home, it's all your money's going into that. That's like paying rent for an extra apartment.
Well, yes, and see, the other situation is, when I was young, you could pump gas, get a job pumping gas, and get an apartment. And it wouldn't be a nice apartment, but it would be an apartment.
Yeah.
And the job wasn't a great paying job, but it could afford an apartment and a life. This cannot be done anymore. You can get a job at Amazon. You can make $19, $20 an hour, and it's not going to go very far.
No.
You're going to have to get a share or some sort of situation. So the entryway into having a life is challenging. Now we're in a situation where they're hard up for personnel, corporations, and they do pay more. But even though they pay more, it's still not enough. I mean, you can eke out a single apartment, but you're in a situation where you're eking out a life. And this person was also saying how many people of her friends that were retired that were living on Social Security, and that's it. And people who are, and these like 30, like people in their 30s who are not fully mature in terms of being able to fend for themselves. It's even reaching up into the 40s and 50s.
Oh God, yes. I think it's
and so, yeah, it's like it gave me a little bit more insight into the poverty ranks of America, and it's kind of a hidden thing.
I don't see it's how it's hidden anymore. I mean, this is the pervasive condition.
Well, I will say, if, for example, when the homelessness started in the Obama administration, that's when it really started happening. It was very taboo to talk about it. You didn't talk about it. They'd come down on you hard, and then we had a community of homeless people sprout up on the parkways. In Long Island, we have these parkways. Commercial vehicles are not allowed on them, only, people in cars, or could be an SUV as long as it's not commercial license plates. No trucks. And these things have trees. They're lined with trees, so it looks pretty. Now, maybe 30 yards beyond the trees are just one thin layer, so they look like you're flying through the tree or driving through the trees, but the trees are very limited. It's just to make it look pretty and all of that. But where these trees are, homeless people started to gather, and
Yes.
camp out and whatnot. And I don't know what happened.
But by the way, just to verify what Peter's talking about, just this morning we had 1 dead and 3 injured in a San Francisco freeway homeless encampment fire. So it was an early morning fire that roared through a homeless encampment nestled in a void under a San Francisco freeway. That was I know the San Francisco Fire Department responded to smoke and flames below the Bosworth Street on-ramp to southbound I-280 in the city's Glen Park neighborhood at 12:26 a.m. in the morning. So when the arriving crews got there, they had to force their way into an enclosed void under the freeway where a group of homeless had set up a makeshift living space. So 3 adults were pulled out and rushed to San Francisco Memorial Hospital in critical condition, and a 4th adult was pulled from the space but died on scene. So whatever the cause is, it remains under investigation. But understand that temperatures had plunged into the 30s overnight in San Francisco. So it's quite conceivable the residents had simply built a fire to keep warm and it got out of control. But interestingly enough, since the deaths happened on what's deemed to be state property, the California Highway Patrol is going to lead the investigation. So back to Peter with that. But this,
so what I was saying is, New York, or I should say the county, Nassau County, where I lived, did an excellent job of getting these people removed from the parkways. I don't know what they did to them. I don't know if they put them in a crematorium and burned them. I don't know if they put them in a homeless shelter, if they put them, or if they, put them on buses and shipped them to Salt Lake City. I don't know what they did, but they did a very effective job of getting them off of the parkways where they would have appeared to be menacing or undesirable to the tax-paying public with homes. Now, I don't. New York is a pretty quote-unquote good state when it comes to public programs and welfare. It's a very democratic state, and even when it wasn't, it's good about social welfare. Now, is it really good about social welfare? No, but compared to most states, it is. It's just a comment on the homeless situation. Now, I don't know what it's like in LA now, which they had a huge homeless, but if they don't show it on TV, you don't see it, you don't know about it. And what do you do with this burgeoning homeless population? The immigrants have a better shot than the homeless people who haven't made it in society. When they were doing the tents back, 12, 13 years ago, people were selling their McMansions because they couldn't afford them. They lost their homes, their 6-figure jobs. They had a nest egg of some sort, might not be as much as $1 million, and they would go live in tents because they could live cheaply down in Florida, down in warm weather areas. And this was something they didn't want anybody to know about. These were people who were, maybe they didn't have to be homeless, but they didn't have incomes, so they were saving all their pennies and living in tents. They weren't, I guess what you'd say, poor homeless, but they were,
conditional homeless.
Weird culture. Go ahead.
I said conditional homeless, yeah.
Yeah, now there's also homeless people in Romania that I had met through this girl, Karen, who is a friend of Jennifer Williams, who will sometimes tune into this show and has written to you. And I think she asked me if I remembered her. Yes, how could I forget Jennifer?
Oh, yes, and let's remind our friend, I will try and get to his, Peter Moon forwarded myself an email from the wonderful individual who sent me another $100 contribution, and I will try to respond to that this Sunday. He
wanted to make it clear that the donation had nothing to do with the questions or you answering his questions. Okay. And you're by no means obligated to answer his questions. And he wanted you to know that. And I said, if somebody gave me gave me personally $100 and wanted me to answer some questions, I would be inclined to answer them.
Yes.
But I would be inclined to answer them because it's a, it's a nice gesture on my part for somebody who contributed to one of the programs I'm doing or something. I would be inclined to answer them. So I said, so yes, feel free to answer them, but just know that there were no conditions put on that by him. And but with regards to this woman, Karen was very friendly with the gypsy culture in Romania, and she showed me pictures of them. She said, "Don't, I can't share these pictures. These people are very prideful," and they were people living in a shanty. Would have been an upgrade. Because they had blankets out in nature. It was not very encouraging. They were not, none of the gypsies I saw were the dark-skinned gypsies. They just look like regular people living in a very humble situation.
Right.
And they have their own culture and whatnot. There are other gypsy homes I have seen in the county or whatever it's called of Hunadora. This is in Transylvania, or in the town of Deva, and they are where Paula used to live, and they are like literal mansions, and they're usually a very bright color, sort of a stucco yellow, bright, not the boring yellow you'd see in America, or some other color. And whoever built these homes, these gypsy kings or whatever, they had to have a lot of money to build them, and you'd see gypsies. So I remember seeing this one gypsy girl. She was very beautiful, blonde, didn't look like your stereotypical gypsy. The dress looked gypsy, and somebody said that's a gypsy, and she's walking from that mansion or back to it, where they have their own homes. Obviously, these people aren't poor. I've seen starving gypsies, but the homeless, so many darn homeless people in the world that anybody who has a sustenance and a regular home is so far ahead of so many people in the world. And those who do have a lot of, I guess what you'd say, assets or disposable cash or means to buy are very fortunate indeed. And we sometimes forget how fortunate we are, even those of us who are not that fortunate, because but you're still living in a home, you have internet, you have food, even if it's not enough food. Very fortunate, and that is one of the most effective psychological ploys you can engage for your personal self, is to look around your world and recognize the blessings that you have. Recognize the blessings that you have. This is the idea of saying grace before you eat,
Yes.
which becomes sort of a rote ritual. I used to get a lot of charge when I was, a teenager of saying grace at the table, only as a way to needle my brother and sister. Because, our family was not a religious family. And I think my father would only say grace on holidays or something. But I'd say, oh, would you like me to say grace? Oh boy, you'd see them fuming. My brother and sister fuming, because, and they'd say, well, maybe he should say grace. But, whoa, that would be a good idea. No, it's just, and here I am using grace to needle my siblings. Because they're so needleable, and I'm not saying anything nasty to them. I'm not saying anything bad. I'm using I'm using Christianity to needle them. Why they get needled by it? I don't know. I guess because they knew I was being so insincere.
Right.
And also placating my parents, who were just so impressed to have me say grace. They were impressed, and I'm just like, pushing a button, and the brother and sister can see right through it, and it's like it's just they just sucker for the what they thought was some sort of adult stuff. So I'm saying that's that's not the proper way to say grace, or the proper way. But it's like the whole idea of saying grace is to be thankful for what you have. But even that gets ritualized and robotized, even if it's mostly sincere. It's like, if you can be thankful for what you have versus what you don't have or what other people don't have, it really is, it gives you more blessings. The recognitions of the blessings you do have gives you more blessings, and they can be extended to others. And it's really, it's called appreciation. And what I learned, and I wouldn't disagree with this one iota, what I learned in Scientology, Hubbard, it's like if people were in this was very technical, there were certain characteristics, but one of them was if they didn't have appreciation, this is clinical, it was tantamount to psychosis. Now, that doesn't mean complete psychosis, right, but it might be a chronic state of anxiety or depression, which would amount to psychosis. I don't appreciate it. Somebody who just growls about the condition, growls about this, growls about that, doesn't appreciate anything. It's not, it's not a healthy sign. Whether or not it's psychosis, I suppose, well, you could argue that it is, but whatever it is, it's not good. So it's like starts with an appreciation, even the small things. It's a very healthy way to go, in my opinion, wherever you're at. And then people who are wealthy, that can be very problematic. They can be very screwed up.
Yes.
Because even they don't even know how to give away their money. They don't know how to give it away so that it has a meaningful use on somebody. Some of them do. Some people do good works. It's very important that they do that they distribute, and it's like flowing energy through the body. You want the energy to flow through the body. You don't want it all stack up in one point and just sit there and, choke on itself.
Right.
It's kind of like how I went from tithing at the church to now tithing to Douglas Beachman.
Oh, honey, you're so wonderful.
I'm glad you brought that up, Jojo. And because this is a principle of Qigong. In Qigong, you want to tithe to yourself. You want to tithe to yourself. Now, that doesn't mean you put money in your bank account when you're already got, take money from your bank account and put it in a new bank account. It means tithing time to yourself, and tithing, 2.5 hours a day to yourself. Now, in Qigong, that would be predominantly Qigong, but that doesn't mean it would have to be, you'd have to be Qigong. You might go, that part of that yourself might be to go buy yourself new clothes, might be to go get yourself a massage, might be to do whatever. But you want to tithe 10% of your time to yourself. In certain cases, it might be pampering yourself, but basically it's making yourself more healthy with exercise, Qigong exercise in the context of Qigong. You want to tithe, and this is building yourself up, improving your life. Tithing to yourself is very important. Whether you're tithing to the church or somebody else, that's nice, as long as you're tithing to yourself. Very important. And the interesting thing, that was one of the reasons that enabled me to survive Scientology as well as I did. You had a right to 2.5 hours of study per day. That was your time. You could get processed, or what they call auditing, or you could do training. But that was your time. And most people wouldn't take it because they become martyrs to their work or something, or they just wouldn't do it. And I always did it. I insisted on it. And I always, because of my job, I encouraged other people to do it, but it was like pulling teeth. And if you, and when you would do it, it would increase your knowledge and perception, certainly of the environment you were in. You learned how to play the game better. You learned how to play your life better. And if you didn't do it, you'd end up in not a good place. So that was the same principle. Is like, you've got to be improving yourself. Hubbard said you've got to be improving yourself every day. He did it, at least to the best of his ability. And but people wouldn't do it because they're just stubborn, recalcitrant, or not doing what they should. And when Douglas is reading all the stuff he read in the Presidio, he read enough for a lifetime. He's constantly improving his education or knowledge. I'm sure he spends more than 2.5 hour days perusing stuff that he wants to or is interested in.
Yes. You know me too well. Yes, I did quite a bit of that once the invasion started. I had to review a lot coming in from Eastern Europe, and honestly, just having the both of you here on Wednesday nights is wonderful. I understand, of course, that Jojo teaches. How do I express this? Sunday school? Is that the way to describe it? Or school on Sunday?
Well, I guess it's a Sunday school that would not have been accepted in a normal Sunday school, right? And it happens at night instead of the morning.
Oh, cool! Like night church, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty much a curriculum that me and Steve came up with regarding miracle-minded forgiveness and Ascension Together. Pride's offering humanity high conscious healing, education, experiences. And in order to translate what we found very healing in our own practice was to just create our own school. Yes. Because, it's instead of going through proposals to higher education institutions, and who wants to be part of higher education institutions for the most part, right? So now we have all these alternatives.
Yes, go on. I mean, those things are just cash cows. I mean, they're awful. So yes, by all means, go on. Yeah.
So we have all these kind of alternative spiritual schools and mystery schools, and I those names are great, but I just prefer high conscious education, because anything outside of academia is soul work. It's introducing the soul to more knowledge and expanding consciousness. So that's what I do on Sunday nights, and it's in Rhode Island, so I have a little bit of a drive, but I do listen on the way back. It just wouldn't be stable for Skype.
Thank you. Oh, that's wonderful. I mean, oh my God. Honestly, I'm so glad so many people like yourself have come into my life, and this is what makes life worth living. Certainly, when I speak, when I do, of course, and as I said, I try to present the worst case scenario so we can all prepare, but certainly, as I said, I try to emphasize the positive as well. But so in a world like this, obviously Aaron's not with us right now. His child is much younger than yours. But in a world like this, as a parent, it must be, do you just kind of take it day by day and maintain your child's innocence as well as you can in a world where, I mean, say for instance, I take it that Bupa is going to eventually find out that there's a madman somewhere in the world who's sending armored columns into another country and might ask, what kind of stupid thing is going on now? How are you going to respond
Oh
to
gosh. I mean, at some point, she's going to read my book and realize her mom was a critically
that?
bad man, right?
She's
I
gonna
mean,
think that her mom's the coolest in the world. Come on, that's she's gonna say, "Oh,
yeah.
this is so cool." She's gonna say, "I never realized that mom was this far out." That's
But
so.
it starts in the home, and as long as I can uh, offer an influence of truth and knowledge and the opposite of what the schools and I'm going to use the word matrix, guys. That the matrix is trying to again separate us from our God self, our highest self, weaken us, make us vulnerable. Really, the most powerful magic there is remembering your divinity and coming into your highest self.
Yes.
So if I can be a reminder of that every day in the home, then I've done my job, right? And obviously, Bupa is going to have many different life experiences. Whatever her soul contract is here will be actualized. What helps me kind of be okay with everything, and work with people. Just, I think it's the Quran says, when you help one person, you help the whole of humanity.
Yes. Please.
And my Ascension Together emails, I'll end with, when one raises consciousness, we raise the consciousness of the collective. So, I'm very individual focused, class focused, group focused, because that's where I can do my part. It's interesting. I just had a client call me I had to look the word up, a polymath of transformation.
Oh, yes.
And I was, I in the moment, I had no idea what he was talking about. But I went and looked it up, and I was like, kind of taken back. It's more of a flattering thing than I think I could take the Webster's dictionary definition of it. But I get what he's saying, because what I do every day is, in 15, 20 minutes, what I call my discovery call, I ask the right questions, I find the pain points, and I know exactly what we're going to work on for 2 hours in hypnosis. And then with the consecutive weeks that follow, I just intuitively know what to offer each person to shed the dense energies so that they can ascend, right? And try to maintain a lighter frequency. The tithing to self is something that, I call it, with my clients, self-care. Almost none of these people have a self-care routine. It's just giving all their energy away to either their domestic relations or their job, the corporate world, just completely sucking themselves dry, and nothing is deposited into their own bank account, their energetic bank account.
Well, you see,
So,
this is why it was so important you had all the experiences that you did that were so unconventional, because if you had had a conventional life, you never would have realized this. Go on.
right. Yeah. So with that, and going back to my child, I'm always of the mind that everything is divine design, the good and the bad. My studying in non-duality and understanding Maya in a Hindu aspect, that this is really an illusion, that our body dies, but this isn't the end of us, has made me very comfortable with death. I do my part every day, but I know I might not wake up tomorrow.
Right.
And, yeah.
That reality is so important. But I also notice that you've really So many other people, what you're really telling us is that so many other people surrender all of their power onto something else, something
Right.
external to themselves.
Yeah.
And so again, if you hadn't had the experiences that you had, you never would have really been able to ascertain this. You ascertained it viscerally, just by the life that you led. You began to realize that fact, but other people can't because they're too busy surrendering their power on a moment to moment basis to everything around them.
Yeah, and they're buying into the lies and they're letting themselves be distracted and they want to be told what to do.
Yeah.
They're looking outside for, the doctor, the teacher, the guru, the God.
And mostly this is impacting them most obviously on their bodies. So they lose all confidence in their ability to look like anything other than a kind of soiled dumpling or something. So how do you deal with this when you're dealing with people to try and reinvest power in themselves, to try and realize that the power source is themselves and they can learn to love themselves? That must be quite the challenge. I mean, how do you do that?
Well, it's interesting. The type of hypnosis I use, RTT, rapid transformational therapy, it's genius the way that it has a fusion of neurolinguistic programming, cognitive behavioral therapy, tapping, and we get down to the root of whatever issue the pain point needs to be addressed, right? We pull up those roots where they originated. And it's like our subconscious is the server that holds everything we've ever seen, read, listened to from the womb, there's been people that have gone beyond the womb. I personally haven't brought any clients past the womb, but everything is recorded in the subconscious, and then it computes like Netflix. If you're watching Netflix and you're watching a certain genre, all of a sudden on your home screen there's gonna pull up Netflix is just offering you things that they think are in your wheelhouse.
Right.
Right? So now the ego is doing that on the subconscious's behalf because the ego wants to stay in control, right? It's so bored. We needed a strong, intense ego at creation because we were trying to find food day to day and we were running from tigers in the jungle. And now it's like our neighbor, it offended us. So that's what the ego is trying to control now. It's so pathetic. It just doesn't have a serious job anymore like it used to, but it's still finding things to defend and protect and keep you in fear and keep you small. So I do a lot of that education with the clients around the subconscious and the ego and consciousness. But once we get to the roots of the problems, it's so clear what old beliefs have been running the show that in the session itself, they have epiphanies, breakthroughs, insight, understanding, and hypnosis is very powerful. And then I bring them through a reprogram, which is very explicit language around what they want their 2.0 to look like around their problem. And that's recorded and they listen to that every day for 21 days at least. Wow. That is rebuilding a new neural pathway for a new familiar, because the ego just wants what's familiar. It doesn't care if it's harmful, helpful. It runs on the familiar track. And when we can build a new neural pathway, the old one starts to kind of get grown over, like a path that's not walked on as often. The new neural pathway is now becoming defined and strong. And that's what they're stepping into so that they can embody the upgraded self. So it's reprogramming. It's,
right. Yes.
Yeah.
And by the way, I don't mind the word matrix at all. I use it quite often myself. So don't be afraid to use that. And there's no need to be apologetic about any kind of terminology, really. And so what you're doing is you're helping people create a new normal. They're imprinting
Right.
a new normal on themselves. And by the way, just so people understand this, this is like what I call, I like to call what I'm doing ethical counter-cultism. In other words, ethical cult building, but it's an ethical counter-cult. And in terms of what Our Lady Jojo is doing, to put it into explanation for all of you out there, people use the term in the old days, well, hell, I've spoken before about how L. Ron Hubbard was instructed to produce evidence that the communists were brainwashing American troops. And so he kind of wrote the book on, quote unquote, brainwashing. But the real technical term is behavior modification. And what the first essence of behavior modification is basically deprogramming. So you've got to, yes, deprogram someone, and then you kind of recreate that person through modification of their behavior. And for those of you who want that in just, shall we say, terms that are easy to use, that would be brainwashing. But this is in a positive sense. It all has to do with intent. If you have positive, constructive intent, this is something you will yourself ask to have done to you. I mean, you're a participant, but you're participating in your own brainwashing, so to speak, to create a new you, something that you've always wanted. I mean, does that make sense? Am I coming?
Absolutely. And I also like to give the analogy, we go in to the server, we delete the old files that don't serve them, and we upgrade the new software.
Yes. Thank you. That's beautiful. Yes. And so it's a reprogramming. There you are. Yes. Deprogram. I'm trying to remember the 3 steps. It was deprogramming, something else, and then the reprogramming. It was, so it's definitely behavior modification, and but it's done so that you benefit yourself. And because people have been brainwashing you all your life. They've been doing that ever since you were growing up as a child, and people were telling you were ugly, or that you were stupid, or that it's so awful. You didn't get any of that when you were young. You Jojo, you grew up with something different. Really, you the one thing you didn't have was that. You're so right. Am I right?
Extraordinarily, I was not talked to.
You were not verbally abused.
Right, I was not. It wasn't. It was more of neglect and rejection.
Right. What rejection in the sense of just that you weren't the drug your mother wanted? I mean, was that...
Exactly. Yeah. There you go.
Okay. That's not so bad. That's not so bad. And then when you found out what drug she was using, you found out why she was so addicted.
That's right.
You could turn people away for that. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God. And so, but you overcame that, and it's incredible. I mean, I'm so proud of you. And of course, everyone is who knows you, and you know that. And oh my God! By the way, the photograph of Bupa in the bathtub wearing a red sweater or something like that. The first time I saw that was, you can tell her. I thought that, I didn't know what that was, but I thought that she was somehow, surrounded by what looked like a giant heart. It looked like a giant organically shaped heart, not the Valentine's Day heart. So that was the first thing that came to my mind. It was, of course, by the way, your organic heart, unlike a Valentine's Day heart, looks pretty grotesque in its own way. But
well, maybe Alana's been checking out Douglas's thumbnails on YouTube also. So
there we are. Yeah,
we'll keep an eye on that.
Yes, and so I have to produce some illustrations for yourself and some others in the very near future. I'll get to it, and I'll share a little secret with you, of course. As a professional illustrator, you've probably heard me talk about this. Obviously, what I do is I take certain old illustrations and I often reuse them and turn them into something else. And this is done by... Do you understand the process? Have you heard me talk about that?
I haven't, but my grandmother, who was an oil painting artist, she would strip down paintings and redo over them. So, if it's similar to that.
Yes! It is. Oh my God. So your grandmother, and she's the one who kind of like brought you down from the high you were on the time your mother took you for the photography session, right?
That's right. That's right.
Oh my God! So she was her hobby was painting, oil painting.
She has phenomenal, like, mirror-like portraits of people.
That is amazing. Is she still alive?
No, she passed in 2013. Yeah,
Okay.
but she lived a very long life. Yeah.
Yes. Well, she sounds beautiful. Yes. Anyhow, one of these days I'll go a bit more into that. But in terms of illustrations that I do as a professional illustrator, I will often do what your grandmother did to an extent, and so many other kinds of illustrations can be redone. And I'm glad that you took it positively when obviously a lot of people responded to it well. So Peter Moon felt that it didn't really look like you, but did you feel that the illustration captured the spirit of you that I produced?
Oh, absolutely. I loved it with the writing notebooks and the technology around the skull.
I was trying to capture the essence of, like, what you said about your mother, kind of the environment that I was kind of reading. That was kind of like the vibe I was getting, even though I know you didn't have that level of technology all around you in those days. I feel that somehow that suits you now. Does that make sense?
It was like a merging of the selves, I totally got the vibe that you were doing.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Oh, bless you. Thank you. Oh, cool. So that makes it all worthwhile.
I'm going to sign off now, Douglas.
Oh, yes. Oh, well, we love you dearly. And Jojo will probably need to sign off soon, too. But before you go, Peter, do share our love with Paula, of course. But before you go, I just wanted to ask Jojo one question in front of you. I'm so sorry. We were just kind of letting ourselves go. So, Jojo, was there anything, I don't know if you managed to hear it all yet, but was there anything I said about the primatoids that really hit you as interesting or intriguing that I went into the other night?
No, and so much of what you bring up is kind of my first time hearing things. So I take it in and I make notes of it and absorb it. And then it has opportunities to come back into my reality now because it was data I didn't have before.
Okay. Wonderful. And with that, I love you both. Jojo, you're welcome to stay for as long as you want. Peter's going to check out. But Peter, is there anything else you want our listeners to know? Let's say we've got a continued President's Day. I wouldn't call it a sale, but we do want to bring people's attention to the book. So everyone, do turn towards the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II and get it from skybooksusa.com. Recommend it unto others. It's very important that this is done because honestly, it's your war and you have to fight it. And part of that is breaking the matrix. Part of breaking through the matrix is letting people know America lost World War II, and that's really an essential element in America's salvation from its delusions, from its matrix. And Peter is free to add a little bit of that, where they can go on skybooksusa.com to get that and your other books as well, right?
But to answer your question on primatoids,
yeah.
Maybe I should do a list of famous quotes on primatoids.
Yeah. Did you hear anything about what I said about them the other night?
No. Well, very little.
Honesty.
Very little. I mean, it's like,
Fine.
It's not completely disinteresting to me.
Yeah.
But I've got to focus on other things right now. It's
I got it. I get it. I totally get it. Don't even. Yeah.
No. I'm just saying where I'm at on it. There's a lot of things that are maybe worth pursuing, but I'm very directed in what I'm doing, and I've been dealing with a lot of different things lately. But with regards to the Roswell book, actually now in a few minutes on the East Coast, we will be experiencing the 70th anniversary of the Battle of Los Angeles, which is covered in the book, The Roswell Deception. And this is the 70th anniversary of the Emperor Hirohito's super dirigibles coming over and intimidating the hell out of the population of Los Angeles. And they scared nobody more than the U.S. Army during that quote-unquote attack.
Yeah, scared them into slaughtering themselves, and through vaccines, as a matter of fact.
Right. There's very topical information on vaccines in that book, which give a very new context. So anyway, with that, I will say goodnight to you all, and we'll hope to see you on Sunday.
Oh, at the latest. Yes. Hopefully we'll
Okay.
speak
Well,
before then.
talk to you maybe in the meantime. But anyway, and I still have to send you those books.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Love you
All
too.
right.
Blessed
Good
night.
night. Good night.
Good night. That was Peter Moon of skybooksusa.com, and a wonderful human being. So, honey, tell me more about Mr. Steinfeld, and anything else that you can bring up about him that would be morbidly entertaining or amusing or just interesting. You seem to have known him for a while.
It's interesting because what you had written on the thumbnail post on Facebook tonight was about George Washington and the massacring and genocide of so many Native Americans.
Yes.
And Alan actually gave me a book called Bury My Heart at Wounded Knee.
Yes.
And I have yet to open it. But what your post had reminded me of was a past life RTT session that I had hired an RTT colleague to do with me, primarily because I wanted to see how RTT could utilize that niche when I was in schooling for the licensing. So I was a little intrigued to see what it was like. So I hired my own. And also, I just never had done anything in those realms, so I was curious to see what would come up. And one of the past lives that I went back to, I was a 16-year-old Native American boy named Choctaw, and I was a tracker, a very good tracker of big game. It was kind of like my role in the tribe, in the village. And I had come out from an expedition, very dense, beautiful, tall woods. I didn't really come to a conclusion of what state I was in. And I came out of the woods, and my entire village was burned to the ground. And the ash and smolder, the ground was still hot. I could taste metal in my mouth.
Oh my God.
And the whole village was burned. There wasn't one survivor. And myself feeling so completely alone now, not having any access to anyone outside of my tribe or village, not having had exposure to any other civilization, not having a purpose or a role now to serve, not having that communion with my family and my tribe. I was completely distraught, and it felt like my psyche had just broken. I went back into the woods, and we were aware of this really big, amazing, majestic bear that lived in the woods, and he was kind of off limits. We wouldn't ever hunt him. We had mutual respect. He didn't bother us, and we didn't bother him. And I went back into the woods looking for this bear, and I knew about where he stayed and his cave. And I approached the cave, and he came out, and I looked at him in his eyes, and he looked back, and he understood what I needed him to do for me. It was like a telepathic communication, and he just stood up on his, 2 feet and approached me, and we just kept a gaze and locked eyes, and it was like so much love and compassion from his eyes. I had never felt that before. And he reached around me to give me a bear hug and knew what I was asking of him. And so mercifully, his claws came out and just opened my back up like wings. and that was the, that was the end. But it was such a euphoric, infinite, loving mercy that I was asking, and he generously gave to me, because I had nothing else to stay on the planet for. There was nothing else for me to do here. And I actually did end up identifying that bear with someone in my present lifetime now. I'll save that for my readers. I don't want to do any spoilers and let them come across that in my book. But prior to this past life regression, I have a very good friend of mine who's a Wampanoag Indian. Yes. And I used to go to powwows with him for years. And I would just sit at the tribal dancing and sob, and I had no idea why I would have this reaction. But I couldn't leave the circle. I just wanted to be near the drums and the singing and the dancing, and I would just cry. And after a couple powwows, my friend Mo and my husband kind of just knew what was going to happen. They'd go eat and they'd leave me there, and I'd just be like, just give me space. I need to cry. I never realized why. And then when I journeyed back to this time, it was like, wow, it made so much sense. The trauma that the Native Americans went through was so deep in my body that I was still reacting to it now. So thank you for, writing that tonight. And that's, another reason why I haven't opened Alan's book that he gave me, because I don't feel ready to go back down there. It's very graphic, and I just don't feel like picking it up just yet. But it's supposed to be a phenomenal book.
It is. It's one of those things that should be required reading for children in school. Right. It is, of course, unbearable, and it's something that I would not blame you if you never opened that book right. For that reason. I do want people to understand that when it comes to what Our Lady Jojo Mikhailovic had, I'm sorry, Mikhailovic, forgive me. I try to remember the Miko first, and then the LASIK, like LASIK eye surgery.
I love how you say it. It's beautiful.
Oh, bless you. Thank you. I try to say it in the correct Slavic pronunciation. And but Madame Mikhailovic, she had the courage to share with us something that if Aaron Tice were here, I would help bring him in to explain this to him, because it was just the other day that Aaron Tice was saying something that many people say, all too many people say this, and it's like they accept this as as axiomatic, as a given, where they're not denying reincarnation, but they'll talk about, everybody says they were a king or a queen or an empress or the pharaoh, and actually that nothing could be further from the truth at all.
That would have been cool.
Yeah. Almost nobody says that, by the way. People who go through past life regression, and I'd like you to explain the acronym RTT again, so people understand what you meant by that when you were saying RTT.
Rapid transformational therapy.
Okay. And how does that disambiguate, say, for instance, from, or is it the same thing as past life regression?
No, so the woman I worked with had studied under Edgar Cayce for decades. And then when she took the RTT licensing, she actually did this beautiful fusion of her past life work with RTT, the hypnosis, the protocol we follow in RTT, the structure and the organization, which just made her past life work that much stronger. And then with the upgrade and the transformation at the end.
Wonderful. Thank you. So most people who go through this sort of thing, they actually experience past lives that are just nasty, brutish, and short. Overwhelmingly, most people experience that they were realize through their reliving the experience that they had been a farmer toiling away all their lives until their back broke, that they were some industrial worker working at the spindle until a terrible industrial accident ended their life. They are. This is what most people remember is shit like that. It's so all the stuff that people say about, some clown gets up and says I was Pharaoh or I was this or that. I mean, this is like these few indulgent people, self-indulgent people are whatever all the hoi polloi pay attention to, but that's not the norm. That's not the norm at all. So instead you have an experience like what Jojo just shared, and it's heartbreaking. It's just it's one of these things where obviously I'm not bursting into tears right now, but I'm sure I will later. Just when I reflect upon it at the right time in the right place, it will hit me. And so honestly, honey, thank you for sharing that. And in terms of other things in your book, is your book kind of like have a thematic? It would be like because it's like just generally a biography, or kind of like, is it sectioned into any hints you can give us about? I mean, obviously you were kind enough to send me the manuscript, but it's not for me. It's not for me to
It really, I did not have any plans to write this. What had happened is I started to jot down these statements and things that would come to me on my desk calendar, scraps of paper. While I'm driving, I had to write stuff down in my phone, and this was going on for months. Someone said downloads. And then I was on a road trip to North Carolina to visit our dear Patrick, and I kept hearing over and over again, love letters to God and you, and other reflections. And I freaking knew it was a title, and I wanted to ignore it because I didn't want the responsibility and overwhelm of putting all this together and writing a book. And I just, I ignored it. And then finally on the whole way home, I had come to a better acceptance with it, that I had enough material incorporated with my own ascension story and the pertinent points along my timeline, that it was manageable and doable, and I started to piece it together. So what I did between the dense chapters of my life was put these beautiful poetic downloads to God and humanity in between the chapters to lighten it up a little bit and remind people that the author is not the child that you're reading about, or the teenager, the strung out teenager, or the person in jail that this author has transcended. And then at the end of the book, I incorporated what I call ascension practices. And they're things that I incorporated personally that helped me along the way, like ascension through alkalinity, which a lot of people don't realize. What we put in our body has a tremendous impact on our density, the stomach and the brain, the gut and the brain health, and allowing ourselves to get in a more alkaline, high vibration state. So the body, alkalinity through language, how we speak over our lives, our word is our wand. I just broke down a bunch of different practices just to give some people context and insight on what that might look like for them. Ascension through high conscious education. When you're past the textbooks and you want the soul education, there's so many things to get involved with in that area. So that's pretty much what the book is. I ended up kind of writing and hashtagging an ascension story, love letters to God and you. But Peter likes ascension diary. He says it's a little bit more personal, and people want to read diaries. So
that he's right on that score to a degree. I mean, it's follow your instinct, and the two of you will work it out. But it sounds good enough for me in terms of what you say.
You know what? I myself am coachable, and I love to listen to people who have more wisdom and knowledge on certain topics, because that's how I learn, and then I become more knowledgeable in those fields as well.
Yeah, well, you've certainly gained an enormous amount of knowledge through your experience, and honestly, it's so. Aside from that, how late do you stay up? Just out of curiosity.
Oh, I plan to sign off at midnight, but we were in the middle of that, so I didn't wanna break our flow. But it is past midnight here on the East Coast. So, besides Wednesday and Sunday nights, Douglas, I'm in bed about 9.
Oh my God! Oh my God! What time do you get up in the morning?
7.
Okay, so you greet the sun, essentially, and it's and it sounds like you get a healthy amount of sleep. I'm proud of you. I mean, that's good.
I do put a lot of emphasis on human growth hormone, getting into REM long enough for the body to work out what it needs to, and all that stuff.
Oh, honestly, people have no idea how underslept Americans are in particular.
Yeah.
It's just awful. I mean, this is really the national crisis, is sleep deprivation.
And it's aging. It's aging everyone, and it's contributing to the disease.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so true. It's so true. So everybody remember, sleep is so important. Just hydrate a lot, sleep. Obviously, many of you won't want to hydrate before you go to sleep because you'll have to get up in the middle of the night and go to the bathroom, but that never particularly bothered me. It's but honey, love you dearly. We'll be speaking again soon.
Thank you so much. Great night.
Hugs.
Take care.
Yes, good night, darling. And that was Jojo Mikolejic. And with that, tucking her into bed, or slapping her on the ass and sending her off towards the bedroom. I'm sorry, I should never say that. That sounds so horribly sexist, but couldn't resist the image there. We're stuck with Jameson.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm probably the least. I'm probably the most aloof of. Well, it's a magician thing.
Yes.
Sorcerers are like that. We tend to be very. How do we say it? Disconnected.
Yes. And or detached. Disconnect is a good word too. Might even be more accurate. So, in terms of what I'll ask of you, young man, I'll basically be trying to finish up a little bit more of this pizza slice here, which is sitting in front of me, and I will be drinking a Coke. So probably concentrating more on drinking the Coke. I'll put the rest away, so to speak. Keep it, in a safe place, and just turn my attention towards what I have to tackle tonight, which is giving people an analysis of what's going on in the world. And it's not, shall we say, it'll take some time. It'll take the rest of the night.
Oh,
so
yeah, this is the good stuff. This is the stuff I love listening to. This is, I mean, this the sort of occulted subjects, everything, man.
Well, I appreciate what you're saying. This will be more geopolitical tonight out of necessity.
That I know. I love that. I love seeing the grander scale of humankind's interactions. I sort of felt this evolution coming for a while.
Yes, yeah, and like you said, humanity goes through these wars, and it's how we advance, really, and just the nature of the beast.
We've been stagnant a bit too long.
Yeah.
Ever since the end of World War II, that was a real period of stagnation, I'd say.
And ever since the end of World War II, there's been a kind of
there's a romanticism of this. I mean, it's evident in the romanticism of the times, aside from the fact that we fucking lost to Japan.
Yes.
I mean, it's almost horrible.
Yeah. Yeah, you mean just how stagnant things have been, and
Yeah.
it's well, definitely. I appreciate what you're saying, and I get what you're saying. So the one thing I will tell you is understand this much before I, take my Coke break and kind of go mute for a few minutes. I'll be back sooner than I normally am because there's just too much to talk about tonight for me to dally. So I do want people to understand. Putin has started a major war in Europe. So get that through your head. This is not something that
he has started World War III as
World War IV actually, but
World War IV. As I'm fairly certain Michael Aquino had desired.
Yeah, and
I honestly I couldn't credit anyone else for it.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I mean, believe me, we're not overstating Michael Aquino's influence on the world, even beyond the grave.
Honestly, he's more deserving of the title Antichrist than even Aleister Crowley.
I agree. Yes, I would be the first to say that too. And so it's definitely. I understand that I'll try and help you all get through it by giving you an edge in information, a lot more information than you'll get anywhere else, and putting as much of this into a sensible pattern for you as can be possible in the time we have remaining, which it may seem like a lot of time, it's not. And so I'd better make certain that my throat is hydrated enough to handle it. And with that, I'm going to go mute for a matter of about 10 minutes or so, 15 at the absolute longest, and probably be back well before then. I'm going to leave it with our man, Jameson Reese. Anyone else who wants to come on is welcome to come on. Sarah, if you'd like to come on. And of course, Sarah Lyons was with us earlier. I know she stays up really late, but I'm not even sure if she's up this late. She's still, she's up. She's welcome to come on for a few minutes. Did you get rid of that webcamschat.com hot girls and boys video chat asshole who came on just before Marky Milk? By the way, shout out to Marky Milk.
Yeah, I got rid of that.
Okay, there we are. He says, love this show. Thank you. This is why this truth is dangerous. It threatens the control system. And then Bizarre HD, who's George Knight, says, much love on to you, Douglas. Much love in return, my man. And so he says, who's he talking about? Coach Luz is asking about somebody's rhythm and if they got dumped.
Oh, okay, I see. There's this freaking bot.
Yeah, new bot. Yeah, new bot. Yeah, and Coach Luz was saying, "Jesus fuck, what's that?" Yeah.
Sammy Romero's in the house.
Oh, thank God.
Hey,
Oh, Sammy, my bad. Love you. And so what I'm going to do, dear brother, is I'm going to go mute and I'm going to rehydrate, put this pizza away, and I'll be back in about 10-15 minutes. If you could hold the stage with my man Jameson, that would be great, as always. Is there something you want to tell me before I take off for about 10-15 minutes? When I get back, I'm going to pretty much dive into monologue.
Oh, how's my sound quality?
It's fabulous. You're doing great.
Okay.
I mean, we heard everything that you were throwing around the house or the workplace. Yes. I still remember that was the funniest thing. Did you ever listen to that audio where you and your girl were effectively making out on transmission?
No, I didn't. I didn't want to hear it. One second.
Yeah, sure. Take your time. By the way, our playbacks tonight so far are 444, which is great, and so we're holding steady. And oh God, so Sammy will be back soon. I'm gonna go mute now. And
and I am like getting my ass handed to me by this dude. I can still win, but it's just. All of a sudden, like right when I was about to kill him, he just pulls out like his best cards, and all of a sudden it's like just impossible to knock this guy down.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, that you, Sam.
Oh,
yeah.
Yes. No, I didn't have a chance to go back to hear the the love in the room that day, I guess. No, keep in mind, we were just, I was just teasing her, and But anyways, no, I didn't get a chance. I found that hilarious though.
Yeah.
But I was telling JMO that I'm working right now. I'm helping our company got bought out, and the company that we got absorbed to has Qantas. Qantas is Australian airline.
Right.
So right now I'm working with a bunch of Aussies right now. And,
oh my God.
They're a little weird. I don't know. They gotta get used to them. The accents. It's another accent they have to get used to.
Yes, that's right. Yet another accent. You can make jokes with them like, "Oh, well, you speak English so well."
I told them they're like they remind me of the British but with better teeth.
There we are. I like that. That's good. And,
go ahead.
Oh no. Go on. Yeah.
No, and of course, being an American, I tell them, you guys drink, Foster beer and, shrimp on the Barbie and stuff, and they just shake their head and flip me off because, I'm being annoying. But that's just me, because that's one of the things about working with with foreigners is you gotta make it fun because I'm one of the type where I can work better when when I'm more loose and it's not as uptight.
Yeah.
I've had to kind of maneuver because I'm going into a building and it's like going into another country, which is hilarious because it's work. If it's not one job, it's another. I've had to I work, but for some reason people don't like you invading the little work area, and it's like I'm not here to have fun. I'm here to work. One of the reasons why they have me here is because of my specialized training. Not that it's a big deal, but they're short staffed. They're short staffed, and I'm here trying to trying to help, and people look at you funny because I'm, they don't know you, and it's like I felt like a foreigner, but at the same time I'm at a job, so it wasn't a big deal. But it's one of those things where you kind of have to just go with it,
I understand. It's definitely. I think you're handling it as well as you can, but definitely. You've got it. You've got it. You've got it in hand.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Doug, I want to let you know when that UFO, that conspiracy, it wasn't a conspiracy con. It was a UFO con where you had that pilot uniform.
Oh yeah, it was one of those. I think that was Conspiracy Con where I had the goggles. Okay. You mean, and the kind of leather jacket, the beret. Yeah, that was at Conspiracy Con. I'm pretty sure of that. Yes, or maybe it was UFO Con. I can't remember now.
One of those.
Yeah, one of those. They kind of were the same thing, really. They were organized by the same people, really. But go on. Yeah.
For having that outfit on, you actually look the more normal out of anybody.
Thank
you know that.
Thank you.
Everybody looks so morbidly inbred. Like I hate to say it, it's just not that. It's like sticking someone like you, a bunch of white trash, honkies.
Thank you. And you know what? That was I remember exactly what that was now. That was the UFO Con. That was the UFO Con, and it was organized by that old lady who used to be a madame at various bordellos in California, and she was like, this is what she did as her arc of life was declining, and she had a liver transplant. And so then her son, of course, it was Halloween, so I was dressed for Halloween. And even the Jewish American princess, Cynthia Siegel, who lost her job at the UFO Connection that that she had that show that, as Brendan Zogit noticed, he used to watch her show on that one local channel in Sacramento. So it was Channel 17 in Sacramento, that she was the hostess of the UFO Connection for years, and she lost her job because she wanted to bring me on. And so that's why she was motivated to host myself at her MUFON, her branch of MUFON.
Right,
so I
right.
delivered the speech that I delivered at the at that Denny's, that where she usually had people deliver the speeches, and that was the source for the Roswell and the Rising Sun DVD. And she yeah, so what had happened was that she was there, and she said, you should get first prize for their contest just for showing up dressed the way you are. That's incredible. And of course, I didn't get the first prize. I didn't get any prize. All the prizes went to their relatives. All the prizes went to the relatives of the older woman who was running. And I knew that was going to happen. That was no, it wasn't crushing or disappointing. It was like, you knew these people are just that sleazy and just that stupid.
Right.
And but these are the kind of people they wound up, paying through the ass, because the hotel ultimately busted their ass and said, no, you've got to pay, because she was ripping off hotels for years until she chose the wrong hotel. And they really, said, we're going to call the police. And so then she was forced to pay them off. And that's why none of the speakers got paid. So there you go. It was all.
Well, and it's very interesting because at that time you were just surrounded by Aquino cultists.
Yes, that's right.
You were surrounded by all these assholes, and it's like, okay, well, I'm not saying I can't say do as the Romans do, but you put it this way, okay? You stood out, okay? To me, they look like just a bunch of lames, a bunch of lames, and obviously, you being who you are, it's just. I guess it's the survival instinct, I think the position you were back then, it wasn't a time where, it wasn't that quite time where you can, branch out and do what you're doing, and I think the donations speak for themselves, I think you're creating traction, and you'll continue to. Even with the roundtables that we have, all of us have difference of opinion, different walks of life, but I think this is what it's supposed to be, in a sense that it's civilized, and there's a far more understanding. I have a far greater understanding, even with why I walk with, when it comes to my faith and what I do, and it's great because especially right now, what's going on in geopolitics is with Putin and everything. It's to me it's encouraging, because even earlier I was telling JMO that, I was seeing a bunch of Trump cultists on my way back from where Penny Bradley lives, around that area, and these people look like, they're lost.
Yeah,
they look like they like they're like 5 years behind. By the way, that's a truck passing. I don't know if you heard the people.
No worries. But by the way,
it sounded like it sounded like the mad piping of Yog Sothoth.
Yeah, yes, it did. It did. By the way, our lady Amanda is here. Honey, can you say something, honey? Amanda. Let's see if we can coax her to say something. She says Skype won't let me answer. Oh my god.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
We love you, honey. Yeah, we love you. Mwah. Love you.
Hi, Amanda.
Yeah. And so I'll take this opportunity. Tell you what, both you guys hold the stage. I'm gonna go mute. I'm gonna have to hydrate. Let me put this pizza away, and so I don't need to, have it get all gnarly around me while I talk tonight. And when I come back, I'll start the monologue shortly thereafter. But by all means, all of you guys speak about whatever comes to mind. I guess before I go, I'd be interested in. So, did you get far in listening to what I said about the primatoids, dear Sammy, with the latest episode?
The primatoids, yes, I did. When it came to the cryptology, right?
Yeah, I was talking about. I'm not going to talk about their goddamn feed. I'm going to talk about anything else but their goddamn feed.
Right. Well, I was educated. Unfortunately, some of the Bigfoot stuff that I remembered was the fact that you see these cheesy shows that people try to people try to make it like the Jack Link's beef jerky.
Yeah.
Bigfoot,
Yes.
you know.
Yes.
So you do get, unfortunately, I do get propaganda. I do sometimes fall into that propaganda that, you know, they're friendly and that, you know, which they're not, obviously. No, they'll probably tear me to shreds, you know. You know, it's me really just kind of realizing how much we don't know. And really these creatures are creatures that are there. And what's sad is our government has to hide them from us because they don't know what to do.
Yeah.
They really don't know what to do with them. And to a certain point, you know, I've heard the stories about, you know, Yosemite, what's been going on there, that, you know, kids have been gone missing.
That's right.
And they've been found. And I mean, eventually I think they're gonna have to be debriefed, but it's almost like, well, who gives a damn? Because, you know, the climate's changing, and, you know, the seawater is rising. Doesn't really matter, you know. And to a certain point, it still does, but it makes it how you kind of correlate it with, you know, the vampire race and our race, and how, you know, the battle for the battle of the apes, you know, the battle for Earth. It made perfect sense. You kind of streamlined it together, and it does. It makes a lot of sense. You know, it makes a lot of sense in the fact that, you know, as much as dangerous as they are, we're actually the more dangerous. And we're actually the more sadistic. You know, we kill each other over nothing, and to a certain extent, you know, it makes me wonder. You know, how long can we go like this? You know, how long can we really buy into destruction? You know, and really, like, what it comes down to is it's just, you know, the payback. You know, all the shit that we've done is gonna come back tenfold, and, you know, you kind of have to look at it for what it is, and at the same time, you know, at least smell the flowers while they're still there. You know.
Yes. Yeah. Very
Hello?
much so.
Oh.
Yeah, and I thank you for saying all of that. So, you know, God bless you, Sammy. And of course, I think there's more with the other transmission following that you haven't heard yet. Because
No.
yeah, okay, yeah. So that covers some other aspects. And so what I'll be doing.
I'll try to catch up. Yeah.
Oh, no worries. I know you will eventually. You will. I know you're busy. I mean, oh my God, you're working. Holy shit. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm glad you can fit in what you can while you're working. That's wonderful.
Yeah, it's definitely wonderful because I'm a one-trick pony. So.
I mean, we love you dearly, but
when Jamo starts talking about caverns of Seth and all that, I'm like, oh man, that's beyond me. Like, you know, I love the Lord, and, you know, I'm a simple, you know, Judeo-Christian, you know, Jesus worshiping guy. But, you know, no, I like Jamo. I think Jamo is I've learned to like him a lot, in the sense that he takes his left hand path a lot different than what I've seen in my limited exposure. You know,
right.
Jamo's really cool. He's hilarious. I like certain outlooks that he has, and I think, you know, like any of us, we all got improvements that we all have improvements to make, and, you know, I'm more optimistic. Like, I think, you know, his life's gonna change in many ways. So that's just me, you know.
Yeah, Pac One
being
Morella says the same thing. Yes, both of you gentlemen feel the same way about Jameson, and you're both very, very, very good towards him. I mean, you know, I was thinking earlier that if I took off earlier to do something and had to leave him alone with JoJo for a few minutes, I was going to have to, you know, remind him to behave. There are.
By the way, JoJo's story is incredible. It's incredible.
Yes, yes.
It amazes me. You know, that person she's turned out of.
Yeah.
You know, it's just a testament to, you know, never give up, and you know, and finding your own path and navigating it. And God knows I know, because what I've had to deal with my family, and just siblings, and family shit that unfortunately you got to deal with. It's because you love them, you know. And you know, Doug, I always wanted to ask you, uh, how was your sister? Did she have these abilities like you did? As far as you know, your vampiric side.
Yeah.
Did she have?
Yeah.
Did
Yes.
she have the sides?
Yes.
Um,
Oh, yes.
and did she ever play a part in you know in you discovering that side of you? As far as was she more advanced than you, being a female, or you know?
It was like the what I'll share for right now is what I've shared before, but maybe you didn't hear it. But I'll share for right now as kind of an introduction,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
that was the fact that the this is why one of the reasons why I was trying to accommodate, in a sense, the fact that there are so many Americans who have committed incest or been products of incest that I understand in the past that I've been rather cruel to them or rather callous, making jokes on the subject and the like, and using that as kind of a pejorative. And the reason I was trying to explain to people is that I need to come to grips with the fact that many people have no control over being products of incest, and that many
right,
people,
right,
of course, were in these very dysfunctional family. I mean, you talk about being family, you're just a naturally humble person, and you're also a naturally a self-effacing person who tries to make it sound like, oh, it's not so bad. That's a theme of yours, is kind of like it's not so bad. The reality is families are the worst. It's like the most toxic environment. I mean, this is truly hell on earth is
no,
family. Yeah.
you're right. You're
Yeah.
right. You're absolutely right in the sense that you know. Oh man, and you know what? It mixed it with the evangelical side of
Yeah.
my background,
Yeah.
which is it can get really wacky.
Yeah.
Wacky in the sense that the most fucked up people want to quote Bible and
Yeah.
scripture and
Always.
want
Always.
to
Yeah.
want you to adhere to the doctrine, and you got these people fuck ups,
Yeah.
and I hate to put it that way, but at the same time, um one of the reasons what amazes me about you, Doug, is the fact that in a sense, you were exposed to the devil himself, and you have a lot of love for humanity. And yes, humanity is technically your cattle, but still, you could have stood on Aquino's shoulders and say fuck it, and be greater than him in the sense of that side. And it to me, it's just divine intervention as far as God.
It is.
God really,
It is.
God really, God really did favor you because, with this information that you relayed and just what you're exposed to, like, God damn, it is God. You were blessed, and your through your parents' prayers and your culture. It's just it's only right because I think you had a lot of protection when it came to your culture and who your parents were,
Yeah.
and knowledge. And I think that really shielded you from someone like Aquino, who in a sense, he also was an occult savant, if I can put it that way. Even though
Yes.
I don't necessarily know the man, but just by seeing him and hearing him a little bit, his man was smart. So I'm really grateful for that. And if you can do that to assholes that you don't know, me being Americans, I think I can put up with family bullshit as annoying as it can be, but as annoying as it can be. But I have to for me, especially me, I have to put things in perspective where it has to reflect towards myself, because there's a reason why you're here, and the reason why you have your testimony that's helped me a lot. It's not in vain. It really is not. And it's my brother as well. My brother can say the same thing. And you got to take things in stride. And kind of, I like the information you relay, because it's just, to me, it's a godsend, because I did ask God, give me information, give me knowledge. And the reason why I know it comes from God, because it's not very easy to take.
Right.
It's not. At times it's like, it's surreal, because you talk about a lot of things that I don't know particularly, but at the same time, you can come down to not to my level, but it's almost like you don't stay there. You, like I said, like, and I always say this because that's why I consider you very normal in a sense, because you don't stay in that mode that you're not a raving lunatic or,
right.
because today I saw a bum literally on his knees praying, but he wasn't praying. He was just out of it.
Like a heroin nod. Yeah.
And actually, this guy was a very clean bum, which got me thinking maybe he came back from the Salvation Center. Because they have these pods of like showers and stuff that the city put up.
Yeah.
And he probably came back from there, because we're pretty much reeling back from the Super Bowl. A lot of these homeless got kidnapped for some reason and got hidden, but they're all coming out. But, it is what it is, And there's just a couple of words I got to say.
Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely glad that you got that out there, and to complete the thought circuit about my sister so that people understand where I'm coming from with that. The closest, the reason that incest is something that I should learn to accommodate, in the sense that stop making fun of people for something that they may have had no control over, may have been forced into, may have been a product of, that, their parents could have been brother and sister. I mean, this is common enough at this point in American atomization of the family, where you have these isolated family units that are just completely toxic and dysfunctional and preying on themselves, a form of cannibalism, a form of sexual cannibalism. That basically, what the closest that my sister and I came to that would be our species version of it. What happened was that my mother came home at the time that my sister and I were trying to drink each other's blood. And that was at the moment, that was the only time my mother ever got violent with us in punishing us, was because we learned at that moment that if we had gone through with that and actually drank each other's blood, we very likely would both have died. So this is, of course, something that no true-born vampire who was pure-blooded would ever have done, because they just know not to do that, because they can smell the toxicity of another vampire's blood. They know another vampire's blood would be toxic to them. But between my sister and I, we are only a quarter vampire each, whereas my mother was half a vampire. We don't have that kind of sensitivity, and all we knew is that we were overcome with a form of bloodlust, and that we wanted to try and taste each other's blood. But for us, it was instinctive. But when our mother came home and literally beat us, she explained to us, of course, that we would have died if we had followed through with that. And that was really how we learned about that. My sister actually had a far more adventurous life than I did in the beginning, but then later on, he just kind of totally retreated from the world by becoming, of all things, a Jehovah's Witness. And that was so that she could, she just kind of, that was her way of dealing with herself. And but that was, ultimately later in her life. Of her original comportment was to usually dress as a boy. She was very much a lesbian, and then just kind of on the wild side and enjoying life. And it was later on I who emerged to make that more of a lifestyle, whereas she retreated into this sudden desire for a quote-unquote normality, which became like an obsession with her. It was very hard for me to understand, and it was just something that I thought was of course very disappointing. In a very real sense, we lost her at that point, because that is what became her family, was the Jehovah's Witness cult. And I could take it by relating further stories as we go along, other aspects of that, what went on, and the man who ultimately married her, who was this very short, non-threatening, pudgy Hawaiian type Asian, half Korean, half Hawaiian kind of guy. He looked kind of like I called him Ewok myself, but this was like what she just wanted somebody completely non-threatening, like a human teddy bear that would, that if she were in a vicious enough mood, she could slap around, but that's not where the space she's in. It's like, oh my God! So she became something very, very different, and I could no longer relate to her in a very real sense. So our family lost her to a great degree, but it's like what you said about people using the Bible to just rationalize their insanity. That's what the whole Jehovah's Witness trip is. In a sense, she sought that insanity. She's still helpful in a certain sense. As I said, there were several models of the Vox Arca. So in terms of a dead man's switch and a kind of mutually destructive kind of barrier or a guarantor that I be left alone, one of them is in her hands. She doesn't even really realize what it is. I kind of had to work with a friend and put her under a hypnotic kind of, shall we say, we basically hypnotized her so that she would know what to do with it, but she really otherwise doesn't have any concept of what it is. It's one of those things that she will do something with it in case I die, and that's one of these things that we arranged as what we would call a redundancy safety system. It's a fail-safe system that I had arranged for. So there you have that. But understand, when it comes to this Bible phenomenon, if anyone is truly a Christian, just think of the things that could happen where, oh my God, what I've run into in life. There was one woman who I met with my sister when she was entering this phase of her life, becoming a Jehovah's Witness. But she was experimenting along that time and with other religious communities. There were people who were members of churches that were like the Assembly of God Church, where the Bible is believed to be literally true and without error. But really, that's just another way of saying believe the Bible the way I do. And there was this one woman we had encountered who basically had been told by her pastor that her son, who had recently died, was in hell because he did not accept Jesus as his personal savior. And she had told the pastor that I want to be in hell too. So when I said to her, you have a profound depth of love for your son, where do you think this love comes from? Do you have more love than God? And of course, she had her faith restored by that one simple comment. But understand that all too many people are really held hostage to a theology and doctrines of intolerance and hate. And when I blurted out what I thought without thinking, that's not my own wisdom. I'm really just drawing from my mother's background, the heritage of the vampire mage kings, the sacred impulse whom this woman understood as God, and the source of her love for her son. Understand in that context of how someone can be victimized that large portions of the Bible are filled with hate speech. I'm not just referring to portions of the Old Testament, though I often use that as the kind of epitome, but the New Testament really on reflection is perhaps even worse. There's a verse in Timothy that says that all scripture is for our edification, and it's that verse that's cited by those who despise critical thinking, and it's probably the most morally repugnant verse in the Bible. It's the foundation of the most fundamental principle of brainwashing. Believe this and we can make you believe anything. In Timothy, I think it's chapter 3, verse 16, we read, all scripture is given by inspiration of God and is profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for correction, for instruction in righteousness. Now, the all scripture here refers to the Old Testament portions of the New Testament that has not even been written at the time that was written. It has the Gospels. Now, if you want to know how repugnant that verse is, think of Frank Schaeffer, the son of the deceased famed evangelical thinker Francis Schaeffer, whom I had the misfortune of meeting several of his victims over the years, who suggested that the way we take every despicable verse reeking of bigotry and hate in the Bible and add all scripture is, as an ending to it. I mean, take, for instance, St. Paul, who offers advice to women where he says, I do not permit a woman to teach or to have authority over a man. She must be silent. I mean, that's the first book of Timothy, chapter 2, verse 12. And then you can add all scriptures given by inspiration of God, profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for correction, for instruction in righteousness. End of discussion. Shut up, ladies. Or this is what the Lord Almighty says. Now go and strike Amalek and devote to destruction all that they have. Do not spare them, but kill both man and woman, child and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey. That's the first book of Samuel, chapter 15, verse 3. And add that all scripture is given inspiration of God. Or the worst yet, Judges, the book of Judges, I think it's chapter 19, verses 25 through 28. So the man took his concubine and sent her outside to them, and they raped her and abused her throughout the night. And at dawn they let her go. At daybreak the woman went back to the house where her master was staying, fell down at the door, and lay there until daylight. When her master got up in the morning and opened the door of the house and stepped out to continue on his way, there lay his concubine, fallen in the doorway of the house, with her hands on the threshold. He said to her, Get up, let's go. But there was no answer. Then the man put her on his donkey and set out for home. This is just, I could go on. The one thing that we can conclude from this, I mean, for instance, from the first book of Peter, chapter 2, verse 18, Slaves, submit yourselves to your masters with all respect, not only to the good and gentle, but also to the cruel. Are all scripture, given for inspiration by God to that? Are the on the issue of rape, Deuteronomy, book 22, chapter 22, verses 28 through 29. If a man meets a virgin who is not betrothed, and seizes her and lies with her, and they are found, then the man who lay with her shall give to the father 50 shekels of silver, and she shall be his wife. So according to the Bible, the raped women are forced to marry the rapist, and the only person restored is her father. There's the only conclusion that one can really draw. First, one has to ask if there's another choice besides rejecting religion outright, other than to embrace faith in God by thinking for yourself and openly rejecting the parts of one's scriptures outright that fly in the face of fact, compassion, and decency. If one ever adopts the view of all the Bible is true, then it turns out that most people are a lot more loving and compassionate than their own God, which begs the question, where did that love come from? It certainly wouldn't come from a God so mad, so psychotic, and so sadistic as that. Obviously, the one conclusion we can draw is that God himself, and I hate that term, we need to use a gender-neutral term, God, Zerself, does not believe the Bible, at least not in the way that woman who I encountered who was told her son was in hell was taught. Understand that the God that Christians worship is greater than the Bible, and I know this because the vampire mage kings and many of the Chinese who worshipped through them and their own services, were Christians before there was a Bible. So Christianity came first. The Bible came later. And understand that Christianity and the spirit of Christianity is far greater than what you find in those moldy old books and the majority of what they say, which is so damning in so many ways of the book itself. Your God does not believe that Bible. If he did, he would be a God you wanted nothing to do with. And let me go mute. We'll be back in about 10 to 15 minutes. I'll count on both of you gentlemen to hold the stage. Thank you so much.
Hi.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, having known this, I sort of researched all this stuff when I was really, really deep into Christianity. When I was like around 18, 19. And that was ultimately that added to the fact that I was already veering towards some ideas that were a little less conventional as far as reality is concerned. Led to, a sort of casting off of that, casting off of Christianity. And granted, what I had figured that I didn't quite think of it as coming. Whoa, is everything okay there?
Yeah.
Oh,
Sorry.
yeah.
Hold on. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. It's just I took the Bible as a whole. I didn't really look at it from the perspective that Douglas shared, and as a result of it, I had chosen to just be gone with it. To just jump on the whatever the opposite would be.
And I do understand what Douglas is coming from, because, I'll tell you this, okay? Obviously, I know the fact that you can't take it literal to a certain aspect. As far as certain things about, you can't take it literal, because one, it's highly altered, but at the same time, I've learned that when you are in the adult world as an adult, and for example, my pastor that I used to have, man is always gonna f up. We're always gonna fuck up on things, okay? And it's sometimes it can be the most minute, simplest forms of respect, like respecting each other's opinion. And what I've noticed in the church environment, and I'm sure you can attest to this, is you got to treat me like an adult. I'm not your flock, and I'm not your sheep. Okay.
Yeah.
And for a man to have authority over you, is you're letting him. Just like if you have a mentor, I'm sure Doug mentors you in your journey to know the left hand path, and you're discovering new spells and so on and so forth. But he also deters you from what you're not ready, or you're not ready to understand, so on and so forth.
It's less like a mentorship and more like advisement.
Right, advisement.
It's very different at this point.
Okay.
Because I went through the mentor phase, and that did not end well. So I've learned to sort of look at things as we're adults, we're just sharing information.
Right.
I'm not going to try to I'm not going to try to change myself to fit a certain mold, but I'll listen to what you have to say and take it into consideration. That kind of thing, and that's what the adult world is missing.
Right. And may I add, because it's interesting you say that, because the left hand path does have its organizations, Temple of Set, Church of Satan, so on and so forth. These communities, or these churches that are left hand path, they have their advantages, and I'm sure they're this, and they have their hierarchy, obviously.
And there's a reason
Um,
why I'm not part of any of those, because I would be
right.
considered an outlier. In the left-hand path, I would be considered completely left-hand.
Well, and this is where I think, and this is where I always tell people, and it's one of the things I've learned. To be an adult, to a certain degree, you're gonna do things your way, and you gotta respect that. I respect anybody to a certain extent when it comes to doing things your way. Doug does it. Doug has his own way as just as a man. Literally, every man has their individuality. Peter Moon, everybody. Um, but what I've learned too also is when you perceive yourself as an adult, and not that people don't, but you have to be upfront with people, especially when it comes to your walk of whatever path. You have to be upfront to whoever is trying to be around you, and
Yeah.
be upfront, and you have to let them know what it is and what is not, because at the end of the day, they have to know. There can't be assumptions, because that's the thing. I was good friends with somebody, and and this is me as far as maturing into the person that I am. And I think this is why someone like JoJo, who her story is so incredible, because
Oh
you
yeah.
know she matured at a very young age. She was light years as far as me. And I think boys are like that. We're very immature to a certain degree. Doug is a different story. I mean, Doug is Doug.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that he didn't have his moments, but I'm starting to barely come into understanding that certain aspects of your life, you give the ability for people to really have an effect on yourself because you're letting them. I don't know if I'm making sense, but am I making sense?
Yeah, yeah. You're
Um,
making a lot of sense. I mean,
uh,
and
but
at the end of the day, the person who you have to watch out for isn't someone who's practicing something different from you. At the
right.
end of the day, most of the problems you're going to encounter are going to come from people who practice the same thing as you.
Mhm. And
This is
yeah,
always going to be the case, hands down, and this is the reason why I can, be on a show. I could speak to people who are not religious. I could speak to people who might follow Christianity, people who might have more of a new age,
right.
way of looking at things, or people who might have other views, and have no problem with it, because it's when you start, talking to someone who holds the same path, you'll agree to a point, but then when you start to disagree with someone who is in the same path, that's when things get dicey.
Well, and that's the thing, JMO, because no, I'm not someone that wants to, find the tunnels of set. I'm not. In fact, I'm the last person, right? But
Yeah.
here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing. Um, the world is multi-layered, okay? And this is just me talking from my point of view, okay? It's not black and white, okay? I'm sorry, but like we talked that one time. I'm sure, people from the left path are not hiding under a bridge, or the devil's not hiding under the bridge, waiting for me, or waiting to trip me. It doesn't work that way. In fact, that's very, very, very storybook, very childish point of view. And in fact, and you're right, it's really the person next to you, because even take the faith, or take the path out of it. As human beings, if you're a fucking asshole, you're an asshole. Okay, if you're a liar, you're a liar. If you're a guy and you act like a bitch, and I'm not talking like a woman, I'm talking like a bitch. You act like a bitch, and excuse my language, but you know,
Yeah, I know
um,
what you mean.
if what I'm talking about. I'll give you an
Yeah,
example.
yeah.
It's someone that acts like a bitch. Okay, kind of like what Meatwad talked about. Look, Meatwad. What's his face? Derek Talley,
It's like
he,
like those dudes who spend more
right,
time sizing up other guys
right.
and weighing themselves against
You're
other people rather than focusing on their own shit.
right, and it's interesting because this asshole was panhandling on Doug's podcast, and like, who the hell? Like, really? You're panhandling? Do you know? You know, Doug literally is, is trying to light a fire with two sticks. You know, I mean, you're here, whining about your cancer. Like, really? But this is what I'm trying to tell you is this guy's trying to quote Bible and reading scriptures. I remember he's reading from the Bible on transmission. Not there's nothing wrong with it, but it's empty when it's coming from a lame or it's coming from somebody that their ulterior motives are not what they truly are. He was a cultist. He was a lame. Even worse, he was a lame. He was a lame at it. You to a certain extent, to a certain extent, you have to either you have it or you don't. Okay, you either have it or you don't, and people know. People can tell. Like, oh, this guy's a lame. And this is one of the things that I've learned. Like my journey with women, and I know I'm going left with this. Okay, and this is just me. Okay.
Yeah.
The way I got my girl was I didn't make a big deal about it. Okay. She's not from this country. She's foreign, and I can't bring my American bullshit to a conversation because she doesn't understand. It's almost like, American man, you guys have a lot of issues. That's pretty much her response, because to her it's like, I can go back to my country if I want to. Yeah, it's crap, but get in line. There's problems everywhere. So in a sense, she kind of shuts me up in a sense like, yeah, you're right. You're right. You have to acknowledge the bullshit that we live in, but at the same time, you still got to live your life. And I try not to stay in the bullshit that's going on in this country, but at the same time, I also know that you can't also stay asleep.
Yeah,
you have to know what's going on. And go ahead.
What I'll say is that we have to realize that we have to create vested interest in seeing this shit show change for the better, rather than becoming shittier.
Right. And that's really what it is. I think what I've noticed about even just the people around me, even the place I'm working at right now, okay? The simple, just me walking in there, they're not knowing who I am. I'm from a different company. They're looking at me like, I currently feel like an outcast, but I also think about it, I'm like, wait a minute. This is a stupid job, okay? No one cares. I got to do my job and get the fuck out. That's all I got to do. I don't have to buy into trying to, acclimate myself to people, because it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter at the end of the day.
If you know what you're there to do, if you know your purpose, just get it done. I'm sure Doug had to run into assholes at the Presidio who were just assholes. You know what I mean? Like, just assholes,
to say the least.
and the worst is the military. I remember in college, military recruiters, trying to act like they're JAG, like the show JAG. Like, what are you talking about? You're here trying to recruit me. You're nobody, And this is, this is during like Afghanistan, and fast forward, 10, 15 years later, they're breaking the windows of the tanks and fucking up all the shit. So before they leave, like, you guys failed,
Yeah. I mean, not only that, these guys who were recruiting and whatnot, what are they doing? They just like retire off of veterans benefits for the rest of their lives, doing nothing, becoming a bunch of incels and supporting a fucking misogynistic asshole who doesn't.
By the way, Jim, how did you feel when you left the Air Force? Did you feel like a failure? Did you first buy into the gimmick? I mean, how was that like?
What I felt like I was just glad to be home, But in a sense, I felt like I had difficulty adjusting to the fact that, you know, I was never adjusted to the norm to begin with. So before I went into the military, I wasn't what you would call someone who was normal to begin with. And so in the military, what the military gave me the capacity to hide my whatever inconsistencies I had in my psyche, you know,
Right.
amongst the I got to hide behind a uniform, basically. But you know, it wasn't worth it dealing with some of the people who were just so goddamn stupid in a job that I wouldn't have liked to do anyway. So I figured, you know, I felt like I didn't feel like I failed. I felt like it wasn't for me.
Right. Right. That's good, man. That's good. I think I have a lot of friends that came back from you know, from Afghanistan and Iraq, and they're broken, man. They're broken. These guys really bought into it, you know.
Yeah,
And
and there's no fixing
no,
that, because they have to live with the fact that they bought into it, and they have
and
to
yeah,
live with the self-hatred and what that entails, what comes with it, when you realize that you were, you know, falling in line with a gimmick. And I was one of the people, you know, there were some of us, luckily, you know, in the Air Force, you know, there were a good few of us, at least, you know, in basic training, at least on the black side, because, you know, it's interesting how we segregate ourselves, you know, and I was able to, like, I was the only dude who was able to, like, drift, like, fluidly between the blacks and the whites, and,
right,
you know,
right,
literally just like whatever. But it's interesting, like, those of us of color, we knew that we were here to get something for ourselves. We didn't give a fuck about serving the country or anything like that.
right,
And
right.
then we would speak to, like, and then I'd speak to, like, this older white guy who's like, but Bush is our commander in chief. He knows what's best. And I'm like, dude, this and I'm telling him, and I'm like, dude, this whole 9/11 shit is fucked up. This isn't what we think it is. I knew that shit going in the military, and I
Right,
went
right,
in, and I went in, what, like maybe 2 years after 9/11.
right.
So I
Okay.
mean, yeah, I knew that shit going in. I knew that shit
So
was
so
fucked
you
up
were at
going
the
in.
height. I mean, you were there at the dance at the height of it. I get it. You
Yeah,
know.
yeah, yeah, and I did not. And the thing is, I was only focused on one thing. Honestly speaking, I was morbidly fucking depressed, and I was focused on how I was going to die.
Mm,
And
okay.
of course, I wouldn't have died in the Air Force. I would have probably just wound up.
Right.
I probably would have wound up trying to kill myself, which is
Mm,
what I
okay.
intended, you know, because I was
Wow.
just really fucking depressed.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And you know what? I've been there, man. I'm not gonna lie. Depression's a bitch because with me, the problem with me is I've learned is not to stay in my head. Okay. I'm an introvert. Um,
I am
not
too.
to not to stay in my head. Okay. I have to learn how to. A lot of what's helped me a lot recently. It's just talking to somebody, and it sounds very remedial and basic, but it's not because um, even my relationships with my girl, you know, I constantly have to keep communicating with her because you know she loves me and that's the thing about women, bro, is that they're tough, man. She's tough. She's beautiful and she's very feminine, but she's tough as nails. And she's been through her own shit. And there's nothing worse when a woman calls you out on you being a bitch, you know, straight up. No, seriously,
Yeah, well,
it makes you look at
they have to do
it,
that.
you know, it makes you look at yourself like, damn, you know, I might as well be squatting and taking a piss, you know, and I don't mean to sound, you know, all you know, misogynistic, but it's not really that. It's mostly you got to communicate. I'm talking about me, you know. I constantly have to communicate and you know, and maneuver in our relationship because women teach me a lot. At least, my woman taught me a lot, in a sense that, look, I lived alone. I lived on my own for a long time, and being acclimated to women. Women love things clean. Okay, women like to be comfortable. Period. Okay, so not that I'm not clean, but I'm the type where I like, you know, being single. There's a freedom of leaving your shit anywhere,
Yeah,
anywhere, and
I trust me, I know.
so
I love my I love my chaos, man.
and and this well, here's the thing, okay? My girl, my girl's a clean freak. One thing she does is loves to clean. She's a very clean, very very domestic, and I hate to say domesticated because my vocabulary is just that's the best way I can put it. She's very domesticated. She's very clean. Okay, she's very organized. Okay, um, she during she actually worked in housekeeping. Because she loved cleaning so much. She actually works as a housekeeper uh, for um for some of the very rich and here in Los Angeles. So she was very good at her job, and she was very paid. She was paid very well. You're talking about room and board. And the whole thing. So she liked it, but she moved on from it. But she's very clean, and I do appreciate that from her because I've kind of learned to I learned I've learned to kind of evolve into more of an adult, and I think this is where I can take the cue from Doug, where I realize why Doug is always likes to have a managerial, not necessarily to treat him like a kid, but woman's touch, it makes a difference. And I know you, Tommy, Sammy, I'm me and this and that. You relate to me your struggles with that side, but like I told you,
yeah, I mean,
you're gonna be fine.
I had an opportunity
Yeah,
today, and I couldn't say anything, and I didn't know
yeah, but
what to say. I
but
didn't
I'm gonna
know
tell you,
what to do,
go ahead, go ahead.
and I let it slip away, and I saw and I assessed myself as I let this slip away. And I
Right,
saw how I was holding on to the comfort of not saying anything. And I
right,
couldn't
right.
let go of that comfort
Well,
blanket of not saying anything. So
yes,
for
yes.
me, it's going to be a very hard path for me.
Did you
It's
freeze
not
up?
going to
Did,
be.
did did you just freeze up?
I just wasn't sure it was what I thought it was.
Okay. Well, I,
I doubted myself. I
right.
doubted, and then when I confirmed that she was interested, by just the way she was looking and whatnot, it was just like I still couldn't. I was a bitch, man. A
No, no.
bitch. I mean,
Look. I'm gonna
shit.
tell you. I'm gonna tell you what. Okay. Um. Next time, just smile. Okay. Watch. Just smile. Okay. Smile. Okay. Think of something that makes you smile and smile, and you'll see the difference. And like I said, it's part of coming to your own. And this is where I'm talking. This is where I have to kind of put myself out there to kind of show you that I've been where you've been at. Okay, like I told you, I was a late bloomer like you, um, and like I said, it's not it's something that you kind of have to start slow, and smile. Okay, women, especially with my girl, like I when I approached my girl, I was just friendly and smile. Don't be a creep, and I'm not saying you are. It's just smile and just be you. And a lot of saying is fuck it. Just be you, you know? And because
Yeah.
really,
Well. The sentence "just be me." You're that. That's complicated
yeah, and you know what? JMO, you
because
are a complicated guy because I'm a complicated guy
because
too.
me just being me is me just sitting there in silence and continuing to write spells or whatever the hell I'm doing. That's me being me.
Right,
That
right,
who's
right.
going to approach that?
Well, like I said, you have to emote. Like, look, with girls, okay, and I don't, and I didn't mean to bring the show the transmission is, but I want to tell you one thing, okay. I have to be multi-layered with my girl. Okay, I can't. And this is what with women. This is one of the things that women they want you to be involved, especially if you're in a relationship. Okay, they want you to be involved. Okay, they want you to engage. They want you, like Valentine's Day just passed. I bought my girl some roses. I don't care about the roses, but it's the gesture. It's little things like that that in the end it pays, because there's just certain things. It's a woman's touch is very. It just makes your life a little bit more enjoyable.
I'm sure it will.
It's almost a cool factor. Okay, you have to think about it too. Okay, because it's that cool factor. Okay, it's the cool factor that like when JoJo comes on. You notice when JoJo comes on the show and you hear her voice, it just changes the whole mood. And I'm not saying we're lames, but it's a pretty woman. It's her voice. It's that femininity. It's just. It changes the whole mood, and I think you know what I'm trying to get to, and just smile, just smile and do you, man.
I don't think I deserve a woman. Honestly speaking, I don't
none
deserve.
Of us do. And that's the thing about it. None of us do. I was a slob. I'm telling you, I was a slob in the sense that I didn't like my place that I had. I didn't decorate it. I had paper cups. I have, plastic cups and paper cups, because I'm the type where I didn't want to do dishes. So I just threw them out, But like I said, I think it's part of, as far as me, okay, it's part of my evolving as a man, and and certain things that I've learned to let go. Like like I don't watch X-Men as much anymore. Like you're nice to watch X-Men. I don't watch it anymore. Do I think it's cool? Yeah, it is. But like Doug roasting us for liking that cartoon and just the animated thing. I think it was hilarious, but Doug is an artist. Coming from Doug, of course it looks like shit. That's Stan Lee shit. But at the end of the day, it's just an involvement, man. And like I said, I just like you relaying your struggles. I can really I can relate, and like I told you, is you'll be fine. Okay, I think the more you just do the simple thing, like just smile at your next female friend. Just smile at her, and just smile, and you'll see. Just see, and just you can build on that. Smile, wave your hand, say hi, and just don't even think about it. Don't even think about it.
Well, yeah, that was what I was trying to tell myself to do, to wave your hand or something, and I couldn't even do that.
You're there. Don't worry about it. You're there. You're there. The thought's already there. Okay.
And then there's a processing. Well, see, I'm a targeted individual, so how do I know this person isn't setting me up for some shit?
You know what? Go ahead.
So there's that aspect to add to it, and of course, Doug was, well, he doesn't let that stop him, but he has a very unique set of circumstances that enables him to, get enjoy some of the most gorgeous women on the planet. I, on the other hand, well, it is what it is. It's something that I think I'm going to just keep my head in continuing my initiation, because I'm certain that I'll be done by September.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh,
that's
thank
cool.
God. Oh, thank God. I saw Jameson's symbol up there, and I said, "Oh my God, he's droning profoundly on." And
by the way, I hope I didn't bring down the numbers.
I'm sorry, what?
I hope I didn't bring down the viewership.
Oh no! It's honest. Believe me.
I'm sure we did better than last time.
Yeah, no worries. I'm certain you did fine. Just out of morbid curiosity, I'll take a look, and it's all right. Yeah, but oh, Clarice Claudette. Honey, Clarice Claudette, you have no idea how much I owe you. Oh my God, she's in the chat room. Mwah. I love you, honey, beyond expression. Oh my God, your care packages keep me alive, as does other people. But you gave so much. Oh my God, I can never repay you. Honestly, you're forever on my mind. I've been so busy. I was so overwhelmed with social obligations this month with all the Asian and Western holidays. I do hope you understand. They're only now beginning to stabilize everything. And oh my God, I've got a package from our man Dennis Marshall, and I haven't even opened it yet, though I will open it tomorrow or very shortly. Thank God things are stabilized enough where I can get to that point. But oh my God, overwhelmed. So Clarice Claudette, so glad she's got a sense of humor. She's been through hell itself. She's an archaeologist, or was. She was an archaeologist. And,
Oh wow, that's fascinating.
oh, she worked in fucking Pazuzu territory up there in Babylon.
Holy
and
shit, that's awesome.
Yeah. So you've got much to
shit.
discuss with her, I assure you. Yes. And so she says, y'all are a total crack. Yes, I'm a crackhead. Yes. So I'll say that. I'll admit that much. And you have no idea. I mean, I told Peter Moon, one of the photographs with my son on my timeline from a while back. I was on crack in that photograph, and Peter was like saying, "Hey, you understand? People get on crack, they don't get off it, or they don't live long." And he was like, "Well, normally, yes, that would be the case, but
That's your baseline human.
yeah, that's your baseline human." Oh my God! When it comes to myself, of course, what was it? That was anyhow. So there we go.
Well, you've got three things going for you. You've got your hybrid, one. You've got the nanoplasm, two, and you are, in a very real sense, a living vessel for the Peacock Angel.
Yes. Yeah.
That I think is the number one thing working in your favor.
Well, thank you so much, son. I mean, honestly, if it weren't for people like Clarice Claudette and, of course, both of you gentlemen, life would be infinitely harder regardless. And so Clarice Claudette is bringing up that her life was totally fucked up by religious controls and lies. Watch the show Borgia on Netflix and see how totally outrageous the church is. Yes, the Borgia family was extended. It was an Italian Renaissance family, and they provided many of the popes for a period of a couple hundred years. And
Not only that, the figure of Jesus Christ was based on one of the Borgia.
oh, okay, that wouldn't surprise me. The
long hair and the beard. Yeah, one of the most treacherous of them as well. One who killed like his brothers and very is Cesar Borges was his name, I think.
That's
Cesar.
Yeah, actually, that's deliciously ironic, and it would. I mean, it would surprise me. That's probably quite true. Hey, Veronica Barrera says, "Hola, Douglas. Hola, dear Senora," and she gives 3 roses. Mwah. Love you dearly, Veronica. And buenos noches a todos, Senora Veronica Barrera. And okay, let me see if I can get my act together. And
Yes. You got to supply us our fix, man. I mean, I'm hitting withdrawal territory, dude.
Oh well,
Give us the data.
Oh, well, we're gonna have to start with a horrible solicitation first, which is like the worst part of it. That's like pulling teeth for me.
Have you ever thought of pre-recording it and just like,
it'd be just as bad. I'd have to listen to it. Right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You know what? To tell you the truth, though, I remember some of the Revolution Radio commercials, and those were pretty bad too. Anyways.
Oh God, yeah. Could you recite some of them?
Beyond terrible.
Yeah. There was some that were
remember-
pretty funny. Go on.
I remember Caesar's Messiah, some
Yes.
like that.
Yes.
And I forget that guy's name. Something Atwell, something. There's a lot of them. What else?
Well, Bruce
Although
McDonald.
I do remember your intro. Your intro was pretty cool with the guns and what was it? Saturday Night Firing Lines. That was,
Yeah.
your intro was pretty cool.
Thank
but
you. Yeah.
as far as the commercials, there was one for like survival food, I remember.
Oh,
There was
yeah.
also.
Do you remember the stupid website that he spent years building, and it was just such shit? It was a piece of shit, and
Oh,
and
God.
the original website was just as bad. He had this stupid thing to make beef jerky with, and they showed some stupid fist like with a wiener, and it said jerk any meat, because you could turn any meat into beef jerky, into jerky, like a pig jerky, beef jerky, fish
Although
jerky.
yeah, although I kind of did wanted one of those cutting boards that he did with beeswax, but I'm like, screw it. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna get it.
yeah. Thank you. I mean,
Yeah.
that was kind of tempting, almost. Yes, I understand, but it was like he was just such a wretched character in so many other ways. That poor, pathetic wretch. It was so sad and stupid and everything else about his
Well,
life. Yeah.
like I was telling JMO back then, you were trying to make a fire with two sticks, so it is what it is,
Yes, it's true.
as
Thank
far
you.
as your transmissions, it's just you, and you know what? For doing that, you did a lot of damage.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm just glad you have your own platform now, to a certain extent, where you can
Yeah,
do what
because
the hell
all
you
those
want.
all those
Yeah.
other people who are on those commercials, they've probably fallen off to high hell in a handbasket.
Yes. Well, there's no place to go. Where can you go from there? It was just awful. By the way, one of the other commercials, what was it? The stupidest one was the two black guys, where they're saying, "You know who my favorite president was? Thomas Jefferson." That's kind of like two Jewish guys getting together and saying, "You know who my favorite world leader was? Adolf Hitler." Yeah, and he's so profoundly stupid.
Wow.
It's
No.
just. Could you remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that. I do remember that. And I think Solar's Blue Ribbon had one, if I'm
Yeah.
not mistaken.
Yeah.
By the way, she was hot.
Yeah,
Doug,
yes.
By the way, she was hot, Doug. I give you props.
Yeah,
I give you props on that, Doug.
Thank you. Yes, and by the way, Solaris Blue Raven, her dog just died. God bless her, and keep her in your thoughts. Go to the. Unfortunately, she doesn't allow comments on her channel, but there might be some way to get her a message. I just let her know that we're all, we all are with her in thoughts and prayers, and I am eternally guilty for what I did involving Christine Joanna Hart, and she doesn't forgive me, just like Judith Thagard doesn't forgive me because of Lena Shea. But I mean, but
Doug, you're a player, man. What are you gonna do? Like, you're a player. It is what it is, man. At least you don't lie about it. You did it. You it is what it is, man. But I'm just saying.
Yes, I've always said I've never been anything other than a despicable, irresponsible lout. I don't understand.
This is the thing about it. You love women. You can't help it. And I'm not saying you're some type of sexual deviant or anything. It's just, you're a player. Is what it is.
Yes.
It is what it is.
Thank you. And it's just, oh my God, if only they would understand the. Be more understanding. Oh my God.
Well, I think it's just women get catty. It is what women get catty. I've been around it. I've been around it where they get catty. It is what it is.
Yes, it is. It is. And of course, you have that one young lady who will never forgive you after you talked her into basically, seduced her with music. The lyrics from a song.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You know what? And that's my stupid upbringing where, you're talking about, a certain faction of Christian, being a born again Christian. Everything is no, 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 no. And you'd realize the biggest freaks come from church, It is what it is. It's just there's a lot of sexually repressed people in church, and this is why there's a lot of fucking going on in church, because it makes it worse,
Yes.
Well,
it does. Go ahead.
Is it possible that that's part of the arousal? That the arousal is doing something forbidden?
Of course, JMO. It's dumb because you can't if you're trying to portray something that is too good to be true, like you can't be a robot, man. You can't, especially if you're around women and you're
Well, that's the problem.
You're
Is
a
that
man.
I'm too robotic.
and that's the thing about it is you just don't lie about it. Sometimes you got to be upfront with women and say, hey, I like you, and so on and so forth. But
Well, I mean, they could see that I like them, but they can't see why I don't say anything. And I think, and I don't want them to come out to look at that and say, oh my God, this guy's a rapist or something. And so you get what I'm saying?
I do get it, but
I think that ultimately you will get laid because of these transmissions, because at some point some woman's going to realize that you're effectively harmless, that you're essentially not a threatening male in that sense. That so but let's not dwell on that now. I'm going
yes.
Yeah.
Let's get the solicitations going, because I want to see how the world. I want to watch the intricate tapestry of the world's demise.
that's
Thank you, J-Mo.
By the way, I'm noticing in Facebook, there's two people win on community help. I looked at this one woman who puts up, Facebook community help, right? Someone's requesting help in community help. I had a look at some woman named Suzanne Hott, apparently a Facebook friend of mine. I mean, the very name, right? Suzanne Hott. It's got a suggestive sound to it. HOTTE. And so then I look at what she puts.
Screen share.
Wait, what's that? What?
Screen share. Morbid entertainment.
Well, there you are. So she's requesting help in Bloomberg, Texas, and so I look at what she wrote. Yeah, requesting help in community help on Facebook, and so she's talking about Anunnaki, and they needed gold so badly so they could clean their atmosphere. It's all Zachariah Sitkin stuff. So she's telling people about the Zachariah Sitkinite cult cosmology, and that's what she puts on requesting help for community help. Zachariah Sitkin.
You know what? That they really were pumping that back before 2012. I remember that.
Yeah.
That's actually one of the reasons how I kind of found you, Doug, was they were really pumping that. Yeah. And especially with the whole George Norrie Coast to Coast crap. But anyways, go ahead.
Yeah. And Ed Dames just supposedly he went to some fucking bunker underground. His old corpse is probably laying down there somewhere. Like,
oh, he's such a piece of shit. And he he went to the Ukraine, believe it or not. He married a young Ukrainian wife, and it was James Arthur Yanchik, who was a student of his, had paid for his stupid course and was an admirer of this guy. And then the one time he had him to interview, he found out what a sleaze he was. That's when Ed Danes was telling him, "Oh, I got a young Ukrainian wife now, and I gotta keep pumping up Viagra. I gotta mainline it into my cock to try and keep it up so I can try to satisfy her." And it was like, and all I could think of was, I only pray that it happens to him. But there was this one poor bastard in Latin America, of course, some Latin American politician had some young, hot girl he was dating, and he just took the whole bottle of Viagra, and he got priapism. Priapism is when this is what they warn you on the bottle about, it goes up and it won't go down, and then you're in agony because all the blood's in your crotch, and his dick turned blue, and they had to surgically remove it. It was like, oh my God. It's like, so what did this idiot think he was going to do? Just drive nails into a board with his prick? This is what I was praying would happen to Ed Danes. There's a man who would deserve that, and it was just all of these people. They really overcompensate. It's just so sad. So aside from all of that,
well, Putin's a perfect example.
Yeah,
and now we're going to face a fucking war that's possibly going to kill maybe well nigh at least 2 billion people.
If it goes global, we'll see what happens. Yes, we can only hope.
Hey, maybe he can call the half ape, half man, hybrids.
He is the half ape. He is one of those. Look at him. He looks like one.
Yes. Oh
Okay,
God. Yeah, he's getting old.
I can't be the only one who sees it. He has like a monkey head.
Yeah. No,
He does.
It's
He looks like one of those macaques.
yeah, yeah. He gets worse as he gets older, of course. You know, it all gets exaggerated.
So he's devolving back into the base form. He's one of Stalin's experiments
Yes.
gone wrong. That's
Yes.
why he's ruling Russia.
Right, right.
I didn't know he was. Well, I know he's the KGB, but I didn't know he spent time in East Germany.
Oh yeah,
That-
yeah. He
I didn't know that. That's
yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, yeah. He spent time in East Germany, and he was like he was there when the German people raided the police headquarters. So he was like hiding under the desk. It's a true story. He was hiding under the
Yeah, sounds
desk.
about right.
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, and the German people came in and they raided the headquarters and were like trashing the place. And that was right after the collapse of the Berlin Wall. That's one of the reasons why I think he's so bitter about the collapse of the Soviet Union. It has to be. And he's just...
That's why he's always trying to assert his manhood, because he can never live down the fact that he hid under a desk.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. Something like that combined with so many other things. He had a beautiful first wife. I don't know what happened to her. I mean, obviously, he probably had her killed.
He killed her.
Yeah, he probably had her killed, and it was...
He fed her to Derek Talley.
Yes, something like that. Yeah, but by the way, for those of you who really can't grasp why Derek Talley is like our favorite bitch, try and understand this much. Derek Talley, you're talking about somebody who was like saying, oh yeah, my wife is evil, and you know, the people with me right now will likely remember his saying that. My wife's just evil. She told me, I wish you died of cancer. I wish you died of cancer. Of course, he never said why she was so upset with him. The reason why, just so people understand the context, I don't know if people ever put the dots together, but I'll put them together for you now. It was, here was Richard K. Cole Jr. was putting pictures of Derek Talley's family's children, all of his nephews, his nieces. These were all just very young children, and their pictures were being placed all over the internet by this crazed white stalker. And Derek Talley refused to report him to the FBI, even though his wife wanted him to report it to the FBI. And he said, oh no, I can't report a fellow Marine. And this is like, you're talking about his nieces and his nephews, his wife saying these are like her family's relations, of course. And he was just like, he took Richard K. Cole Jr. over his wife. And because of that,
God, that is so gay.
Yes.
Not in a good sense.
Yes. Thank you. This is why she hated him. This is why she said, I wish you died of cancer. And so, because Richard K. Cole Jr. was just terrorizing everybody he thought was affiliated with me. These people are all compartmentalized. They don't realize they're all on the same team. Derek Talley was obviously part of some MK Ultra program that his dad turned him into, so he could get his commission.
Operation Meatwad.
Yeah, Operation Meatwad. That's right. Yes. Yeah. And what I was trying to talk about earlier with what might have been going on the other day is, like I said, when you got these stupid people who, the technology is there, and you can look this up, of course, anybody can look this up. The technology used to be, what they did with landlines was they could turn your phone into, like, basically a wiretap. They would turn your phone into the tap, and by turning the phone on, even though it was hung up, they could mechanically do that. These days they do that with cell phones. And in either case, whenever they do this, the bill goes on you. In other words, you get billed for it. I knew this from this idiot who was this Asian Indian creep who worked in armed security with myself. And this idiot was just so crazed. And they hired, by the way, he was arrested multiple times for wife beating, and he was doing security at the Oakland Federal Building. This is a person who's been arrested with a multiple arrest record, is armed, and he's working security at the Oakland Federal Building, meaning that he's the only guy in the building guarding all of the arms and the ammunition of the FBI offices and these other law enforcement agencies when they're all gone from work at night. He's the guy guarding all this shit, and
Holy shit.
yeah, and he's got an arrest record a mile long, and so this creep. What would happen is the black janitors, because it's Oakland, everybody's black except for 1% of the population. At least it was in those days, especially at night. And he was like this Asian Indian security guard, and then you got these black janitors and shit, and they're stealing all the computers. And the way they would do it would be shit like they'd tell him, hey, there's something going on the, whatever floor, 13th floor or something. And he they turned off all the elevators. They'd turn off all the elevators. These are the black janitors. They got the keys. So they'd send him running up the stairs up to the 13th floor, by which time that fucker's like collapses and shit. And then they're downstairs shipping out all the computers and shit. And, stealing the ammo and, hemorrhaging it out of the federal building. Stealing ammo from the FBI, mind you. And shit. This is the shit that was going down with this idiot.
Oh my God.
And of course they would tell you to patrol outside, and of course it doesn't matter, that's what you're getting paid to do. You wouldn't go outside to patrol if you had any modicum of sanity, because you would be killed if you went outside. It's Omega Man territory. There's nothing but hostile blacks out there, and you're the only non-black for miles at night in that stupid federal building. So you just stay locked up in the federal building, of course, and but at any rate, he would go out and patrol and confront people. I mean, this is how stupid this individual was. But it's because he's, God, every time I think about this idiot, I just get sick. But my point with him was that he was an example where he got a job at the Ritz-Carlton for security. By the way, that's an exclusive hotel in San Francisco. And it's where the elite, like presidents, go when they visit San Francisco. They stay at the Ritz-Carlton. It's the hotel in San Francisco. This is where international dignitaries, this is where Khrushchev stayed. When Khrushchev came to San Francisco, he stayed at the Ritz-Carlton. So this is the level. So he was at the Ritz-Carlton, and then when Clinton came to visit, he, goes up to him. This armed Asian Indian motherfucker goes up to Clinton and going, oh, I know this really isn't a democracy. Oh, so starts talking shit, some armed Asian Indian dude. Then before you know it, his phone bill goes way up. And his phone bill goes up by hundreds of dollars. And so when he calls the phone company, why my phone bill up $100? Then they told him, first the guy looked at his record, and then he said, why did you request a tap on your phone? And he asked that just innocently. And then, what? No, I request no tap on my phone. Then suddenly the guy realized he made a mistake in saying that, and then shut up. So you see, because the government does this, they don't consult with the phone company. And then the phone company, oftentimes they'll innocently mention that to a victim, and then they'll realize, oh shit, this is government stuff and I can't talk about this. It's not like they're part of a conspiracy or something. It's just that they realize that they have to go through supervisors and everything else to, but basically, anyhow, Sammy's going off call. He says goodnight. Hey, if you want to come and say good morning to everybody, and then I'll start the solicitation. And let's see if our man does that, or if Sammy just I guess he just checked out. So, love you dearly, Sammy.
Good night.
Yes.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you.
I'll be listening, and God bless. Okay.
Yes, thank you. God bless you as well. Hugs.
Good night, Sammy.
Yes.
Good night.
Wonderful. Love you dearly, and share that with your girlfriend. And so anyhow, what happened was the government ordered a wiretap on his phone, but they reverse all the charges to you, the victim, the person who they tap. And of course, the Secret Service did this to him after he approached Bill Clinton with a gun. And not that he drew the gun, but he's wearing a gun, and was talking about how this isn't really a democracy. And so what happens is when they turn your cell phone into a tap, which they can easily do, then, basically it burns your battery. Your battery wears out really fast. You're charging it all the time. Your phone always feels like it's hot and burning. If this is consistently going on, then, it could be any number of issues, but one of them would be potentially, for whatever reason, the government's turned your phone into a tap. And what happens is you get charged for that. You'll suddenly find your bill goes way up, and you're getting charged for basically it's a nonstop call the government is doing on your dime. And so this is likely what happened the other night when we had all of those apps riding on my mic, because it was like multiple calls going through the same mic. So this is what even Jameson Reese can attest to that.
Yeah. I was able to guide you through taking off those
a number
letting
of stuff that we
programs,
didn't need.
yeah.
But there was, it still said there's two apps were running through your mic. So it was like whatever we did was not the source of the problem. Obviously, the noise still continued for a time after that, then stopped and kind of,
we got interference tonight because
Yeah, we did.
while I was talking to Sammy Romero, they were like replaying recordings of myself like 1 second behind.
Interesting. Okay. So they did that while I was gone, doing my lines of code. Okay. Yeah, this is there. You see, I mean, it's like, why they were bothering you guys is beyond.
Of all people to really bother, I'm probably the least threatening of anything that they can possibly try to look into. So it's their money.
Yeah, somehow you got on the
money,
list.
folks.
You were on the list for a long
money.
time. Yeah, you were. You were on the list for a long time for whatever reason, and
I was probably born into it. For all I know.
There we are. Yes.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain I was born into it at this point because the shit has been weird since I was a kid. I mean, shit. I've bumped into weird ass fucking people since I was young. So I mean, yeah.
Oh, yes. By the way, so Veronica Barrera says, haha, I remember Revolution Radio, yes. And Clarice Claudette was saying, Jameson, you need to wait for a woman who really sees you for who you are and your gifts. Yes. And this show does have a lot of testosterone. Aha, yes. And so Clarice Claudette, you are constantly on my mind, believe me. So I owe you, and I'll get along to speaking to you sometime soon. It's just, as you know, please understand, be patient with me. So aside from all of that, let's start with solicitation and get that out of the way. And we have dear Jameson with us. He will stay with us the rest of the night, I pray. I may need you,
sir.
At a moment's notice.
I've got a backlog of interesting work to do, and I can tell you this much: I love having work to do of this sort. So I will be up all night.
Okay. All right. Very well then. And with that, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Ostenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson. An aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his yet-to-be-published work of that very title, The Unfinished Man, and review scenes from his cinematic documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. Spell Tucson as you would Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it. The TucsonMurders.com. Or telephone the Baron Ben privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520/323 3406. That's 1520 323 3406. Again, a shout out to all of these wonderful people who contributed 100 United States dollars each. That would include Aaron Tice, just a stellar human being. You heard him earlier tonight. The other would include, of course, Jojo Mikolejic, and of course, an angelic being. And with that, checking into some of the other contributors, and one of them, I believe, would like to remain anonymous. They used the alias Satrina Bidami, and that is actually a dear friend of Peter Moon, and because they wanted to be on the alias about this, I'm not going to name them. And of course, one from a Phenomenal, but I don't know if they want to remain anonymous. I think it'd be safe to say their name. I'll take a risk with that. Gregory Fenlong. Each one of these wonderful individuals has contributed 100 United States dollars. All of that was within a matter of minutes. As well, of course, Salman Sheikh sent a check for 100 United States dollars earlier in the month, which I never had a chance to deposit altogether. More than enough, of course, to pay rent, and should be able to get a new microphone if I needed one. But I'm beginning to realize this is not a microphone issue. What we were experiencing the other day was somebody jacked the mic, or somebody got into the system and stuck. They were riding on the mic, and that's why we had the strange feedback that we did. And other than that, we also were dealing with the forgive me. I think that's what was making all that infernal racket. We're not hearing it tonight, thank the gods, but we were hearing some interference while I was gone, and it was Sammy Romero and Jameson Reese speaking, and probably the NSA agent or the cultist was didn't like Sammy and Jameson talking and started replaying their own Jameson's own voice a couple minutes behind, just to irk them. This is just harassment, and it's the sort of thing that they hope will God knows what, take you to the point of madness, I suppose. Do that long enough, and it will take anyone over the edge. So, this week marks the 50th anniversary of Richard Nixon's visit to the Communist Chinese Empire that led to the establishment of formal diplomatic ties circa 1979 and a new era of trade and economic relations. No joint celebrations have been announced. The reason? We are into the new major European war. The largest conflict since World War II. That's how Prime Minister Boris Johnson of the Greater British Empire has described the consequences of this Russian invasion of the Ukraine. And the balance of power over Ukraine has shattered overnight. United Germany axed the pivotal Nord Stream 2 pipeline bringing Russian gas to Europe after Putin dispatched troops into Ukraine. Putin ordered Russian forces into pro-Kremlin insurgency zones of eastern Ukraine on Monday. United Germany axed the Nord Stream 2 pipeline deal after Russia moved forces into Ukraine. The pipeline connects gas fields in Russia to European countries and was fiercely opposed by these United States. Number 2, the Empire of Japan is slapping sanctions on the Russian Empire. Today, Prime Minister Fumio Kishida declared that Tokyo is imposing sanctions on Moscow, including prohibiting the issuance of Russian bonds in the Empire of Japan and freezing the assets of certain Russian individuals, following similar maneuvers by these United States. The confirmation by the world's number 3 economy comes as the crisis in Europe deepens, with the Russian leader on Monday ordering troops into 2 breakaway regions in eastern Ukraine that Russia now recognizes as independent states. Kishida will join a virtual meeting of the G7 nations tomorrow as organized by United Germany in an effort to defuse tensions in those parts of the United States that are into tomorrow already. On the eastern seaboard, it's only 11 p.m. over here in the Pacific, where we are, of course, not yet midnight. The days that I'm using are still in reference to my sense of time. But in the majority of North America's sense of time right now, the G7 nations meeting is taking place today, virtually, as organized by United Germany, because yesterday, Deutschen Kanzler, the German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, announced that he was suspending the Nord Stream 2 pipeline project with Russia in response to Putin's actions. You see, Putin has lost the plot. The Russia issue is hurting the stock market. Things could get worse. After the Putin-induced dip yesterday, the markets initially seemed to be recovering a little this morning. The Shanghai Composite rose by 0.9% and the Hang Seng by 0.6%. The Stocks Europa 600 is up 0.7% at the time of this transmission, or rather the last time I checked prior transmission. And the U.S. futures look comparable, which is nice, as the S&P, or the Standard & Poor's 500, entered correction territory the day before yesterday by now. Stocks were crushed Tuesday, sending the S&P 500 index SPX 1.84% into correction territory. It might just be time to buy for investors with a fairly longer term time horizon. And all 3 major indexes fell more than 1% yesterday, or the day before yesterday by now for people already trading or getting close to it on the East Coast. That came as Russia has sent troops into Ukraine, signifying the country's desire to accumulate power. Markets understand that Western countries may impose sanctions on Russian oil, though President Joe Biden did not announce those maneuvers in his Tuesday speech. If those sanctions do come to fruition, the global supply of oil will drop, sending the price higher. That could hurt a consumer already dealing with high inflation. Tuesday's decline sent the S&P 500 into correction territory, defined as a 10% drop from a recent high. The latest was seen in early January for the index. Now, to be sure, most of the correction has been on the back of tighter Federal Reserve monetary policy. The Fed is expected to lift interest rates several times this year to stave off the high inflation, a maneuver that would drag economic growth down. Plus, the higher bond yields that the expected change in policy has brought on reduces the value of future profits, sending stock valuations lower. There's good news, though. Here's what history says happens next. Stocks do tend to perform well just after they enter correction territory. The average S&P 500 gain for the 12 months following a close into correction territory is 9.3%, dating back to 1998, according to the Dow Jones market data that I'm sourcing right now. The index sees gains in that time span about 2/3 of the time. And when the index doesn't post a gain for the year following a close into correction territory, it's often because there's a major economic problem. After closing in correction territory in late November 2007, the year my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, was murdered, the S&P 500 fell 37% in the following 12 months. The market was still reflecting what would become the Great Recession, a result of the Great Financial Crisis. The economic outlook wasn't close to showing signs of improvement yet. But in late October 2008, After some upside, the S&P 500 closed in correction territory yet again, but it rose 22% in 2009. Markets were pricing in the eventual recovery. Hopefully, this correction looks more like the kind that kickstarts an advancing market. The Russia-related economic risks and the Fed's tighter policy are what has the market down. Investors still need to see if there will be sanctions, if higher oil prices even put a large dent into consumer spending, how many times the Fed will hike rates, and what the economic impact will be. The point is that the chances are high that the stock market will do just fine over the next year or so, if we aren't headed for a recession soon. Oil futures are down a little, as are U.S. natural gas futures, though European gas futures, which surged nearly 10% yesterday, started the day with another jump of around 5%. So while stocks are reeling in response to the Russia-Ukraine conflict, there isn't full-blown panic. Several developments need to occur for the stock market to take another nosedive. Now, yesterday, the Dow Jones Industrial Average, S&P 500, and NASDAQ Composite fell 1.4%, 1%, and 1.2% respectively, but that was well up from the lows of the day for all three indexes. The main fear for markets is that these United States and other countries will have to impose harsh sanctions on Russian exports of oil, which would limit the amount available globally. The price would rise, cutting into the spending power of consumers who are already dealing with high inflation. That isn't happening yet. President Joe Biden spracketh yesterday afternoon and didn't announce any sanctions on Russian oil exports. He did unveil sanctions on two large Russian financial institutions, blocked off the country's ability to issue sovereign debt in the West, and said sanctions on Russian elites will go into effect. Well, they went into effect today. And Biden has also signed an executive order prohibiting new investment, trade, and financing by the United States in separatist regions of Ukraine. In order for the stock market to experience another downward jolt from here, there would have to be heavy sanctions on Russian oil. Tom Essier, founder of Sevens Report Research, wrote, "Regarding Ukraine, investors will await the announcement of new sanctions from the West against Russia, and depending on how severe they are, it could add to the selling pressure on stocks." One reason the Biden administration hasn't yet imposed harsh restrictions is that Russia hasn't been as aggressive as it could be. Kim Wallace, policy expert and senior managing director at 22V Research, has observed that so far the invasion of Ukraine hasn't been full scale, which is why Biden's response has been proportionate. All of this is chicken shit bullshit, but we'll get to the real war eventually. That's inescapable. Right now, everyone's still in denial. Biden confirmed that viewpoint in his Tuesday speech about proportionality, saying that the United States will escalate its response if Russia escalates its military aggression. The lack of sanctions on oil and the possibility that they might be avoided is part of the reason why the price of oil hasn't exactly surged in the last few days, although it has risen almost 24% this year. West Texas they call themselves West Texas Intermediate crude oil. They're the benchmark for the U.S. market, and they rose about 1% to a bit over $92 a barrel Tuesday, but it is still below a multi-year of 95 United States dollars. That multi-year high hit on February 14th, Valentine's Day. Didn't that pierce your heart? Now, traders have digested the idea that the price of oil is on pace to rise above 100 United States dollars within the next month or so. It's up to more than 11% in just the past month, so another leap higher would be needed for the stock market to fall more steeply. To quotist John Kolovos, Chief Technical Strategist at Macro Risk Advisors, "At what point does it oil prices destroy the stock market. It would have to be something north of $120 to $130, and how quickly we get there as well. The fact that oil isn't spiking is helping keeping stocks from dropping to scary levels. At 4,305, the S&P 500 is still 2% above its lowest level of the year. 4,222 hit in late January. At that level, a wave of buyers came in to send stocks higher. That's a key level to watch. And Frank Schiaparelli, Schiaparelli, the chief market technician at Instinet, warns us that if the index falls below it, that would indicate investors are getting more pessimistic about the economic outlook. For the moment, the Russia issue is a market risk, but it isn't truly alarming investors. It scarcely needs saying that this relative tranquility does not mean all is well in Ukraine. On Monday evening in Moscow, Russian dictator for life Vladimir Putin made his country's strongest move on Ukraine since the annexation of the Crimean Peninsula in 2014 by recognizing the independence of two separatist regions in eastern Ukraine that were established by pro-Russian insurgent forces. Putin also signed a mutual aid treaty between Russia and the two People's Republics and authorized Russian troops to cross the border into areas controlled by local pro-Russian insurgents to maintain the peace. Since 2014, the Donetsk People's Republic and Luhansk People's Republic have occupied nearly half of Ukraine's easternmost Donetsk and Luhansk regions, where the Ukrainian government in Kiev has lost control. Until this week, however, no country in the world, including Russia, had ever recognized their legitimacy. Vladimir Putin, who has now received all Russian lawmakers' approval for the foreign use of force, has also decided that Russia's recognition of the so-called Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics extends to the borders proposed by their puppet leaders. That means he recognizes their claim to territory in the Donetsk and Luhansk regions that is currently controlled by Kiev, a fact that plainly sets the stage for mask-off clashes between Russian and Ukrainian forces. Putin has also declared an end to diplomacy and given Ukraine an ultimatum demanding its demilitarization. In other words, its surrender and capitulation. The invasion is already underway, and the war appears to be about to ignite. In preparation for this instigation, Putin has personally been overseeing massive nuclear drills amid Russo-Ukrainian tensions, while the Ukraine itself is declaring a state of emergency, granting its citizens the right to bear arms, while both Biden and Putin signal an even greater confrontation ahead over the Ukraine. The East-West standoff, the face-off over Ukraine, escalated dramatically yesterday, with Russian lawmakers authorizing President Vladimir Putin to use military force outside his country, and U.S. President Joe Biden and European leaders responding by slapping sanctions on Russian oligarchs and banks. Meanwhile, officials in Washington are using every rhetorical tool in their arsenal to criticize the Russian troop buildup, expose false flag operations, and prepare Americans mentally for a war in Europe. Now that's what brings us to the key background. Now on Monday afternoon, Putin convened an expanded meeting of the Russian Federation Security Council after the leaders of the pro-Russian forces of the two regions asked their neighbor to grant them legal recognition. Now, I support the proposal to incorporate the DNR and LNR into Russia. That's what the Russian intelligence chief, Sergei Naryshkin, stammered during the day before yesterday's extraordinary meeting of Vladimir Putin's Security Council, convened to discuss Russia's recognition of breakaway republics in eastern Ukraine's Donbas region. The Russian president for life glowered, "This is not what we are talking about and discussing. We are talking about recognizing their independence. Say yes or no." "Yes, I support the proposal of recognizing independence." "Good. Now sit down, please." This televised exchange was but one of many darkly surreal moments on a Monday evening that brought Europe to the brink of war, hours after Putin's advisors gave their entirely unrehearsed speeches in support of recognition. Russia's army started rolling into the so-called DNR and LNR, Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics. The spectacle should prompt a rapid reevaluation of Putin and his intentions. It's time to stop thinking of the Russian president as some kind of chess grandmaster from space. He's a paranoid mob boss with a baseball bat in his hand and vengeance on his mind. He may be disinformation personified. Narishkin was likely giving the game away, but Putin was not bluffing as he ramped up pressure on Ukraine. In Putin's ahistorical telling, Ukraine never had a tradition of genuine statehood and was essentially invented by the Bolsheviks before showing rank ingratitude after the breakup of the Soviet Union by denying its Russianness. Never mind that Kiev is several centuries older than Moscow. And turning to the West. Now Putin claims Ukraine is set to be the springboard for a NATO strike on Russia. And in a ranting address to the nation delivered the night before last, he lamented, "If our ancestors had heard about it, they probably would simply not have believed it." And then, Russia has exactly every right to take retaliatory measures to ensure its own security. That is exactly what we will do. Now, Putin's troops are in the breakaway republics on an alleged peacekeeping mission. Given that the last week has seen a vast uptick in violent provocations by the Russia-backed rebels, with multiple Ukrainian attacks being swiftly exposed as false flags, it is no surprise to see the United States calling all this out as nonsense. Now, that brings me, with no small amount of regret, to a tripwire subject: American politics. Conservatives are defending Russia in the Ukraine crisis, and Trump leads the way. The top line being that as President, Joe Biden and Western leaders seek to defuse a potentially catastrophic war in Eastern Europe. A handful of primarily right-wing American political figures are slamming the Western response and even praising Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's maneuver to send troops into Ukraine. Former President Donald Trump being the most prominent among them. Key facts being that in an interview conducted yesterday, Trump himself called Putin's decision to recognize 2 Russian-backed breakaway states in eastern Ukraine and restore Russian troops, or rather order Russian troops in as so-called peacekeepers, is a genius move. Going on to call Putin a guy who's very savvy. Now, on a crucial note, when asked about Putin ordering Russian troops across the border on the right-wing radio program called The Clay Travis and Buck Sexton Show, Trump said, "How smart is that? And he's going to go in and be a peacekeeper. Now, earlier yesterday, Trump had released a statement bashing Biden's weak response without suggesting what he thinks the penalties should be for Russia, breaking what had been a nearly month-long silence on the growing crisis in Ukraine. Now, yesterday, right-wing commentator Candace Owens blasted the United States, or the U.S. response, in a series of tweets, saying Americans should just read a transcript of Putin's addresses to the United Nations Security Council to know what's actually going on, and claiming that potential NATO membership for Ukraine serves as a threat to Russia and means we are at fault. And on his show yesterday night, Fox News host Tucker Carlson urged Americans to ask, why do I hate Putin? And has questioned why it would be disloyal for Americans to side with Russia if war breaks out. He questioned why such would be the case. Confucius himself is manifestation. Now, in tangent, Representative Tom Malinowski, Democrat from New Jersey, said that late last month his office was flooded with calls from Tucker Carlson viewers who he said were upset that we were not siding with Russia in its threats to invade Ukraine. And on Monday, Tulsi Gabbard, who's moving toward the right since running for the Democratic presidential nomination in 2020, said on Sean Hannity's Fox News show that Putin's reaction is a natural response to a potential NATO threat along Russia's borders, telling Hannity Putin has made clear all along that their security, in his mind, is what's at stake here. Now, right-wing firebrand Senator Josh Hawley, Republican from Missouri, has also repeatedly criticized the American imperial response, writing in a letter sent to Secretary of State Antony Blinken earlier this month, criticizing U.S. support for granting Ukraine NATO membership. Now, in a surprising fact, the Trump-era Secretary of State Mike Pompeo has also recently blasted the U.S. response and said he had enormous respect for the talented statesman Vladimir Putin, even as he acknowledged in a Monday tweet that Putin is the aggressor. But specifically, the talking point mentioned to myself in some listener feedback since this weekend is that this is all happening because of President Joe Biden's weakness. I mean, is Biden really weak on Russia? This thesis is a jumble of strands, some too partisan and silly to mention here, but that raises quite serious points. Exempli gratiae. There's a strong case for saying the Obama administration blew it by imposing weak sanctions on Russia over 2014's annexation of Crimea, thus encouraging Putin to take another bite. Though bear in mind that Putin's prototype military adventure in Georgia's South Ossetia region in 2008 drew an even weaker response from the British administration. Right now, Russia is reenacting its Georgia playbook in Ukraine. Russia's behavior today bears a chilling resemblance to its approach to Georgia in 2008. Now, 5 days prior to launching its military operation, the Kremlin concluded the large-scale Kavkaz 2008 exercise and announced a pullback. The Georgian example clearly shows the Russian rhetoric cannot be trusted, or that any Russian rhetoric can never be trusted. Now, despite 2 months of diplomatic efforts and European leaders' endless visits to Moscow, the Kremlin has shown no intention of engaging in any meaningful discussions. By amassing around 190,000 troops along Ukraine's borders, Moscow is attempting to create a hostage situation in Ukraine so it can gain major concessions. Compared to the 2008 war with Georgia and 2014 annexation of Crimea, the West now seems to acknowledge the costs of appeasement and has avoided falling into the Russian trap thus far. Still, the current force posture on the ground and recognition of the Russian-occupied Ukrainian territories' independence clearly indicate Russian President Vladimir Putin's aim to embark on another military adventure in Ukraine. Since Moscow's gamble for concessions has failed thus far, the Kremlin now seems to be orchestrating coordinated disinformation campaigns. Russia has deployed 45,000 troops and military equipment to Belarus, or White Russia, for joint drills. Putin recently announced a partial withdrawal of troops to their permanent bases, sending false signals of de-escalation. Apart from heavy military mobilization, the Russian side is increasingly seeking to construct a casus belli by spreading disinformation and accusing Ukraine of planning military provocations in the eastern Donbas region. Throughout 8 years of ongoing war, the Ukrainian government has never attempted to escalate the situation and retake control of the occupied parts of the Donbas region. It is hardly believable that Kiev would take such a risk at a time when Russia is launching its largest military mobilization in decades. Putin has gone further, issuing genocide claims regarding killings allegedly taking place in the Donbas region. Russia is following its well-known playbook. In 2014, the Kremlin justified its military offensive by claiming ethnic Russians were being threatened in eastern Ukraine. Similar accusations were also at the forefront of Russian information warfare in 2008, when the Kremlin blamed Tbilisi for committing ethnic cleansing, a charge later dismissed by a ruling of the European Court of Human Rights. It has, been a while since Russia stopped caring about abiding by international law. What Putin really cares about is Russia's internal audience and how his actions will be portrayed at home. At a time when the Russian population does not seem too enthusiastic about the prospect of another war, the Russian calculus for waging war has to be justified by noble goals. Over the years, Russia has promoted its role as a humanitarian actor. Despite the authoritarian nature of Putin's regime, having a decent excuse that will easily be embellished by Russian propaganda still matters. Nothing discloses the Kremlin's plans as clearly as the state-owned pro-Kremlin media. And similar tensions began to arise when we think of what happened next, or what will happen next. Let me try and get my head out of my ass. Oh, Jameson's back. Christ, I didn't even know he was gone. And, okay. Now, the Russian media has been preoccupied with portraying Western countries, particularly the United States and the United Kingdom, as paranoid warmongers willing to twist reality and portray Russia as an aggressor, whereas, truthfully, it is Moscow that has been threatened by NATO enlargement. Now, following the shelling of Ukraine's Donbas region and the use of heavy weapons, and some of those tanks are just heavy weapons platforms, The Russian media immediately placed the blame on the Ukrainian military. In the meantime, Kremlin-backed separatists have exploited these provocations to evacuate civilians residing in the separatist-controlled areas to Russia. However, this time, technology betrayed Russia's plans. Fabricated videos released by separatist forces announcing the immediate evacuation of local inhabitants have easily been detected as part of Russia's false flag operation. Metadata embedded in the videos proved that files were recorded but 2 days before Moscow even voiced allegations against Ukraine. Just like in Georgia's occupied territories, Russia has illegally distributed passports to the residents of occupied parts of eastern Ukraine. In 2008, prior to the eruption of hostilities, Russian forces started evacuating the civilian population of the Tiskin Valley region, which Russia calls South Ossetia, followed by the Kremlin justifying its aggression by arguing it was protecting its citizens. It is highly likely that Moscow may follow its well-tested scenario until significant concessions are offered. Simultaneously, Putin is creating several options for future maneuvering. The recent approval of the draft resolution recognizes the independence of the separatist Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics by the State Duma, accepted by Putin this week, is hardly a coincidence. Vyacheslav Volodin, the Duma speaker, was fully in line with the well-orchestrated narrative and explained the decision by claiming Moscow needed to support Russian compatriots in the Donbas. Now, Putin's decision to recognize the independence of Ukraine's Russian-occupied territories effectively kills the Minsk Agreement, a 2015 peace plan that aimed to stop fighting in Ukraine's Donbas region, and lays the groundwork for a formal military presence in these territories. Yet this is the initial part of his bigger plan to end Ukrainian sovereignty altogether and provoke a regime change that would grant the Kremlin complete and total leverage to return Ukraine to Russia's sphere of influence. The Ukrainian government's refusal to embark on a suicide mission by fulfilling Russia's interpretation of the agreement, which would have granted the Donbas special status, hence a veto power to Russia over Ukraine's foreign policy decisions, is being used by the Kremlin as a justification for its claim that Russia has tried all diplomatic means. In his dark and extraordinary speech delivered on Monday prior to announcing the decision, Putin, he mouthed a revisionist history, claiming Ukraine was created by Russia. By violating international law once more through violence and preparing a pretext for any invasion, Moscow is signaling it has no intention to simply walk away with modest or no gains. In the meantime, the West has still not enacted heavy and comprehensive sanctions against Russia. By employing cyber and information warfare tools, as well as orchestrating a number of provocations in the Donbas region, the Kremlin has been waging a war below the anticipated powerful Western sanctions threshold. However, by recognizing the independence of Ukraine's Russian-occupied territories and immediately sending the so-called peacekeepers into the area, Russia has crossed a red line. The current scenario is a repetition of the Georgian playbook in many ways. Back then, the West failed to respond to the Russian threat. Today, if the West is serious about imposing the toughest sanctions, it is time to act, as Russia constructs a pretext for a full-scale invasion. Otherwise, it will soon be too late to deter Moscow. We are already past that point, of course. Republican Senator Ted Cruz said a few days ago that Biden brought Europe to the brink of war by waiving sanctions on the Nord Stream 2 natural gas pipeline. That may have sent the wrong signal to Putin, but it was also a sop to United Germany, a key U.S. ally in this situation. And United Germany's abrupt shelving of Nord Stream 2 yesterday could be seen as a payoff for Biden's cooperative gesture. The fact is, this United States and its allies have remained pretty much in lockstep when it comes to the strength of their Russian responses. When the U.S. has been weak, so has Europe. Many argue the Western response to the start of Putin's invasion of Ukraine has also been too weak. But either way, the U.S. and EU playbooks are again very similar. Slap sanctions on a few Russian banks, elites, and lawmakers, and make it impossible for Russia to trade new but not old debt on Western markets. Now, UBS Group AG is a Swiss multinational investment bank and financial services company founded and based in Switzerland. Co-headquartered in the cities of Zurich and Basel, it maintains a presence in all major financial centers as the largest Swiss banking institution and the largest private bank in the world. Here's UBS chief economist Paul Donovan's take on that this morning. Some have described sanctions against Russia as more aggressive. This is difficult to argue for the macroeconomic impact. United Germany closed a pipeline that was not open. The Empire of Japan banned sovereign debt issuance that does not take place. These United States pledged to stop the Russian government accessing international finance they do not really need. The United Kingdom has focused on threatening to do more in the future. Financial market reactions are more about fear of future action than pricing in current action. That's the thing. There's more action to come. Future historians will be better placed to judge whether it was such a bright idea to hold back some sanctions in the hope of retaining some leverage over Putin. It's certainly not what the United States telegraphed earlier this month, and personally I think Putin is way past caring anyway. But the situation is so fluid and the risk of full-on war so high that we could easily see stronger sanctions imposed within days. If they include truly serious steps like cutting Russia off from the global financial system, that would make the current weakness debate moot. But until then, it's a crucial debate to be having. The initial sanctions response was extremely limited, with the U.S. responding to Russia's recognition of the LNR and DNR by slapping trade and investment bans on those Rust Belt regions. That could swiftly change when Russia's invasion of Ukraine is officially recognized as such. So far, only the UK Cabinet Minister, Sajid Javid, has taken the leap, with top EU diplomat Josep Borrell offering this instead. I would not say it is a fully fledged invasion, but Russian troops are on Ukrainian soil. U.S. officials have called Russia's move into eastern Ukraine the beginning of an invasion, with about 190,000 Russian troops believed to be along Ukraine's borders. Today, the Ukrainian government announced a nationwide state of emergency as the country dealt with a fresh wave of cyber attacks, which the U.S. has warned could serve as a precursor for a full-ground invasion. That's ongoing now. Putin's decision to move troops into Ukraine's breakaway regions prompted swift international condemnation, with the European Union and many Western countries, including these United States, imposing sanctions. Biden announced the first tranche of sanctions yesterday, which largely served to block Russian access to Western financial institutions and include penalties against Russian elites. Biden also signed an executive order on Monday prohibiting new American investment in the two Ukrainian regions Russia's recognized as independent, the Donetsk People's Republic and Luhansk People's Republic. It has been the most promising sign for Western unity thus far that United Germany officially announced that certification of the contentious Nord Stream 2 pipeline will not go ahead but minutes after Putin crossed the line. The markets are swiftly digesting the implications of a major petrostate going rogue and turning to brute force. Gas futures have leapt 6%. Brent crude is up 4%. And the Dow is on track to shed more than 300 points at the open. And as Bernhard Warner notes in his must-read summary of Tuesday's start, crypto too is proving to be an unreliable safe haven. So buckle up. We're witnessing the start of something big and ugly. And good luck trying to predict what comes next, because the chief protagonist in this chapter is clearly far from rational. The biggest ground war in Europe since 1945 will test America's alliances like nothing else since the end of World War III, and the experience of prolonged trauma so scarring that the Western world can only abide its experience by scarring it over as the so-called Cold War. Russia's advance on Ukraine is a different kind of conflict from what Americans have witnessed through most of the past century. It's a return to a kind of aggression, one country seeking to take us over another, that many American policymakers and voters believed had become passé. And it's taking place in a region, Eastern Europe, that in important ways has receded from many Americans' mental maps of the world's potential conflict zones. That's what brings us back to Ukraine and the coming energy shock that I am going to try to prepare you for. Tonight, Ukraine is reeling under an invasion by the Russian Empire, which is already underway. Were the United States to support a Ukrainian insurgency, the challenge Russia would face occupying Ukraine would be immense. The crisis could also force gas prices, already high, even higher. So let's talk about these energy implications. For months, filling up at the pump has been more costly than usual, with U.S. gas prices hitting their highest point since 2014, when Russia first invaded Ukraine and conquered the Crimea. The intensifying Russia-Ukrainian crisis threatens to further squeeze the global energy market. Russia, which faces Western sanctions over the conflict, is the world's third largest oil exporter. Why did gas get this expensive in the first? Experts have three theories. One is simple. Investors are spooked by diminished U.S. and European reserves and by global upheaval. The other two are more complex. The scarcity theory, for one, holds that current oil inflation is only the tip of the suffering to come in these United States. Regardless, the White House cannot fix one of the biggest political liabilities until it figures out the problem. There be three theories for why gas prices are so high. In the past few months, Democrats have rediscovered one of the oldest ideas in politics. Nobody likes when prices go up. In January, inflation rose faster than it has in almost 40 years. But not all prices are rising evenly. Oil is playing an outsized role in the surge. Gasoline and jet fuel prices have reached their highest levels since 2014, when Russia first invaded Ukraine and established the insurgent zones in those Rust Belts it now declares to be independent nation states. According to the financial journalist Matthew C. Klein, rising oil prices alone can account for nearly 30% of the excess inflation that the United States has seen since the pandemic began. Unsurprisingly, these statistics are bad news for the White House. The ups and downs of President Joe Biden's disapproval rating track almost precisely the rise and fall of prices at the pump. Gasoline is, after all, the commodity, the only product whose prices are advertised on big signs by the side of the highway. But these numbers undercount the extent of the woe. When fossil fuels get expensive, their rising costs can propagate through the rest of the economy. In the past few months, companies have complained that high oil and natural gas prices are raising the cost of shipping goods because trucks, ships, and planes burn oil-derived fuels. packaging them, because plastic uses crude oil as a chemical feedstock, and even growing new food, because fertilizer is made with natural gas. Some of these higher costs ultimately flow to consumers as rising prices. Democrats haven't really known how to deal with this situation. In the long term, they agree that investing in zero-carbon energy is the only way to permanently lower costs. But in the short term, they are deeply confused over whether fossil fuels should be expensive so as to encourage the energy transition, or cheap so as to support the inflation-strained economy. At the United Nations Climate Conference in November, the United States and 195 other countries pledged to phase out fossil fuel subsidies. Now the White House and top Democratic lawmakers, including self-described climate champions like Senator Ron Wyden of Oregon, are considering suspending the federal tax on gasoline. Part of the confusion here is that policymakers cannot agree on why oil and gas prices are rising in the first, and each answer means something different for climate policy. There are three hypotheses about the recent surge. Number one, the scare theory. This one is very simple. Investors are spooked. What are they spooked about? A lot of things. The chance of a major war in Ukraine, for one. The possibility that Iran will not reach a new nuclear deal. But above all, they're worried about something pretty basic. American and European oil companies have less fuel on hand than they used to. When the pandemic struck, U.S. and European oil companies bought up huge amounts of crude oil. Since then, they've sold these reserves off. Instead of sitting on a few months' worth of inventory, many companies are now down to a few weeks' worth. That is pretty normal. But oil speculators around the world watch American and European oil inventories very closely. Although the two markets represent only about a third of the global oil stockpile, the data from the US and Europe are much more reliable than data from anywhere else. So the two markets get used to, they're used as a proxy for the rest of the planet. And given their falling stockpiles, investors everywhere are getting nervous. To quoteist Sarah Emerson, the presidentress of the oil consultancy Energy Security Analyses, "It's like toilet paper during the pandemic. Everybody wants toilet paper. Everybody was hoarding toilet paper for 4 months. Then the shelves were full again, and no one cared about it." The same thing is happening in oil markets now. Traders in the US and Europe are willing to pay more for oil now because they're nervous that they won't be able to get it when they need it. But there's no deep problem in the market, and crude oil stockpiles in Red China and Asian India are healthier than those in the West. What it means for climate policy? Not much. As long as an escalating tit-for-tat over Russia's invasion of Ukraine doesn't lead it to cut off the flow of oil to Europe, then policymakers should sit back, let inventories fill up, and wait for things to calm down. 2, we have the structure theory. For more than a century, the oil market has been split into two categories. Some oil drillers produce as much oil as they can, as fast as they can. For financial or geological reasons, these smaller drillers don't have the ability to increase or decrease their oil flow. As long as they're turning a profit, they pump oil and they sell it. But a few companies or countries can form a cartel and sit on so much oil that they have what's called spare capacity, which is the ability to produce more oil at will at any time. By turning their oil faucet all the way on, this spare producer can flood the market with so much oil that other drillers struggle or go out of business. By turning it off, they send oil prices soaring. In other words, in the oil business, spare capacity is what bestows market power on companies and gives them the ability to set prices. Cut to 2019, when the global oil market looked like it never had before. The United States had defied expectations to become the world's top oil driller, producing 20% of global supplies. OPEC Plus, oil petroleum exportation cartel, a cartel of the mostly Middle Eastern OPEC countries plus Russia, claimed roughly 40% of the market. The US and OPEC Plus could not have worked more differently. In the most important OPEC countries, a few large facilities operated by state-owned monopolies dominated oil production, pumping millions of barrels of oil a day out of vast underground oceans of oil. They have historically welded spare capacity. In these United States, hundreds of private companies operated thousands of small fracking wells from Texas to North Dakota, embodying the pump all the oil you have strategy. These fracking companies were flooding the market with cheap oil by unlocking hidden reserves locked in shale deep underground, crowding out the OPEC countries from their traditional cartel role. But there were so many of these shale companies that most were losing money. Then the pandemic hit. People stopped driving and flying. Oil demand crashed worldwide, and the fracking companies collapsed. The U.S. shale industry consolidated, shrinking the number of shale companies from the hundreds to the dozens. That was when OPEC Plus saw its window. Samuel Ori, the director of the University of Chicago Energy Policy Institute, has found that as the recovery began, OPEC Plus pumped less oil than the world demanded, even though it had the capacity to pump more. This spare capacity reclaimed the cartel's market power and allowed global oil prices to get as high as is bearable. Meanwhile, the U.S. shale industry is now so consolidated and so desperate to deliver profits to Wall Street that it hasn't started drilling new wells again. U.S. oil output is still below its pre-pandemic level. What it means for climate policy? Many Democrats have wanted to blame corporate greed for record inflation. That annoys a lot of economists who point out that greed is a constant in a capitalist economy and that most companies hiking prices today are doing so to reclaim their pre-pandemic profit margins. As Ezra Klein recently asked, did something about the pandemic give companies way more pricing power? In the oil market, the answer is, well, yes, actually. The question for the climate is whether Democrats think that this change is a bad thing. Higher gas prices could be a good thing for the climate, after all, because if oil gets more expensive, fewer people will use it, and less carbon pollution will go into the atmosphere. Think of it as a de facto carbon tax. Unless, of course, gas prices get so high that voters knock Biden and the Democrat majorities out of office, which would be bad for the climate because only Democrats want to pass serious climate policy. Do Democrats think high gas prices are enough of a problem that they're willing to raise medium-term carbon emissions over them? And 3, we have the scarcity theory. Robert McNally, the president of Rapidan Energy, an energy research firm, contends that second theory is actually completely wrong. The OPEC Plus countries don't care about how high the oil price is. They care about how stable it is. Any story of the past 2 years has to account for the fact that OPEC Plus saved the global oil market. Soon after the pandemic hit and an accompanying oil price war ended, Russia and Saudi Arabia agreed to slash production, allowing global oil prices to reach an equilibrium. That search for stability also explains why they are not pumping more oil right now, even though they can. In July of 2021, OPEC Plus promised to pump a combined 400,000 additional barrels a day every month. Oil demand has since risen faster as expected, and OPEC Plus is still not meeting its initial target. For the past few months, it's achieved something closer to an extra 200,000 barrels a day. But that's because the smaller countries in OPEC Plus, such as Kuwait and Venezuela, have tapped out their oil production. The countries with excess capacity remaining are hesitant to use it because that excess supply is what drives their market power. In McNally's telling, the world is about to pay the bill for the 2010s, when OPEC Plus countries declined to invest in new oil fields. Now the world doesn't have enough oil to meet its growing needs. And over the next few years, the oil price will continue to rise 50% from its current level. For what it's worth, Emerson is less sure about this prediction. Eventually, the world will suffer an oil-driven recession, just as it did in 1973 and 1990. What that means for climate policy? Well, two things. If McNally's theory is true, it means that, first, the current oil inflation is only the tip of the suffering to come. Since the Obama administration, Democrats have tried to make building fossil fuel infrastructure more costly. They may want to reverse that policy to encourage more oil production from the U.S. fracking industry, or take a more direct role in fossil fuel production outright. Second, it means that the world, and the United States especially, cannot transition away from fossil fuels fast enough. If an oil-induced recession is coming, then only rapid adoption of renewables, zero-carbon electricity, and electrified transportation can shield the economy. The way for the United States to gain a free hand, economically, internationally, and climatologically, is to kick its fossil fuel habit as fast as it can. But first, it has to solve for the current inflation, which means deciding which theory to believe. Because if the Biden administration doesn't have a good understanding of why oil prices are rising, it won't know how to stop it. All this while Russia could upend the energy market. If the Russian Empire responds to Western sanctions by cutting off oil supply to Europe, gas prices would spike around the world. Beyond the imminent threat of violence, Russia is poised to upend the global energy market. That's why I'm preparing you for the coming energy shock. Some commentators, predictably, are history hacks, and they are comparing the current Russian aggression against Ukraine to my biological father, Hitler's invasion of Poland, in August of 1939. Here's another analogy that be far more accurate. Take it from a real historian, not an avocational hack who watches the History Channel. In 1979, upheavals in the Middle East sent energy prices soaring and Western economies tumbling. Russia is the world's number 3 exporter of oil, and its number 2 exporter of natural gas. If Western countries respond to Russia's invasion by imposing sanctions, Russia's obvious countermaneuver is to retaliate by cutting back fuel sales. Such a move would hurt Russia as well, but Vladimir Putin has carefully prepared for the shock. And of course, Russian citizens have learned that it's too dangerous to complain. The state of the energy market provides much of the answer to the why now questions about Putin's timing. Donald Trump cultists like to argue that it was their guy's manic unpredictability that deterred Putin from invading in 2018 or 2019. That claim was smashed to pieces yesterday when Trump praised the invasion as genius and savvy. The real explanation for Putin's timing is the slackness of the world energy market in the late 2010s and its new tightness in the 2020s. From the mid-2014 until the onset of the global pandemic in 2020, Russian gas sold for less than $10 per million metric British thermal units, often for under $5. but the gas market is inescapably cyclical. The low prices of the 2010s discouraged investment in new supply, setting the conditions for higher prices in the 2020s. As the world economy began to recover from the early pandemic, so did the price of gas. The price of Russian gas on spot markets surpassed 10 million metric British thermal units in June of 2021, then $15, then $20. It's now about $30 US. The higher prices enabled the Russian Empire to build massive holdings of dollars, euros, and gold. Those holdings now exceed $630 billion US, an impressive stash for a country with a gross domestic product of only $1.5 trillion US. In 2017, 2018, and 2019, Russia's dominance over its gas customers in Western Europe was weaker, and its financial resources to endure market disruption were fewer. In 2022, Russia's power over its gas customers is at a zenith, and its financial resources are enormous. Putin has been building to this crisis for a long time, and Trump's contempt for NATO and hostility to European allies were exactly the help Putin required at the time he required it. Now we've arrived at an impasse, where the Russian Empire has been enabled by Donald Trump to inflict real havoc on world energy markets, if it chooses. One gas industry insider, speaking on the condition of anonymity in order to talk candidly, predicted that if gas prices stay high, European economies will shrink and Russia's will only grow, to the point where Putin's economy will overtake at least Italy's and perhaps France's to stand second in Europe only to United Germany's. Uncertainty has already driven the price of oil almost all the way to $100 a barrel. If Russia cuts back exports, the price will rise much higher. Any Russian retreat from the world oil markets will jolt prices in ways that will be felt at gas pumps around the world. The price of regular gasoline in these United States now averages $3.53 a gallon, up from $3.32 a month ago and from $2.63 a year ago. It would not take much of an additional squeeze to drive the price past the all-time record average of $4.11 set in 2008. This number is not quite the all-time record if adjusted for inflation, but it's not much lower than the 1970s peaks either. Higher fuel prices will feed through to higher prices for almost everything else. Russia's retaliation will hurt natural gas consumers even worse. Oil, at least, is bought and sold in well-functioning global markets. There are lots of suppliers who can increase production, some quicker, some slower. Gasoline is heavily taxed, so governments can offer temporary relief with tax holidays. And the U.S. commands a huge strategic oil reserve that can be drawn down. Still nearly 600 million barrels, according to the most recent figures, despite the sale of tens of millions of barrels over the past 6 months. Natural gas, though, is harder to substitute. Oil can be loaded onto a tanker and shipped to any port in the world. The cheapest way to move gas, however, is by fixed pipelines. For Europe, those pipelines they connect above all to the Russian Empire. Pre-pandemic, Western Europe imported almost 40% of its natural gas from Russia. Russian pipeline gas could theoretically be partly replaced by liquid natural gas from Qatar, these United States, or other suppliers. by ramping up LNG, or liquid natural gas production and shipment, is very difficult to do in a hurry. Gas is compressed into liquid in sophisticated facilities that cost many billions of dollars to construct. Because those facilities cost so much, their builders look to sell their output to long-term contracted customers. While Europe was doing deals with the Russian Empire, communist Chinese buyers booked most of the planet's LNG capacity. In 2021, Red China took the top spot as the world's largest importer of liquid natural gas. China now buys more than 1/5 of all the liquid natural gas produced in the world, 79 million out of 380 million metric tons. The U.S. government has made a huge effort in recent weeks to redirect liquid gas to European customers. But there are inescapable economic, legal, and logistical limits to any redirection, even assuming that Asian contract holders are willing to cooperate. Everything becometh even more intractable if Asian contract holders refuse. The outlook then is for shocks and disturbances in the global energy market. Fortunately, winter is nearly over in Europe, so demand for heating gas will decline. But gas has uses in industry, agriculture, and electricity generation that do not decline as the weather warms. It took years of feckless decision-making to bring the market to this state. It will take many years and billions of dollars, euros, and pounds sterling of investment to remedy the situation. The cancellation of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline is a painful first step. Billions of euros wasted for a project Russia wanted so that it could sell gas to United Germany and other European markets while bypassing and isolating Ukraine and Poland. Even more challenging steps await ahead. Europe and the United States must add new nuclear and renewable electrical generating capacity. Europe will need new pipelines under the Mediterranean to expand natural gas imports from North Africa and new fields off the coasts of Israel and Egypt. Europe will have to build new facilities to receive liquid natural gas, and the United States and others will have to expand their ability to produce and ship liquid natural gas around the globe. All of us in the developed world will have to accept the enduring reality of higher natural gas prices to entice new production from non-Russian gas suppliers. None of that can happen in the next 90 days. As Russia escalates its aggression and forces the severe Western response threatened by NATO leaders, what's ahead for users of natural gas and the world economy will hurt everybody. Europe might well tip into recession. The United States could possibly follow. Western leaders need to communicate the facts and prepare public opinion in their countries for higher prices and tougher times. This is war. Democratic publics will bear sacrifices for important causes. But democratic publics bear those sacrifices more patiently when they understand what is happening and why. In their own preparations for the now incoming large-scale Russian invasion, the Ukrainian government has moved to declare a 30-day state of emergency, grant citizens the right to bear arms, and conscript military reservists between the ages of 18 and 60, adding nearly 200,000 troops to the country's defense as Russian troops continue to enter the Donbas region. Even as the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin personally oversaw military drills involving strategic forces last Saturday, already a time of soaring tensions at the country's border with Ukraine. The Russian Defense Ministry has confirmed that last Saturday's exercise involved multiple practice launches of intercontinental ballistic missiles and cruise missiles. The Air Force, units of the Southern Military District, as well as the Northern and Black Sea fleets, were involved in these expansive nuclear drills. During talks with Putin in Moscow into last weekend, Belarusian puppet dictator Alexander Lukashenko acquiesced that he would also take part in overseeing last Saturday's drills. The war games followed U.S. President Joe Biden's warning delivered Thursday before last that Russia could invade Ukraine within days. Western fears focus on the underestimated 150,000 Russian troops, alone including about 60% of Russia's overall ground forces, concentrated near Ukraine's borders. Moscow has demanded that the United States and its allies keep Ukraine and other ex-Soviet nations out of the NATO military alliance, not deploy weapons in Ukraine, and pull back NATO forces from Eastern Europe. Washington and its allies bluntly rejected the Russian demands, and Moscow threatened to take unspecified military technical measures if the West continued to stonewall. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov said Russia was transparent about Saturday's exercises, having given notice to all proper channels, and that they should not have caused anyone concern, while emphasizing that Putin's personal role was essential, and that the lifelong president had partaken from inside a heavily bunkered situation center. Russia holds vast drills of its strategic nuclear forces on an annual basis, but the maneuvers conducted on Saturday pointedly involved the Black Sea Fleet based on the Crimean Peninsula, which Russia annexed from Ukraine in 2014. Meanwhile, Zelensky declared in a televised speech that there was no need yet for a general mobilization of Ukrainian civilians. However, he said, "We need to promptly replenish the Ukrainian army and other military formations." To quote Zelensky, "As the Supreme Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, I issued a decree on the conscription of reservists during a special period. We must increase the readiness of the Ukrainian army for all possible changes in the operational situation. We are certain of ourselves. We are certain in our country. We are certain in our victory." Now, Zelensky's government has already instituted a 30-day state of emergency pending parliamentary approval, which has already been given. The state of emergency will allow the government to implement additional security measures. Meanwhile, the Ukrainian parliament today took steps, well, yesterday by now, it's after midnight here in the Pacific, took steps towards giving civilians the right to bear arms. Though the last time I checked, the final vote had not yet been conducted. I understand by now, I'm sure it has. The Ukrainian government has also urged all of its citizens who remain in Russia to flee the country. Russia has by now deployed at least up to 190,000 troops beyond Ukraine's borders. By that I mean invading Ukraine past its border lines by now, including from the neighboring Belarus, or White Russia, which also borders Ukraine, as does Romania, as we mentioned with Peter Moon earlier. Russian autocrat Vladimir Putin on Monday recognized the independence of two separatist enclaves in the Donbas region, where Russian-backed separatists have fought with the Ukrainian army since 2014. And then Putin authorized the entry of Russian troops into the Donbas. So President Biden announced a first tranche of economic sanctions against Russia the day before yesterday by now, including sanctions on Russian sovereign debt, 2 Russian banks, and other sanctions that were detailed today against the country's elite class. While Biden promised additional sanctions should Russia continue to invade Ukraine, Senator Ben Sasse, Republican of Nebraska, criticized those sanctions as too little, too late. And I agree. In a statement, Sasse said, and here I quotist he, these sanctions should have happened before Putin further invaded Ukraine, not after. We shouldn't fool ourselves into thinking that today's incremental sanctions will deter Putin from trying to install a puppet government in Kiev. That's because Putin has a list of who to kill and who to turn into concentration camps. Now, the Ukrainian crisis is one issue among a handful that are pushing oil prices higher across the globe, and the Empire of Japan has not emerged unscathed. That issue was a factor in the opposition Democratic Party for the People's rare decision to help ease a record 107.60 trillion yen draft budget for fiscal 2022 through the lower house, but the day before yesterday by now. The DPP, Democratic Party for the Peoples, backed the bill after Kishida, Prime Minister, said he might reinstate a trigger clause to activate subsidies worth as much as 25 yen per barrel for oil wholesalers as prices soar, a measure the ruling party has also called for. Now, this side of the Pacific, we have just experienced President's Day weekend, an exercise in imperial cultism. So let me explain to you the importance of this and how it bears on current events. Taking a look at Whistling Wind saying, Douglas, awesome to hear you again. You wild man, you. Laugh out loud. Aloha, but not really as AZ as is Doma now. Whistling Wind. Aloha, but not really as Arizona is Doma now. Thank you. Thank you. I think I understand. And bless you. Appreciate that. Oh, well. Makes me bringing some nostalgic tears to my eyes. And Eli Wallach says, does Ukraine possess any operational nukes? If so, what is the likelihood of deployment? Theoretically, they turned over all their nukes. I believe they would have used them when Russia invaded in 2014 and took the best fucking part of their country, which was the Crimean Peninsula. And if they didn't use it then, they got nothing now, because those babies have a lifespan, and their circuitry disintegrates based on their own radiation that's emitted or leaked from the fissile materials inside of them. So they got nothing. We can safely assume that. The Russians got it all in that regard, but what are the Russians willing to use and when? They deployed them in 2014. That's damn certain. There was footage of that. And so it's just it's a fucked up situation. The Ukrainians must rely on guerrilla warfare and take it from there. To take us back into history because of the President's Day weekend and how that would ultimately be so topical, the 22-year-old George Washington sparked a world war himself, in which the first U.S. president's celebrated military career actually started out quite poorly in the French and Indian War. This has to do with, ultimately, why he wanted the presidency to be maintained in a certain manner, and what we can learn from the lessons he himself learned in restraint. Now, George Washington first saw armed conflict in 1754. And remember, President's Day is really his birthday. And what we're really acknowledging is his birthday throughout the week when we celebrate that. And I think, of course, it should be replaced by a different holiday, just as we are striving to replace Columbus Day with an Indigenous Peoples Day. We should do the same with Washington's birthday, what we call President's Day. Let's see if we get through this arc of narrative tonight where I can bring us to my conclusion on that. But when George Washington first engaged in combat, he was but 22 years old, an old man, really. Older than the majority of people who enter military service. Far older than any of them. By God, an old man already. And yet, he still had all his teeth. By the way, in case you didn't know, George Washington was famous for losing all his teeth in life and having wooden teeth throughout the remainder of his days. Poor bastard. And although he's most famous for his success as the commanding general of the American Revolutionary War of Independence, it was during the French and Indian War that he cut those teeth he still had in his gum line as a military leader, making lots of mistakes and inciting hostilities that sparked a global conflict. A world war before the Napoleonic Wars of World War II, in which America itself was invaded. But along the way, he learned many valuable lessons that he would apply in the Revolutionary War of American Independence, or the American Revolutionary War of Independence. Now, the French and Indian War from 1754 through 1763 was a 9-year conflict over whether Great Britain or France, both of which had colonies in North America, would control the fertile frontier country of the Ohio River Valley, a region that includes parts of modern-day Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia, which were all then part of Washington's, at least West Virginia was part of Washington's home colony of Virginia. Ultimately, the battle escalated into the larger 7 Years' War, a global conflict that drew in the two empires' European allies and extended into their colonies in Africa and Asia. In the American frontal theater of this war, in which America was not a belligerent, but instead a front, native nations chose to remain neutral or ally themselves with France or Britannia, depending on what they thought would serve their interests and ensure their survival. So the Native Americans could wind up on either side of the conflict, depending. And amidst all this, George Washington, a complete novice, was outmaneuvered into the first skirmish via manipulation. The conflict began in southwestern Pennsylvania on May 28th of 1754, when a group of British soldiers and Mingo warriors approached the encampment of French ensign Joseph Coulon de Jumonville. The man leading the British forces was 22-year-old George Washington, who despite being lieutenant colonel of the Virginia Regiment, had never seen a day of combat. In contrast, the leader of the Mingo, also known as Ohio Iroquois or Ohio Seneca, was Tanacharison, the half-king, an experienced warrior and statesman in his mid-50s, a man who's over half 100 years old, like myself. And so I fancy you could imagine myself in Indian war paint and yet wearing European jackets and shit, and you're halfway there, you'd get an image of him. Now, Colin Gordon Calloway, a history professor at Dartmouth College and author of his book entitled The Indian World of George Washington, subtitled The First President, The First Americans, and the Birth of the Nation, said work of which I will be referencing regarding this period, emphasizes in his own words that to simply say the seasoned Tanacharison provided guidance to the novice George Washington would be an understatement, because given that the Ohio Valley was a contested area not just between Britain and France, but also between multiple native nations, Tanach Harrison had strong motivation for Britain to advance at war. To quote his T, Tanach Harrison understands what's going on in the Ohio country in a way that Washington does not. So he not only provides guidance to Washington, I actually found he manipulated and exploited the situation and maneuvered George Washington into a conflict with the French that Washington had no business igniting or sparking. When Washington and Tanach Harrison's forces reached Jumonville's camp, they attacked, killing Jumonville and several of his soldiers and taking others prisoner. While the question of who fired first remains in dispute, according to one Mingo warrior, it was Washington himself. The skirmish quickly escalated into a broader conflict. In the aftermath of the Jumonville affair, the French accused Washington of having led an unprovoked attack against the French during peacetime, claiming that Jumonville and his men had diplomatic, not military orders. For his part, Washington maintained the diplomacy claim was just a ruse, and that his attack was justified to defend his forces from French aggressions. It's unclear whether Washington even had much of a strategy. Looking at the different first-hand accounts of the skirmish, Calloway observes, to quote it from his own writ, "I frankly see a young man seeing his first command unraveling before his very eyes. This was a disaster of the first order, and I think very quickly thereafter he's kind of trying to cover it up." Technically, the skirmish was a military victory for Washington, but far more importantly, a political loss and a diplomatic debacle. The fact that he had attacked France, a country with which Britain was not yet at war, or not then at war with, gave France a enormous propaganda advantage. It also angered Jumonville's half-brother, a French military leader named Louis Coulon de Villiers, who, just over a month after his brother was killed, helped lead an attack on George Washington's Virginia regiment at Fort Necessity. Unlike the Jumonville affair, the Battle of Fort Necessity was a military and diplomatic disaster for Washington on a scale of another order of magnitude that he could never cover up. On the 3rd of July, a mix of French, Huron, Odawa, and Iroquois fighters overwhelmed Washington's men at their recently built fort. The Virginia regiment, unable to drum up its own corps of native allies, was outnumbered and underprotected behind the small, flimsy Fort Necessity, which looked like a tall circular fence and was situated in an open field. Ultimately, Washington surrendered to terms that included, unbeknownst to himself, because of a malevolently poor French translation, taking responsibility for the assassination of Jumonville. So he, signed a confession, unable to read the French, because he was surrendering in the most cowardly manner. To quote his Calloway, that gives the French an even greater diplomatic and propaganda advantage. The lieutenant governor of Virginia tried to distance himself from George Washington's conduct, which received negative reactions from as far away as London across the Atlantic. Britain responded to this loss by sending over across the sea the largest army it had ever dispatched to North America. In May of 1755, Major General Edward Braddock marched this army into the Ohio River Valley along with George Washington, who was now colonel of the Virginia Regiment. On the 9th of July, Braddock's army suffered a massive defeat in the Battle of the Monongahela at the hands of French, Shawnee, Abenaki, and Lenape forces. After Braddock was mortally wounded, Washington helped to organize the retreat. Now, This all provided Washington many life lessons he would never forget, could never forget. They're branded upon him. Washington's experiences in the French and Indian War, including Braddock's defeat, made an enormous, well, shall we say, indelible impression on the future commander-in-chief. Not only did he gain a strong understanding of military organization and logistics in the worst possible ways, but he observed British tactics from the inside. He saw, early on, the acute need for supplies and training for his troops, and understood the importance of garnering political and economic support for those needs. In addition, the French and Indian War taught Washington, in the hardest possible way, that winning any war in the colonies would require native allies. During the American Revolution, he and his Continental Army made sure to broker strategic treaties with indigenous nations, agreements that, after the war, the United States proceeded to systematically break. One could argue, however, that in the person of George Washington, Britain's loss was the colonies' gain, in terms of the white European colonists, that is. The French and Indian War ended in 1763 with France's expulsion from the Ohio River Valley and its ceding of all its territories in modern-day Canada to Britannia. However, from a personal standpoint, Washington was disappointed that he came out of the war without having fulfilled his greatest ambition, a royal commission. The colonial military ranked lower than the Royal British military, and the fact that he couldn't get a royal commission seemed to signal that his soldiering career was now over. Calloway concludes, he's wrong, because, of course, when the American Revolutionary War for Independence breaks out, and then the colonists are looking for somebody with military experience and somebody who can cement the very diverse colonies, New England and Virginia in particular, he's the go-to guy. And Washington then set the presidential president. I mean to say, without slurring my words, Washington set the presidential precedent. Carefully managed power. Over 200 years agone, Washington understood the importance of being exceedingly careful with presidential power. When George Washington was president, he understood the power of being first. His statement that "I walk on untrodden ground" recognized that, in the words of his biographer, Joseph Ellis, everything he did set precedent. For that reason, Washington was careful with the precedents he set, understanding that his successors would either follow them or be asked to justify why they were not doing so. Washington, whose birthday we indirectly celebrate this week via the bizarrely watered down or obfuscated President's Day, understood that the presidential concept was a controversial one, or rather, what was controversial was the concept of president itself. It was hotly debated in the early days of the nation. Some argued that it wasn't even needed, or that power should be divided among 3 magistrates. Others argued for an elected majesty, a king by vote. In the end, the founders settled on a chief executive charged with ensuring the execution of the law, known simply, almost prosaically, as Mr. President. Following Washington's argute and measured approach, the presidency has repeatedly shown itself able to tie Americans together, lead America through times of crisis, and help steer America away from authoritarianism on the right and socialism on the left. To continue to achieve these many different ends, the presidency must maintain both its potency in our federal system and its credibility with the people. A weakened presidency can do very little to balance the other 2 branches, while a presidency without the respect of the American people is destined to fail, or seek extra constitutional means to achieve its ends. For our government and our empire, Remember, America is not a republic, but an empire. To succeed, the presidency must maintain its characteristics as a respected American institution. Unfortunately, the presidency has taken very severe blows to its credibility in recent years, as Washington's careful precedent management has been less in evidence in this 21st century. Donald Trump was a norm-breaking politician in a variety of ways, but he is far from alone among recent presidents in breaking established presidential practices. After historic congressional losses in 2010, Barack Obama declared that he had a pen and a phone, promoting the use of executive orders and administrative action to accomplish what he could not get passed legislatively, even when he had previously stated it was unconstitutional to do so. George W. Bush created a homeland security state after 9/11 and also alienated Democrats with his use of signing statements to explain his administration's interpretation of what legislation meant and how the administration would implement bills that had become as law. And Joe Biden has already sought to create a New Deal, or Great Society level changes, despite far narrower legislative majorities than those enjoyed by Franklin Delano Roosevelt and Lyndon Baines Johnson. As a result of the changes wrought by these very different presidents, the presidency now inhabited by Joseph Biden is significantly different from the presidency of George Washington and even from that of William Jefferson Clinton, who left the office at the beginning of 2001. Although the presidency has evolved continuously since 1792, the pace of change in the early 21st century is astonishing. National emergencies and external crises have fueled much of this change, but so have cultural and political factors. Increased polarization and the suspension of regular congressional processes have led presidents on both sides of the aisle to press existing rules and presidential norms to their limits. The result is a lot of policy and structural change in a short period, including new cabinet departments, new election rules, and significantly increased spending and debt, among other things. For the most part, these changes have occurred with little thought given to what it all means for the functionality and stability of our democratic institutions and processes. At this point, 2 decades into the 21st century, it is clear that the recent changes in toto have taken the presidency far beyond the framers' original vision of the role in our constitutional system. Going forward, Congress, presidential aspirants, and the American people must assess whether these have been helpful changes and, if not, what can be done to reassert the proper balance of power among the branches of government. These questions are particularly important to our nation as we face new international and geopolitical challenges. Freedom and democracy are no longer on a confident march around the world. Authoritarian regimes in Red China and revisionist Russia now vie for power and seek to undermine all American influence. A system that relies too much on executive power and not enough on elected legislators has a weaker case to make in favor of the democratic way of life. Over 200 years agone, Washington understood the importance of being exceedingly careful with presidential power. His vision of the presidency created a long, stable institution that we, as an empire, might be considered right to honor, even as we must debate the state of the institution itself in this new century. Again, it cannot be overemphasized. America is not a republic, but an empire, which I would seek evolve into a democracy. Now, George Washington tried to warn Americans about foreign policy today. Ben Rhodes, Barack Obama's Deputy National Security Advisor, unkindly characterized the foreign policy establishment in Washington, D.C. as the blob. Although policymakers sometimes disagree on peripheral subjects, membership requires an absolute commitment to American leadership, which means a determination to micromanage the world. Reliance on persuasion is not enough. Vital is the willingness to bomb, invade, and, if necessary, occupy other nations to impose the blob's dictates on other peoples. If foreigners die, as they so often do, remember the saying about eggs and omelets, oft repeated by communism's apologists. Shit happens, with the best intentioned policies. One might be inclined to forgive blob members if their misguided activism actually benefited the American people, at least. However, all too often the blob's policies instead aid other governments and interests. Washington is overrun by the representatives of and lobbyists for other nations, which constantly seek to take control of American policy for their own advantage. The result are foreign interventions in which Americans do the paying and, all too often, the dying for others. Certainly, most certainly, much of the killing. The problem is primarily one of power. Other governments don't spend a lot of time attempting to take over Montenegro's foreign policy because, well, who fucking cares? Exactly what would you do after taking over Fiji's foreign ministry other than enjoy a permanent vacation? Seize control of international relations in Barbados and you might gain a great tax shelter. Subvert American democracy and manipulate U.S. foreign policy and you can loot America's treasury. Turn the U.S. military into your personal bodyguard and gain Washington's support for reckless warmongering. And given the natural inclinations of key American policymakers to intervene promiscuously abroad for the most frivolous of reasons, it's surprisingly easy for foreign interests to convince Uncle Sam that their causes are somehow vital and therefore require America's full attention. Indeed, it is usually easier to persuade Americans than foreign peoples in their home countries to back one another or another international misadventure. The culprits are not just autocratic regimes. Friendly democratic governments are equally ready to conspiratorially whisper in Uncle Sam's ear. Even nominally classical liberal officials who believe in limiting their own governments argue that Americans are obligated to sacrifice wealth and life for everyone else. The mantra seems to be liberty, prosperity, and peace for all, except those living in the superpower, the ultrapower, astride the world, the unipolar ultrapower tasked by heaven with protecting everyone else's liberty, prosperity, and peace. Although the government, well, the problem, some might say it's the same thing, but let's talk about the phenomenon of foreign policy first, rather than the institution behind it. Although the problem has burgeoned in modern times, it is not new. 2 centuries ago, fans of Greek independence wanted Americans to challenge the Ottoman Empire, a fantastic bit of foolishness. Exactly how to effect an international Balkans rescue was not clear, since the president then commanded no aircraft carriers, air wings, or nuclear-tipped missiles. Still, the issue divided Americans and influenced John Quincy Adams' famous 1821 Independence Day address. Warned Adams, or Adams so warned, and here I quote his T, "Wherever the standard of freedom and independence has been or shall be unfurled, there will her heart, her benedictions, and her prayers be. But she goeth not abroad in search of monsters to destroy. She is the well-wisher to the freedom and independence of all. She is the champion and vindicator only of her own. She will commend the general cause by the countenance of her voice, and the benignant sympathy of her example. She well knows that, by once enlisting under other banners than her own, were they even the banners of foreign independence, she would involve herself beyond the power of extrication in all the wars of interest and intrigue, of individual avarice, envy, and ambition, which assume the colors and usurp the standard of freedom. The fundamental maxims of her policy would insensibly change from liberty to force. She might become the dictatress of the world. she would be no longer the ruler of her own spirit. America's glory is not dominion, but liberty. Her march is the march of the mind. She has a spear and a shield, but the motto upon her shield is freedom, independence, peace. This has been her declaration. This has been, as far as her necessary intercourse with the rest of mankind would permit, her practice. Powerful words, and I believe I might have mispronounced benignant sympathy for her, of her example. She will commend the general cause by the countenance of her voice and the benignant sympathy of her example. Yet Adams was merely following in the footsteps of another great American in the sense of historical impact, not that he was a good person in the least, George Washington. Obviously, the latter was flawed as a person, general, and president. Nevertheless, his willingness to set a critical precedent by walking away from power left an extraordinary legacy, as did his insistence that the Constitution tasked Congress with deciding when America would go to war, and his warning against turning American policy over to foreign influences. Concern over obsequious subservience to other governments and interests pervaded his famous 1796 farewell address. Applied today, his message indicts most of the policy currently made in the city ironically named after himself, the swamp that became a sewer. He would be appalled by what presidents and Congresses do today, supposedly for America. Obviously, the United States was very different 2.25 centuries agone. The new country was fragile, sharing the Western Hemisphere with its old colonial master, which still ruled Canada and much of the Caribbean, as well as Spain and France. When later dragged into the maritime fringes of the Napoleonic Wars, World War Zero, the United States could huff and puff but do no more than inconvenience France and Britannia. The vastness of the American continent, not overweening national power, again frustrated London when it sought to subjugate its former colonists. But they still burned down the capital and sent America into defeat. America may still formally be a republic now, but its foreign policy long ago became imperial. And thus we must face that reality that we are an empire and not republican. And the only countenance to that would be to evolve into democracy. Indeed, when George Washington spraketh, the disparate states were not yet firmly knit into a nation. Only after the American Civil War between the states for rights did the national government, when our national government waged 4 years of brutal combat, which ravaged much of our country and killed upwards of 750,000 people immediately in the name of Union, prior plague which took the rest, millions, many millions more, did people finally uniformly say the United States is rather than are. They used to use the word A-R-E. The United States are in plurality. Only after the Civil War did the word is come into the vernacular when applied to the national concept. However, the transformation was much more than rhetorical. The federal system that originally emerged in the name of individual liberty spawned, thereafter, a high-tax centralized government that employed one of the world's largest militaries to kill on a mass scale to enforce the regime's dictates. The modern American Republic was born. It acted overseas only inconsistently until World War II, after which Imperial America was a constant, adding resonance to George Washington's message. Now, amid the Ukrainian crisis, U.S. and European officials are troubled by what is effectively a non-aggression pact between the Communist Chinese Empire and the revisionist Russian Empire. So the Biden administration plans to build up global coalitions to counter a pact between Vladimir V. Putin and Xi Jinping, portending a new type of Cold War, which be but another word for World War. World War IV. But we've already had our failure at Munich. And that brings us to the many missed opportunities of the Munich Security Conference. When Wang Yi, China's foreign ministress, called on Saturday for talks to resolve the crisis in Europe, he said Ukraine's sovereignty should be respected and safeguarded, but also sided with Russia in saying that NATO enlargement was destabilizing the continent. At the Munich Security Conference in United Germany, which Vice Presidentess Kamala Harris was attending in person to rally countries against the Russian Empire, he so said by video, "If NATO keeps expanding eastward, is it conducive to maintaining peace and stability in Europe?" Now that our man Jameson is back, I can emphasize the fact that 'twas but the latest instance of what Western officials concur is Red China taking a bold new swing at these United States and our allies by wading into European security issues to explicitly back the Russian Empire, which had already amassed as many as 190,000 troops around Ukraine for its intended and now manifest invasion, despite the fact that Ukraine is not joining NATO anytime soon. The Munich Security Conference this past weekend proves once again why a Teutophobic or Germanic-hating Europe simply cannot deal with a crisis in its midst without American leadership. All these people surrounding Germany want its money, but they're afraid of its leadership. And so they're stuck with the United States. And towards that end, created in the aftermath of the Berlin Wall crisis circa 1963, the very year mine own late sister was delivered into this sorry world, the sister Sammy Romero had asked of earlier, the annual Munich Security Conference, or Wehrkunde Conference, as it is known among initiates, the Deutschen Sprach, or German-speaking term, Wehrkunde, loosely translating as Military Affairs Conference, meaning it's a security conference in every respect, is supposed to be an important venue for European leaders to discuss collective security concerns in an informal setting. Today, more than 100 ministers and more than 30 heads of state attend, including senior American officials, to show solidarity with their European counterparts. The organizers of this World War III relic of the so-called Cold War could have given it an urgent new relevance in light of what's unfolding in Ukraine. Certainly the gravest security challenge to Europe in the years since the fall of the Berlin Wall. They did not. Like an unrelated but more notorious conference held in Munich circa 1938, this last meeting showed instead how feeble European democracies can be in facing aggression, even when it threatens one of their own. In this case, the largest country in Europe. Hours after the conference closed, Vladimir Putin showed what he thought of that vaunted body by announcing his plans to move troops into eastern Ukraine. This is beyond tragic. The meeting in Munich offered an opportunity to clear the decks for a series of emergency meetings with defense and foreign ministers, including with the U.S. Secretary of State, who routinely attends, on next moves, to draw up plans for imposing multilateral sanctions on the Russian Empire, to lay out military options for a deterrent response to Putin's threats, to reactivate alliances to secure the Eastern European frontier with the Russian Empire in the east, and to discuss ways to prevent the Communist Chinese from using what happens in Ukraine as leverage to step up pressure on my Taiwan. None of this happened. There be no Chamberlains in this story. But there be no mythical Churchills either. 10 days were so united in their condemnation of Putin at the Munich Security Conference that it created an almost cheerful atmosphere. But the Ukrainians who were present injected a strong, steady, persistent note of dissonance. Ukraine will fight alone. In 1938, the British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain arrived home from a conference in Munich. He and other leaders had met with my biological sire, Adolf Hitler. They had agreed to allow the German army to annex a slice of Czechoslovakia. In exchange, Hitler offered more dialogue and promised not to fight any further. To the cheering crowd that had gathered to welcome his plane, Chamberlain happily declared that the threat of war had passed. He had obtained peace with honor. Peace for our time. Consider the book titled What the World Rejected, subtitled Hitler's Peace Offer. Hitler's Peace Offers from 1933 to 1940, in its third edition no less, by Friedrich Stieve, surname spelled Stieve. Again, What the World Rejected, subtitled Hitler's Peace Offers, 1933 to 1940, third edition by Friedrich Stieve. Written by Germany's foremost diplomatic historian of the early 20th century. That work maps out all the numerous times that Adolf Hitler made unconditional offers of peace to all the nations of Europe, and how the major Teutophobic or anti-German belligerents, France and Britain, turned down those offers each and every time. If you believe World War II was a good war and that Hitler wanted to rule the world, that slender volume compiles reprints of Hitler's peace offers, which were often printed in the newspapers of the time worldwide. Dr. Friedrich Stieve, who was born in 1884 and died the year that I was born, 1966, was Germany's foremost diplomatic historian of the first half of the 20th century. He obtained his Ph.D., his Philosophiae Doctor, in history at Heidelberg University, famous for dueling, and where they would put salt on their dueling scars so that the scars would fester and produce a lifetime scar, like you would see on the G.I. Joe doll on the face. That was the mark of the Heidelberg duelist. They followed Code Duello, where they would settle their disputations with the blade. And during the First World War, he served as press attaché at the German embassy, Stockholm. From 1928 to 1932, he served as the German ambassador in Riga, Latvia. And then, from 1932 to 1929, as the first head of the Cultural Policy Department of the Foreign Office. By the way, Jameson Reese says, damn, that Code Duello is manly as fuck. Indeed. Now, from 1933 to 1936, he was also head of the archives of the Political Archive of the Foreign Office. So the author lists all of Hitler's offers in detail, complete with quotes, starting with his first offer of May 17, 1933, his second offer of December 18, 1933, his third offer of May 21, 1935, his fourth offer of May 31, 1936, his fifth offer of September 30th, 1938, his sixth offer of December 6th, 1938, his seventh offer of late 1939 to Poland to settle the Danzig corridor issue peacefully, and finally his offer of world peace on October 6th, 1939, just over a month after Britain and France had declared war on Germany for invading Poland on September 1st, but Britain and France refused to declare war on the Soviet Union, which also invaded Poland on September 17th. The third edition benefits from 4 new sections, which did not appear in the original publication. These are the full text of Hitler's Appeal for Peace and Sanity speech, made before the Reichstag on July 19th of 1940, following the fall of France. Although nearly half the British cabinet wanted to take up his offer, Churchill's warmongering put an end to this final offer of peace. Then there was Hitler's political testament, dictated just hours before his purported death, his escape on April 29th of 1945, wherein he spelled out once again how he tried to avoid the war, and, of course, blamed Jewish agitators for the refusal of other nations to accept his peace offers. I'm not saying I agree with what he was saying in that regard, but he certainly, well, there was certainly reason for why he had that impression. Then there is Hermann Göring's final letter attached into this volume from his own death cell in Nuremberg to Winston Churchill, in which he blamed the latter's warmongering on behalf of Jewish Bolsheviks for the conflict, and an extract from the Forrestal Diaries, in which the U.S. Secretary of the Navy, James Forrestal, quotes British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain as complaining that the world Jews have forced England into another war. And so, in his impotence to resist these world Jews, it is Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain's own guilt that is exposed in his own words, which is why he be remembered not for the peace he negotiated, but for the war that followed. More than 80 years later, another gathering in Munich just tried not to make Chamberlain's mistake. United Germans, as well as Americans, dominated this weekend's Munich Security Conference, as is traditional. But plenty of other prime ministers and foreign ministers, British, Swedish, Finnish, Polish, Estonian, were there too. Instead of conceding to a dictator, all present condemned an autocrat and demanded unanimously that the Russian troops gathered on the borders of Ukraine go home. The American vice presidentress delivered a solid, well-received speech. Kamala Harris declared that although the foundation of European security is under direct threat in Ukraine, the alliance would push back. To quotist she in a single sentence, "We, the U.S. and Europe, have come together to demonstrate our strength and our unity." Annalena Baerbock, the German foreign ministress, sat beside Antony Blinken, the American Secretary of State, and said, "What makes me optimistic in these difficult times is the knowledge of the strength of our transatlantic union and the solidity of our alliances." Blinken responded in kind, "The single greatest source of strength that we have in dealing with this issue, in dealing with this challenge, is the solidarity that Annalena talked about." Everyone present agreed that invasion would trigger severe sanctions. The closing of the brand new, still unused Nord Stream 2 pipeline between United Germany and the Russian Empire was fatally sealed that day. Export controls and further sanctions will target Russian banks, Russian companies, Russian individuals. Although not everyone will supply weapons to Ukraine, those who have already done so and those who will continue to do so were not shy about it. The consensus created a good mood, an almost cheerful ambience. Lots of people said that instead of dividing us, the Russians have brought us together. I reviewed versions of this several times as well. As Jameson Reese says, they talk good shit, but what actions will they take that will be effective? Thank you. I appreciate that. And anyhow, when I saw different people saying different things on all the incoming footage I was absorbing, it all came to shit like this. NATO should put up a plaque to Putin. He's done so much for alliance unity. The memory of 1938 haunted that room, but it was rejected. At this Munich conference, there would be no appeasement. But alongside this, all this agreeable unity was a strong, steady, persistent note of dissonance. It came not from the Allies, but from the Ukrainians, who appeared at the conference in large numbers. Government ministers, business leaders, members of parliament from different political parties, the CEO of Naftogaz. Naftogaz is the Ukrainian state gas company. Advised, well, he was there to advise that he believes the Russians aren't worried about U.S. sanctions. They think they will get around them, just as they have always done in the past. This weekend, the Ukrainian foreign minister pointedly asked a room full of American senators and European foreign ministers what exactly would trigger these massive sanctions. Russian forces had begun shelling towns in eastern Ukraine that very morning. Top Ukrainian military officials came under shelling attack during a tour of the conflict front, forcing them to flee into a bomb shelter while pro-Russian forces shelled a Ukrainian kindergarten full of kids. Why did not that suffice? Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky was blunter, angrier, and more bitter still. He flew into Munich for a few hours despite warnings that leaving Ukraine would be dangerous. And the message he carried was not designed to cheer up the room. The conference did allow Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to speak. He took Europeans and Americans to task for sending his country combat helmets, but not acting decisively against a threat aimed not just at Ukraine, but at peace around the world. He flatly stated that, to quote his T, the architecture of world security is fragile and needs to be updated. The rules, norms, laws, and principles so highly praised by everyone else were not being upheld at all. The United Nations Charter, guaranteeing every nation's right to sovereignty, had already been violated when Russia invaded Ukraine in 2014, Zelensky reminded everyone, and yet nothing had happened then. The Russian Empire, a United Nations Security Council member itself, had already annexed the Ukrainian territory of the Crimea, and yet nothing had ever happened. Mr. Putin and Alexander Lukashenko, the Belarus puppet president, and Moscow's satrap, spent this same Saturday watching Russian forces flex their military might during massive nuclear drills, which involved multiple practice missile launches at all the capitals of Western Europe. While these men and women met in Europe, Putin was calculating the arc of launch by which to annihilate their capital cities. Zelensky reminded everyone present that the Ukraine gave up its own nuclear weapons, at that time the third largest such arsenal in all the world, circa 1994, in return for a security guarantee signed by the United States, the United Kingdom, and the Russian Empire. What happened to all those guarantees? Ukraine had been told that the doors to NATO membership remained ever open, but Ukraine had never been invited inside. Because the Ukrainians are not members of NATO, they know they cannot count on Allied forces to ever come to their support. And as far as for those lessons of history that Baerbock and other United German politicians have referred to in recent days, Zelensky wondered aloud whether they had ever even been learned, himself so saying, "I just want to make sure you and I read the same books." And then, in defiance of everything that everybody else had said, he used the word appeasement to describe not Munich in 1938, but Munich in 2022. I was hosting last transmission at that very strange, amorphous, ambiguous moment, because Bavaria is 9 hours ahead of San Francisco. It was Sunday evening, February 20th, 2022, but the night before last. No major invasion had yet unfolded, and no one has announced major sanctions either. Yet Ukraine was already suffering the consequences of renewed Russian aggression. Airlines were pulling their planes out of the country. All foreign investment was on hold. Ukrainian soldiers died this past weekend, murdered by Russian bullets. Zelensky mentioned one of them, a Captain Anton Sidorov, a Russian-speaking Ukrainian who sang and played the guitar. He was but 34 years old, the father of 3 daughters. Meanwhile, Russia pays no price. Not for Sidorov, not for the Crimean Tatars, the peninsula's indigenous inhabitants who have all been disappeared. since the Russian takeover, arrested and tortured, sent to death camps to be exterminated. Not for the destruction of life and property thanks to the war in the East. Once again, there be no Chamberlains in this story. The Biden administration has used clear language about this crisis, revealing the intelligence it receives in real time. As a result, no one has fallen for Russian propaganda. Blinken really has rallied allies. Harris's declaration was crystal clear. I cannot imagine that the Trump administration would have done the same, and I am ever so inexpressibly relieved that Donald Trump is not in power. But none of us knows what our actions will look like in retrospect, in the longer light of history, and there be no cardboard Churchill cutouts in this story either. Boris Johnson held talks with European leaders while in Bavaria, including meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. On Saturday, Mr. Johnson told the Munich Security Conference that the shock will echo around the world when Russia invades Ukraine. After warning that a Russian attack would bring about the destruction of a democratic state, he added that plans for an invasion appeared to be already in motion. The UK has pledged support for Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, through armed forces training and by sending anti-tank weapons. But Mr. Johnson said, given Ukraine is not a NATO member, sanctions would be the main focus in terms of hurting Russia in the event of an invasion. But he still admitted that even a joint venture by Great Britain and the United States to prevent Russian state-linked firms from trading in pounds and dollars, a move he predicted would hit the Kremlin very hard, may not be enough on its own. In other words, sanctions are unlikely to stop the Russian dictator. Putin's not thinking about the goddamn stock market. After months of threats, the United States and its allies moved swiftly to sanction Russia after President Vladimir Putin ordered troops into eastern Ukraine. But while leaders in Washington, Europe, and Asia were able to present a united front against Moscow's aggression, officials and analysts concur it's all unlikely the sanctions will do anything to deter Putin from pursuing an even larger scale invasion of Ukraine. In other comments made while in United Germany, the Greater British Prime Minister Johnson warned that the sheer scale of the offensive being prepared by Moscow then had not been seen for almost 80 years. He told BBC News, the British broadcasting company, to quote his T, "The plan that we're seeing is for something that could be the biggest war in Europe since 1945, just in terms of sheer scale. You're looking at not just an invasion through the east, through the Donbass, but according to the intelligence we are seeing, coming down from the north, down from Belarus, and actually encircling the capital of Kiev itself, as Joe Biden explained to a lot of us last night. I think a lot of people need to understand the sheer cost in human life that could entail, not just for Ukrainians, but for Russians. So here we must ask, will it have been enough, the few weapons we provided, the sanctions we threatened, to deter invasion? Obviously not. Were there more sophisticated weapons we could have provided in recent weeks or recent years? Is Zelensky right to hint that a further invasion of Ukraine could be just a prelude, the beginning of a wider conflict that could drag much of Europe into a war? He so forewarned the conference hall that, to quote his Ukraine's president yet again, "For 8 years, Ukraine has been rebuffing one of the world's largest armies, which stands along our borders, not the borders of the European Union. Not yet!" His remarks were sympathetically received, but the organizers and attendees whose nations were defended by his nation on the front line were demonstrably impatient to get on with hearing Nancy Pelosi on democracy, John Kerry on climate change, and the Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi, not to mention attend a highly touted MSC town hall panel on women's agency in conflict and humanitarian crises. I myself am an ardent feminist, But these issues had nothing, not a single one of them, democracy or climate change or women's issues, had nothing to do with the world war at hand that Munich was conferred to contend with. And in the meantime, despite everything that was said, everything that was promised, and everything that was discussed, Ukraine will fight alone. At a dinner that night, a Ukrainian woman whom I myself once met in 2014, she began her career as an anti-corruption activist, stood up and told the room that not only was she returning to Kiev, the capital of her country, so was her husband, a British citizen. He had recently flown to London on family business, but if there was going to be a war, he wanted to be in Ukraine. The other Ukrainians in the room nodded. They were all scrambling to find flights back too. The rest of them all, American, Polish, Danish, British, said nothing because they knew they would not be joining them. If the goal was, as the Munich security report released before the conference explained, to highlight the emergence of a sense of collective helplessness in the face of a plethora of global challenges, Wehrkund most certainly lived up to its mission. The so-called West is plagued by a sense that a countervailing power is growing more capable and purposeful in the form of the communist Chinese empire, and lest we forget its Slavic satellite state of Russia. But the West must unlearn its sense of helplessness and drift. The rise of the rest makes for anxiety in the West. Central to current anxiety in many countries is Westlessness. The idea that not only the world is getting less Western, but also the West itself is becoming less Western, especially with the rise of Red China and revanchist Russia on the global stage. But amid the Sino-Slavic synaxis's ascent, neither Westlessness nor helplessness are inevitable. It's easy to feel overwhelmed these days. There's climate change, vast refugee movements, economic uncertainty, and endless arguing about how to deal with COVID-19. There's the drumbeat of war in Ukraine, tensions in my Taiwan Strait, North Korean missile tests, and persistent unrest in the Middle East and the Horn of Africa, my old stomping grounds as a mercenary. There was also an attempted coup d'etat in these United States. The current rising tide of nationalist and populist movements in democracies, including a massive unrest in Canada. In Canada! The Canadian trucker convoy is an unpopular uprising. The Freedom Convoy that besieged Ottawa wasn't a people's revolt. It was a fringe movement protesting its defeat. Since January 28th, Canada's capital city of Ottawa had been under siege by a convoy of angry truckers. A 14-night running protest that had drawn support from right-wing extremists in Canada and abroad. The so-called Freedom Convoy was nominally protesting a vaccine mandate for truckers, implemented in mid-January on both sides of the U.S.-Canada border. But the demonstrations had swiftly ballooned into a broader far-right movement, with some demonstrators waving Confederate and Nazi flags. Protester demands included an end to all COVID-19 restrictions in Canada and the resignation of Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. The demonstrators, which had included as many as 8,000 people at their peak, had terrorized Ottawa, blockading streets, harassing citizens, forcing business closures, and honking their extremely loud horns all night long. Ottawa police, who had proven some combination of unwilling and unable to restore order with all the white supremacists among their ranks, had even set up a special hotline to deal with the deluge of hate crimes stemming from the protests. In the first week of February, it received over 200 calls. Ottawa Mayor Jim Watson had declared a state of emergency, and Trudeau's government had to deploy hundreds of Royal Canadian Mounted Police to the protests. As the situation in Ottawa continued, the Freedom Convoy movement expanded across the country. Demonstrators shut down at least 2 border crossings between Canada and the United States. But while the protests were generating a lot of noise and attention, the eruption actually pointed up a counterintuitive fact. The Canadian far right is weak and ineffectual, especially when it comes to pandemic restrictions. Canada's provinces have generally employed strict COVID-19 measures such as school mask mandates and vaccine passports, including during the recent Omicron surge. They have enjoyed broad public support in doing so. Even the strictest restrictions are less controversial in Canada than ever were in these United States. That recent demonstration was quite unpopular with the general public, divisive even inside the center-right Conservative Party. This didn't mean the movement accomplished nothing. It had, from its beginning, from its inception, contributed to a revolt against the Conservative Party's leader and was serving as an important organizing node for far-right domestic terrorists. The border crossing blockage was putting more stress on the U.S.-Canada supply chain, costing, by the most conservative estimation, $300 million United States dollars a day in economic damage. Internationally, the Freedom Convoy had inspired copycat efforts in both these United States and the Fifth Republic of France. But it's important to understand the broader context in Canada itself. News coverage of the convoy, especially from sympathetic anchors on Fox News, may have led many Americans to believe that Canada was in the midst of a far-right popular uprising. In reality, the mainstream consensus in Canada about COVID-19 and the nation's institutions in general was holding. The so-called trucker movement was on the fringe, including among Canadian truckers, some 90% of whom were already vaccinated. So these mudfuck truckers were angry because they had already lost. This led to the real conflict, Canadians against the fuck truckers. Now, I myself have personally heard from several voluntary correspondents in Canada since the beginning of the pandemic, driving over the Peace Bridge from Buffalo into southern Ontario. The differences between the two countries become apparent almost immediately upon crossing the border. At gas stations and rest stops in upstate New York, masks are treated as optional at best. Once you cross that border, virtually everyone you see indoors is masked up. When a Canadian friend of mine's daughter developed a fever from an ear infection, he was asked to provide a negative COVID-19 test upon entry to an urgent care facility. Without one, they were told they would have been turned away. Such experiences reflect the Dominion's much stricter governmental policies. Vaccine passports, school mask mandates, and even bans on private indoor gatherings larger than 10 people have been widely used across Canadian provinces. Even Alberta, the prairie heart of Canadian conservatism, had imposed all three, with Jason Kenney, the province's Conservative premier, arguing in September that a passport system was the only way to cut viral transmission without destroying businesses. Alberta and several other Canadian provinces were then in the process of lifting some of the more burdensome restrictions, but this generally reflected the Omicron surge's ebb rather than any wave of public opposition. In Ontario, home to Ottawa and Toronto, the Conservative provincial government was following a pre-existing reopening script pegged to a decline in case counts and hospitalizations. Some provincial leaders, like Quebec's François Legault, noted that reopening plans were in no way influenced by fuck trucker machinations. There is a reason Canadian politicians had taken that stance. Poll after poll proves Canadians have widely supported restrictive pandemic policies at both the federal and provincial levels. This is not to say they enjoy restrictions on their freedoms, who does? But simply that they believe the government has an obligation to act when case counts are high. This is especially clear when it comes to coercive vaccination rules, ostensibly the Freedom Convoy's main target. The January edition of the COVID-19 Monitor, a regular survey of Canadian attitudes about the pandemic, proved that about 3/4 of Canadians support vaccine passports for indoor dining and gatherings. Strikingly, 70% would strongly or somewhat support a vaccine mandate for all eligible adults, a vastly more restrictive policy than any province has actually ever attempted. What's more, the researchers behind COVID-19 Monitor prove that, on most issues, support has remained relatively stable throughout the pandemic. Strong evidence that this isn't just a short-term blip caused by Omicron. It makes sense, then, that the trucker protest is widely unpopular. Especially when you got protesters holding signs with raised middle fingers and the words, "Get the truck out." The polling firm Innovative Research Group has conducted 3 separate rounds of polling since the beginning of the convoy and proved that public opposition had risen as the protest had gone on. Opposition to the truckers, not the vaccine. In their most recent survey conducted February 4th through the 9th, a scant 29% of Canadians expressed support for the idea of the protest, while 53% disapproved. A separate survey by Léger, released on February 8th, proved that 62% of Canadians opposed the message that the trucker convoy protests were conveying of no vaccine mandates and less public health measures. 65% of respondents agreed that the demonstrators represented a small minority of Canadians who were thinking only about themselves. But even though they lost, the trucker protest mattered. It's worth emphasizing that a movement does not have to be popular with a majority to have influence. During the trucker protests, an uprising against Conservative Party leader Aaron O'Toole succeeded in toppling him from the top spot. That challenge was fueled in part by Conservative members of Parliament frustrated by O'Toole's equivocal stance on the convoy, with many in the ranks calling on the party to embrace the truckers. The leadership challenge points to the bigger deficit of the protest. It was a rare action by the Canadian far right that was gaining mainstream attention and backing. Thereby, the New York Times' Max Fisher thus wrote, and here I quotist from his writ, "Even if the trucker protests do recede, their show of strength has won them demonstrable support abroad, including financial support, and has established large communities online that could fuel future activity." So this is where it was exposed that the Americans were financing the Canadian truckers. The Americans financed an insurgency into Canada. So let me see if I can find that Intercept report. Intercept truckers. And let me see now. Well, can't find it right now, but you get the point. You don't need all the details. You've got the message there. This was foreign financed from the beginning. It was an American overthrow of a current political party establishment member to install their own. Now, the protests have had notable international reach, becoming a cause célèbre for anti-restriction conservatives in these United States and Europe. 63% of the donations to the truckers' now removed GoFundMe camest from these United States. The American right played an important role in getting the protest off the ground in the first. This was all an American attack on Canada. But it's also now inspiring actions elsewhere. An American convoy is scheduled to depart from California on March 4th, with Washington, D.C. as well as its ultimate destination. A similar French effort is already on its way to Paris, with police vowing to bar its entry to the capital. Yet, the fact that so much of the so-called trucker movement support seems to be coming from abroad is telling in and of itself. The reality is that a combination of factors, ranging from the structure of the Canadian political system to widespread acceptance of liberal cultural values, has made its government especially resistant to far-right radicalism and Russo collaborationist insurgency. On issues ranging from COVID-19 to immigration to abortion, the mainstream consensus has held. The Freedom Convoy's willingness to disrupt all life in Canada's capital is less a sign of an incipient popular uprising than the lashing out of a minority that has little influence at the ballot box. And a growing feeling of helplessness is exacerbated by a sense that the problem isn't merely that the West is adrift, but that a countervailing power is growing more capable and purposeful than we. A new Sino-Slavic synaxis seeks global leadership, which is triggering calls to defend the existing rules-based order. The focus until recently was on the communist Chinese empire, but events in Europe remind us that revanchist, revisionist Russia, too, is an expansionist imperial power, a potent and perhaps more reckless source of disorder as a rogue gas state. Overcoming this dread, unlearning helplessness, was supposedly the theme of the MSC, the Munich Security Conference, the annual meeting of European and American national security officials and experts, what convened this weekend last. In an essay that set the tone for the conclave, Tobias Bunde, a researcher at the Hertie School of Governance in Berlin, pointed to general trends of decaying, rising geopolitical competition, ecological overload, and a sense of Westlessness that has led to a permanent sense of crises that has become the new normal. This interlocking set of crises is feeding each the other, creating a sense of doubt and uncertainty in the minds of our Volk, the German word for our people. This mindset is primarily in the West. It isn't evident at all among revisionist rising powers, the enemy. According to the Munich Security Index, a survey of citizen sentiment, only in communist China and Asian India did more than half of the respondents say that they were optimistic about their empire's progress in the next decade in the fields of the economy, the environment, military power, and the political situation. Interestingly, the Japanese were the most pessimistic in every category, save for politics, where they were paped by the Italians. Central to the pervasive anxiety is Westlessness, the theme of yesteryear's MSC. As conference chair Wolfgang Ischinger explained, Westlessness described the notion that not only the world is getting less Western, but also the West itself is getting less Western, less rules-based, less value-oriented, less liberal. Both strands have effloresced in recent weeks. The first is evident in the growing convergence between revanchist, revisionist Russia and the communist Chinese empire. While I myself remain skeptical that these two giant monoliths can reach a deep accommodation, their relationship will go farther than many ever expected. Proof is the joint statement by Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping and Russian autocrat Vladimir Putin that was released after their summit earlier this month, a declaration that was overshadowed by the Olympic Games they so manipulated, which opened the next day, and the situation in Ukraine. Dmitry Trenin, director of the Carnegie Moscow Center and a very astute Russian analyst, tweeted that nearly 6,000 word joint statement takes Sino-Russian entente to the level of a common front to push back against U.S. pressure on Russia and China in Europe, Asia, and globally. The veteran dragon watcher, a sinologist, or Chinese studies expert Bill Bishop said the statement reads like a manifesto for a new world order. Former Australian Prime Minister Kevin Rudd, now head of the Asia Society Policy Institute, said it looks like Russia and China are making the case for taking charge of the entire international system. The Global Times, the communist Chinese tabloid, crowed that the joint declaration demonstrated unprecedented bilateral ties that will launch a new era of international relations not defined by the American empire. That unrest in Canada represents that second strand, indications that the West is looking and acting less Western. But Trump cultists fold like cards. You just have to stand up to them. In the end, the Ottawa occupiers were left literally waving white flags. After weeks of holding the Canadian capital hostage, with relentless honking and other abuse of the residents, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau finally brought an end to what pretended to be an uprising by truckers opposing vaccine mandates, but was really a fringe minority trying to recruit more followers into a Russo-collaborationist insurgent movement. There had been a great deal of trepidation about violent resistance from the occupiers, who were big into chest thumping and acting tough. Instead, they pulled out the most notorious symbol of surrender. By midday Saturday, protest leaders had thrown up the white flag, figuratively and literally. Organizer Pat King told his followers, quite wrongly, that waving a white flag meant they could not be arrested under international law. They were lurking behind the tough trucker facade, but the truth is the protest was organized by far-right conspiracy theorists and was denounced by the Teamsters, the main trucker union. In the end, the white weeniness of the occupiers got downright comical. The 9/11 line was flooded by protesters whining about being told to leave. Organizers kept saying unintentionally funny things like, "The vast majority of the truckers do want to withdraw, but it is an individual choice for any trucker." The official Freedom Convoy Twitter account released a statement not declaring any intent to stand firm, but asking if they could just have a little more time to clear out since trucks are big and hard to move, as were the fat white guys behind the wheels. Despite cries of, "Hold the line!" the mood among protesters was dire Saturday, as they didn't even manage to hold the line till lunch. There's a lesson in this for those who want to oppose rising authoritarianism. Don't be scared of these people. Most of them are paper tigers who will fold if they are confronted with the threat of a real consequence. Unfortunately, in these United States, far too many Democratic leaders are cowed by Donald Trump and his cultists, behaving as if they are afraid that taking steps to hold them accountable will backfire and somehow only make us Trump stronger. In January, a year after the Capitol insurrection that Trump himself incited, Attorney General Merrick Garland made a mealy-mouthed statement promising, "The Justice Department remains committed to holding all January 6th perpetrators at any level accountable under law, whether they were present that day or were otherwise criminally responsible for the assault on our democracy." In reality, however, there be not a single sign that he has any such intention of doing so. Trump incited the riot on live TV, and so far, not only has he not been arrested, but there is no real sign of any Justice Department-led investigation that will ever lead to such an arrest. The January 6th committee referred Trump's former chief of staff, Mark Meadows, on charges for contempt of Congress over 2 months ago, and still, there remains absolutely not a single sign today that the Department of Justice has plans to arrest Meadows either. While there's still a lot of hope out there that Garland is working in secret and will reveal the mass arrests any day now, it's looking more likely by the day that we're dealing with what former FBI Director James Comey dubbed the chicken shit club problem. That's when prosecutors avoid taking on rich and heavily lawyered criminals because they fear the court battles will be hard to win. The problem is, as Comey so noted, you lose 100% of the fights you run away from. Trump, who will pay a lawyer 10 times what he owes a contractor just to get out of the contract, has exploited chicken shittery and prosecutors his entire life. He is clearly hoping it will save his neck post-coup d'etat. But New York's Attorney General, the Black African-American Letitia James, has not shared Garland's timidity in the face of Trump's relentless threats of lawsuits and counterfilings. Instead, she's gone hard after Trump and his entire family, based on the extensive evidence of decades of fraud. So far, her willingness to put up a fight has garnered significant returns. Trump's accounting firm fired him, a sign they see his company as a ship they'd rather not go down with. And last week, a Manhattan judge ruled that Trump and his children must sit for depositions after a ridiculous hearing in which Trump's attorneys spewed conspiracy theories about Hillary Rodham Clinton in a pathetic bid to confuse the issue at hand. Last week, lawyers for Representative Eric Swalwell, Democrat of California, and for police hurt during the Capitol insurrection also demonstrated that fighting back works better than laying down and letting Trump fuck you up the ass. They're suing Trump for damages from inciting the insurrection, and a federal judge shot down Trump's effort to throw the lawsuit out with facetious claims that he enjoys absolute immunity from such lawsuits. And despite a total lack of any support from the Department of Justice, the January 6th committee has been doing a good job of accruing evidence that Trump's coup d'etat was extensive and well organized. Plenty of what has been leaked indicates criminal activity Trump could be easily arrested for, either for pressuring Georgia's Secretary of State into fabricating votes, destroying evidence, or absconding with classified materials. The National Archives has now joined with the January 6th committee into unsubtly and publicly nudging a reluctant DOJ into doing something about this criminal who will absolutely attempt another coup d'etat if he's not stopped now. And in standing up to Donald Trump, both the National Archives and the January 6th committee show that sometimes victory is possible, but only if you actually fight. Maybe the fantasies of so many on Twitter will manifest and the cuffs will suddenly come out for Trump. Likelier, however, is what Brian Butler of Crooked Media recently wrote of Garland in his newspaper. We'd be naive not to wonder how much of his reluctance to enforce the law against prominent right-wing criminals is driven by fear of a right-wing backlash. The problem, however, is that if crooks can opt out of the criminal law through public intimidation, we should wonder how much they'll ultimately get away with simply by threatening to whip up a public shitstorm if they meet any resistance. To make it worse, as the Ottawa situation showed, the fears of resistance are likely way overblown. Most authoritarians like to talk big, but cave the second they face real consequences. That is why vaccine mandates have been so incredibly effective at getting shots in arms. Even the violence of January 6th doesn't disprove my point. As was quickly discovered once the FBI actually started arresting rioters, most of the people who stormed the Capitol did so under the delusion that they would never face actual consequences for doing so. They were so cosseted by white privilege that it simply didn't occur to them that committing a crime could ever lead to any prison time. Unfortunately, what was a delusion for the people who actually stormed the Capitol is just a lived reality for Trump and the other Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent leaders who led the coup d'etat from the safety of their overpriced hotel rooms. They are tearing apart our democracy with confidence, not because they possess courage, but because they believe, and so far with every good reason, that their opponents lack it. Trump and his cultists understand that it doesn't matter if the January 6th committee reveals every detail of the conspiracy to overturn our American democracy. As long as none of the ringleaders go to jail for it, they will be free to try again. Next time, however, they know they will succeed. While the two elements are distinct, they stem from the same impulse, a perceived loss or denial of status and power. Those shared origins threaten to create a zero-sum logic. As economic historian Adam Tooze explained, Putin's aggression in Ukraine, in his words, to quote as he, exposes the vanity of the post-Cold War order that assumed that the boundary between different forms of power, hard, soft, and financial, would be drawn by the Western powers, the United States and the European Union, on their own terms and to suit their own strengths and preferences. This demand for revision, in turn, stresses Western societies and gets them to question their values. After last year's MSC, or Munich Security Conference, Nitin Pai, an Asian Indian analyst, challenged fears of Westlessness, arguing that changes in the structure of power are long overdue and, from India's point of view, quite desirable. But he continued, if Westlessness implies that the ideals that underpin modern civilizations are on the decline and will no longer be valid in the future, then the term is dangerously misguided. Pai sees continued vitality in these ideas, but he argues that the voices that can best make that case are changing. The real issue might not so much be about Westlessness, but about a particular configuration of the West that we were used to. Pai's right that we have been ethnocentric in how we define the West. That word feels odd when the Empire of Japan, the Republic of South Korea, and my own nationalist Republic of China, established on the Isle of Taiwan, are presumed members of the club. But there's also reason to doubt the power of those ideas, at least if that power means the readiness of countries to make sacrifices in their defense. The MSC's, the Munich Security Conference exploration of unlearned helplessness, was supposed to be an attempt to understand and counter the West's acquiescence to the undermining of the world it constructed. As Tobias Bund argued, action requires that citizens, in his words, believe that they can affect change in their environment, that they can exert a measure of control over their surroundings. In other words, they need renewed confidence in their own and their government's ability to act. The Asian Indian Pai concurs, noting that the key question is how to reshape the state in response to profound social changes technology has induced. Everything from the way we elect our governments, make policy decisions, adjudicate disputes, to how we deliver public services needs an overhaul. Don't hold your breath. Public paralysis animates, or rather inanimates, Washington and other Western capitals. It leads to the virtual abdication of policymaking that Robert Manning, a fellow at the Atlantic Council's Scowcraft Center for Strategy and Security, excoriated in a recent column. The United States has been slow to rise to the challenge and has been idle as other powers. Not just the Communist Chinese Empire, but the European Union too. Set parameters for global order and competition. For Manning and others, including myself, the most extraordinary malpractice was the withdrawal from the Trans-Pacific Partnership and the refusal to join its successor, the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. The tide might be changing, however. The MSC is about as big a megaphone as you can get. The Biden administration has been rallying allies and partners. Coalitions of the like-minded are emerging. The AUKUS, the Australia-UK-US partnership, the Quad of Asian India, the Empire of Japan, Australia and America, and the EU-US Trade and Technology Council are but three examples. And other governments are upping their game as well. The Empire of Japan, chief among all the nations among them. But even some of the most fervent cheerleaders admit that we're moving far too slow, and point out that those initiatives are mostly in foreign policy, not domestic affairs. And as domestic grievances swell, they leach the legitimacy and authority of governments and validate the second dimension of Westlessness, the sense that we're becoming less like ourselves. We must end that drift and rediscover confidence and purpose to unlearn the helplessness that is pervasive today. But having the Munich conference end on an appearance by Kamala Harris proved just how unseriously participants were taking the Ukraine crisis and how clueless they are about what to do about it. Here's what the program in Munich should have looked like. First, publicly recommit NATO countries to raise their defense budgets to 2% of gross domestic product, as they all promised back in 2014 when Russia first invaded. Out of 30 NATO members, only 3, the United States, the United Kingdom, and Greece, currently exceed that threshold. 4 others, Poland, Romania, Latvia, and Estonia, just barely meet it. Given the looming threat from the East, raising the threshold to 3% would seem only prudent. Second, unveil plans to expand NATO northward to include Finland and Sweden immediately, but also to expand the role of the Baltic republics, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, in preparing Europe's collective defense, since they are most certainly to be next on Putin's hit list after Ukraine. Third, develop a strategy for shedding United Germany's and all Western Europe's reliance on Russian energy sources by 2025, which means not just canceling Nord Stream 2, where the Germans have decided to suspend construction, but Nord Stream 1 as well, including expanding American liquefied natural gas exports and boosting the commitment to nuclear power. That means stopping United Germany's shutdown of its 3 remaining nuclear power plants, Isar 2, Emsland, and Neckar-Westheim 2, at the end of this year. They will need the waste products of those nuclear plants to produce nuclear weapons. Fourth, restore plans for constructing the land-based missile defense system for Eastern Europe that the Obama-Biden administration scrapped, including looking at using UAS, unmanned aerial systems, as Peter Moon suggested, a sky full of drones for persistent surveillance, but also as platforms for anti-missile defense. Finally, everyone realizes that the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire's aggression against the Ukraine is clearing the way for the communist Chinese Empire to take similar actions against my Taiwan. That's why it's more urgent than ever to create a security conference, Everkund East, for the Indo-Pacific region. One that's truly effective in discussing mutual security concerns and preparing to prevent Red China from emulating the revisionist Russian example. I've been urging American and Japanese officials to think along these lines for several years. Now's the time to take these steps to make it happen. And, for what it be worth, right now, the Empire of Japan's leadership is looking to Abe and Machiavelli. Opening the current session of Parliament on January 17th, Prime Minister Fumio Kishida asserted, and here I translate for you, amid an increasingly severe and complex international situation, this is a year that will test how astute Japanese diplomacy can be. I will stand at the fore, firmly holding aloft the flag of ideals for the future, and looking squarely at the actual situation. Pursue realism diplomacy for a new era. Tellingly, in subsequent weeks, the English version of Kishida's speech later underwent some revisions. This forces the explaining of Japan's astute diplomacy. While the initial English translation released by the Cabinet Office rendered Kishida's vision of Japanese diplomacy as tough but adaptable, this was recently changed to astute, as in Shita Takana Gaiko, or astute diplomacy, presumably in an effort to dispel any negative connotation inherent in the original Japanese. Running through the myriad challenges Japan and like-minded nations face, conveying to the world a diplomatic position that is realistic, persistent, and flexible was never going to be easy. The administration's struggle to convey to the world a diplomatic position that is realistic, persistent, and flexible is understandable given an international environment that has been roiled by Sino-American tensions, changes to the international order, and geo-economic conflicts that weaponize economies. The American empire's domestic chaos and the lack of a consistent foreign policy may explain Kishida's recent diplomatic pronouncement. Most immediately, the greatest diplomatic challenge facing the Empire of Japan is the confrontation between the American and Communist Chinese empires. U.S. President Joe Biden's America is less an extension of the United States under former President Donald than the flip side of the same coin. While stressing the importance of alliances, the Biden administration nevertheless abruptly announced the new trilateral AUKUS security pact with Australia and the United Kingdom before informing another American ally, the Fifth Republic of France. Biden's foreign policy for the middle class, moreover, sounds like just another name for Trump's America First agenda. The United States dismissed the idea of joining the CPTPP, the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, for God's sake, as a foregone conclusion, and is now calling for an Indo-Pacific economic framework. What the fuck is that even supposed to be? You've got fucking Asian India you can't even fucking trust, who's buying weapons from the motherfucking Russians, for God's sake. Meanwhile, Chinese Communist dictator Xi Jinping and his central static government is more than willing to make full use of the existing international order if it serves Red China's interests. If those interests are not served, however, Beijing will attempt to weaken a particular structure or create a parallel one. When it comes to the international order and rulemaking, Red China does its best, does its utmost to apply its own form of governance. In other words, one that reflects its own Chinese characteristics, meaning communist. If rules do not reflect national conditions or comply with the interests of national safety, Red China demands special treatment and uses economic coercion to deal with any countries that object. Beijing's ultimate concern is expanding its own sphere of influence over the world. Domestic chaos in these United States and the lack of a consistent U.S. foreign policy are grave concerns for the Empire of Japan's Kishida administration. Biden's foreign policy for the middle class consists of such disconnected ideas as denouncing Red China's state capitalism, using AUKUS as a one-shot response to Red China's nuclear missile buildup, and convening a democracy summit to play a leading role in raising the morale of the world's freedom camp. The world, however, is paying closer attention to where the American empire has been absent, its omissions, critical omissions, than to these fresh pledges or commissions. It was precisely because Red China calculated that domestic political factors would prevent the American empire from joining the CPTPP that it put forward its own application for membership. The rest of the world will no longer wait upon the Americans to act. Washington is not yet fully aware of this fact and lacks the resolve to delegate its leadership role to a trusted ally. Furthermore, the American decision to exclude Vietnam and Singapore from the Democracy Summit, at a time when the United States ought to be rallying as many like-minded countries as possible to stand against the communist Chinese, was a meaningless distinction that has ended up dividing Asia. The more that American foreign policy is held hostage by domestic politics, the less the United States will be able to respond to developments in the Asia-Pacific. This may be the new normal, yet the Empire of Japan risks being isolated from the rest of Asia if a retreating American empire pulls its ally along with it. The United States is an ally that the Empire of Japan cannot simply abandon. The Communist Chinese Empire full well knows this, and is waiting for the Empire of Japan to exhaust its remaining affection for the United States. This is why the Empire of Japan's foreign policy must be astute. This also means deploying the type of imaginative and dexterous diplomacy needed to play a constructive role by forcing the United States to engage with Asia rather than divide it, and pressing Red China to observe international rules rather than expand its communized sphere of influence. Incidentally, words like astute and tough but adaptable were once used to describe communist Chinese foreign policy. They even appear in the title of a 1975 book by Takehiko Tadokoro, Shita Takana Rinjin, subtitled Chugoku. In English, that translates as China, our astute neighbor. Once Red China establishes a goal, it relentlessly pursues its realization. Zhao Enlai and Deng Xiaoping were both master practitioners of astute diplomacy. Today, however, Beijing's wolf warrior diplomacy, lashes out at anyone who criticizes Red China or withholds praise. This new posture is the product of a Commu-Chinese neo-nationalism in which pride and humiliation are inextricably linked. It was because both Zhao and Deng had the political strength to suppress this strain of rabid patriotism that they were able to achieve an astute foreign policy at all. The evolving translation of Kishida's address to the country's parliament begs the question of why the Prime Minister felt the need to deliberately characterize the Empire of Japan's diplomatic stance as astute in the first. Might it not be more astute, in fact, to silently pursue the Empire of Japan's diplomatic goals? Nevertheless, we should place our hopes in Prime Minister Kishida's tough but adaptable foreign policy. This will require an equally astute handling of domestic politics. The Empire of Japan's leaders must listen carefully to the voices of the people while skillfully containing the more violent passions, the neo-nationalism of the nation. Meanwhile, in attempting to decipher what Kishida means by his oft-deployed phrase, realism diplomacy for a new era, I can only conclude that, realistically, Shinzo Abe's power in the ruling party ensures that Kishida won't veer far from the ex-prime minister's diplomatic course. This begs the question of who's really calling the shots in Japan's prime minister's office. Now, understand that the former prime minister, Abe Shinzo, had to retire because of health issues. So he's like acting consultant. Kind of like Vladimir Putin when he stepped down and made Medvedev. I can't even remember the fucker's name now. He made this bleach-ass white guy president for a while so that it looked like Russians had a choice. But he was running the shots, and that guy was just a meat puppet. He had his fist way up his ass and was feeding them one-liners. Now, this might be the case in Japan with Abe and Kishida. 4 months into Kishida's administration, it already looks like the Prime Minister is following Abe's lead in the way he runs government via the Prime Minister's office. But I predict that to confront upcoming challenges, the Prime Minister might need to look more to the lessons of Machiavelli, as Kishida did in his rise to power, than to old Abe. Success in the future depends on learning from past mistakes. What happened in Munich this past weekend should be a model of how not to hold a mutual security conference, just as the conference held in that city 84 years agone has since been propagandized as teaching the world that appeasement of dictators isn't a path to peace, but only to more aggression. Now, current and former U.S. and European officials all agree they are alarmed over what is effectively a non-aggression pact between the Communist Chinese Empire and the revanchist revisionist Russian Empire that could amount to a realignment of the world order, portending a new type of Cold War, which be naught but a new world war. Biden administration officials say the United States will work to create and bolster its own coalitions of democratic nations, including new Europe and Asia-Pacific strategic groups, and help countries develop advanced military capabilities. John F. Kirby, the chief Pentagon spokesperson, said yesterday, last week, that the U.S. government was watching the burgeoning relationship between Red China and expansionist Russia. He said that a joint statement issued by the two giants in early February, when Presidents Vladimir V. Putin of Russia and Xi Jinping of Red China met in Beijing, showed that the Communist Chinese Empire was standing behind Mr. Putin's military buildup around Ukraine. To quote the Mr. Kirby, their tacit support, if you will, for Russia is deeply alarming, and frankly, even more destabilizing to the security situation in Europe itself. Now, in recent weeks, the two empires negotiated a 30-year contract for the Russian Empire to supply gas to the Communist Chinese through a new pipeline. They blocked a demand from Washington that the United Nations impose additional sanctions on North Korea for new missile tests, even though the two nations had agreed to similar sanctions before. And Russia moved large numbers of troops from Siberia to its west, a sign that Moscow, in preparing for a potential, well, now active invasion of Ukraine, trusts the Communist Chinese Empire along their shared border in the east. Their long courtship reached a peak with the 5,000-word joint statement that said their partnership had no limits, which some Biden administration officials see as a turning point in Sino-Slavic relations and a brazen challenge to American and European power. The statement was the first in which Red China explicitly joined the Russian Empire in opposing any further expansion of NATO, and the two countries denounced Washington's Indo-Pacific strategy and its new security partnership, AUKUS, which includes Britain and Australia. The nations also described my Taiwan as an inalienable part of mainland China. Now, U.S. and European officials concur that China and Russia declared that they would work with other countries to promote genuine democracy and counter American-led ideology and institutions, building a new world order in which autocracies reign unchallenged. On Saturday in Munich, Ursula von der Leyen, the presidentess of the European Commission, said, "They seek a new era, as they say, to replace the existing international order. They prefer the rule of the strongest to the rule of law, intimidation instead of self-determination, coercion instead of cooperation." The strengthening Sino-Slavic ties could herald a reconfiguring of the triangle of power that defined the Cold War, World War III in practice, and that President Richard Mulhouse Nixon exploited half 100 years ago on Monday when he made that historic visit to Beijing to normalize diplomatic relations. That helped these United States and Red China counterbalance the Soviet Union. Ties between Beijing and Moscow had been unraveling for years over issues of ideology and foreign policy then. The opposite is happening now. To quotist Susan Shirk, the chair of the 21st Century China Center at the University of California, San Diego, and a former State Department official. It's certainly concerning, and it is not a positive development from the standpoint of U.S. national security or American national interests. They have a kind of common perspective on the U.S. right now, and there is this affinity between the dictators. Ms. Shirk said President Biden nonetheless should try engaging in diplomacy with Mr. Xi to coax him to act with the United States on the Russia-created Ukraine crisis. She added that this seems like Diplomacy 101 given at least the history of this triangular relationship. Now, Red China and Russia are not united by any ideology, and they are in a marriage of convenience that Russia needs much more. While Mr. Xi appreciates Mr. Putin's defiance of the United States, he does not want the economic uncertainty that a European war would bring. Will bring now. As Mr. Wang made clear on Saturday, China also traditionally insists on respecting every nation's sovereignty. There are limits to what China would do to help Mr. Putin now that he's invaded Ukraine. After Washington imposes sanctions on Russia, Red Chinese companies could buy more oil and gas from Russia to help fill some technology gaps, but the major Commu-Chinese state-owned banks would probably refrain from overt violations of the sanctions for fear of being shut out of the global financial system themselves. Mr. Xi and Mr. Putin have met 38 times as national leaders. They share a drive to restore their nations to a former glory that they see as having been stripped from their homelands by Western European powers, the United States, and, in Red China's case, the Empire of Japan. Both are obsessed with the breakup of the Soviet Union circa 1991. Mr. Putin seeks to forcefully wind back the clock to a pre-collapse era, while Mr. Xi aims to prevent Red China from meeting the same fate as the Soviet Empire. They accuse Washington of fomenting mass protests and democracy movements around the world to overthrow other governments. An intensifying conflict with China and Russia will have a different shape than the Third World War, which America won, this new Cold War. China's trade economy is deeply integrated with those of all other nations on Earth, including these United States. And revanchist Russia is an important energy exporter to Europe itself. For practical reasons, the three governments would be unable to completely block commercial exchanges with each the other, or form distinct economic blocs with partner countries like in the days of the Iron Curtain. Nevertheless, foreign leaders and Democratic and Republican foreign policy practitioners have expressed concern in recent days. In a Wall Street Journal opinion column titled "Entente Multiplies the Threat from Russia and China," John R. Bolton, the hawkish national security advisor under President Donald John Trump, argued that the partnership will last because of the two empires' interests are mutually complementary for the foreseeable future. Stephen J. Hadley, the national security advisor under President George W. Bush, called the joint statement a manifesto for their global leadership, while Kevin Rudd, the former Prime Minister of Australia, said Red China's explicitly pro-Russia position on European security was new and significant and quite a radical departure from the past. Scott Morrison, the current Prime Minister of Australia, denounced the Communist Chinese Empire yesterday, just last week, for remaining chillingly silent on Russia's military buildup around Ukraine, and noted that the two empires were banding together. A senior U.S. official said the Biden administration would counter the two powers in part by trying to create greater connectivity among democratic partners and allies of the United States, one that goes beyond regional coalitions. Such an approach has been a central thrust for Mr. Biden, who during the 2020 campaign said Russia was the greatest foreign policy challenge for the United States in the medium term, and Red China the biggest in the long term. Mr. Biden pushed NATO to issue a summit communique last June that laid out the challenges that Red China poses to the alliance, a position that Jens Stoltenberg, the Secretary General of NATO, has reiterated. The president held a virtual Summit for Democracy in December, in which he spraketh by video with officials from more than 100 countries. And this month, the White House released an Indo-Pacific strategy paper that said the United States would promote democratic institutions among partner nations and help them deploy advanced warfighting capabilities, such as helping Australia construct nuclear-powered submarines. Mr. Xi and Mr. Putin have denounced all such initiatives. They have long seen those two main strategic prongs of Washington, promotion of democracy abroad and the deployment or sharing of troops and military equipment, as enormous threats to their dictatorships. When asked to comment, Yu Pengyu, a spokesman for the Communist Chinese Embassy in Washington, said, "It is hoped that the U.S. side will take off their tinted glasses, discard the Cold War mindset, view Sino-Slavic relations and cooperation objectively, recognize the prevailing trend of the times, and do more things that are beneficial to world peace and development." Alexander Gabuev, the chair of the Russia in the Asia-Pacific program at the Carnegie Moscow Center, said that the joint statement from China and Russia was a notable public milestone, but that the most important cooperation was occurring beneath the surface. Himself so saying that, in particular, weapon sales from Russia to the Chinese military should be of great concern to American policymakers, while also noting that because the two nations settled territorial disputes along their 2,700-mile border in 2008 and have increased their military cooperation, Moscow felt confident enough to move troops from its east to near Ukraine to prepare for its now ongoing invasion, drawing down Russian troops on the borders with China and Mongolia to their lowest level since 1922, the year before mine own late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother, was delivered into this world. However, the two empires also compete and disagree on major issues. The Communist Chinese Empire has a growing footprint in Central Asia, where former Soviet republics are viewed by Moscow as within its sphere of influence. Red China insists it is now a power in the Arctic, a region Mr. Putin has wanted to dominate. And only he feels he has the right to claim the Northern Pole. Where the Communist Chinese get the idea they can claim that is beyond myself. And the country has important trade relations with nations across the former Eastern European bloc. By that I mean Eastern Europe is the new battleground between Communist China and the rest of the world economically. In fact, the Communist Chinese Empire is Ukraine's largest trade partner. And Beijing has acknowledged the nation's sovereignty for decades. It has never recognized Russia's 2014 annexation of Ukraine's Crimean Peninsula. Notably, the joint statement made no explicit mention of Ukraine. Yet Daniel Russell, a former Assistant Secretary of State for East Asian and Pacific Affairs, has concluded that, to quote his T, "When I was in the government, we would take a very hard look at China's calculations and find those things that were not compatible with what Putin was trying to do and work on that basis. The fact that it's so late in the game and the three sides have moved so far in this unequal triangle that it's really not going to be easy to try to undo that. Yet America remains ever entangled in the Middle East, with successive administrations in permanent thrall of Israel and Saudi Arabia, following foreign leaders, allowing these dictators to set American Southwest Asian policy. Instead, both states, Israel and the House of Saud, have avidly pressed the administration to make their enemy Iran, their enemy, not ours, America's own enemy. The resulting fixation caused the Trump misadministration to launch economic war against the rest of the world, to essentially prevent everyone on Earth from ever having any commercial dealing of any kind with anyone in Tehran, the capital of Iran. This month's partial lifting of U.S. metals tariffs slapped on the Empire of Japan under the Trump misadministration was seen as the latest bid by Biden's government to mend ties with a major ally and counterbalance the Communist Chinese Empire. But the lesson to be learned is that under Democrats and Republicans alike, the federal government views nations that resist its dictates as adversaries at best, appropriate targets of criticism always, sanctions often, and even bombs and invasions occasionally. No wonder foreign governments lobby hard to be designated as allies, partners, and special relationships. Many of these ties have become essentially permanent, unshakable even when supposed friends act like enemies, and supposed enemies are incapable of hurting America. U.S. foreign policy increasingly has been captured and manipulated for the benefit of other governments and interests. George Washington recognized the problem even in his day, after revolutionary France sought to win America's support against Great Britain. He so warned, and here I quote his T, "Nothing is more essential than that permanent, inveterate antipathies against particular nations and passionate attachments for others should be excluded, and that in place of them, just and amicable feelings towards all should be cultivated. The nation which indulges towards another habitual hatred or a habitual fondness is in some degree a slave. It is a slave to its animosity or to its affection, either of which is sufficient to lead it astray from its duty and its interest to our American people. Could there even possibly have ever been said a better description of American foreign policy throughout the 20th century through today? Even when a favored nation is clearly, ostentatiously, mass murderously on the wrong side, consider Saudi Arabia's unprovoked aggression against ancient Yemen. Many American policymakers refuse to allow a single word of criticism to ever escape their lips. The United States has indeed become a slave, as George Washington so forewarned us all. The consequences for these United States and the world are highly negative. George Washington so observed that, and here I quotest he again, likewise, a passionate attachment of one nation for another produces a variety of evils. Sympathy for the favorite nation, facilitating the illusion of an imaginary common interest in cases where no real common interest exists, and infusing into one the enmities of the other, betrays the former into a participation in the quarrels and wars of the latter without adequate inducement or justification. This is an almost perfect description of the United States' approach throughout last century into the next. American colonists revolted against what they believed had become ever more foreign control, yet the United States backs Israel's occupation and mistreatment of millions of Palestinians. American policymakers parade the globe spouting the rhetoric of freedom, yet subsidized military dictatorial Egypt as it imprisons tens of thousands and oppresses millions of people. Washington decries Red Chinese aggressiveness, yet provides planes, munitions, and intelligence to aid Riyadh, the capital of the House of Saud, in the slaughter of Yemeni civilians and the destruction of Yemeni homes, businesses, and hospitals. In such cases, policymakers have betrayed America, as George Washington would say, into a participation in the quarrels and wars without adequate inducement or justification. On the other side are the targets of inveterate antipathies. This also characterizes American Southwest Asian policy over the Middle East. So hated are Iran and Syria that Washington, D.C. is making every effort to destroy their economies, ruin their people's livelihoods, wreck their hospitals, and starve their population. The respective governments are evil, to be sure, but do not threaten these United States. Yet, as the nation's first president explained to Americans, antipathy in one nation against another disposes each more readily to offer insult and injury, to lay hold of slight causes of umbrage, and to be haughty and intractable when accidental or trifling occasions of dispute occur. Hence, frequent collisions, obstinate, envenomed, and bloody contests. The nation, prompted by ill will and resentment, sometimes impels to war the government contrary to the best calculations of policy. Consider how close the United States has come to foolish, unnecessary wars against both the nations of Iran and Syria. There were manifold demands that the United States enter the Syrian civil war, in which Americans have no stake. Short of combat, the Obama administration indirectly aided the local affiliate of Al-Qaeda, the terrorist group which staged 9/11, I mean to say, and supposedly was America's enemy. Moreover, there was constant pressure on America to attack Iran, targeted by the United States since 1953, when the CIA helped replace Tehran's democracy with a brutal tyrant whose rule was highlighted by corruption, torture, and a nuclear program, which then was taken over by Iran's Islamic revolutionaries, to America's horror. Read George Washington, and you would think he had gained a supernatural glimpse into today's policy debates. He worried about the result when the national government adopts through passion what reason would reject. At other times, it makes the animosity of the nation subservient to projects of hostility instigated by pride, ambition, and other sinister and pernicious motives. The peace often, sometimes perhaps the liberty, of nations has been the victim. What better describes American policy toward the Greater Japanese Empire and the Volk of Germania? Far more genocidal regimes have rarely bothered Uncle Sam's relations with the Allied States that have now arrayed themselves against us in the shape of the Sino-Slavic Axis. Saudi Arabia, a corrupt and totalitarian theocracy, has been sheltered, protected, and reassured by these United States even after invading its impoverished, ancient neighbor, Yemen. Among Washington's other best friends, Bahrain, Turkey, Egyptos, and the United Arab Emirates, mass murderous tyrannies all. Only now among them has Putin chosen a forever war. As Vladimir Putin sets a Russian invasion of Ukraine into motion, the West is, at the last, united in its response. Vladimir Putin has, at this point, invaded Ukraine in earnest. The heavy tanks are rolling on the mud, while the winter still freezes it hard enough for their treads. He's ordered Russian troops into eastern parts of the country as the springboard, and he now has the backing of his parliament in Moscow. He's recognized two pro-Russia separatist Rust Belts within Ukraine as legitimate governments, and he has exploited a warped account of history to challenge Ukraine's very right to exist. Indeed, you ask, what use be history? What use is a renegade military historian lecturing you tonight? 'Tis Putin's take on history what layeth the groundwork for war. Russian dictator Vladimir Putin laid out his version of Ukraine's history, declaring essentially that Ukraine was always part of Russia. While that serves his purpose, it is also a fiction. Ukraine has its own 1,000-year history. What is now Ukraine was a contested region of shifting borders for centuries, hence its very name, the Ukraine, which translates as the borderland. That did not come completely under Moscow's rule until late in the 18th century during the reign of Katarina the Gross, Catherine the Great. And even then, the Russian Empire was never able to swallow it easily or completely. In his present-day effort to bring an independent, westward-looking Ukraine back into Russia's orbit, Putin is following a well-trod path of many of Russia's autocrats before himself, from Peter the Great to Joseph Stalin. In fact, I shouldn't say Peter the Great so much as Ivan the Terrible. For the West, the question is whether it can limit Putin's revanchist ambitions through diplomacy, which is no longer possible, sanctions, which is now impotent and ineffective, and Ukrainian military resistance, the only option left. The recognition of the two breakaway regions by Putin and the sending in of Russian troops already threatening the country will now trigger a far wider war for all of Ukraine. Referring to two pro-Russian parts of Ukraine in the Donbas region that since 2014 have been engaged in an insurgent conflict with the Kiev government that has claimed an estimated 14,000 lives already. Putin said, "I consider it necessary to take a long overdue decision to immediately recognize the independence and sovereignty of Donetsk People's Republic and Luhansk People's Republic." Every modern state, especially in Europe, has had centuries of changing borders, and the emotional tug of nationalism can lead to demands, ultimatums, and often war for territory, power, and influence. In his speech to the Russian public on Monday night, a sometimes sullen, sometimes angry-sounding Putin was dismissive of modern-day Ukraine, arguing that its creation as a sovereign state was a tragedy and an accident of communist leaders in the 20th century, acting as though there had never been a historical Ukraine until Soviet times. Putin blamed at times Vladimir Lenin, at times Stalin, and at one point he saved scorn for the decision of Nikita Khrushchev to take his Crimea from Russia in 1954 and award it to the Ukraine. As with all historical narratives, there were elements of truth in what Putin was saying. Ukrainians and Russians are related Eastern Slavic peoples whose destinies have been both intertwined and separated throughout history. But he preferred to focus on the time of Russia's maximum dominance over Ukraine, neatly forgetting that it has been a separate state recognized by international treaties and explicitly by Russia over the last 30 years. Instead, he painted today's Ukraine as a corrupt, barely functioning puppet of the United States that threatens Russia's security and, in his view, has no real reason to exist except in union with Russia. Both Ukraine and the Russian Empire trace themselves to Kievan Rus, a trading center established by the Vikings along the Dnieper River more than 1,000 years ago, before Moscow even existed, that was originally pagan and later embraced Orthodox Christianity. Kievan Rus fell afterward to the early 13th century Mongol invasions of Europe. Muscovy did not emerge from being a vassal state until the late 15th century. Instead of being connected to Russian Moscow, all of what is now Ukraine instead for centuries was part of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania from the 1300s, and later of the union of Poland and Lithuania, a vast, multilingual, multi-ethnic state, whose territory encompassed almost all of what is now Poland, Lithuania, Belarus, and Ukraine, and parts of what is now Russia itself. In its eastern and southeastern regions, the Union's dominant languages were Polish and Ruthenian, the predecessor to modern-day Ukrainian and Belarusian. The population included Ukrainians, Polish peoples, the Polaki, Belarusians, or the White Russians, Lithuanians, Jews, and Tartars. Uprisings by an army of Ukrainian Cossacks against the Polish overlords and landowners in the middle 1600s led to a Cossack alliance with Moscow and eastern Ukraine breaking off from the Polish-Lithuanian Union and pledging loyalty to the Tsar in 1654, I mean to say. Western Ukraine remained part of the Polish-Lithuanian Union for another 150 years, until Poland itself was partitioned for the final time, circa 1795, and erased from the map of Europe until the madness of Woodrow Wilson erupted in the pustules of neo-nationalism that have consumed EUROPA ever since. Poland rose again after World War I and fought a territorial war with Soviet Russia between 1919, the year the man who raised and guided me was born, and 1922, the year before my mother was, winning back much of Ukraine. Those lands returned to Soviet control a generation later, during and after World War II. But after the war, Ukrainian nationalist partisans fought on against the Soviets in a guerrilla resistance for several years. The Great Famine, or Holodomor, imposed upon Ukraine by Stalin in the early 1930s, had led to millions of deaths and seeded lingering Ukrainian bitterness towards Soviet-Russian rule. That the Bolsheviks recognized Ukraine as a separate socialist republic when the Soviet Union was created was no accident. It addressed the reality of Ukraine's separate history and identity, poised somewhere between Moscow and the West for most of its existence, but never given the chance to rule itself until the collapse of the Soviet Union circa 1991. Contrary to Putin, most Ukrainians do not clamor to be part of Russia today, and anti-Russian sentiment in most of the country has only increased since Russia's 2014 seizure of the Crimea and the taking of the Donbas regions by pro-Muscovite separatists. Now, with Russian troops marching into the Donbas region of eastern Ukraine again, it has become as inescapable that the millennia-long tug-of-war for dominance in the area, with the use of force of arms or diplomacy as needed, is about to renew again. In response to what President Joe Biden today called, or yesterday by now, called the beginning of a Russian invasion of Ukraine, the United States and its NATO allies have implemented a first round of sanctions. Excuse myself. Now, if I survive this... Oh, geez, I never even opened this. There we are, that's water. And God knows, I'm going to risk something. No, I guess I shouldn't risk it. I was going to unplug an aspect of the microphone there. Okay. Some feedback from the audience, making sure they can still hear me. See if there's anyone besides sex bots out there. And Stick Shift Driver says, can the United States use our own reserve oil to supply to keep cost of gas down? I wish. No such luck, I'm afraid. There's not that much of it. There we are. So, our man, Jameson, you there? See if you can buy me a second. Oh my God. The bottom of that tea was all tea dust. That literally just takes your breath away. Oh my God. When you get all that particulate detritus hits the back of your throat, it's just horrible. Douglas Mark says, I'm here, Doug. God bless. Thank you. Just need to know that there's someone out there. Our numbers are way up, by the way. So that's good news. So I'll continue with the narrative. Just have to regain my wind. The breath taken away by oh, that's awful. We have 2 hours left and a few minutes. And we'll see if Jameson reawakens. And because, of course, we know what happens. He falls asleep. And, okay, let me rehydrate here. Oh, is that him? Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Jameson. Glad you're here. Just in case I needed you because all that particulate matter, the tea dust, went down my throat and robbed me of my breath there. Take care of these sex bots, will you?
Gotcha.
Thank you. All right. Okay. Now, as I said, when it comes to the current challenge of in response to what President Joe Biden has acknowledged as the beginning of a Russian invasion of Ukraine. You know, I don't understand. How far does it have to fucking go before they acknowledge a goddamn invasion? it's like beyond me. Like, what finally constitutes an invasion to these fuckers? It's, I guess, when the capital finally falls and Russia's on the doorstep of the European Union itself, people are going to take notice. But the good news is, where the United States is failing, the United Germans have stepped in. So, Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, is also has taken to throttling the Russian gas exports to Europe by halting certification of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. So, let me get to that for a second after I gargle. So, Jameson, can you hold the line, hold the stage? And I'm going to gargle. I'm going to go mute here. You can say something, right? You can talk.
Okay. I'm kind of getting. I did not expect to go to sleep at all. It's just the temperature dropped from 70 degrees today to
yeah. Talk about that.
freaking.
I gotta go.
30.
Let me gargle here and take over the stage.
Gotcha.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. The temperature we had like yesterday was like 60, 70. Actually, yeah, it was literally damn near 70, and it dropped overnight to like 30 degrees. It was a good day to go out walking, without having to get all dressed up in the regular winter, gear and whatnot. But as soon as I got home, like the temperature dropped was horrible because I had to put out the trash and. Yeah, it felt like it was falling back down into the 30s again. By now, it's probably freezing. It's probably at the point where everything's icing up. And this is the new norm as far as weather is concerned. And as far as weather is concerned in the 2020s and beyond, because this is what we're stuck with. The question is, even if we do survive it, is it going to be a future that we even want to see? Well, I mean, I'd rather be alive than dead, but still, who knows? This is literally going to be anyone's guess as far as, I have no doubt we're going to see. It's going to be very interesting, honestly speaking, to see how this weather is going to change the face of war and how we fight war. That's something that might be extremely interesting. What I can do is I can probably just start looking at what else is going on. As of 27 minutes ago, Ukraine's neighbor Moldova is alarmed by the attack, and this is Romania. Moldova's president said the country's Supreme Security Council has decided to ask Parliament to introduce a state of emergency following Russia's attacks on neighboring Ukraine. President Mai Sandu said that Russia's attack on Ukraine is a flagrant violation of international norms. Sandu urged Moldovan citizens in Ukraine to return home. Moldova, a former Soviet republic and one of Europe's poorest nations, has a population of around 3.5 million and is not a NATO member. There are now concerns in Moldova that the neighboring conflict will trigger an influx of refugees. Sandu said at the border crossing points with Ukraine, there is an increase in traffic flow. She added that we will help people who need our support. At this moment, we are ready to accommodate tens of thousands of people. They're probably going to see way more than tens of thousands of people from Ukraine. And for good reason. conflict is literally hell, and you don't want to be stuck in it. You don't want to be caught in it unless you're someone who's been well trained or hired to fight in it. Those being the only exceptions. This is probably going to have we already know that this is going to have a very large attack on energy prices and all this other stuff worldwide. That goes without saying. What Vladimir Putin has done, without a doubt, is put a target over his own head, because now he is going to be sought by people who are going to be pissed that he made the moves he made, which, believe it or not, is something that might serve the purpose of humanity in the future. Of course, I myself am not going to, say that and, risk having some fucking Spetsnaz agent or something, trying to poison me with Novichok or some shit, because, well, at this point, nothing would surprise me. Let's see. So other than that, yeah, it seems like this is Putin has, again, he's entered a point where there's no way he can back down, because his sort of the machismo of his culture wouldn't allow it. So if he goes against something that he's already started, it makes him look weak. And for him, that would be worse than death, because that's how these guys sort of that's oddly how these guys think. Let's see what else we have going on in this world. All right, this is interesting. The hearing for the parents of the school shooting suspect is supposed to resume today. This is what do you call it? Yeah, these are the parents, the Crumbly parents. That boy was charged with killing 4 other students at his Michigan high school, and they are scheduled to return court, where they face charges for making the gun used in the school shooting available to the teen, which no one can deny that they did that. A preliminary investigation for Jennifer and James Crumbly was to resume Thursday in Rochester Hills District Court before a judge will decide if there's enough evidence to send the couple on trial for involuntary manslaughter. If they really want to send a message, they would do just that. Send them on trial for manslaughter. Ethan Crumbly is charged as an adult with first-degree murder, assault, and intent to murder, terrorism, and gun charges in the November 30th shooting at Oxford High School, which is approximately 30 miles away from north of Detroit. In addition, the 4 students slain, 6 others, including a teacher, were wounded. His parents accused of failing to intervene when their schools showed signs of mental distress at home and school. A day before the shooting, the school left a voicemail for Jennifer Crumbly, which was informing her that a teacher was concerned about Ethan's ammunition search on his phone. A sheriff's office computer crimes investigation testified February 18th, the couple's preliminary examination, that she later asked her son in a text if he at least showed school officials a photo of a gun the parents gave Ethan as a Christmas gift. Why the fuck would they say something so stupid? This is beyond me. But I guess privilege comes with stupidity. The Crumbleys are jailed at $500,000 bond. The case against them.
Okay, there we are. Thank you. So, what are we talking about?
Oh yeah. The Crumbleys, their parents'
Crumbleys.
trial is set to start.
Oh, right. That was the crazy boy, right?
Yeah. Decided to shoot up school.
Yes, with his crazy parents who made certain he was able to shoot up the school. Yeah.
and then decided to jump town and become fugitives.
Fugitives, that's right. By the way, Clarice Claudette says, yes, I can hear you. I hope you're okay. God bless you, honey. Love you dearly. And hugs to Douglas Marks and everyone else out there. So, good. So hopefully we'll gain a few listeners back that we lost while I was doing what I was doing to get to gargle and make certain that I got back my voice. Let me continue to nurse that for a few minutes while you continue.
All right, yeah. Basically, the case against them is highly unusual because the parents rarely held criminally responsible for the teens. Okay, parents are rarely held responsible for the teens.
Was it all like this while you were were you struggling like this all the way through while I was gone? I'm just curious. It's
not entirely. It's just like my mind's still processing.
Yeah,
a lot.
Like what? Like being alive or something? That's.
Well, yeah. There's that, and the combination of the fact that I went overboard yesterday with certain things.
Yeah, there we are. Well, what can I say? Are you willing to share any of these abuses?
Yeah. It's probably. I mean, there's alcohol, of course, but there's also like too many pills. Like, I think it did 17 pills.
Jesus fucking Christ! What were they?
Oh, of course, eating cold and cough.
No, delightful. And so this is like, what do you get in return for that? You get a feeling of what? It's like you went on these long walks again. I mean, those long walks were how you contracted COVID, wasn't it? Or that was when you went to the hospital finally.
That was when I went to the hospital.
And
yeah, it was a hospital. They just didn't do any research and decided to slip me into a fucking COVID ward without telling me, why they were doing that, because I did not have COVID prior, and well, fuck them. I hoped. I'm not going to comment because unfortunately it's like the only hospital I can go to if anything goes bad. So
right,
we'll say whatever thought form I create will have to be very selective in its targeting.
There we are. And it's just, but the reason you entered the hospital was drug abuse, right?
Yeah, it had to do with the fact that there was like elevated muscle enzymes.
Yes.
And that was brought on by that and excessive dehydration.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because that's what happens with this stuff. You got to drink water like a fucking monster.
Of course. And so, is this what? I'm sorry.
But I certainly made sure to take care of the water drinking this time around. So,
So
things.
do you get the like numbness in the limbs like Brendan Zogit was complaining about when he was trying the cough syrup at one point? Like, which is kind of like
No,
why he, never pursued it again. It was that feeling of numbness in his limbs just freaked him out so much.
no, 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 no. For me, it's like a numbness from the entirety of the emotional spectrum.
Mm-hmm.
So, emotions feel a little more blunted.
Okay.
They're not as sharp.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, there's a feeling like the body feels a little lighter.
Okay.
So it's like I could just pretty much throw it around like it's a sports car rather than,
That's the problem. Yes, you wind up pounding the pavement and shattering your heel bones, is what I suspect. I'm surprised that hasn't happened yet. I mean, you don't feel any pain, right? So you just feel like you're floating. So you're just,
Well, I've learned how to articulate the body in such a manner as to ensure that I'm not like moving heavily.
Okay.
It's something the brain, these brains are able to compensate for a hell of a fucking lot. And whatever I have is a pretty incredible deal. I don't think any other lifetime would give me anything deals this sweet. So
I like what you said earlier that you wouldn't want to find out what you were in a past life.
fuck no. Why would anyone want to know? Good God. I mean, having a bear like fucking give you the angel wings of death. It's like, yeah, I think I'll avoid watching Yogi the Bear and anything else that involves bears. If I went through that, it's like, fuck no.
Yeah, that was pretty intense. I didn't really like that myself. That image was not. Ooh.
That would not be my choice of ways to go out if everything I knew was lost. I'd probably want like a sort of suicide in battle with another group of humans.
I thought you were going to say I'd just do it through, taking enough pills and do myself in.
No.
By the way, you remind me a lot of Max Spears, but for what it's worth, this is going to sound strange. You've got a lot more sense of self-control than Max Spears ever did. Max Spears was very much out of control, and just when he saw a bottle of pills, he'd pretty much try to swallow the entire thing. He'd go through like the whole, batch that was available there, half of it at least.
No, I can't knock down the entirety anymore. I once was like that. I'm at a point where things are very economic, and it's like I'm trying to, make sure that I can last a month so that I don't have to keep wasting money on this shit. Mm-hmm. It's like if I could cut back, I would rather do that instead of start to escalate.
Okay.
I'm reaching a point where I'm really starting to become tired of this shit.
Good.
I mean,
that's good. I'm glad to hear that. And, well, love you dearly. Thank you for saving my ass and helping me just the way Clarice Claudette did that time that I had to run around with the fire extinguisher. And she took over the stage and was able to hold narrative even though I was running around making all sorts of noise. So you did well. And just by burning bandwidth, I'm going to take over again. Love you dearly. You can say good morning to everyone.
Good morning, folks, and I shall be in the background.
Yes. And I may need you, so do, hang out consciously if you can without killing yourself. No energy drinks, nothing wild, okay?
No, I can't afford those anymore, so that's out of the question.
Oh, good. Thank you so much. So, with that, returning to Arc of Narrative, as I was saying, we have Putin's concept of historical rationalization towards the instigation of what is now our next war, what Tom Clancy would probably call something stupid like End War in one of his novels. And with, of course, the allies beginning to implement their first round of sanctions. It is United Germany that is thrusting the most powerful blow by throttling Russian gas exports to Europe per the halting of the certification of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. But yesterday, Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, scrapped plans for the Nord Stream 2 pipeline after the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin dispatched troops into Ukraine. And during an address on the Ukrainian crisis delivered but the day before yesterday by now, since it's past midnight, United German Chancellor Olaf Scholz said he decided to reassess the certification, a necessary approval for it to start moving gas from Russia to countries in Europe. To quote his T, in light of the most recent developments, we must reassess the situation in particular regarding Nord Stream 2. The situation has fundamentally changed. It was the first significant economic consequence for the Russian Empire after its escalation of the conflict in Ukraine. The United States, European Union, and United Kingdom also promised economic sanctions would be announced later the day before yesterday. Reports from eastern Ukraine on Monday proved Russian tanks moving into the rebel-held areas of the Donetsk and Luhansk regions of Ukraine to provide armored support for the insurgents, which seemed to fulfill Putin's command for a peacekeeping mission there, prompting Scholz to promise the day before yesterday that the new United Germany would find ways to meet its energy needs without the Nord Stream 2. The pipeline provides a route between Russian gas production sites and mainland Europe. Earlier pipes went through Ukraine itself. Work was completed in September through, well, although it could not begin piping gas sans certification from Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, or the new United Germany. The pipeline itself, mostly owned by the Russian gas corporation Gazprom, cost 10 billion euros. That's 11.5 billion United States dollars, and was meant to transport 55 billion cubic meters of natural gas each year. Now, the day before yesterday, Ukraine's foreign minister, Dmytro Kuleba, praised Chancellor Scholz of United Germany in a tweet, saying, "True leadership means tough decisions in difficult times, because Europeans will die as a result of this lack of gas to heat their homes in the remainder of this winter." The United States itself said last month that the pipeline would not open if Russia invaded Ukraine. At the time, Ned Price, a State Department spokesperson, said, "We will work with Germany to ensure it does not move forward." The United States has long been concerned about this project. Its officials worried that infrastructure between Russia and Europe would deepen countries' dependence on the Russian Empire for energy and make us European nations less likely to challenge the Russian Empire. During the Trump misadministration, the United States sanctioned a number of Russian companies working on that pipeline. These restraints were lifted in May, though U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken continued to call the project a bad deal for Germany, for Ukraine, and for our Central and Eastern European allies and partners. So about Putin choosing this forever war in which Germany has launched the first counterblow, reflecting on the Russian autocrat's simply unhinged address the day before yesterday, by now, I should simply say Monday, Putin has now affirmed that he refuses to accept the outcome of losing the Third World War. It is the Cold War. His partition of Ukraine is an attack on the global peace itself. So the Russian dictator, Vladimir Putin, in a long speech full of heavy sighs and dark grievances, made clear yesterday by now that he has chosen war. In fact, his speech was considered a declaration of war. As a matter of fact, let me try and look up the exact place where that speech declaration of war was stated, because I believe it's important, and if I can't find it, that's fine. I will wing it with enough of what I already know. Putin's speech declaration of war. There we are. Putin's suit suggests Ukraine war declaration may have been pre-taped. Now that's interesting. Okay, that tells us something. And a declaration filmed in advance. And there we are. So Putin has now made a declaration of war. This is, you can find this on YouTube. Putin declares war on Ukraine. And as a matter of fact, Axios published 17 minutes ago, Putin launches attacks across Ukraine. Well, there you go. He's, as I said, he's lost the plot. Now, it was, even before that, pre-taped. He made it clear that he's probably hightailed it into hiding, is what Jameson says. Thank you, Jameson. There's something there with that statement. I believe that Jameson's onto something. So, in his pre-taped declaration and the bizarre speech that he made while choosing his forever war, he went to war against Ukraine in 2014. And yet, it's only now he has declared war against the international order itself of the past 30 years. This is really what we're seeing. Putin's slumped posture and his deadened affect led myself to suspect that he is not as stable as we would hope. He had the presence not of a confident president, but of a surly adolescent caught in a misadventure, rolling his eyes at the stupid adults who do not understand how cruel the world has been to him. Teenagers, of course, do not have hundreds of thousands of troops and nuclear weapons. Even discounting Putin's delivery, the speech was, in many places, simply unhinged. Putin began with a history lesson about how and why Ukraine even exists. For all his Soviet nostalgia, the Russian president is right that his Soviet predecessors intentionally created a demographic nightmare when drawing the international borders of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, a subject I've explained at length in the past. But Putin's point wasn't that the former subjects of the Soviet Union needed to iron out their differences. Rather, he was suggesting that none of the new states that emerged from the Soviet collapse, except for Russia, were real countries. Putin so intoned that, as a result of Bolshevik policy, Soviet Ukraine arose, which even today can with good reason be called Vladimir Ilyich Lenin's Ukraine. He is its author and architect. It is true that Soviet leaders created the 1991 borders. That is also true of what we now call the Russian Federation itself. Putin, however, went even further back in history. Ukraine never had a tradition of genuine statehood. By that kind of historical reasoning, few nations in Europe or anywhere else are safe. Putin's foray into history was nothing less than a demand that only Moscow and only the Kremlin's supreme leader has the right to judge what is or is not a sovereign state, as I already deconstructed in transmission tonight. Putin's claims are hardly different from Saddam Hussein's rewriting of Southwest Asian history when Iraq tried to erase Kuwait from the map. For most of the speech, Putin was drinking one shot after another straight from a bottle of pure Soviet-era moonshine. He accused Ukraine, for example, of developing nuclear weapons, a play right out of the old Soviet handbook. When Kremlin leaders would accuse the former West Germany of developing nuclear arms to serve their revanchist plans for war. In this case, the Soviets accusing the Germans of revanchism in an attempt to reunite, which the Germans ultimately did. He even accused William Jefferson Clinton, of all people. Yes, Willie the Clit. Little Bill Clinton, he claimed, was responsible for denigrating Putin himself personally. When Vlad asked more than 20 years ago by now about the possibility of including the Russian Empire in NATO. Among the Russian autocrats' various other quirks, the man knows how to hold a grudge. Putin then suggested that international sanctions are blackmail, a word used almost daily in the old Soviet press about the West, and are aimed at weakening Russia and undermining its existence as a nation. Putin said, "There is only one goal, to restrain the development of Russia, and they will do it as they did before, even without any formal pretext at all." Now, this is pure nonsense, and either Putin knows it, which is likely, or he has become so detached from reality itself that he himself has comest to believe it, which is not impossible. Putin left no room for negotiation with the Biden administration. He is prepared for sanctions, which he says will come no matter what Russia does. He asserts that Western hostility is permanent, perhaps because it would be too painful to his ego to admit that most people in the West, if given the choice, would not think about Russia or its leaders at all. Which we really would not, without their causing the world so much grief and pain and problems. Their primary existence on planet Earth is as an irritant to everyone else's sense of peace of mind. And that's all they have to offer. It's absolutely pathetic. It is disgusting, and it would be one argument that one could almost make for the eradication of the Slavic peoples that my biological sire almost dedicated his objectives to. Mind you, that was not his objective, the annihilation of all Slavic peoples, but certainly a great deal of them. At any rate, when it comes to what's going on with what you see in the video you yourself can access via YouTube, don't do it right now, listen to me instead. In short, Putin is now embracing a Russian tradition of hyperparanoia, an inferiority complex that sees Moscow as both a savior of other nations and a victim of great conspiracies. A drama in which Russia is both strong enough to be feared and weak enough to be threatened. The West, in this story, is motivated not to seek peace and security, but to undermine the Russian Empire. And Putin has cast himself as the beleaguered Russian prophet who must subvert the evil plans drawn against his people. Back here on Earth, however, we have a more pressing problem. At the end of his speech, Putin recognized the Russian-occupied areas of Ukraine, the People's Republics of Lugansk and Donetsk, as independent entities. In so doing, Putin has effectively partitioned Ukraine. This specific form of meddling in sovereign nations, too, is a Soviet tradition, as the Poleki and others would remind us. His claim to these areas, for they will be Russian satrapies and not independent in any meaningful way, is a claim to be the ultimate arbiter of former Soviet borders, including those now within NATO. Literally within minutes of completing his television address, Putin sent peacekeepers into eastern Ukraine. His likely next maneuver will be to stage some sort of incident in which he claims, as he did in Georgia in his war there, that the Ukrainians are the aggressors, and that the Russian Empire is acting only in defense of ethnic Russians. That defense could lead right into the streets of Kiev, the capital of Ukraine itself. Putin demanded in his address, as he has before, that Ukraine cease hostilities in these areas. In other words, that the legitimate government of Ukraine stop trying to control its own territory, and he warned that all responsibility for the possible continuation of the bloodshed will be entirely on the conscience of the regime ruling on the territory of Ukraine. His words: "This is the pretext for war." Putin has now affirmed that he refuses to accept the outcome of the Third World War that we scarify in our mass conscience as the Cold War, and that he will fight to dismantle the European system of peace and security constructed by the international community after its end. This is Vladimir Putin's forever war. And Russia, cursed as it has been so many times in its history with a terrible leader, will be fighting it for as long as Putin remains the mad master of the Kremlin. And so, America is once again acting as Europe's big brother. After years of grumbling about American power, it took only the whiff of a threat from Moscow for Europe to recommit to the old order. The Ukraine crisis has revealed that the United States cannot shed its big brother image on the world stage. Alas, Putin has made America great again. Donald Trump was supposed to have changed the world, robbing America not just of its luster, but of its allies' trust. Here was a president of such gauche ignorance and hostility, it seemed impossible that American power would ever be seen in the same light again. For Europe in particular, Trump's jingoistic belligerence was poised to be an adrenaline shot to the heart, Pulp Fiction style, jolting the continent out of its American dependency forever. And yet, here we are, facing the first serious threat of invasion in Europe since the Balkan Wars of the 1990s, and it's as if nothing has changed. The story of the Ukraine crisis has so far been about many things: blackmail, realpolitik, appeasement, even, apparently, Western provocation, regardless of the facts. But there, in Europe, the one thing it very much has not been about is American decline. In fact, from here, the story of this latest crisis is of the reestablishment of America the good, America the bold, America the supreme, and by extension, Europa the weak. I must confess that I myself am struck by this counterintuitive conclusion. While America itself continues to struggle with its own sense of decline, its dominions in Europe are choosing to suspend their disbelief in the imperium all over again. After years of grumbling about American power, it took only that whiff of Novichok, chemical weapons emitting from Moscow, for Europe to recommit to the old order, thrusting the battered old fasces of imperial authority back into the hands of the emperor in Washington. This wasn't the story I thought I would be telling about this crisis. When I proceeded into analysis, I myself thought the narrative would be the declinist one. In 1960, the United States made up about 40% of global gross domestic product. Almost half the world's. President Joe Biden's National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, boasts that America and its allies combined account for little more than that proportion of global output. That's with all of us put together now. Decline of the West manifest. Such a change must have geopolitical consequences. This was merely masked for a while by the end of the Third World War that we scarify as the Cold War. Of course, it is possible to fit the crisis over Ukraine into this much wider narrative of American decline. The pressure being exerted by Vladimir Putin, after all, is part of a longer story in which the United States is forced to spend more of its resources dealing with the rising power of Red China and therefore cannot afford to permanently defend Europe as well. This is a shakedown that cannot be avoided. As reasonable, or also reasonable, is the claim that Putin might not have felt so emboldened to attempt this type of military blackmail before. Armed with his alliance with Red China, he can afford to test the strength of the West, not just now, but for years to come, hoping to create cracks that he can then exploit. Yet, what is most striking about Putin's crisis is not how it has revealed America's withdrawal from Europe, but just how American Europe remains. The West, today, is trapped between an old world that no longer exists and a new one that has yet to fully take shape. In the 16th century, the Florentine historian and political thinker Francesco Guicciardini noted the danger of such moments. He warned, "If you see a city beginning to decline, a government changing, a new empire expanding, be careful not to misjudge the time they will take." As Guicciardini said, the problem is that while the rise or fall of a new power is typically obvious, Red China's, for example, the point at which the old power is likely to be replaced is far more difficult to judge. Guicciardini so wrote that such movements are much slower than most men imagine. Today, as in the 16th century, anybody can see the trend. We know that the benign Leviathan of Clintonian America be gone. A victim both of historic forces that weren't within its control and of hubristic mismanagement that very much was. But it is also clear that even the America of Donald John Trump and Joseph Biden remains the most powerful country on the planet, at least for now. The fact that the imperial center is gripped by a kind of psychopolitical civil war, conflicted about who it is and what it wants to be, is troubling for many of its allies, to be sure, but not yet enough to alter the fundamental reality of where power lies on the surface of the world. For most countries in Europe, the Ukrainian crisis has revealed the wisdom of Guicciardini's observation that jumping ship too early would be foolish. For the states of Eastern Europe and the Baltics, the immediate crisis has only proved what matters to them above all is the American security guarantee. Offers of support from Great Britain or the Fifth Republic of France, Europe's two foremost military powers, are rather like petite fours at the end of a meal supplied by the United States. Nice to have, but not the steak frites of the main course. This realization of how little has changed in terms of the fundamental anchor of European security applies to Europe's big three as well. Each of these powers, United Germany, France, and Great Britain, is playing a role coordinated by Washington. United Germany as economic leverage, France as diplomatic lead, Greater Britain as the intelligence and military hawk, Although each might have minor quibbles with the American approach, they have all largely stuck to their script. When he visited Washington, das Neuverhin Deutschlander, the new United German Chancellor, Chancellor Olaf Scholz, cut a painfully junior figure to Big Brother Joe, to the point that he was even publicly informed that Nord Stream 2 would not go ahead if Russia invaded. To his credit, Scholz has, by all evidence of his actions, accepted a united Western front on sanctions, even though they be likely to hit his Vaterland, the fatherland, the hardest. French President Emmanuel Macron, meanwhile, as one foreign policy analyst noted, might have occasionally sounded like Charles de Gaulle in this crisis, demanding a European say, but he has acted more like Tony Blair, a diplomatic bridge between Washington and Europe. Yet for all that Europe has rowed behind the United States, avoiding the Guicciardinian trap, the long-term challenge of relative Western decline remains. Successive American administrations are surely right that Europe needs to pay more for its own defense, and Macron is surely right that Europe risks drifting into geopolitical irrelevance if it does not, caught between an American empire that wants to disengage and one that never quite seems able to. Over the past week, the picture that emerges is a strange one of impressive short-term Western unity and long-term incoherence. The Ukrainian crisis has reinforced an American dominance that everyone believes is unsustainable. The result is conservative management of this crisis that is both sensible and admirable, but also limited and potentially ineffective in actually ever deterring Putin. Given that the Russian Empire is a military superpower and has demanded direct talks with Washington over the future of Ukraine and NATO, Europa's supporting role in this crisis makes sense. But it also makes sense because Europa remains ever so weak. The bigger picture right now is bleak for Europa. In Libya, lawless gangs control jails paid for with European Union cash amid general disorder, following failed Franco-British intervention supported by these United States. The Fifth Republic of France, meanwhile, is pulling out of Mali, an African nation, after 9 wasted years failing to drive out the country's jihadists. To add insult to injury, the Malian government has turned instead to Russia for support. The idea that Europe could intervene almost anywhere without American hand-holding, let alone with the Russian Empire, is absurd. France's withdrawal from Mali has revealed the country's geopolitical shrinkage. Yet its attempts to forge a leading role in Europa are failing. To date, France has made only marginal progress in convincing United Germany to reform the European Union and ensure that it does not slide into what Macron has described as geopolitical irrelevance. Whenever the EU has faced a crisis, it has tended to do so just enough to get through the problem and little else. The euro remains so structurally flawed that few think it can seriously rival the dollar. The EU has failed to build itself almost any foreign policy clout, with little military industrial capacity and barely any coordinated defensive capability. And the problem is, this is how the new United Germany likes it. A former ambassador of a major EU power to Berlin has anonymously admitted that United Germany will simply not change its position. Its economy is simply too successful for it to do what is necessary for the EU to become an independent force. At heart, Berlin is happy with the status quo, weathering whatever storms blow in from Washington. If it is forced to change course, then it will, but it sees no point in preempting this given the enormous benefits of being the preeminent the economic power of Europe. The economy of Europe itself sans the responsibilities of a decisive global power. Angela Merkel was, after all, prepared to wait out the Trump presidency, confident that the West's structural stability would hold. And she was right, at least for now. One former European ambassador to Washington anonymously confessed that he himself had come to the conclusion that nothing would change in Europe until America pulled out in perpetuity, abandoning the continent to fend for itself. But a disconnect between words and action seems to exist in more places than just Europe. For at least a decade, Washington has been warning its European allies that it was losing patience paying for their defense. In 2011, the year my late and sainted Cyrus was murdered, my womb matron, my mother died, Barack Obama's defense secretary, Robert Gates, spracketh of America's dwindling appetite to carry on footing the bill while Europe failed. They say reconnection was successful. Let me know where I cut off. What I was saying. Jameson, perhaps you can tell me, or you wouldn't know because you could hear me the whole time. So, is there anyone out there who can tell me where I got cut off? At any rate, as I was saying, when it comes to Barack Obama's defense secretary in 2011, Robert Gates, already speaking of America being tired of footing the bill while the Europeans reached into their pockets and pulled out nothing but lint balls and flies. Well, in this respect, Trump's animosity was merely the inevitable, if brutal, product of Europe's failure to heed this warning. Is the United States really prepared to do what is necessary to force Europe to share the burden? Just as there is a tension between what Europe says it wants and how it acts, so too does the United States seem unsure whether it wants European autonomy and everything that comes with that. Does it want to give up the leverage it currently has over a potential economic rival? Does it want to encourage growth of the European defense industry to equal its own? Does it want Europe to reform its currency to challenge the United States like Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, but in reverse? Does the United States really want to change the status quo that has worked so well for so long? The ambiguity in the American position is reflected in the current administration, which seems caught between wanting to be more hard-edged and nationalistic in its foreign policy, ending distracting forever wars without consultation, gazumping allies' defense contracts and the like, and not being quite comfortable giving up its idea of itself as the force for rules-based internationalism. Some of its European allies are frustrated at this apparent indecision. Take AUKUS, the new alliance between these United States, Britannia, and Australia that so infuriated the French. After signing the deal in September, which cost France billions in lost revenues, undermining its defense sector and ability to project its force in the Pacific, Biden did not seem willing to defend the grand strategic calculations behind the maneuver, seeking instead to send his officials on an apology tour of Paris to repair relations. In the end, it looks less like a strategic decision to form an alliance with America's most reliable military partners and more like an opportunity to take a juicy defense contract without wanting much to change as a result. One frustrated former diplomat said that Biden was a realist, but members of his team were products of the old Washington consensus, hence their half-baked internationalistic nationalistic policy. Another former European ambassador anonymously advised that such was Europe's dependence on these United States that the Biden administration had a golden opportunity to pressure EU leaders on a range of other areas, including tariffs, global tax reform, and the regulation of big tech. But the fact that this administration has not done so should not give Europe cause for comfort. This former ambassador so said because the Republicans will be far less sentimental. In a sense, this is the story on both sides of the Atlantic. The United States and Europe can see the New World coming and the logical consequences that entails more autonomy and more competition. The Biden administration, like the Bush, Obama, and Trump administrations before it, sees the need to pivot its focus towards Asia and for Europe to do more to look after itself. The Europeans, too, can see the tide of American power turning. Yet for now, both are content to plod along in the shallows, ignoring the currents pulling events around them. In his inaugural address, Biden's message to the world was that America had been tested, but had come back stronger as a result. The country would, he so said, lead not merely by the example of our power, but by the power of our example. America, he was saying, was ready to resume its role as leader of the free world, a trusted partner for peace, progress, and security. Rereading those lines today, in light of the Ukrainian crisis, you can conclude that he has partly made good on his promise, despite the debacle in Afghanistan. He has shepherded the West into a unified position on Ukraine through careful and conciliatory diplomacy. Yet, the Russian Empire's challenge to the West today, as it amasses its troops on Ukraine's borders, and has now broken over those borders to invade, is predicated on its belief that American power is retreating, and with it, the power of its example. Europe's response, however, has been to reveal how powerful America remains. The truth is that it's possible for both sentiments to be true at the same time. And in context, Kenya's blistering United Nations speech about Russia is a perfect call-out. The United Nations Security Council isn't generally the place to hear works of great oratory. Speeches delivered there are more likely to inspire a nap than global action. But on Monday night, Martin Kimani, Kenya's ambassador to the United Nations, gave a barn burner about Russian threats against Ukraine that has rightly gone viral. Understand, of course, the history of Kenya. This has its own tribal history, which I've articulated, but more recently it was German Ostafrika. This was German Africa. And understand that the black Africans loved the German presence to the degree where when Adolf Hitler became Reichskanzler, many black African nations appealed to him for help because of the virtuous history of Germany, for the most part, in their colonies in Africa, being a stellar example of humanitarianism compared to the brutality of all the other colonists of Africa from Europe. When it came to Ostafrika, I was beloved everywhere I went because of my German name, Dietrich. As soon as black Africans in Kenya heard that, and Ethiopia, Uganda, my money was no good anymore. I was given everything for free. Their memories of Germany are quite positive. Their memories of England are beyond negative. The English took over after World War I when Germany retreated, and those places were never the same again. In terms of what then happened, was, of course, your former president was born there. And I say that not at all as a criticism or a condemnation. It's a celebration. Far better that you had a foreign president. Of course, he was held hostage by his birth, which is why the military maneuvered him like a puppet to conduct Obama strikes with drones that he was forced to sign off on because they threatened to expose his birthright, his Kenyan heritage, and therefore render him not only an illegal president, but they would convey him as a spy. So he did what the American military-industrial complex ordered and did his best, he did his damnedest to get us into the Syrian civil war. Having failed in that, he did the next best thing and helped the U.S. military deploy drones to hell and back all over the world and gone. Now that he's gone, Kimani has arisen out of Kenya and called out Russia for acting toward Ukraine in a way that's all too familiar for countries born out of colonialism. At the last meeting held on Ukraine in late January, Kenya and the other African nations on the Council were more muted about the Russian Empire's role in the crisis than the American and European members would have liked. But during the Council's rare late-night emergency session Monday, Kimani was in no mood to downplay Russia's aggression. Kimani called out the Russian Empire for acting toward Ukraine in a way that's all too familiar to black African nations, whose borders were drawn far from their own homelands. Any security concerns in the eastern Ukrainian regions of Donetsk and Luhansk cannot justify, his words, Russia recognizing them as independent states. He went on to compare the birth of his own country to Ukraine's founding and the ending of empire that their new nations represented, in his case, the end of the British Empire. Kimani's sentiment was echoed by the ambassadors from Gabon and Ghana, the two other African countries currently serving on the Security Council. Given the usual comity between Moscow and the African group at the United Nations, this direct opposition from Kenya, Gabon, and Ghana counts as a huge break against the Russian Empire. During the Cold War, the Third World War in effect, the Soviet Union presented itself as a friend to anti-colonial movements across Africa. Moscow's warm embrace of these former colonies represented the antithesis of the West and the capitalism it represented, stripping the newly found countries of their resources. Russian President Vladimir Putin has worked to build on that goodwill by offering monetary and military assistance to African nations with none of the human rights and anti-corruption conditions that the United States and its allies demand. Russia jockeying for influence in Africa clashes with Putin's rhetoric regarding Ukraine. But that jockeying for influence, well, he lost in Africa this time. He's repeatedly called the dissolution of the Soviet Union the greatest geopolitical tragedy of the 20th century. That belief has undergirded his treatment of his country's neighbors throughout his 2 decades in power. His revised version of history deems the Ukrainian people and state as a mistake created out of whole cloth, a mistake he intends to correct. Putin's repeated rationalization that he wants to reunite the Russian-speaking people who live in Donetsk and Luhansk and protect them from a genocide by the Ukrainian government. Since 2014, the Russian armed forces have provided military support to the insurgents in those regions, propping up the separatist governments and basically occupying the territory. His government has issued passports granting Russian citizenship to some of these Ukrainians, whom the Russian peacekeepers now being deployed will supposedly protect. Kimani, in his speech on Monday night, empathized with that position before outright rejecting it as a good reason to start a war. To quote his T, "We believe that all states formed from empires that have collapsed or retreated have many peoples in them yearning for integration with peoples in neighboring states. This is normal and understandable. After all, who does not want to be joined to their brethren and to make common purpose with them? However, Kenya rejects such a yearning from being pursued by force. We must complete our recovery from the embers of dead empires in a way that does not plunge us back into new forms of domination and oppression. We rejected irredentism and expansionism on any basis, including racial, ethnic, religious, or cultural factors. We reject it again today." It can be all too easy at times to frame empire and colonialism as a uniquely Western pursuit. That mindset has driven a large swath of the opposition on the American left to Washington's attempts to dissuade Russia from invading Ukraine. In truth, all 5 permanent members of the Security Council have subjected others in pursuit of national glory and power. Kimani didn't ignore that fact in his speech, calling out that multilateralism lies on its deathbed, having been assaulted, as it has, by other powerful states in the recent past. But Kimani didn't use the West's past imperialism as an excuse to condone violating Ukraine's sovereignty. Instead, he was willing to place the blame for any war in Ukraine squarely where it belongs, on Moscow's neocolonialism and Putin's need to go down in the history books as the man who tried to restore Russia to its imperial greatness. Yet, Ukraine isn't the only Russian incursion to watch. Belarus announced that 30,000 recently deployed Russian troops may stay in the country. This is the Russian incursion that no one is talking about. While the world watches Ukraine, Moscow is making maneuvers in neighboring Belarus in simultaneity. In the span of but a month, Vladimir Putin has effectively managed to transform a former Soviet state into an extension of Russian territory. Breaking news, U.S. futures plunge on Russia attack. Stocks tumble. Oil tops $100 United States a barrel. Here we go. Thank you to Milligram Smile 442, who says you did not get cut off. Thank you so much. Don't know your gender. Hugs or kisses, regardless. Thank you so much. And let's see if we got some other feedback. Deeply appreciate that feedback. All right. Now, in terms of the, as I said, in the span of about a month, Vladimir Putin has effectively managed to transform a former Soviet state into but an extension of Russian territory, in full view of these United States and Europe without firing a single shot in country. This isn't unfolding in Ukraine, but neighboring White Russia, or Belarus, which has served as a home for Russian troops and military hardware since the start of the year, ostensibly because of planned drills between the two countries' militaries. Over the weekend, the Belarusian government announced that the 30,000 Russian troops on its soil, Moscow's largest deployment on Minsk, the capital of White Russia's territory, since the end of the Cold War, World War III, will be there to stay. Regardless of what happens in Ukraine, this is a major victory in Putin's war with the West. This maneuver not only represents a violation of Belarusian sovereignty, but poses a significant challenge to NATO as a security guarantor in the Baltics. Belarus shares a border with 3 NATO member states. Still, few leaders outside the Baltic region have said anything about the announcement or how they plan to respond. The cost of doing nothing could be enormous. Belarus wasn't always so easy to ignore. In 2020, the country captured the world's attention after a rigged presidential election, ensuring the continued reign of its longtime dictator, Alexander Lukashenko, sparked some of the largest pro-democracy protests in Belarusian history. He survived only with the help of the Russian government, which provided him with the police forces to quash the demonstrations and the financing to overcome the West's sanctions. Suddenly, a nation that purported to be neutral, military neutrality is built into the Belarusian constitution, and whose leader often complains of Russian overreach, came as to be seen around the world as a Russian vassal state. Nearly 2 years on, the Russian Empire's investment has largely paid off. Not only can Putin claim a strategic outpost in his escalating conflict with Ukraine, Kiev, the capital thereof, being but 140 miles away from the Belarusian border, but he has also managed to cement Belarus's position within Moscow's sphere of influence. In recent months, Lukashenko has opted to recognize Russia's 2014 annexation of Crimea and pledged to support Moscow in any military conflict involving Ukraine. A forthcoming constitutional referendum is expected to formally scrap the clauses guaranteeing Belarus's neutrality, as well as its obligation to remain free from nuclear weapons. For the Belarusian opposition exiled in Lithuania, The deteriorating situation in Belarus has happened faster than even they could have anticipated, and the shift carries with it a warning. Frana Viachorka, a senior advisor to the Belarusian opposition leader Svietlana I believe her name is Sikhanouskaya, has gone on record to advise the West that, to quote us here, in Belarus we are seeing the soft version of what could happen to Ukraine. The only difference is that in Ukraine the state is opposing the occupation. In Belarus it embraces it. This shift won't go unnoticed in places such as Poland and the Baltic states, which have long viewed Belarus as a bulwark between themselves and the Russian Empire. By ceding its territory to Moscow, Belarus has effectively invited Russian troops into these countries' doorsteps. One area in particular gives military leaders and experts pause: a 65-mile-wide strip of land along the Polish-Lithuanian border known as the Suwalki Corridor, which connects Belarus to Russia's far western enclave of Kaliningrad. It is also what connects the Baltic states with the rest of NATO and Europe. If Russian forces were to seize control of this corridor from either side, not only would they have a quick route to Poland or Lithuania, they would also be able to cut off NATO's Baltic members from the rest of the alliance. The threat posed by the Suwalki Corridor is no longer an academic exercise. Ben Hodges, the former commander of the United States Army in Europe, observes that this is now a significant vulnerability. The way Hodges sees it, even if Russian provocations in Ukraine were to end, Moscow's control of Belarus would likely remain permanent and could even be formalized further. This would not only destroy Belarusian autonomy, which Lukashenko has all but forfeited, but it would also pose a permanent threat to NATO. It's no wonder that leaders in Lithuania and Latvia have echoed Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's calls for the West to impose immediate sanctions on Russia, a maneuver that the United States and the European Union were initially reluctant to take as prior to an invasion of Ukraine, in the hopes that the threat of sanctions alone could deter further Russian provocations. But Moscow's military takeover of Belarus and the subsequent deployment of Russian troops in Ukraine's eastern separatist regions has proven the limits of this kind of optimism. A spokesperson from the Lithuanian Foreign Ministry has stated thusly that, to quote us they, in 2008 in Georgia, in 2014 in Crimea, and again this time, Russia has demonstrated its willingness to use military threats against its neighbors. Although Belarus is already de facto integrated into the Russian military structure, Russia's forces buildup in Belarus increases Russia's military advantage over NATO in the region. These developments require stronger NATO defenses and deterrence posture in the Baltic region. Now, insofar as Western leaders and commentators have focused on Belarus, they have largely centered on the threat that Russia's presence in the country poses to Ukraine. But the threat extends to Belarusian sovereignty too. The problem for Belarus is that, unlike Ukraine, its leadership has welcomed Moscow's presence. Even if the West wanted to take a stand in defense of Belarusian sovereignty, it wouldn't have many levers to do so. Belarus's opposition leaders have either been jailed or exiled. The Belarusian people remain under the tight control of the country's security forces, which have already demonstrated their totalitarian intolerance for any peaceful protest. Getting an incoming message here and just reviewing. Okay, that's cute. And I guess I might as well answer that. Oops. There we go. At any rate, the aforequoted Viachorka has so stated, "There is no space for action. We feel abandoned." But the West ignores Belarus at its own peril. So long as Russian troops remain on Belarusian soil, Putin will have the means to menace Kiev, as well as all NATO, from close by, all the while wrecking Ukraine's economy and destabilizing its government. and what starts in Belarus can never end there. This is what brings us to the conclusion of tonight's arc of narrative in many ways, or the beginnings of such conclusion. The enemies of my enemy. The fear of Red China is forging a new world order. The international order is falling apart, and everyone seems to know just how to fix it. According to some, the United States just needs to rededicate itself to leading the liberal order it helped found some 75 years ago. Others argue that the world's great powers should form a concert to guide the international community into a new age of multipolar cooperation. Still others call for a grand bargain that divides the globe into stable spheres of influence. What these and other visions of international order have in common is an assumption that global governance can be designed and imposed from the top down. With wise statesmanship and ample symmetry, the international jungle can be tamed and cultivated. Conflicts of interest and historical hatreds can be negotiated away and replaced with win-win cooperation. The history of international order, however, provides little reason for confidence in top-down cooperative solutions. The strongest orders in modern history, from Westphalia in the 17th century to the liberal international order in the 20th, were not inclusive organizations working for the greater good of humanity. Rather, they were alliances built by great powers to wage security competition against their main rivals. Fear and loathing of a shared enemy, not enlightened calls to make the world a better place, brought these orders together. Progress on transnational issues, when achieved, emerged largely as a byproduct of hard-headed security cooperation. That cooperation usually lasted only as long as a common threat remained both present and manageable. When that threat dissipated or grew too large, the orders collapsed. Today, the liberal order is fraying for many reasons, but the underlying cause is that the threat it was originally designed to defeat, Soviet communism, disappeared 3 decades ago. None of the proposed replacements to the current order have stuck because there hasn't been a threat scary or vivid enough to compel sustained cooperation among the key players. Until now, through a surge of repression and aggression, Red China has frightened countries near and far. It is acting belligerently in East Asia, trying to carve out exclusive economic zones in the global economy and exporting digital systems that make authoritarianism more effective than ever before. For the first time since World War III, scarified in our consciousness as the Cold War, a critical mass of countries face serious threats to their security, welfare, and very ways of life, all emanating from a singular source. A single source, this movement of clarity, this moment of clarity, has triggered a flurry of responses. Red China's neighbors are arming themselves and aligning with outside powers to secure their territory and sea lanes. Many of the world's largest economies are collectively developing new trade investment and technology standards that implicitly discriminate against the communist Chinese empire. Democracies are gathering to devise strategies for combating authoritarianism at home and abroad, and new international organizations are popping up to coordinate the battle. Seen in real time, these efforts look scattershot. Step back from the day-to-day commotion, however, and a fuller picture emerges. For better or worse, competition with the communist Chinese empire is forging a new international order. Now, these are all orders of exclusion, historically. The modern liberal mind associates international order with peace and harmony. Historically, however, international orders have been more about keeping rivals down than bringing everyone together. As the international relations theorist Kyle Laskuretis has argued, The major orders of the past 4 centuries were all orders of exclusion, designed by dominant powers to ostracize and outcompete their rivals. Order building wasn't a restraint on geopolitical conflict. It was power politics by other means, a cost-effective way to contain adversaries short of war. Fear of an enemy, not faith in friends, formed the bedrock of each era's order, and members developed a common set of norms by defining themselves in opposition to that enemy. In doing so, they tapped into humanity's most primordial driver of collective action. Sociologists called it the in-group, out-group dynamic. Philosophers call it Sallust's theorem, after the ancient historian who argued that fear of Carthage held the Roman Republic together. In political science, the analogous concept is negative partisanship, the tendency for voters to become intensely loyal to one political party mainly because they despise its rival. This negative dynamic prevails today, and it pervades the history of order building. In 1648, the kingdoms that won the 30 Years' War in Europe enshrined rules of sovereign statehood in the Peace of Westphalia to undermine the authority of the Roman Catholic Church and the Holy Roman Empire of the First Germanic Reich. Great Britain and its allies designed the 1713 Treaty of Utrecht to contain France by delegitimizing territorial expansion through royal marriages and the assertion of dynastic ties. Louis XV, I believe, that was his preferred method of amassing power, if I remember his number correctly, or was it Louis XVII by that time? The man, of course, who might ultimately have been beheaded. The Concert of Europe, the post-Napoleonic peace established in Vienna circa 1815, was used by conservative monarchies to forestall the rise of liberal revolutionary regimes. The victors of World War I built the interwar order to hold Bolshevik Russia in check by plundering Germania. Amidst our still ongoing anti-Reichs conflict of World War II, the Allies initially designed a global order centered on the United Nations organization to prevent a return of what was deemed Hitlerism, presumably what they interpreted as some form of Nazi-modeled fascistic mercantilism by which the United Nations defines my own true homeland and heartland of Taiwan to be the universal enemy of all mankind, even as we hold fast the final redoubt against the red dragon all the world so fears, and remain the only hope for humanity via a Vulcan intervention as codified in our state religion of Confucianism, and embodied this side of the Pacific in myself. When the onset of World War III, what we misnomer the Cold War, quickly hamstrung that global order, however, the West created a separate order to exclude and outcompete Soviet communism. For the duration of the Cold War, the world was divided into 2 orders, the dominant one led by Washington and a poorer one centered on Moscow. The main features of today's liberal order are direct descendants of the United States' World War III/Cold War alliance. After the Soviets decided not to join the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and the GATT, the GATT, the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, these institutions were repurposed as agents of capitalist expansion. First, to rebuild capitalist economies, and later to promote globalization. The Marshall Plan, which was enforced upon the Americans by the victorious Reich in exile, or the Reich in exile victorious in its survival, demanding the reconstruction of Hochdeutschland, or High Germany on the surface world, laid the foundation for the European community by lavishing American aid on governments that agreed to expel communists from their ranks and work toward an economic federation. NATO created a united front against the Red Army. The chain of U.S. alliances ringing East Asia was constructed to contain communist expansion there, especially from Red China and North Korea. U.S. engagement with the Communist Chinese Empire, which lasted from the 1970s to the 2010s, was a gambit to exploit the Sino-Soviet split. Each of these initiatives was an element of an order designed first and foremost to defeat the Soviet Union. In the absence of that Cold War threat, well, the Third World War being waged, the Empire of Japan and West Germania would not have tolerated prolonged United States military presence on their soil, even though it was by no means any occupation, which I've defined for all of you in the past. The British, the French, and the Germans would never have pooled their industrial resources. The United States, which had spent the previous 2 centuries ducking international commitments and shielding its economy with tariffs, would never have thrown its weight behind international institutions, nor would it have provided security guarantees, supermassive aid, and easy market access to dozens of countries, including the former Axis powers. Only the threat of a nuclear-armed communist superpower could compel so many countries to set aside their conflicting interests and long-standing rivalries and build the strongest security community and free trade regime in history. That and the essential victory of Japan in World War II and the ongoing threat of the 1,000-year Reich in exile more than anything else. Above and all that, but putting that aside respectfully, we're buckling under the pressure now. For decades, the American empire and its allies knew what they stood for and who the enemy was. But then the Soviet Union collapsed, and a single overarching threat gave way to a kaleidoscope of minor ones. In the new and uncertain post-Cold War, well, post-World War III environment, which was not post-apocalyptic by any conventional means you would imagine from cheap science fiction films. By the way, Milligram Smile 442 says, love your perspective. About 2 hours ago, I read that Belarusian armed forces joined the Russian invasion forces under a Russian command. Don't have a source right now. Can't verify what I just said. Oh, believe me, it's true. Believe me, it's true. You don't need to. Thank you so much. And deeply appreciate your involvement. And with that, of course, let me see if I can recover my train of thought there. Yeah. So, in terms of the Soviet Union's collapse and that single overarching threat that gave us way to that kaleidoscope of terrorist insurgencies in this post-World War III environment that was not post-apocalyptic by any means, the Western Allies sought refuge in past sources of success. Instead of building a new order, they doubled down on the existing one. Their enemy may have disintegrated, but their mission, they believed, remained the same: to enlarge the community of free market democracies. For the next 3 decades, they worked to expand the Western liberal order into a global one. NATO membership nearly doubled. The European community morphed into the EU, a full-blown economic union with more than twice as many member countries. The GATT was transformed into the WTO, the World Trade Organization, and welcomed dozens of new members, unleashing an unprecedented period of hyper-globalization. But it couldn't last. The liberal order, like all international orders, is a form of organized hypocrisy that contains the seeds of its own demise. To forge a cohesive community, order builders have to exclude hostile nations, outlaw uncooperative behaviors, and squelch domestic opposition to international rulemaking. These inherently repressive acts eventually trigger a backlash. In the mid-19th century, it camest in the form of a wave of liberal revolutions, which eroded the unity and ideological coherence of the monarchical concert of Europe. During the 1930s, reactionary colonial superpowers strove to demolish the interwar fascist order that dared to defy their imperial ambitions for worldwide colonization of all non-Caucasoid peoples on Earth. By the late 1940s, the Soviet Union had spurned the global order it had helped negotiate just a few years prior, having mindlessly consumed territory in Eastern Europe in contravention of the United Nations Charter. The Soviet representative at the United Nations derided the Bretton Woods institutions as branches of Wall Street. Exclusionary by nature, international orders inevitably incite opposition. Many in the West had long assumed that the liberal order would be an exception to the historical pattern. The system's commitment to openness and non-discrimination supposedly made it hard to overrun, or at least hard to overturn, and easy to join, as the political scientist G. John Eikenberry argued in the pages of Foreign Policy magazine, or was it Foreign Affairs, circa 2008. Any country, large or small, could plug and play in the globalized economy. Liberal institutions could accommodate all manner of members, even illiberal ones, which would gradually be reformed by the system itself into responsible stakeholders. As more countries joined, a virtuous cycle would play out. Free trade would generate prosperity, which in turn would spread democracy, which would consequently enhance international cooperation, which would resultantly lead to more trade. Most importantly, the order faced no major opposition because it had already defeated its main enemy. The demise of Soviet communism had sent a clear message that all that there was no viable alternative to democratic capitalism. And that message was sent to everyone. Well, they couldn't help but get the message in their mailbox. And these assumptions all turned out to be wrong. The liberal order is, in fact, deeply exclusionary. By promoting free markets, open borders, and democracy, and supranational institutions, and the use of reason to solve problems, the order challenges traditional beliefs and institutions that have united communities for centuries. State sovereignty, nationalism, race, religion, tribe, and family. These enduring ties to blood and soil were bottled up throughout the Third World War, we scarify as the Cold War, when the United States and its allies had to maintain a united front to contain an ever greater Soviet Union. But they have reemerged over the course of the post-World War, post-Cold War era. In 1988, the Soviet official Georgy Arbatov told an American audience, "We are going to do a terrible thing to you. We are going to deprive you of an enemy." His warning has proven prescient. By slaying its main adversary, the liberal order unleashed all mutations and permutations of neo-nationalist, populist, ethno-religious, and authoritarian opposition. Many of the order's pillars are buckling under the pressure now. NATO is riven by disputes over burden sharing. The EU nearly broke apart during the Eurozone crisis, and in the years since, it has lost the United Kingdom and has been threatened by the rise of xenophobic right-wing parties across the continent. The WTO's latest round of multilateral trade talks has dragged on for 20 years without an agreement, any agreement, and the United States is crippling the institution's core feature, the appellate court, where countries adjudicate their disputes for failing to regulate communist Chinese non-tariff barriers. On the whole, the liberal order looks ill-equipped to handle pressing global problems such as climate change, financial crises, pandemics, digital disinformation, refugee influxes, and political extremism, many of which are arguably a direct consequence of an open system that promotes the unfettered flow of money, goods, information, and people across all borders. Policymakers have long recognized these problems, yet none of their ideas for revamping the system has gained traction because order building is costly. It requires leaders to divert time and political capital away from advancing their agendas to hash out international rules and sell them to skeptical publics. And it requires countries to subordinate their national interests to collective objectives and trust that other countries will do likewise. These actions do not come as naturally, which is why order building usually needs a common enemy. For 30 years, that unifying force has been absent, and the liberal order has unraveled nigh completely as a result. But then, enter the Red Dragon. There has never been any doubt about what Red China wants, because Communist Chinese leaders have declared the same objectives for decades: to keep the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, in power, reabsorb my Taiwan, control the East China and South China Seas, and return China to its rightful place as the dominant power in Asia and the most powerful country in the world. For most of the past 4 decades, the empire took a relatively patient and peaceful approach to achieving these aims. Focused on economic growth and fearful of being shunned by the international community, Red China adopted a peaceful rise strategy, relying primarily on economic clout to advance its interests and generally following a maxim of the Communist Chinese leader Deng Xiaoping: hide your strength, bide your time. In recent years, however, Red China has expanded aggressively on multiple fronts. Wolf warrior diplomacy has replaced friendship diplomacy. Perceived slights from foreigners, no matter how small, are met with North Korean-style condemnation. A combative attitude has seeped into every part of Red China's foreign policy, and it is confronting many countries with their gravest threat in generations. This threat is most apparent in maritime East Asia, where Red China is moving aggressively to cement its vast territorial claims. Beijing is churning out warships faster than any country has since World War II, and it has flooded Asian sea lanes with Chinese Coast Guard and fishing vessels armed to the teeth and ready to kill for fish. It has strung military outposts across the South China Sea and dramatically increased its use of ship ramming and aerial interceptions to shove neighbors out of disputed areas. In the Taiwan Strait, Chinese military patrols, some involving a dozen warships and more than 100 combat aerocraft, prowl the sea almost daily and simulate attacks on my Taiwanese and United States targets. Chinese officials have told Western analysts that calls for an invasion of Taiwan are proliferating within the CCP. Pentagon officials worry that such an assault could be imminent. The Communist Chinese Empire has gone on the economic offensive as well. Its latest 5-year plan calls for dominating what CHICOM, or Chinese Communist officials, call choke points, goods and services that other countries cannot live without, and then using that dominance plus the lure of Red China's domestic market to browbeat countries into concessions. Toward that end, Red China has become the dominant dispensers of overseas loans, loading up more than 150 countries with over $1 trillion United States dollars of debt. It has massively subsidized strategic industries to gain a monopoly on hundreds of vital products, and it has installed the hardware for digital networks in dozens of countries. Armed with economic leverage, it has abused coercion against more than a dozen countries over the last few years. In many cases, the punishment has been disproportionate to the supposed crime. Exemplar gratiae, slapping tariffs on many of Australia's exports after that country requested an international investigation into the origins of COVID-19. China has also become a potent anti-democratic force, selling advanced tools of tyranny around the world by combining surveillance cameras with social media monitoring, artificial intelligence, biometrics, and speech and facial recognition technologies. The Communist Chinese government has pioneered a system that allows dictators to watch citizens constantly and punish them instantly by blocking their access to finance, education, employment, telecommunications, and travel to escape. The apparatus is a despot's dream, and communist Chinese companies are already selling and operating aspects of it in more than 80 countries across the world. It's all about action and reaction now. As Red China burns down what remains of the liberal order, it is sparking an international backlash. Negative views of the Red Empire have soared around the world to highs not seen since the 1989 Tiananmen Square massacre. A 2021 survey by the Pew Research Center found that roughly 75% of people in the United States, Europe, and all the rest of Asia held unfavorable views of Red China and had no confidence that dictator Xi Jinping would behave responsibly in world affairs or respect any human rights. Another survey, a 2020 poll by the Center for Strategic and International Studies, revealed that about 75% of foreign policy elites in those same places thought that the best way to deal with the Communist Chinese Empire was to form coalitions of like-minded countries against it. In these United States, both political parties now support a tough policy toward Red China. The EU has officially the European Union officially declared China to be a systemic rival. In Asia, Beijing faces openly hostile governments in every direction, from Japan, the Empire of Japan, to Australia, to Vietnam, to Asian India. Even people in countries that trade heavily with Red China are souring on it. Surveys show that South Koreans, for example, now dislike China more than they dislike the Empire of Japan, their former colonial overlord. Anti-Chinese, more properly anti-Semitic sentiment, is starting to congeal into concrete pushback. The resistance remains embryonic and patchy, mainly because so many countries are still hooked on Chinese trade. But the overall trend is clear. Disparate actors are starting to join forces to roll back Beijing's power. In the process, they are reordering our world. The emerging anti-Chinese order, or should I say, anti-Semitic order, departs fundamentally from the liberal order because it is directed at a different threat. In particular, the new order flips the relative emphasis placed on capitalism versus democracy. During World War III, the so-called Cold War, the old liberal order promoted capitalism first and democracy a distant second. The United States and its allies pushed free markets as far as their power could reach, but when forced to choose, they almost always supported right-wing autocrats over left-wing Democrats. The so-called free world was mainly an economic construct, even after we won the Third World War. When the Cold War thawed, when democracy promotion became a cottage industry in Western capitals, the United States and its allies still often shelved human rights concerns to gain market access, as they did most notably by ushering Red China itself into the World Trade Organization. But now economic openness has become a liability for the American empire and our allies, because Red China is ensconced in virtually every aspect of the liberal order. Far from being put out of business by globalization, Red China's authoritarian capitalist system seems almost perfectly designed to milk free markets for mercantilist gain. Beijing uses subsidies and espionage to help its firms dominate global markets and protects its domestic market with non-tariff barriers. It censors foreign ideas and companies on its own internet and freely accesses the global internet to steal intellectual property and spread CCP propaganda. It assumes leadership positions in liberal international institutions, such as the United Nations Human Rights Council, and then bends them in an illiberal direction to approve the use of human torture. It enjoys secure shipping around the globe for its export machine, courtesy of the United States Navy, and abuses its own military to assert control over large swaths of the East China and South China Seas. The American empire and its allies have awoken to the danger now. The liberal order, and in particular the globalized economy at its heart, are empowering a dangerous adversary to all mankind. In response, they are attempting to establish a new order that excludes the communist Chinese empire by making democracy a requirement for full membership. When U.S. President Joe Biden gave his first press conference in March of 2021 and described the Sino-American rivalry as part of a broader competition between democracy and autocracy, it was no mere rhetorical flourish. He was drawing a battle line based on a widely shared belief that authoritarian capitalism poses a mortal threat to the democratic world, one that cannot be contained by the liberal order. Instead of reforming existing rules, rich democracies are starting to impose new ones by banding together, adopting progressive standards and practices, and threatening to exclude countries that don't follow them. Democracies aren't merely balancing against Red China, increasing their defense spending and forming military alliances, they are also reordering the world around it. It's all under construction. How do I express this? The architecture of the new order remains a work in progress, yet two key features are already discernible. The first is a loose economic bloc anchored by the G7, the group of democratic allies that controls more than half of all the world's wealth. These leading powers, along with a rotating cast of like-minded states, are collaborating to prevent Red China from monopolizing the world's economy. History has shown that whichever power dominates the strategic goods and services of an era dominates that era itself. In the 19th century, the Greater British Empire was able to build a worldwide order on which the sun never set, in part because it mastered iron, steam, and the telegraph faster than its competitors. In the 20th century, the United States surged ahead of all other countries by harnessing steel, chemicals, electronics, aerospace, and information technologies. Now the communist Chinese empire plans to dominate all modern strategic sectors on Earth, including artificial intelligence, biotechnology, semiconductors, and telecommunications, and relegate other economies on Earth to subservient status. In a 2017 meeting in Beijing, Communist Chinese Premier Li Keqiang told H.R. McMaster, then the United States National Security Advisor, how he envisioned the American empire and other countries fitting into the global economy in the future. Their role, McMaster recalled Li so saying, would merely be to provide Red China with raw materials, agricultural products, and energy, along with slave labor to fuel its production of the world's cutting-edge industrial and consumer products. To avoid becoming a cog in a communist Chinese economic empire, leading democracies have started forming exclusive trade and investment networks designed to speed up their progress in critical sectors and slow down Red China's. Some of these collaborations, such as the Japano-American Competitiveness and Resilience Partnership, announced in 2021, create joint R&D, or research and development projects, to help members outpace communist Chinese innovation. Other schemes focus on blunting Red China's economic leverage by developing alternatives to Commu-Chinese products and funding. The G7's Build Back Better World initiatives and the EU's Global Gateway, for example, will provide its poor countries with infrastructure financing as an alternative to Red China's Belt and Road initiative. Australia, Asian India, and the Empire of Japan joined forces to start the Supply Chain Resilience Initiative, which offers incentives for their companies to move their operations out of the Chinese mainland. And at the behest of the United States, countries composing more than 60% of the world's cellular equipment market have enacted or are considering restrictions against Huawei, Red China's main 5G telecommunications provider. Meanwhile, democratic coalitions are constraining Red China's access to advanced technologies. The Netherlands, South Korea, Taiwan, and these United States, for example, have colluded to cut mainland China off from advanced semiconductors and from the machines that make them. New institutions are laying the groundwork for a full-scale multilateral export control regime. The US-EU Trade and Technology Council creates common transatlantic standards for screening exports to Red China and investment there in artificial intelligence and other cutting-edge technologies. The Export Controls and Human Rights Initiative, a joint project of Australia, Canada, Denmark, France, the Netherlands, Norway, these United States, and the United Kingdom of Greater Britain, that was unveiled in late 2021, is intended to do the same for technologies that could support digital authoritarianism, such as speech and facial recognition tools. These United States and our democratic allies are also negotiating trade and investment deals to discriminate against Red China, putting in place labor, environmental, and governance standards that Beijing will never meet. In October of 2021, for example, the United States and the EU agreed to create a new arrangement that will impose tariffs on aluminum and steel producers that engage in dumping or carbon-intensive production, a measure that will hit no country harder than the Communist Chinese Empire. The second feature of the emerging order is a double military barrier to contain Red China. The inside layer consists of rivals. The rivals bordering the East China and South China Seas, many of them, including Indonesia, the Empire of Japan, Katagalugan, or the Philippines, Taiwan, and United Vietnam, are loading up on mobile missile launchers and mines. The goal is to turn themselves into prickly porcupines capable of denying Red China sea and air control near their shores. Those efforts are now being bolstered by an outside layer of democratic powers, mainly Australia, India, the United Kingdom, and these United States. These democracies are providing aid, arms, and intelligence to Red China's neighbors, training together so they can conduct long-range missile strikes on Commu-Chinese forces and blockade Red China's oil imports, and organizing multinational freedom of navigation exercises throughout the region, especially near CHICOM, or Chinese Communist-held rocks, reefs, and islands in disputed areas. This security cooperation is becoming stronger and more institutionalized. Witness the reemergence of the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, or the Quad, a coalition made up of Australia, Asian India, the Empire of Japan, and these United States that had gone dormant shortly after its founding in the year my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, Chief Petty Officer of the United States Navy, was thanatized, murdered in effect, 2007. Or look at the creation of new pacts, most notably AUKUS, an alliance linking Australia, the United Kingdom, and these United States. The overarching goal of all this activity is to maintain the territorial status quo in East Asia, but a more explicit aim is to save Taiwan, the frontline democracy, most at risk of communist Chinese conquest. The Empire of Japan and these United States have developed a joint battle plan for defending my island, and in November of 2021, Peter Dutton, Australia's defense minister, said it was inconceivable that his country would not also join the fight. The European Parliament, for its part, has adopted a comprehensive plan to boost my Taiwan's economic resilience and international recognition. Viewed individually, these efforts look haphazard and merely reactive. Collectively, however, they betray a positive vision for a democratic order, one that differs fundamentally from Red China's mercantilist model and also from the old international order itself, with neoliberal orthodoxy at its core. By infusing labor and human rights standards into economic agreements, the new vision prioritizes people over corporate profits and state power. It also elevates the global environment from a mere commodity to be shared and jointly protected commons. This is what will protect our future, our management of nature itself. No longer something to be exploited, but something to be considered national parkland or fishery. By linking democratic governments, or international parkland and fishery, I mean to say, transnational, a common as opposed to communist Chinese occupied. By linking democratic governments together in an exclusive network, the new order attempts to force countries to make a series of value judgments and imposes real penalties for illiberal behavior. Want to make carbon-intensive steel with slave labor? Prepare to be hit with tariffs by the world's richest countries. Considering annexing international waters? Expect a visit from a multinational armada. If the Communist Chinese Empire continues to scare democracies into collective action, then the Red Chinese threat could usher in the most consequential changes to global governance in a generation or more. By containing Red Chinese naval expansion, for example, the maritime security system in East Asia could become a powerful reinforcement mechanism for the law of the sea. By inserting carbon tariffs into trade deals to discriminate against Red China, the United States and its allies could force producers to reduce their emissions, inadvertently creating the basis for a de facto international carbon tax. The Quad's success in providing 1 billion doses of COVID-19 vaccines to Southeast Asia, an effort to win hearts and minds away from Beijing, has provided a blueprint for combating future pandemics, which, of course, as in this case, issued out of China itself in the first. Allied efforts to prevent the spread of digital authoritarianism could inspire new international regulations on digital flows and data privacy, and the imperative of competing with the Communist Chinese Empire could fuel an unprecedented surge in R&D infrastructure spending around the world. Like the orders of the past, the emerging one is an order of exclusion, sustained by fear and enforced through coercion. Unlike most past orders, however, it is directed toward, for the first time in human history, progressive ends. This is the clash of systems. The history of international order building is one of savage competition between clashing systems, not of harmonious cooperation. In the best of times, that competition took the form of a Cold War, with each side jockeying for advantage and probing each other with every measure short of military force. In many cases, however, the competition eventually boiled over into a shooting war and ended with one side crushing the other. The victorious order then ruled until it was destroyed by a new competitor, or until it simply crumbled without an external threat to hold it together, as we almost did before the Red Dragon entered the room. Today, a growing number of policymakers and pundits are calling for a new concert of powers to sort out the world's problems and divide the globe into spheres of influence. But the idea of an inclusive order in which no one's vision prevails over another's is a fantasy that can exist only in the imaginations of world government idealists and academic theorists. There are only two orders under construction right now. A communist Chinese-led one and an American-led one. And the contest between the twain is rapidly becoming a clash between autocracy and democracy, as both empires define themselves against each the other and try to infuse their respective coalitions with ideological purpose. The Communist Chinese Empire is positioning itself as the world's defender of hierarchy and tradition against a decadent and disorderly West. The American Empire is belatedly summoning a new alliance to check Red Chinese power and make the world safe for democracy. For the first time in its history, sincerely. This clash of systems between Red China and these United States will define the 21st century and divide all the world. The Communist Chinese Empire will view the emerging democratic order as a containment strategy designed to strangle its economy and topple its regime. In response, it will seek to protect itself by asserting greater military control over its vital sea lanes, carving out exclusive economic zones for its firms, and propping up autocratic allies as it sows chaos in democracies. The upsurge of Commu-Chinese repression and aggression in turn will further impel these United States and our allies to shun Beijing and build a democratic order. For a tiny glimpse of what this vicious cycle will look like, consider what happened in March of 2021 when Canada, the United Kingdom, these United States, and the European Union sanctioned 4 Chinese officials for human rights abuses in Xinjiang. The sanctions amounted to a slap on the wrist, but Beijing interpreted them as an assault on its sovereignty and unleashed a diplomatic tirade and a slew of economic sanctions. The EU returned fire by freezing its proposed EU-China Comprehensive Agreement on Investment. In the coming years, the trade and technology wars between Red China and these United States that began during the Trump administration will rage on as both sides try to expand their respective spheres. Other countries will find it increasingly difficult to hedge their bets by maintaining links to both blocs. Indeed, Red China and these United States will push their partners to pick sides, compelling them to reroute their supply chains and adopt wholesale the ecosystem of technologies and standards of one side's order. The internet will be split in twain. When people journey from one order to the other, if they can even get a visa, they will enter a different digital realm. Their phones won't work, nor will their favorite websites, their email accounts, or their precious social media apps. Political warfare between the trois systems will intensify as each tries to undermine the domestic legitimacy and international appeal of its competitor. East Asian sea lanes will grow clogged with warships, and rival forces will experience frequent close encounters. The standoff will only end when one side defeats or exhausts the other. As of now, the smart money is on the American side, which has far more wealth and military assets than Red China does and better prospects for future growth. By the early 2030s, Xi Jinping, an obese chain smoker with a stressful job, if ever there was one, maintaining total dictatorship, will be in his 80s if he still be alive. Red China's demographic crisis will be kicking into high gear, with the empire projected to lose roughly 70 million working-age adults and gain 130 million senior citizens between now and then. Hundreds of billions of dollars in overseas Commu-Chinese loans will be due, and many of Red China's foreign partners won't be able to pay them back. It is hard to see how an empire facing so many challenges could long sustain its own international order, especially in the face of a determined opposition from all the world's wealthiest countries. Yet, it is also far from guaranteed that the American-led democratic order will hold together. The United States could suffer a constitutional crisis in the 2024 presidential election and collapse into civil strife. Even if that does not happen, the United States and its allies might be rent by their own divides. The democratic world is suffering its greatest crisis of confidence and unity since the 1930s. Nationalism, populism, and opposition to globalism are rising, making collective action difficult. The East Asian democracies have ongoing territorial disputes with one another. Many Europeans view Red China as more of an economic opportunity than a strategic threat, and seriously doubt the United States' reliability as an ally, having endured 4 years of tariffs and scorn from President Donald Trump, who could soon be back in power. Europeans also hold different views from Americans on data security and privacy, and European governments fear American technology dominance almost as much as they do Commu-Chinese digital hegemony. Asian India may not be ready to abandon its traditional policy of non-alignment and back a democratic order, especially when it is becoming more repressive at home, and an order built around democracy will struggle to form productive partnerships with autocracies that would be important partners in any alliance against the communist Chinese empire, such as Singapore and Vietnam. Fear of Red China is as powerful a force, but it might not be potent enough to paper over the many cracks that exist within the emerging anti-Semitic coalition. If that coalition fails to solidify its international order, then the world will steadily slide back into anarchy, a struggle among rogue powers and regional blocs in which the strong do what they can and the weak suffer what they must. Some scholars assume, or even hope, that an unordered world will sort itself out on its own, that great powers will carve out stable spheres of influence and avoid conflict, or that the spread of international commerce and enlightened ideas will naturally maintain global peace and prosperity. But peace and prosperity are unnatural. When achieved, they are the result of sustained cooperation among great powers, that is, of an international order. It's all about doubling down on democracy. History proves that eras of fluid multipolarity typically end in disaster, regardless of the bright ideas or advanced technologies circulating at the time. The late 18th century witnessed the pinnacle of the Enlightenment in Europe before the continent descended into the hell of the Napoleonic Wars of World War II. At the start of the 20th century, the world's sharpest minds predicted an end to great power conflict as railways, telegraph cables, and steamships linked countries closer together. The worst war in history up to that point quickly followed. The sad and paradoxical reality is that international orders are vital to avert chaos, yet they typically emerge only during periods of great power rivalry. Competing with the communist Chinese empire will be fraught with risk for these United States and our allies, but it might be the only way to avoid even graver dangers. To build a better future, the United States and our allies will need to take a more enlightened view of our interests than we did even during World War III, which we scarify in our collective conscience as a Cold War. Back then, our economic interests dovetailed nicely with our geopolitical interests. Simple greed, if nothing else, could compel capitalist states to band together to protect private property against a communist onslaught. Now, however, the choice is not so simple, because standing up to the communist Chinese empire will entail significant economic costs, especially in the short term. Those costs might pale in comparison to the long-term costs of business as usual with Beijing. Chi-Com espionage has been estimated to deprive the United States alone of somewhere between 200 billion United States dollars and 600 billion United States dollars annually, to say nothing of the moral quandaries and geopolitical risks of cooperating with a brutal, exterminatory totalitarian regime with revanchist ambitions. Yet the ability to make such an enlightened calculation in favor of confronting Red China may be beyond the capacities of any nation, especially ones as polarized as these United States and many of our democratic allies. If there be any hope, it lies in a renewed commitment to democratic values. The United States and our allies share a common aspiration for an international order based on democratic principles and enshrined in international agreements and laws. The core of such an order is being forged in the crucible of competition with the Communist Chinese Empire, and could be built out into the most enlightened order this world has ever seen. A genuine free world. But to get there, the American empire and our allies will either have to embrace competition with Red China and march forward together through another long twilight struggle, or wage the war that must be waged now to preempt such. As your Vulcan intervention, a man born in Taiwan but stranded here among ye white savages, unable to escape North America, having gifted my citizenship to an artificial intelligence, neuronically combed from my own mind when I was working with the Department of Defense, the Dietrich Artelect who took my place as a citizen of Taiwan. If you are not to heed my advisements and work towards the world which I am